8 tentacles suddenly swiped, propelling a person and an octopus swiftly upwards. As they approached the surface of the sea, the water temperature rose while the surrounding waters grew increasingly luminous. Galen gazed up at the ocean surface, where layers of blue unfolded from dark blue to deep blue, then to light blue, culminating in the white light glistening on the water surface. Each layer ascended gradually. The octopus beneath him had come to a halt, though Galen could not recall when it had done so. Being a creature of the extreme cold, the water temperature had reached the limit it could endure. Any further ascent would feel akin to boiling water for it, forcing it to remain in this spot. Galen patted the head of the octopus king, then leaped lightly, gliding effortlessly toward the surface. Splash! He burst forth from the water. The cries of seagulls, the rhythmic crashing of waves, and the distant sound of a whale spouting filled the air. All of these sensations enveloped Galen, plunging him into a profound and inexplicable emotion. In that moment, it felt as if he had leapt into a new realm, much like his first arrival in this world. Everything appeared so clear, so exquisite. The sky was a brilliant blue, and sunlight kissed his face, bringing a gentle warmth that was soon whisked away by the sea breeze. The water around him rippled, adorned with clusters of white bubbles. Gazing around, he beheld an endless expanse of blue sea, as if the entire world were an ocean. Galen pushed off with his feet, soaring gracefully out of the water before descending gently. In that fleeting instant, the water beneath him froze, forming a small, solid slab of white ice that cradled his feet. He stood upon the meter-wide ice block, gazing up at the sky and surveying his surroundings. The air was devoid of any lingering traces of totemic power. In the distance, and even farther away, he sensed not a single creature imbued with totemic energy. Not even a life form exhibiting slightly above average vitality, only larger, stronger fish. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of solitude washed over Galen. He lowered his head, observing the faint reflection of himself on the water surface. His visage remained unchanged. Cascading golden hair, slightly reddish eyes, and pale skin devoid of blood, yet without a single wrinkle. For him, over 50 years had felt merely like a brief respite. The life-extending properties of his extreme cold attribute had preserved his youth. Galen was acutely aware that his internal organs had undergone little alteration for this body. 50 years had indeed been but a fleeting moment. However, for the world outside, time had wrought significant changes. "It is time to return," he sighed, as the floating ice beneath his feet began to drift, heading toward the direction of his original sanctuary, Huetan royal capital. Surrounded by mountains, the royal capital was dotted with towns and villages resembling mushrooms of various sizes. These settlements radiated from the capital, adorned with numerous windmills. The once small territory of the capital had burgeoned into a vast city, expanding more than tenfold from its former size. Galen stood at a distance on the white road, surveying the enormous city that had once been enveloped in absolute sanctuary, his expression remarkably calm. The absolute sanctuary above had long since vanished, and the air bore no trace of totemic energy. As he traveled along the road, he encountered few individuals imbued with totemic power. From a nearby tire repair shop, the faint sound of music emanated from a radio, while a little boy hummed a tune as he tidied up the shop. Ahead, 2 ox carts approached, carrying unsold fruit. Beside them stood a wooden signpost indicating the way, with the words Fongshire Road inscribed upon it. Galen had no intention of drawing attention to himself. As he made his way, he discerned the current state of the world and understood the immense significance of his ageless visage amidst this era. He walked forward at a pace that appeared slow, but was, in fact, far swifter than that of an ordinary person. Passing through several small towns outside the city, dusk began to settle, and he soon found himself at the once heavily guarded entrance to the royal capital, now just a short distance ahead. The watchtowers were devoid of sentinels in this peaceful age. They posed little threat in an era dominated by cannons, and a sign reading "No visitors allowed" hung at the entrance. He found a carriage ascending the mountain, and a chatty old driver kindly offered him a ride. As they traveled, they engaged in casual conversation. The old man had lived through the war years, and held a strong belief in the tales of the Totemists, lamenting how the younger generations seemed to disregard the historical significance of those times. He reminisced about how many elders had witnessed the absolute sanctuary that once cloaked the capital. With the passing of many elders and the decline of totemic power, the younger generation had begun to doubt the legends and might of the Totemists, believing instead that such reverence was merely a product of their predecessors' fears and myths. Galen nodded in agreement, gleaning much about the current state of the capital. Upon learning that the once formidable Black Zay Palace had transformed into a comprehensive university, and that a genius disciple he had once recognized had become one of the most accomplished students there, wielding significant influence over Queden, he felt an involuntary sense of nostalgia. Time had flown by, and the once young lad had become a pillar of society. As night approached, Galen disembarked at the gates of the royal city, which were now bustling with vehicles. Many were individuals seeking evening entertainment or returning to their estate homes, flowing like a stream through the gates. Housing within the capital had become prohibitively expensive, forcing many residents to settle in the outskirts. Over time, various neighborhoods had sprung up along the mountainside, and the capital had truly become a city within a city. Galen navigated the familiar paths toward his cousin Heather's small residence. Decades had passed, and many areas had been newly constructed or renovated. After inquiring with several locals, he finally located Heather's small house. As night fell, he stood outside the small dwelling, gazing up at the warm yellow lights glowing from the second floor. In a world devoid of totemic power, the previously slow progression of technology had surged forth. With the foundational knowledge of totemic workshop masters, technological advancement had far surpassed expectations, leading to the emergence of electricity. This unstable energy, once merely a byproduct of Totemist's experiments, swiftly replaced the former applications of totemic power after its disappearance. Those workshop masters were now referred to as scientists. Electric lights were among the innovative products birthed by these scientists. Galen cast a glance at the guard stationed outside the small house, where a sleepy sentry dozed. Silently, he glided past the guard post, leaping gracefully into the courtyard behind the iron gate. Arriving at the front door, he gently knocked, and with a crisp sound, the door opened softly. In the living room, he beheld an elderly man with white hair, a white cloth draped over his knees. Perhaps alerted by the sound of the door, the old man set down his book and looked up. Upon meeting his gaze, he did not lower his head again. Galen stood transfixed, gazing at the elder on the sofa, whose visage had been profoundly marked by over 50 years of time. The once smooth and fair skin of his cousin had become lined and sagging, and her once bright and clear eyes now held a somewhat murky, tranquil gaze. Her hair was snow white, and Galen could faintly discern traces of the familiar essence of his once vibrant cousin. "Are you his grandson?" Heather's voice was somewhat hoarse. Galen shook his head, his eyes softening as he regarded the once beautiful and spirited woman before him. "It is I," he replied softly. "I have returned." Heather's aged eyes trembled profoundly. The familiar way of speaking, the tone and expression time seemed to reverse in an instant to over 50 years prior, as if that handsome and powerful young man had merely been away on business for a few days, returning home with the simple words, "I have returned." Tears welled in Heather's eyes. She had waited for over 50 years, and now, as time had passed, she had aged into this state, while Galen remained unchanged. "Do not deceive me. Is Danny not in league with you to trick me? Did she give you the key?" Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she shook her head with a bittersweet smile. "Is Danny well?" Heather fell silent. She realized she no longer knew how to face Galen. After waiting in vain for decades, what could result from this current situation? In a world devoid of totemic power, being over 70 was nearing the limit of the average lifespan. She was on the brink of death, and Galen. Highsway let out a self-deprecating laugh. She could not fathom that the young man before her was indeed the Galen of yore. "When did he depart?" she suddenly inquired. Galen was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Highsway had presumed him to be dead, sent by his grandson to seek out old acquaintances before his demise. Ultimately, she remained unconvinced, unable to believe that the Galen of the past still appeared so youthful. In that instant, A profound sense of solitude surged from the depths of Galen's being. He gazed at the elder seated upon the sofa, approached her, and gently knelt, kissing the back of her hand. "Do not wait any longer." With that, Galen rose and silently exited the room. Behind him, Highsway uttered not a single word. Perhaps both were at a loss as to how to face one another again. Over the years, Highsway had truly become the matriarch of the Hei's palace, having adopted her sister Dana's grandson, thus securing the lineage for the next generation of Hei's palace's rulers. This young grandson was exceptionally gifted and had garnered the unwavering support of the current Minister of Military Affairs. Yet now, even if Galen returned, what significance would it hold? Beyond disrupting the tranquil lives of all, his place here had long since vanished. Everyone, every single person, including Ifei, Kongqin, Taiyan, and so forth, all believed Galen to be deceased. He had perished in the unfathomable depths of the eternally frozen abyss. The royal capital had even erected a monument in his honor, where dignitaries would pay their respects annually. As for re-emerging and reclaiming the Hei's palace, what purpose would that serve? Galen's initial intention in establishing this organization, aside from creating a network, was merely to leave a mark of beyondment upon this world. Having met his untimely end in the realm of secret martial arts, he could only leave behind the legacy of his mentor, Fei Baiyun, in this world. The essence of the Blackwater true skill was imbued with traces of the colossal secret martial arts, akin to a totemic representation of Baiyun martial arts. That sufficed. Quietly departing the small building, Galen ambled through the brightly lit streets of the royal capital, flanked by bustling night markets, with stalls offering delicacies, garments, trinkets, balloon games, and various street gambling activities. In a moment of reverie, he felt as though he had returned to Earth. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the location of the Mercenary Guild. The once thriving Mercenary Guild had now devolved into a genuine bar, populated by portly merchants and an array of live companions. There were also numerous fashionably dressed youths. The boisterous music emanated from the bar, so rhythmic that even standing outside, one could feel the pulsating beats reverberating within. Galen extended his senses, reaching into the bar's interior. No longer were there any individuals imbued with totemic power, only the youth remained. Occasionally, he would catch sight of young officers sporting black military pistols at their waists, the only semblance of authority present. As for the totemic mercenaries, and Angel, the friend who had initially joined him in the shackles of war, there was not a trace of either. It was uncertain whether they had perished or simply departed. Galen lingered at the bar's entrance for a moment, lost in contemplation, until a few enchanting young women approached, ready to engage him in conversation, prompting him to slowly turn away. 50 years have passed. Who all still lives? He pondered within himself. Of those friends from long ago, who remained? Unconsciously, he began walking towards the Hei's palace, the bustling streets and vibrant night market evoking a subtle, lingering sense of solitude within him. The passage of 550 years has rendered the once formidable Hei's palace devoid of its strict defenses, but a notice regarding the recruitment of new students for this year is affixed to the wall beside the entrance, outlining the procedures and locations for various enrollment formalities. Adjacent to it, a red suggestion box has been mounted. Young and vibrant university students meander in and out of the gates in small clusters, their laughter and playful banter echoing through the air. Above the palace gates, a massive semicircular sign prominently displays the inscription Hei's University, dressed in a sleek black ensemble that is both tidy and immaculate. Galen exudes an air of aristocratic grace, leading the gatekeeper to mistakenly regard him as a student. A mere glance is all it takes before the guard returns to his novel. Upon entering the palace gates, Galen notices a glass cabinet affixed to the left wall, showcasing a roster of distinguished alumni. His likeness occupies the foremost position. Galen Trell-Jones, the inaugural principal of Hei's palace, and concurrently the palace lord. Year 3550-3592 of the solar calendar. Founder of the illustrious Heishu Zheng Gongmi Wu, one of the first members of the Kuwaitan Grand Council, honorary commander of the national military, and recipient of the inaugural Kuwaitan Best Contribution Award. sole recipient of the World War and Peace Medal in the year 3598, ranked 13th among the historical luminaries of the world. Beneath the glow of the street lamp, Galen gazes at his own portrait, feeling a mix of amusement and absurdity. Here he stands, alive and present, while others have chronicled his myriad accomplishments and life story, even specifying the exact time of his demise. The image depicts a youthful, striking figure radiating an aura of authority, with golden hair cascading over his shoulders and piercing eyes that convey a sense of formidable power, akin to a lion or an eagle. This, he muses, must be the impression the artist had of him. That as he schemes past his own entry, he notices the second row of historical figures, M.O. Huang Trell-Jones, who became a globetrotter, ultimately vanished at sea during a storm off the western coast of the two continents. Long after the disappearance of the totemic powers, her body, along with that of her companion, was later found and interred on an unnamed island in the Western Sea, which has since been named M.O. Huang Island in her honor. Galen chuckles to himself, surprised that she chose to adopt his surname. Continuing his examination, he discovers that Aphesis and Conchin have ventured to the western continent for academic exchanges, their descendants now comprising one of the upper echelons of Kuwaitan society. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the Trell-Jones family, in recent years, both have been diagnosed with ailments. Aphesis, in a bid to overcome his illness, has dedicated himself to research and has gained renown as a medical expert, particularly in the field of lymphatic tumors. Their current journey to the Western continent is to deliver a scholarly presentation on medical advancements. Galen reflects on the once revered Master Klina, who appointed 3 disciples that have etched their names into the annals of the university's history. As he surveys the tableau of illustrious figures, an unbidden sense of emptiness washes over him. Wandering through the hallowed halls of the university, where the former palace has been transformed into various educational and experimental buildings, he encounters foreign exchange students struggling to converse in a stilted dialect of Kuwaitan. After perambulating the campus, Galen is not surprised to find no familiar faces among the throngs. Every visage is foreign to him. It feels as though he has stepped into someone else's home, that he locates the newly modified Hei's heavy guards, but they no longer possess the formidable strength of yore. Their enhancements, influenced by the waning totemic powers, have rendered them mere shadows of their former selves, robust, yet lacking the extraordinary abilities they once had. The main hall where he once resided has become half a historical site, cordoned off from public access, while the other half, shrouded in dim light, has morphed into a rendezvous point for students seeking clandestine encounters. After bumping into several pairs of youthful lovers, Galen loses interest in exploring his former abode. Though he could reclaim dominion over the entire capital in a heartbeat, he finds little significance in such power. As he exits the institution, he casts a final glance at the inscription above the gates. His heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. His arrival in this world was, in essence, an accident. The capital, perhaps the entire realm, has left him feeling a profound sense of guilt, particularly towards his cousin Heather, who has patiently awaited his return for over 50 years. Yet the outcome of their reunion remains shrouded in uncertainty, as both are left grappling with the stark contrast in their circumstances. Perhaps she has truly come to see him as her grandson. With a hint of self-deprecation, Galen contemplates the vanishing of totemic powers, which has led to the dissolution of all extraordinary abilities. The once immortal totemists who thrived on these powers have succumbed to mortality, one after another. The world has reverted to that of ordinary mortals. Once, the skilled luminaries of the Silver Lanterns have transformed into learned scholars. The artisans of workshops have evolved into tenacious scientists, and only the elite among the totemists have achieved renown as distinguished combatants. Before departing the capital, Galen pays a visit to the grave of his mentor, teacher Enin. The Desura school is renowned throughout Kuwaitan, and Enin's grave is adorned with a multitude of flowers, a testament to the frequent visits from his disciples. Familiar faces have permanently departed, and this world, once so familiar, is gradually becoming a stranger once more. Galen leaves the capital silently. As he prepares to depart, he examines Heather's afflictions, using the powers of life and death to freeze and eradicate the root of her ailments, granting her at least another decade of life. This is the sole act of kindness he can offer her. Similarly, He attends to his former friends, including by lawn, ensuring that they, too, receive his final care. The intricate techniques he has mastered in the realm of life do not confer longevity upon the average person. In fact, they can even pose risks. However, with meticulous application, they can effectively eliminate ailments. Achieving the goal of universal health restoration in the Black Domain, Comet City, in a white graveyard on the outskirts of the city, Galen sits before a black tombstone, clutching a dark bottle from which he occasionally takes sips. The contents of the bottle are not wine, but rather coffee as the sun sets. The black tombstones reflect a crimson hue, and on one such stone, the names Goad, Jessica are etched in stark simplicity. There are no biographical details, no grand accomplishments as the Lord of the Black Domain, nor even the years of birth and death. Only two names. Perhaps this is Goad's form of atonement. During his recent stay in the Black Domain, Galen has pieced together the circumstances surrounding Goad's demise. Following the War of Heaven, Goad's once robust health deteriorated, ultimately succumbing to a heart attack that precipitated a cerebral hemorrhage. The betrayals and losses, Jessica's treachery, and Galen's own disappearance plunged the once mighty Lord of the Black Domain into profound guilt and sorrow. Sitting before Goad's grave, Galen finds himself inexplicably calm. Reflecting on the past with unexpected tranquility, he understands Goad's final emotions. The man who appeared so strong was, in truth, as fragile as a child. Jessica's betrayal struck him like a dagger to the heart, leaving him gasping for breath. To live in such a world may have been a torment. Perhaps death would have been a release. The vicinity of the Black Domain is the headquarters of the evil God King, which Galen has also visited. However, no evil gods remain, all having perished when the totemic powers dissipated. The headquarters now lies in ruins, and the evil God King is nowhere to be found. Some say he ventured to the mysterious South Pole. Others claim he has descended into the depths of the earth. Yet many speculate that he has already met his end in some unknown corner, bereft of past glory, only bearing the scars of totemic power's extinction. Galen raises the coffee to his lips, pondering aloud. How is it that a sky devoid of totems feels so much purer? It seems he converses with Goad, yet it is also a soliloquy. Goad's legacy has been nearly obliterated, with only a handful of elderly souls retaining memories of the former Lord of the Black Domain. Thus, Galen, a stranger, sits undisturbed before Goad's tombstone, overlooked by all but a few individuals. Coming to pay their respects, glance in his direction, perhaps mistaking him for a drunken relative honoring the deceased, and they quickly depart, offering no further thought. Galen remains unfazed. After the initial pang of melancholy, he has found a profound sense of peace. I have suddenly begun to feel, he murmurs, as if I have become utterly alone in this world. You have left, as has my teacher, and Afe and the others have grown old. Soon, they too will depart completely. He paused momentarily, suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of disorientation. Everything familiar seemed to be drifting away from him. He tilted his head upward, gazing at the slowly setting sun, its vibrant crimson glow casting a rosy hue upon his face. That a person's life is akin to this sun, rising and then descending. Regardless of who one is, ultimately, none can escape the cycle of nature. I merely depart a little later than you all. Rising to his feet, Galen placed the wine bottle before the gravestone. This time, perhaps he truly would not return again. He hesitated, then added, when I have the leisure, I will think of you. With that, he turned and walked away into the distance, not looking back, his demeanor as nonchalant as old friends parting after a casual tea. There remains one final stop. A profound solitude surged within Galen, a loneliness that had begun in deepening with each passing moment. It coiled around him like dark vines, initially faint but soon tightening, leaving him gasping for breath. He could not help but reflect on that final moment at the gates of the underworld. Did that resolute man, too, experience the relentless departure of loved ones, a solitude that seeped into his very bones, an obsession that no one could comprehend? Perhaps that was the purest driving force behind his pursuit of ideals. All things in the world will fade with time, yet the eternal truth, the unwavering gates of paradise that have remained unchanged from the beginning, will always stand tall. Galen yearned to find that last person, the one most likely to share his plight. Even a small comfort would suffice. In the northeastern direction of the once thriving Dania, nestled within a vast expanse of dense forest near the seaside, lay the underground entrance to the world's depths. In this secluded woodland, there existed a lonely little town rarely touched by human presence. Viewed from above, amidst the dense green waves of trees, the town appeared as an irregular yellow blotch. Distinctly visible, the entire town was devoid of any human figures, surrounded entirely by dense thickets and vines, while the buildings appeared as though cloaked in a layer of green slime, with some of it trickling down from the eaves. Upon closer inspection, one would find countless dense green moss and vines cascading down like elongated leafy tendrils. Clad in black, Galen strolled through the town. This had once been the entrance and exit to the underworld, where countless totemis formed a thriving hub for trade and resource exchange. Now, it lay in desolation and ruin that he meandered through the town streets, observing clusters of lush shrubs and grasses, occasionally catching a glimpse of something small darting by. The overcast sky was thick with clouds, threatening rain at any moment. Galen looked up at the sky, hands tucked into his pockets, and ambled toward a house adorned with tattered banners of cloth. A blurred inscription was faintly visible on the bright red banner, obscured by unknown black insects crawling upon it. The building itself was relatively intact, though the doors and windows were in disrepair. Galen casually pushed open the half-destroyed door and stepped inside, that a wave of musty odor assaulted his nostrils. The interior was dimly lit, with green moss carpeting the floor. He had been in this town for 3 days without discovering anything. Yet he had indeed located the entrance to the underworld, but alas, it had been utterly sealed off. After a day of fruitless digging, he had given up, roaming the town for several days. Galen himself was unsure of what he anticipated, but he sensed a vague expectation, as if waiting for someone if that person were still alive. 3 days had passed. One more day, and he would leave. That was his intention. Standing in the musty house, Galen lingered at the door, gazing up at the sky, his heart enveloped in tranquility. The deep rumble of thunder echoed from the heavens, the sky growing increasingly dark. Rain was imminent, Galen murmured, as if speaking to himself in this forsaken place, yet it felt akin to conversing with another. Indeed, rain was on the horizon. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Galen turned, slightly startled, to see a massive figure slowly emerge from the darkness of the house's interior. It was a gigantic gray-brown mantis, standing at least 2 meters tall, clad in human attire. It stood there in the shadows, its head exposed, calmly gazing at Galen. Galen's gaze sharpened, recognizing the voice. Though frail and aged, it was unmistakably the same familiar tone. The sun god king, the deity they had adventured alongside in the Shadow Ruins. In an instant, a torrential downpour erupted. When Galen regained his senses, he found himself seated beside the mantis under the eaves, gazing at the curtain of rain barely a meter away. The world seemed to plunge into the deluge, rendering everything indistinct. With this house standing as the sole refuge, I knew you would come, the mantis spoke softly. Ever since the totemic power began to dissipate, I anticipated your arrival. Galen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the rain. We have entered a new era, the mantis continued, a semblance of a smile appearing. For a creature of the old world like me to endure until now is nothing short of a miracle. What are your subordinates? Where have they gone? Galen inquired softly. Most have become mere beasts, and many have simply aged and died, the mantis replied matter-of-factly. Many species have short lifespans if you two have transcended. Can you continue to live as I do? Galen asked calmly. I do not know, the mantis said, laboriously lifting its scythe-like arm to lightly scratch its mouthparts, mimicking the gestures of a true mantis. In fact, I was nearing death months ago. Yet a premonition informed me that an old acquaintance might come to us, so you held on until now? Indeed, the deity gazed at the rain, displaying no fear of impending death. Only tranquility. Is there anything you wish to convey to me? Galen paused momentarily. What do you wish to say? The mantis shook its head. In these years, I had traversed many places, countless places, searching for remnants of the old world. I have seen much and experienced much. Yet, when the evil god king perished before me, I suddenly felt an emptiness within. The tattered red curtain on their right swayed in the wind, producing a soft, rustling sound. That sensation of being utterly alone in a world filled with people is truly unbearable. All around are individuals, yet none are of my kind, the mantis chuckled. Galen remained silent, merely observing it. The sky darkened further, and time slipped by imperceptibly. Under the rain's veil, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, recounting their various encounters in the ruins, sharing their most painful experiences and proudest achievements, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their youth. In that moment, they seemed like the best of friends, often with the mantis speaking while Galen listened intently. As the wind intensified and the rain diminished, the mantis's voice gradually faded by the time the downpour ceased entirely. The mantis lay motionless beside Galen, its body stiff and cold. Perhaps tomorrow will bring fair weather, Galen mused, his gaze still fixed on the sky, though it was of no concern to him that he brushed off his clothes and stood, watching as the mantis's body began to disintegrate, silently transforming into a black, ash-like substance, carried away by the wind. Now, it seems I am left all alone. Galen chuckled self-deprecatingly. He rolled up his sleeves, the clear mark on his forearm still visible, pressing gently upon it. Instantly, the surroundings plunged into darkness. Moments later, the light returned. He stood once more at the entrance of the house, the crimson banner hanging stiffly beside him. A few drifting leaves were suspended in the air to his right, while droplets of rain poised to fall from the eaves, yet they could never descend further. Everything in the world seemed to come to a standstill in that fleeting moment. Galen surveyed his surroundings. The sky was adorned with silver rings, suspended in the void, each massive circle swaying slightly before silently shattering into countless metallic fragments. As the old rings crumbled, new silver rings emerged slowly. Yet they could never keep pace with the speed of their predecessors' destruction. Galen did not linger to observe the entirety of this inner world. Instead, he extended his hand, and a war spear, resembling an icy blue mirror, materialized and solidified in his grasp. With a swift thrust, the spear's base pierced the ground, embedding itself firmly. "Have you arrived?" A deep voice resonated from the woods ahead of a child. Galen lifted his gaze, the resonance of the mark assuring him he had not erred. The figure emerging from the thicket was an elderly man, yet he was unmistakably the child of yore. Age had ravaged him beyond recognition. He seemed far older than his 60-odd years, resembling an ancient relic of centuries past, his face a tapestry of deep creases, his skin akin to the finest bark, speckled with minute black spots. Clad in tattered gray fabric and leaning upon a weathered wooden staff, he stepped forth from the forest with an air of naturalness. "I have awaited your arrival for a long time." The child, leaning on his cane, stood quietly before Galen, gazing intently. "What has transpired?" Galen approached, positioning himself in front of the child. "Why has the power of the totem vanished?" "This is but a fleeting image I left within the mark." The child spoke, seemingly oblivious to Galen's presence. "The true me, along with others, perished 32 years post the battle." He paused briefly. "If you can awaken at the end and witness this, consider it a stroke of luck." "This image can only endure for 30 years. Galen fell silent, realizing the child's eyes, though directed toward him, held a gaze that penetrated beyond, as if perceiving something behind him. "The world is collapsing. The power of the totem is disintegrating," the child intoned. "This is the conclusion of our research. I, being the youngest, endured until the end. However, soon, all extraordinary entities will be expelled through the gate of heaven, myself included." "Expelled?" Galen felt a jolt of concern. "Indeed, you heard correctly." The child nodded. "The gate of heaven is not a mere inert object. During that battle, it sensed a threat, leading to the eradication of totemic power. All extraordinary forces are beginning to fade away. Only those who truly break free from the shackles of the totemic control, the 6 types, may entirely escape the influence of the gate of heaven." Galen listened intently to the child's elucidation. "However, in a world devoid of totemic power, even the 6 types may no longer approach the gate of heaven." Galen unconsciously nodded in agreement. The totemic power was indeed a unique force exclusive to this realm, and without it, devoid of environmental augmentation, even the culmination of the 6 types would equate to the potency of the 4 types during the totemic era. Yet, Even so, in such a world stripped of extraordinary power, his might would still remain an absolute and invincible presence. Be cautious. The gate of heaven will not spare you. It will employ every conceivable method to expel you. The child's somber farewell lingered in the air as he gradually faded into transparency. Vanishing from sight. Be cautious. The final words resonated softly, pulling Galen from his reverie. The gate of heaven. In an unknown moment, that familiar colossal door of radiant white light manifested in the sky. Countless flowing mountains, rivers, and birds adorned the doorframe, resembling miniature worlds, exceedingly vivid. Beams of white light cascaded down like pillars, passing through the slowly collapsing silver rings, landing upon Galen at a torrent of immense, intricate thoughts, akin to a fusion of innumerable beings, surged into Galen's mind. Leave, depart, exit. The repeated thoughts battered against Galen's defenses, as if countless voices were whispering fervently in his ears. This amalgamation of thoughts bore no consciousness, merely the collective will of myriad creatures. It was a nebulous, chaotic intent. Within this maelstrom, Galen sensed the entirety of existence. The animals, humans, sea creatures, birds, every living will coalescing into a colossal torrent, encircling him completely. In that instant, he felt as if he were the last malignant growth in this world, with the entire realm striving desperately to expel his very existence. Amidst the darkened sky, a single beam of pure white light enveloped Galen, descending from above, as if it were a staircase leading to paradise. A faint smile graced Galen's lips. This world harbored such a collective consciousness as the gate of heaven, and he could vividly recall the environments of his previous worlds, Earth and the realm of Mibu, neither of which bore such an existence. Perhaps they did, but he had simply failed to recognize them. The universe was indeed wondrous. If only I could return to the place from whence I came. He gently projected his thoughts outward. If the gate of heaven possessed awareness, perhaps, soon, a remarkable scene unfolded before him. His mind was suddenly flooded with vivid memories from the moment he first arrived in this world. 552 returned to amidst the overcast sky. Lightning flashed as a crimson meteor, trailing a lengthy tail of stars, plummeted toward the earth. This meteor was so diminutive and faint that it went unnoticed by all. It pierced through the clouds amidst the thunderous roars, crashing into the grounds of a manor, once the Winderman estate. With a deafening roar, the thunder flashed, and everything before him vanished instantly. Galen found himself abruptly no longer standing in the serene town of Forest Sea. In the next moment, he felt an immense force pulling him, transforming him into a crimson meteor, soaring skyward toward the inner world. Flames of red engulfed him, forming a delicate membrane. Gazing down through this membrane, the earth receded further and further away. The gate of heaven loomed larger and closer in the sky, its dark, mirror-like center resembling a gaping maw, seemingly poised to swallow him whole. Yet, inexplicably, a familiar sensation surged within Galen. He froze momentarily, abandoning his initial intention to resist, instead attuning himself to that sense of familiarity. The black smoke vessel. It was reminiscent of the powerful volcanic forces that propelled him away from the Mibu realm. The rapid transformations felt as surreal as a dream. From encountering the celestial palace lord to the sudden shifts within the inner world, Galen had been wholly unprepared. Whoosh! The meteor shot into the gate of heaven. In an instant, Galen was enveloped in complete darkness, devoid of light. Even when he turned to look back, the white glow of the gate of heaven was replaced by an endless void. Only a single crimson flame enveloped his form, emanating warmth and gentleness. As the surrounding darkness began to transform, it gave way to an infinite expanse of starry sky. Countless silver stars twinkled throughout the cosmos, while nearby blue and white planets sped by like bowling balls. Galen sensed his velocity increasing exponentially. The blue stars left behind long silver trails, swiftly zipping past him. He was being propelled by the gate of heaven, soaring through the cosmos towards an unknown destination. At a speed far surpassing that of his arrival, countless stars flickered around him as time flowed by slowly. After an indeterminate duration, Galen suddenly spotted a pale blue planet drawing ever closer. rapidly expanding in his view. Soon, it completely filled his sight. As the planet approached, the atmosphere loomed ahead, and just as Gallon's crimson form was about to touch the atmosphere, a pitch-black vortex abruptly appeared, swallowing him whole. The vortex dissipated swiftly, and the cosmic expanse seemed as if nothing had ever occurred from the very beginning. Between the five-star continent and the blue continent, over a vast expanse of unknown ocean, a crimson meteor materialized abruptly above the waters. Boom! In the heart of the Cerulean Sea, a colossal wave surged forth, soaring to heights of several dozen meters. The white spray erupted into a towering column of water, only to cascade down in a shimmering display. Countless droplets of seawater swirled around, forming a vast, deep blue vortex, several hundred meters in diameter. At the center of this whirlpool stood a tall figure with golden hair, suspended gracefully above the water's surface, with eyes firmly shut and arms gently rotating outward. The surrounding azure walls of the vortex parted, conjuring two serpentine tendrils of water that delicately encircled the figure's waist. Lifting him effortlessly, the deep blue vortex shattered with a resounding roar, unleashing a torrent of seawater that coalesced into a wave several meters wide, propelling the figure across the ocean's expanse with the force of the vortex. Within Gallon's closed eyes, he rapidly assessed the aftereffects of his recent interstellar journey. His status attributes vividly displayed the alterations to his physical condition, unlike the previous instance when his body had been annihilated. This time, thanks to the benevolent intervention of the Gate of Paradise and his significantly enhanced power, he had sustained only minor injuries. However, there was some internal bleeding within his organs, which had been effectively frozen by the operation of his secret technique moments earlier. Abruptly opening his eyes, Gallon gazed into the vast distance of the azure sea. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of deep blue waters, yet in the direction he faced, a faint white emerged upon the surface. It was a white vessel, a steel ship. The side of the ship bore the inscription, 5-Star State Comprehensive Trade Alliance Oceanic Company. This was the familiar Weissman script that Gallon knew all too well. In an instant, vivid memories flooded Gallon's mind. Scenes of the ambitious Weissman Empire's machinations, the world's top experts infiltrating Black Smoke Island, culminating in the release of a bomb resembling a nuclear device. The Celestial Palace, the Gate of the Magic Elephant, the Sacred Fist of the White Bird, the first Divine General. Fragments of memories flickered before Gallon's eyes like fleeting shadows. With a swift motion, he plunged into the water, propelling himself toward the steel vessel. Aboard the massive white ship, Lynn Salon Whiteman languidly yawned while clutching a biographical novel. Leaning against the railing as she gazed out at the sea, she tugged at her increasingly lengthy, deep brown hair, which had grown from a bob to shoulder length, flailing in the sea breeze. Much to her annoyance, the midday sun shone brightly, warming her skin and enveloping her in a comforting glow. T, just 12 years of age. She had accompanied her father on numerous voyages between the East and the 5-Star State, trading various porcelain, silk, and tea for their company. Ever since her mother had tragically passed away in a car accident when she was 3, her life had revolved around life aboard the ship. On the glaring white deck, several sailors were busy washing the floor with large buckets of water. This was the downwind section of the ship's stern, where the enticing aroma of spicy stir-fried squid wafted in from the front. Lynn Salon could not help but swallow hard. She attempted to suppress her appetite, yet the incessant secretion of saliva only intensified her hunger pangs. She was not conventionally beautiful. Her skin was far from flawless, bearing the genetic traits of her father, the captain: bushy eyebrows, large eyes, thick lips, and a flat nose, lacking any semblance of feminine grace. Her physique was also lacking. She bore a slightly plump waist, and her skin, deeply tanned from constant exposure to the sun, glistened a rich brown, healthy yet far from the delicate porcelain complexion she yearned for. Suddenly, a clear male voice rang out from behind her. Lynn Salon instinctively turned, and upon seeing the newcomer, her pupils dilated in shock. The figure, drenched to the skin, was clambering up from the ship's side, his clothes clinging to him. More strangely, remnants of fine seaweed clung to his body. "Why you?" Lynn Salon felt her voice tremble. Unable to control her own fear, she pointed at him, her entire frame quaking. This was the deep sea. The deep sea. For thousands of nautical miles. Not a soul nor a single island in sight. Even solitary navigation would take over 10 days to glimpse land. What did this imply? Was this desolate ocean not devoid of life, save for whales and sharks, or perhaps eels? Oh my heavens, could this be the legendary humanoid sea monster? A humanoid sea monster? How could I possibly encounter such a terrifying creature? Is this not the privilege reserved for protagonists in tales? Without supreme artifacts or legendary swords, such an encounter would surely spell doom. Wait, what if he is not a sea monster, but rather a merman prince from myth? Surely, it can't be that cruel. It is said that merman princes have a penchant for devouring children under the age of 15, skewering them with iron rods for a feast, consuming over 20 daily. Oh no, oh no, oh no. May I ask? Galen observed the young girl's complexion shift from pale to flushed, confusion evident in her eyes. Could you lend me a set of clothes? I'm a shipwrecked traveler who was thrown overboard during a storm while aboard the Stone Rock State passenger ship. Fortunately, I stumbled upon you. The girl, stunned, pointed at him, her chest heaving, but upon hearing his words, she seemed to regain her composure. She exhaled deeply, as, "Oh, you are a shipwrecked traveler. You nearly scare me to death. Do you know that climbing onto someone's ship from the ocean in such a manner is something only the most extraordinary of individuals could accomplish?" "I apologize, young lady, for startling you," Galen replied with an apologetic smile. His noble bearing, a remnant of his status as an upper-class aristocrat from the totem world, combined with his handsome features and eloquent speech, caused Lynn Salon's heart to flutter. His command of Weissman was remarkably fluent, albeit with a few archaic terms that rendered it somewhat unfamiliar, yet oddly captivating. "Are you a fighter?" Lynn Salon immediately associated him with legendary figures of might. A fighter? Galen mused, momentarily taken aback, as the term felt both familiar and foreign to this moment. The ship's crew began to take notice of the situation, with a group of over 10 sailors clad in white drawing nearer. Weapons at the ready, expressions tinged with caution. They bore various implements, a shovel, harpoons, nets, but predominantly wielded silver cutlasses and spear guns. "Lon, come here," bellowed a burly sailor, his gaze fixated on Galen with palpable tension, as though he beheld not a man, but a fearsome oceanic beast. From the distance, more crew members emerged from the lookout tower, among them a middle-aged man in a black coat and round hat, striding forward with a finely crafted silver pistol gripped tightly in his hand. His expression dark and foreboding. "Oh, not be alarmed. I harbor no ill will," Galen declared, raising both hands in a gesture of peace. "I am merely a shipwrecked traveler who has drifted for several days and fortuitously encountered your vessel." At this moment, some passengers also emerged from the ship's cabin, gathering at a distance to observe the unfolding scene. A traveler. The murmurs grew louder around them. Amidst the commotion, Lynn Salon cautiously distanced herself from Galen, positioning herself beside the burly sailor. Her father, the captain, parted the crowd, silver pistol in hand, stepping forward. "You are a traveler?" he asked, not waiting for Galen's response. "Regardless of the truth of your claims, now that you are aboard my ship, you must abide by my rules." He scrutinized Galen's attire, his expression softening slightly. He refrained from mentioning that, although this sea route was frequented, no vessels would pass through the same waters for at least 3 days. In other words, if Galen were indeed a stranded traveler, he must have survived independently in these waters for 3 days, exposed to the ocean's elements. Such a ludicrous notion. He chuckled, leaving aside the corrosive nature of seawater, which posed significant health risks. The very idea of drinking it was problematic. Not to mention, there were sharks lurking nearby. Yet he had heard tales of formidable martial artists with physiques that surpassed the ordinary. "Are you a martial artist?" he pondered aloud, lowering his voice. Galen momentarily failed to comprehend the term. Once translated, he nodded slightly. "Indeed, I practiced martial arts for some time. Since you're a martial artist, then this will be simpler." The captain's demeanor relaxed. "May I inquire your name?" "Galen. Galen Trijones." In his heart, Galen silently added the familiar surname, Galen Trelljones Longbar. After a brief explanation and verification, Galen seamlessly assumed the role of a beleaguered traveler and joined the vessel, becoming one of its passengers. Captain Whiteman appeared to hold great respect for martial artists, sparing Galen any unnecessary inquiries regarding his identity. He did not request any fare for the journey and warmly arranged accommodations and meals for him, even having his daughter, Linslin, attend to him personally. Once aboard and settled, Galen was taken aback by how merely showcasing his flying knife skills, aligning 3 blades in a vertical line, had prompted such a notable shift in the captain's demeanor. In contrast to the puzzled and skeptical gazes of the surrounding crew, the captain's reaction astonished him. It was evident that he was a man of considerable experience and worldly insight. 2 days after boarding, Galen was assigned to a VIP cabin in the passenger area, furnished with several navigational tomes for his perusal. For 2 consecutive days, he remained in his quarters, resting and recuperating, and his physical injuries swiftly returned to normal. "Mr. Galen," Linslin said with eager anticipation as she finished tidying the room, "could you share with me the tales of your martial arts?" Although it was not her first time serving a martial artist, her demeanor was commendable, and while her appearance and talent were lacking, her respectfulness allowed her to hear even the most basic stories. As for becoming a disciple, that was a distant dream. She did not regard the lesser martial schools, knowing their masters would likely be no match for her father. "Tales?" Galen inquired, seated in his chamber with a captain's log in hand, sipping the specially supplied red tea. "Are you familiar with the Battle of Black Smoke Pot Island?" "Of course I am." Linslin nodded vigorously. "It is said to be the pinnacle of the martial artists era, where 2 kings of the century clashed on that island, only to perish due to a volcanic eruption and nuclear explosion." "Oh, you are quite knowledgeable," Galen remarked, slightly surprised. "Certainly. It occurred over 60 years ago. It stands as a monumental event in the martial arts world, the strongest fighter in the history of the Immortal Palace. Cien Falan met his demise in that battle." "You know of the Immortal Palace?" Galen suddenly became intrigued. Over 60 years, he realized the significance of this keyword and fell silent. Of course. The Immortal Palace and the Devil's Gate are the 2 mightiest factions in the martial arts realm, each representing a sacred ground. The martial arts grand tournament, held every 3 years, is co-organized by them. "Our ship once transported a martial artist to participate in the tournament," Linslin replied, her pride evident. "That a grand tournament?" Galen pondered, intrigued by this new term. "You can't be serious. You don't know about it?" Linslin's eyes widened in disbelief. "I have spent years in solitary training." Galen shrugged, acknowledging his ignorance. The Grand Tournament is a significant competition organized by the 2 factions to scout new generations of martial artists, featuring not only traditional fighters, but also those who incorporate technological prowess in combat. It has been held over 10 times already. It is said that the best among them can become official members of the 2 factions. Linslin sat across from Galen, patiently explaining. 60 years. Galen realized that he had indeed spent an excessive amount of time during his journey back to for the Grand Tournament. It merely served as a means for the Immortal Palace and the Devil's Gate to select talents and eliminate potential threats. The Devil's Gate was likely the former Demon Elephant Gate, while the Immortal Palace remained as it was, unexpectedly having evolved into these 2 formidable entities, aside from the Immortal Palace and the Devil's Gate. "Are there any other significant organizations in the martial arts world?" he asked with a hint of anticipation. "Apart from these 2, there is also the Black Fist Gate, the Red Sand Sword, and the Star Ring Gate. Beyond that, I am not well versed, but these are the main ones." "What about the White Cloud Gate and the Southern Heavenly Sacred Fist Gate?" Galen paused before quietly inquiring. "White Cloud Gate, the major faction involved in the Battle of Black Smoke Pot Island." Linslin seemed to recall. After that battle, the White Cloud Gate fell into decline. Historically, it produced one exceptionally powerful leader, but afterward, they faced severe retaliation from the Immortal Palace and the Devil's Gate, resulting in significant casualties and the loss of most of their heritage. The White Cloud Gate still exists, but has been merely re-established by a few former disciples and lacks the complete legacy it once had. It can only be considered a minor sect now. She reflected thoughtfully. "I once longed to witness the Grand Tournament, but I was stopped at the periphery and could only wander outside for days. I later acquired a brief introduction to the martial factions, which mentioned the White Cloud Gate. Since then, I have not encountered any further records. And the Southern Heavenly Sacred Fist Gate?" Galen remained silent for a moment before continuing his inquiry. "I have never heard of it." Linslin shook her head. "The name sounds formidable. "Are you from that faction?" she asked with mild curiosity. Galen chuckled softly, offering no reply. From an identity standpoint, he was both the leader of the White Cloud Gate and the foremost celestial general of the Southern Heavenly Sacred Fist Gate. Alas, his once illustrious status had faded into obscurity in just over 60 years. If the White Cloud Gate had fallen into such disrepair, one could only imagine how the Southern Heavenly Sacred Fist Gate, once home to peak fighters like him and Parosha, had fared under the pressures of the Immortal Palace and the Devil's Gate, in a distant coastal town of Blue Continent. Within a dilapidated martial arts dojo, a group of young men and women sat in a row, obediently listening to a senior disciple who spoke loudly above them. Our White Cloud Gate has also experienced its share of glory throughout history. The senior proudly gestured towards the plaques adorning the walls that, in the past, our sect produced 2 general-level fighters and 4 celestial-level fighters, wielding immense power and influence. Therefore, as disciples, we must remember our past glories and honors. Uphold the 3 honors and 3 shames set by our founder. Adhere to the sect's rules. Maintain discipline and regard the growth of our sect as our personal duty, embracing our identities as disciples with pride and honor. As the senior continued his lengthy discourse, the young disciples below began to feel drowsy. Yet, the weekly ideological education session was mandatory at general level and celestial level. The existence of such legendary tiers was uncertain. They seemed too distant from the lives of these ordinary disciples. Perhaps it was merely the founder embellishing his own legacy. In this day and age, which small sect did not concoct a grand historical narrative to impress potential benefactors. After all, who would send their children to such a decrepit minor sect to pay tuition? The 4 or 5 young disciples before him were similarly drawn in by the allure of low tuition fees. Among them were children from 2 merchant families, the daughter of a fallen noble, and 2 children from ordinary household in the town, 1 boy and 1 girl. The youngest among them was merely 13, while the eldest was 19, each having joined at different times. Originally, the White Cloud Gate boasted several dozen disciples. But after a confrontation with the nearby Iron Leg Gate, which resulted in injuries to several masters, and even the gatekeeper being severely hurt, many disciples scattered. Over the years, the remaining few, along with new recruits, were all that remained in attendance. Most of these children had enrolled due to the affordability of the tuition. Had they been able, they would have opted for the more expensive and reputable martial academies. As the senior disciple rambled on, he recalled the parting words of the elder master. Meanwhile, he himself was selected to accompany several senior female disciples to prepare for the upcoming grand tournament in March next year. An invitation from the Red Sand Sword. The thought of this filled him with displeasure, as he resented the elder for monopolizing the company of the beautiful girls, leaving him no time to cultivate any personal relationships. After all, he had initially joined the White Cloud Gate for the abundance of lovely female disciples. Among the elder's 3 granddaughters, the youngest, Lilia, was like a delicate flower blooming in the mud, simply exquisite. "Senior brother, you're drooling," one of the younger disciples remarked, snapping the senior out of his thoughts. He quickly wiped his mouth, realizing something was amiss as he cast a stern glare at a blond boy who was hiding behind a cool, dark-haired girl, wearing a playful expression. "Return to your seat. As a man, is it appropriate to hide behind your sister like that?" The senior reprimanded, his gaze discreetly wandering over the dark-haired girl. It was undeniable that the elder's eye for beauty was quite remarkable. Since assuming the position of the sect leader, this elderly man has taken it upon himself to adopt several female infants from various places that, in their infancy, they appeared wrinkled and unremarkable, yet having nurtured them from childhood to adulthood, they have blossomed into an array of enchanting young ladies. Without even mentioning their innate talents, the mere presence of these captivating maidens has attracted numerous disciples to the sect, had it not been for the expulsion by the Iron Leg sect, which drove away a significant portion of them. It is likely that the sect would be thriving abundantly by now. Alas, I wonder when that old codger will return, although the senior disciple continues to espouse ideological education. His heart has long since soared beyond these confines, drifting towards those 3 delightful maidens by the side of the old man. Ever since Galen gleaned Lin Silon's insights into the world of combat, he has summoned her daily to inquire further about the situation. After more than 60 years, One cannot help but ponder if Inger is still alive. As for her parents, Galen reflects, time ultimately stands as the most formidable weapon above all. An impulse to return to the Bayun sect suddenly wells within him. However, upon contemplation, he realizes that it is highly improbable for the Bayun sect to still be situated in the Shriyan continent of the Yalu Federation. Nonetheless, given that the Combat Grand Meeting is an event attended by all prominent sects, it is certain that well-known factions such as the Red Sand Sword and Star Ring sect will participate. A visit there might just allow him to reunite with some old friends from yesteryears. And what of Andila, the King of Nightmares, a former member of the White Peacock? He wonders if she is still around. If he could encounter a few familiar faces, it might lead him to Ingerdut at this moment. He sits quietly in his room, listening intently as Lynn Salon reminisces about the stories she knows from the combat world, allowing him to subtly discern the changes in the current global situation and technological advancements. Since the battle at Black Smoke Island, the Yalu Federation has become the second entity to possess nuclear weapons, followed by the Tulip Republic. With the three superpowers each wielding deterrent capabilities, large-scale conflicts have largely diminished, leaving only a continuous stream of arms races and minor skirmishes. In such times, the value of combatants has become abundantly clear. Lynn Salon articulates these matters with remarkable clarity, having spent years sailing alongside her father and encountering a diverse array of individuals, thus gaining extensive channels of information, allowing Galen to understand the situation with exceptional clarity. Over a decade ago, a special operations team composed entirely of combatants infiltrated the Tulip Republic, executing a series of assassinations that claimed the lives of 15 high-ranking officials within a mere 10 days, causing a worldwide uproar. This operation, famously known as the Flashpoint Operation, resembled a flickering teleportation, executing swift assassinations without the slightest chance of resistance. This event enlightened nations about the terrifying efficacy of combatants in special operations. Consequently, the Demon Sect and the Immortal Palace began to expand on a grand scale, propelling the entire combat world to flourish. Nations gradually deepened their understanding of combatants, leading to a surge in martial arts movements. With the practice of martial arts becoming the prevailing trend, nowadays, countries assess their special operation capabilities based on the number and ranking of domestic combatants. After finishing her account, Lynn Salon took a hearty sip of her tea to soothe her throat. Galen, observing the young girl before him, who spoke with such fervor and assumed an air of maturity, found it rather amusing. The Demon Sect and the Immortal Palace must possess their own spheres of influence. Right? Certainly, the Immortal Palace primarily operates in Wiseman, with intricate ties to the military. The Demon Sect predominantly exerts its power in the Yalu Federation, while the Tulip Republic in the Blue Continent is the weakest. Although the Red Sand Sword and Star Ring sect are formidable, they pale in comparison to the Immortal Palace and Demon Sect. The Red Sand Sword and Star Ring sect have been pushed to the Blue Continent. Galen realizes that the once dominant Yalu Federation has now been thoroughly overtaken by the Demon Sect, with the Immortal Palace and Wiseman colluding in a rather disgraceful manner. It seems that if the Bayun sect still exists and continues its legacy, the most likely place for it would be in the Blue Continent. As he lifted his teacup for another sip, lost in thought, he suddenly felt a slight weight in his hand. Lynn Salon had attentively refilled his cup with red tea. In the days that followed, she diligently cleaned the room and served tea, exhibiting utmost respect and meticulous service. He wondered if the venue for the Combat Grand Meeting was fixed. It is not fixed. Each time a different location is chosen. Mr. Galen, do you wish to attend the Combat Grand Meeting? Lynn Salon inquired cautiously. Indeed, after years of rigorous training, I also wish to engage with others outside. Galen set down his cup. You must have practiced something under your father's guidance, right? Lynn Salon's heart leapt with joy, suppressing her excitement. What do you mean? While I won't take you as a disciple, offering you some guidance is certainly feasible. Galen smiled. Stand up and demonstrate what you have practiced before. The most frequently practiced. Yes, Lynn Salon exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she quickly moved aside, clearing a space in the vacant area. She extended her arms forward, then lifted her knee, executing a swift upward kick, a beautiful high kick that was both effortless and elegant. She transitioned into a side kick, a front kick, a spinning kick, a downward axe kick, and a series of airborne kicks with remarkable agility. In the mere 2 meters of space, the young girl executed an array of leg techniques with grace and agility, her movements fluid and precise. The sound of rushing air from her legs echoed throughout the small room. "Attack me," Gallon suddenly called out. With full force? Lynn Salon's heart soared. Understanding that this was a true test of her skills, she retracted her right leg and, like a striking serpent, sprang forward, her foot transforming into a shadow aiming for Gallon's throat. With a swift motion, Gallon captured her toe firmly in his grasp, rendering her immobile. All the force seemed to dissipate into the void, leaving Lynn Salon with an indescribable sense of disappointment. "Your fundamentals are commendable, yet it is merely superficial. Without the blood energy secrets, you can at most contend with ordinary individuals." Blood energy secrets? Lynn Salon's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you going to teach me the blood energy secrets?" The blood energy secrets are treasures exclusive to martial arts, the essence of true martial arts among all sects. And no matter how formidable one's external skills may be, lacking the secrets of blood energy renders one no more than an ordinary person, incapable of reaching their full potential. However, once one possesses these secrets, they truly step into the realm of martial arts and the world of combatants. Gallon chuckled softly. Indeed, the blood energy secrets are invaluable. Yet he possesses an abundance of them in his memory. Even a basic secret would be an invaluable treasure for this young girl, capable of being passed down through generations and strengthening a family. Moreover, even if it is merely a lower-tier blood energy secret from Gallon's recollections, it would present a tremendous opportunity for Lynn Salon. She is keenly aware that unlike the era when martial arts flourished, the current state has led nations to recognize the power of combatants, imposing stringent controls over martial arts. The Immortal Palace and the Demon Sect manage these secrets with utmost rigor, forbidding large-scale dissemination, and enforcing strict regulations on other sections. Consequently, aside from the combat grand meeting, individuals without the fortune of being selected have little chance of learning genuine martial arts. That I will teach you a simple leg technique secret. Practice it diligently. Gallon selected a technique from his memories, the serpent leg martial arts from the Bayun sect. This martial arts secret, known as the serpent leg, possesses great power and incredible speed, with legs that can retract swiftly, enabling one to strike unexpectedly when the opponent is caught off guard. IT isn't a complete martial arts system. Rather, it's a technique for unleashing blood energy explosively. That's enough. Lynn Salon's face nearly beamed with joy, her excitement almost overwhelming. From a young age, she has been enamored with martial arts. Yet due to circumstances, she could only repetitively practice her father's few techniques. Following that, Gallon stood to demonstrate the key points of the serpent leg technique, detailing the movements and the nuances of blood energy intent. Lynn Salon was not particularly gifted. Indeed, she was rather ordinary. After hearing the instructions thrice, she still struggled to grasp them fully. Gallon had to break it down further, explaining the serpent leg step by step, setting specific practice goals for her to follow daily. This could be seen as a way to repay the kindness of their lodging and care. As the days passed, Gallon remained secluded on Lynn Salon's vessel, offering her guidance on her leg techniques, while spending the rest of his time reading or listening to the radio program she brought in. The ship was soon approaching its destination in the East Continent. The eastern part of the three continents is referred to by all as the East Continent. In reality, the entire East Continent is the very eastern region that Gallon's mentor, Fei Baiyun, once mentioned, the original birthplace of the Baiyun sect. Fei Baiyun had long yearned to return to Dongzhou, to gaze upon his homeland and clan, but alas, this wish remained unfulfilled until his last breath. When he entrusted it to Jialong, little did he anticipate that what was once unattainable would serendipitously come to pass, albeit after several decades. Amidst hearty laughter, a burly man with a black beard embraced Lynn Salon's father vigorously, his back resounding with enthusiastic pats. "Captain Whiteman, may your journey be smooth. I thought I would have to wait until next week for your ship, yet here you are today." The man, bare-chested, displayed his robust, sun-kissed physique. They stood at the dock, surrounded by laborers bustling in and out, hauling cargo boxes. The morning air was crisp and cool, tinged with a light mist that enveloped the entire dock in a hazy shroud. "Brother Feng, you jest. I have brought a substantial order this time. If we don't hurry, we might lose the goods to others." Whiteman chuckled in agreement. While the adults conversed, the children gathered in another corner. Lin Salon stood with two youths, a boy and a girl. "Big sister, I specially bought you the 5th edition of A History of World Martial Arts," said the boy, his face bruised and respectful as he presented a wrapped book. "And this is the versatile leg techniques I found," the girl chimed in, handing over another book she had procured. Both children were around 10 years old. Their youthful faces were tender, yet the girl bore marks of bruises. "What happened to your faces?" Lin Salon's voice deepened. She asked quietly. She was the eldest among the dock's myriad of boat captains' children, renowned for her martial prowess, often leaving the other children in tears. The two in front of her were her direct kin, and not everyone dared to challenge them. Seeing their silence, Lin Salon imitated her father's manner and huffed. "Was it Zhao Qinglan again?" The two stammered. Hesitant to respond, in the past. Lin Salon would have shied away from confronting Zhao Qinglan, who had recently moved to the dock, a martial artist since childhood, more adept than her by a margin. Although also a girl, she weighed over 100 pounds at such a young age, wielding formidable strength. However, now armed with the secret of the serpentine legs, Lin Salon felt a surge of confidence. Eager to put to the test. "Let us go. We will confront that fat bully." With fierce determination, she led her two companions deeper into the streets of the dock. Within minutes, they encountered Zhao Qinglan, who was bullying another young boy. This girl, robust and imposing, with a face full of flesh and her hair tied in 2 pigtails, wore a pinkish-white outer garment that exuded intimidation. "Well, well, Lin Salon, you dare to come and seek a challenge. Enough with the chatter, let us settle this." Lin Salon leaped to the street's edge, clearing a space among the onlooking children. Zhao Qinglan spat into her palm, rubbed her hands together, and lunged forward with an agility that belied her weight, charging directly at Lin Salon. The onlookers were taken aback by her unexpected finesse. This tackle, powered by Zhao Qinglan's strength, could easily knock Lin Salon to the ground, pinning her down to receive blows. As Zhao Qinglan surged toward her, Lin Salon felt a pang of alarm. She had not anticipated such speed from someone so hefty. In a moment of instinct, she swiftly retracted her right leg, concealing it behind her left, channeling a spring-like energy into her right leg with a synchronized breath. With a whoosh, her right leg propelled forward, akin to a black whip, but more reminiscent of a striking serpent. The toes acted as fangs, emitting a faint hissing sound through the air. The serpentine legs, honed through days of practice, manifested effortlessly. Thud! Zhao Qinglan's advancing form was met with a precise kick to her side, sending her tumbling and crashing onto the ground beside Lin Salon. Ouch! A cry of pain escaped her lips, though this execution of the serpentine legs only demonstrated a fraction of its potential. Primarily due to Lin Salon's youthful strength and lack of finesse, it was enough to astonish her. For the first time, she truly grasped the technique's real power. Cheers erupted from the surrounding children, as Lin Salon's companions had long harbored grievances against Zhao Qinglan. Seeing her downfall sparked their excitement. This what you learned from that boy who boarded the ship midway." Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice cut through the air beside Lin Salon. "Serpentine legs? Ha! I never expected someone would dare to spread the secrets." The man's voice turned maliciously gleeful. Remnants of the southern sky gate. With a thunderous crash, a man in black leaped into action. A terrifying aura swirling behind him like a dark tempest, he struck the girl with a powerful blow, sending her soaring, blood spewing from her mouth as she tumbled helplessly through the air before crashing to the ground. The girl staggered to her feet, her fleeing speed somehow amplified, darting into a nearby cluster of trees, quickly disappearing from sight. After her, a low roar echoed from the shadows. The man in black wiped the blood from his hand with a towel given by an underling, his expression grim. "She cannot escape. After much effort to catch this little rat, I have laid a web from which no one can escape." A petite woman in black beside him chuckled. "Once the immortal lord exits the palace, we can capture the main leaders of the Southern Sky Gate as a gift. Young immortal Lord Jixiang has promised that if we, the 9 iron gates of the Northwest, accomplish this, we will be aided in seizing the red copper mines of the Bronze Gate. I wonder if this is true." As they spoke, a throng of skilled fighters in black surged into the woods, searching for their quarry. The Demon Gate sorceress, Laura, is also about to emerge. The young immortal lord likely seeks to quell internal strife beforehand. If we can resolve the Southern Skygate situation, it may earn us favor with the immortal lord. The man nodded. It is said the young immortal lord has reached the 5th layer of the Eye of 10,000 Thoughts. Mere steps away from the pinnacle. This time, he will surely contest with the sorceress Laura. Coupled with the immortal lord's unparalleled prowess, this emergence may spell doom for the Demon Gate, the woman whispered. The man in black fell into deep contemplation. The Immortal Palace and the Demon Gate stand as the two great sanctuaries of the martial world, wielding countless powerful techniques and secret arts, holding an exalted status in the realm of combat. The Immortal Lord and the Demon Warrior are the two strongest figures, but with the Immortal Lord on the brink of a significant breakthrough. The balance of power has shifted. Formerly, the Southern Skygate had managed to survive under the Demon Gate's shadow, but now, remnants were being hunted down relentlessly, surrounded by martial artists. Jialong disembarked from the ship, surveying the dock before him. This was evidently a medium-sized harbor, shaped like a circle with a missing segment, the sole entry point to the sea. That a thin mist enveloped the water, obscuring the view. Yet rows of traditional Chinese buildings were faintly visible on the streets between the houses. Bare-chested laborers hurried back and forth, transporting seafood, while fishermen donned hats in preparation for their voyages. Numerous carts and carriages were present, many parked beside the large vessels. The ship Jialong had disembarked from was also considered sizable, now accompanied by several carts. Merchants and travelers were engaged in discussions with the sailors aboard. Mr. Jialong, do you have any plans now that you've disembarked? Captain Whiteman's voice chimed from behind. Since learning of his daughter's acquisition of Jialong's leg technique, his enthusiasm had only intensified. Jialong shook his head. That I have no specific plans. I merely wish to witness the recent martial arts gatherings. Such gatherings were events all martial enthusiasts and practitioners aspired to attend. Captain Whiteman chuckled lightly, but it was rumored that this year's South Gathering would take place on a small island in the sea. The time until the grand event was also drawing near. Why not have Mr. Gallen entertained during this period aboard our ship Alliance? What do you think? The ship Alliance he mentioned did not refer solely to his own vessel, but rather to the formidable coalition of merchants engaged in the trade of goods across eastern continents. This alliance wielded considerable power and attracted numerous formidable martial artists, as for the number of fighters within. It remained unclear. However, such a vast coalition of hundreds of merchant alliances commanded respect even from coastal pirates. After all, whenever a lucrative opportunity presented itself, the alliance would not hesitate to replace their merchant flags with those of pirates to engage in the swiftest transactions. The distinction between merchant and pirate was often blurred. This was advantageous indeed. Gallen contemplated, as he had returned solely to ascertain how and the others were faring, and if the opportunity arose, to uncover any secrets regarding the Black Smoke Pot. In recent days, he had also attempted to use his listener's mark to enter the inner world, yet it seemed that no such realm existed here. In the totem world, his listener's mark could sense faint, inexplicable feelings, akin to the sensation of a world imbued with life. The reality substantiated that the Heavenly Gate, as the ultimate manifestation of the totem world, possessed its own vitality and instincts. However, upon returning to the mystic martial world, Gallen felt none of that life essence. The atmosphere of this world was stagnant and lifeless. The listener's mark indeed functioned independently of this planet's influence. He could perceive the vibrations within, but there appeared to be no inner world here, rendering his entry impossible. He harbored a vague suspicion that worlds differed from one another. The totem world was imbued with planetary will, exemplified by the Heavenly Gate, while here in the mystic martial world, such a phenomenon likely did not exist. Perhaps not all planets followed a singular pattern. This thought brought him a sense of understanding. The universe is boundless, encompassing time, space, and everything therein. Thus, it was only natural for diverse planetary environments and conditions to arise. As his thoughts shifted, Gallen cast a glance at the bearded captain before him. He was devoid of funds and could not indefinitely rely on the means of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Being recruited by this vast maritime alliance would indeed serve the interests of both parties. Until the Grand Assembly commenced, he would have to temporarily rely on Captain Whiteman. "You are too gracious," Whiteman responded hurriedly, a look of delight flashing across his face. In these times, those who mastered the secrets of mystic martial arts were not to be trifled with. Their agility rendered them predators, and anyone within a 10-meter radius of an armed individual became but lambs to the slaughter. The two exchanged a few more casual remarks when, suddenly, faint sounds of commotion reached their ears from not far off. Galen turned his gaze towards the source of the noise, catching a glimpse of Lin Salon confronting an adult figure through the mist. It appeared trouble had arisen. I shall go and investigate. Who taught you the serpent leg technique? Speak. The middle-aged man's icy gaze bore down on Lin Salon, his right palm significantly larger than his left, glimmering faintly with a purplish hue, as if his very skin had been stained with purple pigment. Clad in a gray-green military uniform, he was accompanied by a young man of similar stature. The Eastern continent currently found itself in a state of warlord fragmentation, with countless rogue military factions roaming freely. This man had merely been passing by the dock when he carelessly spotted a child practicing the forbidden martial arts of the serpent leg technique. His heart surged with excitement, since the decree against martial arts had been issued by the Immortal Palace. Capturing anyone skilled in such forbidden techniques granted the right to exchange them for corresponding levels of mystic martial arts or secrets at the palace. Although the serpent leg technique was merely a low-tier secret, it inexplicably fell under the strict scrutiny of the Immortal Palace. Little did he know that the Immortal Palace harbored an intense disdain for the Bayun sect and the Nantian Sacred Fist sect, particularly the former, as Galen had once dominated invincibly, ascending to the pinnacle with an ordinary secret martial art. Such tales seemed nothing short of mythological. Consequently, the later generations of the Immortal Palace came to believe that the Bayun sect and the Nantian Sacred Fist sect possessed some unique qualities that allowed Galen to soar to greatness. Despite their efforts to pursue and gather evidence, they found no trace, leading them to include all martial arts from these sects in the Prohibition Decree, since they could not uncover the reasons. They resolved to prohibit everyone from practicing such techniques. This was, in fact, the origin of the Prohibition Decree and the fundamental reason the Bayun sect now dared not practice its own inherited secrets. The Prohibition Decree encompassed dozens of martial arts of varying strengths, all committed to memory by many determined martial artists eager to exchange for the Immortal Palace's secrets, who would not desire a technique suited to themselves. Yet martial artists often struggled to encounter a technique that perfectly matched their own needs, while countless types of restricted martial arts ensured that one could find something fitting. Lin Salon was utterly flummoxed. She was merely a 12-year-old girl, relatively outstanding among her peers, but upon facing a military rogue, her composure crumbled. Her words faltered, initially intending to assert herself, yet silence eluded her. The inability to voice her thoughts only fueled her anxiety. And the more panicked she became, the less she could articulate. Hey, the cold-eyed man sneered, advancing towards her. Zhao Jun, why are you jesting with a child? I recognize this girl. She is the niece of the captain of the Maritime Alliance. We often encounter each other, so please overlook any misunderstandings. A jovial, stout man stepped forward from the crowd, grinning broadly as he clasped his hands together before the two. Allow me to treat you both to a few drinks at the Emerald Garden today. Blue Fatty, stay out of this. The cold-eyed military rogue pushed the stout man aside and stepped directly in front of Lin Salon. You possess quite the audacity to steal the forbidden techniques of our martial arts. Before his words could fully dissipate, he lunged towards Lin Salon. Slap. Lin Salon instinctively delivered a kick, deflecting his hand. Oh, you dare to resist. Enraged, the military rogue retaliated, launching a powerful kick towards Lin Salon. His foundational skills far surpassed those of the young girl. And being adept in leg techniques, he quickly calculated her possible evasion angles, sending his leg arcing towards her with precision. Zhao, spare her. She is just a child. As he prepared to strike, a few familiar faces in the crowd could no longer stand by. All friends of Captain Whiteman, unwilling to watch his niece suffer. In these chaotic times, dock workers often banded together. Even amidst civil strife, they upheld a sense of brotherhood that compelled them to intervene. Boom! Lin Salon was struck squarely in the abdomen, crashing to the ground. Unable to rise due to the pain, two men who rushed to her aid were also sent sprawling by the military rogue's swift kicks, staggering as they struggled to regain their footing. their faces pale and breathless. "I warned you not to resist. Block. Keep blocking." The military rogue seemed to unleash all his frustrations upon Lin Salon, relentlessly kicking her as if she were a mere toy, sending her rolling about. The commotion that had begun with raucous laughter gradually quieted, with onlookers now merely watching in silence. Those who dared to intervene found themselves swiftly dealt with, still reeling from the rogue's earlier assaults. "Stop it!" A thunderous shout erupted from nearby. The military rogue's expression darkened, intensifying his assault as he aimed a brutal kick towards Lin Salon's head. He certainly would not kill her, as he intended to capture her and deliver her to the Immortal Palace in exchange for martial secrets. However, ruining her beauty was far more gratifying than slaying her. Accustomed to his tyrannical ways, he had not anticipated being publicly humiliated by a mere child, and after being reprimanded by his superior, his anger surged anew. His strikes grew heavier and heavier. Galen approached alongside Whiteman. Casually glancing at the fallen Lin Salon, he casually shifted his gaze to the two ruffians across the way. The surrounding environment bore a striking resemblance to that of the Huaxia Republic during Earth's historical period, with crowds on either side of the street displaying expressions of numbness. Yet, inexplicably, as he and Captain Whiteman approached, a flicker of reverence seemed to awaken in the eyes of those around them, including the two ruffians. Upon closer observation, it became clear that this reverence was not directed at Whiteman, but rather at him, specifically, at his resplendent golden locks cascading over his shoulders. Garen had just inquired about the situation in the eastern continent from Whiteman, and the response revealed that it mirrored the conditions of the Earth's Republic era. Warlord factions were rampant, the feudal dynasty had crumbled, and foreign allied forces were conspiring to carve up the spoils in the eastern continent, where foreign concessions proliferated, becoming an everlasting source of anguish for its scholars. The wars of recent years and the subsequent indemnity treaties had shattered the dreams of the eastern continent's former superpower status, unveiling the long-held veil of mystique that foreign nations had maintained over it. In a world where backwardness invites aggression, the eastern continent's military, still reliant on cavalry and rudimentary artillery, appeared as vulnerable as lambs before the might of foreign firearms. Following a series of disastrous patriotic campaigns, the merciless division and contestation of interests commenced. The Aru Federation, Weissman, and Tulip, along with various mid-sized and even smaller nations, each supported their own proxies and ambitious figures, striving to seize resources and policies advantageous to their respective countries within the eastern continent. It was amidst this turmoil that the Whiteman family ventured abroad to connect with foreign merchants, embarking on the path of commodity trading as locals of the eastern continent. Their years of interaction with foreigners had elevated their status to a degree. However, nothing could compare to the astonishment evoked by a genuine foreign friend. It was rare for foreigners, particularly from powerful nations, to regard the people of the eastern continent with any esteem. Whiteman's abrupt introduction of a golden-haired youth sent shockwaves through the surrounding populace. Such pure golden hair was unmistakably characteristic of only a few of the mightiest nations across the sea: Weissman, Tulip, and the Aru Federation, the three most formidable powers. The ruffian surnamed Zhao indeed recoiled slightly, casting a glance at the little girl on the ground, whose mouth was bleeding. Clearly, this situation had become troublesome. Nevertheless, even with the arrival of a foreign friend, he was unwilling to relinquish his long-held dream of acquiring a genuine secret weapon suited to him. The tantalizing prospect of realizing this dream was enough to quell his instinct to flee. To covertly learn the techniques forbidden by the Martial Prohibition Edict was a grave offense. This was a decree issued by the Immortal Palace, a law supported by the Weissman government, and surely this gentleman was aware of it. The ruffian surnamed Zhao racked his brain, mustering a convoluted argument in an attempt to reason. However, he spoke in the local dialect of the eastern continent. Uncertain whether his interlocutor would comprehend, Garen offered a faint smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. Captain Whiteman was poised to translate, but during their time aboard the ship, Garen had not been idle. He spoke up in impeccably fluent Eastern official dialect. The Martial Prohibition Edict, the one issued by the Immortal Palace? What is that? Could you elaborate, sir? The ruffian hesitated. Her martial arts were taught by me. Do you have any objections? Garen directly pointed out that Linceland's training was his own, that he was indifferent to any martial prohibition edict or warlord affiliations. a terrifying figure known for ruthless killings within the Hei's palace. He was a legendary character even in the totem world, let alone in this realm of comparatively diminished martial prowess. Whether it was the Immortal Palace or the Demon Sect, those who obstructed his path should be prepared for a river of blood. He was not one of those pedantic, righteous individuals. While he did not resort to unscrupulous means for his own ends, it was entirely reasonable to choose the most effective method to resolve troubles. Standing here and engaging in idle chatter with these two youngsters merely clarified 2 points. First, that the Whiteman family did not share a close relationship with him, as evidenced by their indifference to the unconscious Linslin on the ground. This was also to prevent them from being implicated. Second, he believed he could afford a degree of leniency in conversing with a dead M.T. this moment. The ruffian named Zhao sensed that things were turning dire. He subtly reached for the handle of his gun at his waist. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, freezing in place. Not only him, but the other man beside him also stiffened, unable to utter a word, their expressions betraying not a hint of change. Only the horror and fear mirrored in each other's eyes remained evident. They were utterly immobilized, as if their bodies had ceased to heed their commands. Demonic arts. This was demonic arts. No wonder the Immortal Palace issued the martial prohibition edict. Such a terrifying martial skill. The ruffian's heart felt as though it had been buried under an avalanche, his defenses crumbling in the face of overwhelming fear. Garen smiled slightly at him. Just the person I was looking for. Come with me, we have much to discuss. He whispered a few words to Whiteman before leading the way toward a nearby tea house, with the two ruffians instinctively following, not uttering a single word. Disperse, everyone disperse. A shout from Whiteman's subordinates echoed behind them, prompting Whiteman to wipe the sweat from his brow and carry the unconscious Linslin in search of a doctor. The three of them sat on the second floor of the tea house, at a window seat favored by Garen, with 3 empty tables surrounding them that no one dared to occupy. The proprietor, wearing a forced smile, served them a pot of fine tea before hastily retreating downstairs, too intimidated to engage further. Garen naturally controlled the blood within the 2 men, deftly retrieving their money pouches, which contained approximately 7 or 8 taels of silver, along with some scattered copper coins, uncertain of their purchasing power. He secured everything in a pouch tied to his waist and flashed a smile at the 2 across from him. Do not be afraid. Life invariably presents us with setbacks. This is merely a small test for your lives. As he gradually released his hold on their facial control, the ruffian surnamed Zhao revealed a smile more grotesque than tears. He was now utterly convinced that he had encountered an individual from the Demon Sect, who was decidedly indifferent to the Immortal Palace, or perhaps even a martial practitioner wanted by both parties. My esteemed lord, please state your desires plainly. We shall certainly speak candidly and exhaustively. Oh, really? A hint of smile danced on Garen's face. Then, regarding the martial prohibition edict, I would like you to convey it in its entirety. His smile deepened further. Tito dare issue a martial prohibition edict and categorize the White Cloud sect's martial arts as forbidden. The Immortal Palace possesses quite the audacity. After sitting in the tea house for over half an hour, Garen quickly gleaned most of the pertinent information from the ruffian surnamed Zhao. The Eastern continent was too distant from the 3 major continents. And while the martial arts community was relatively isolated, the reputations of the Immortal Palace and the Demon Sect still held significant sway. The martial prohibition edict had become the most viable means for many ordinary practitioners to attain high-level secret martial arts. Upon absorbing the intel relayed by Zhao, Garen fell into contemplation. His objective was straightforward, to locate Inger or related individuals. However, the martial prohibition edict from the Immortal Palace complicated this endeavor. How could he expedite the search for the individuals he sought? The best method was to leverage existing forces, utilizing established, large-scale powers to achieve his goals with greater efficiency. What is the distribution of the martial arts community within the Eastern continent? He pondered aloud. Well, the local factions comprise the White Dew sect, the Black Evil sect, and the Dragon Gate sect. These 3 major sects. Zhao the ruffian promptly replied, if you're seeking masters from the 3 sects, I could assist. I know an outer disciple from the Black Evil sect, and he would certainly be of help to you. And what else? Since the Eastern continent operates independently, there must be influential figures comparable to the Immortal Palace and the Demon Sect. Otherwise, they would have been swallowed long ago. Garen inquired nonchalantly. Of course. The White Dew sex Yuqingdi is one of the three marvels of the Eastern continent, as is the Dragon Gate sex Yuqingzi, and the guest elder from the Black Evil sect, Sanshan Shangren. These are the three most formidable innate masters in the Eastern continent, or what you might refer to as masters of the martial arts aura condensation level. Aura condensation. Garen had heard the term innate master during his time on Earth, and was surprised to find that it held the same meaning here. The White Dew sect, the Black Evil sect, and the Dragon Gate sect were the three most powerful martial arts factions in the Eastern continent. It was said that aura could nearly liquefy, as mentioned in the martial classics, with the three states, gas, liquid, and solid, representing the divisions of martial artist levels. Furthermore, the three major sects were interconnected with the three major warlords, forming alliances among the four warlords of the Eastern continent: Kong, Lin, Zhao, and Hu. Only the Hu army lacked support from a martial arts sect. Zhao, the ruffian, spoke freely, divulging all he knew in one breath. Garen pondered briefly. He was well aware of the classification of aura. The name White Dew sect sounded reminiscent of the White Cloud sect, perhaps warranting a visit in the realm of shadows and whispered intentions. One ponders the most fitting guise for a clandestine approach. Should one boldly proclaim the name of Bayunmin, or should one stealthily traverse the path unannounced? A wave of vexation washed over Galong, prompting him to abandon further contemplation and instead seek out Balumin. Guide me to Balumin, and upon our arrival, I shall release you, he stated calmly, fixing his gaze upon the man before him. Zhao Pai Zi, what is your name? He inquired. Zhao Jun. Zhao Pai Zi stammered, trembling as he observed the increasingly pallid complexion of Galong, a foreboding sense of dread creeping into his heart. That moment. A companion nearby collapsed onto the table as if inebriated, remaining motionless. Zhao Jun's heart raced, and his face drained of color. He could feel the temperature of his fallen comrade plummeting, growing colder and colder. He glanced at Galong, who offered a faint smile, revealing his stark white teeth. Amidst the sprawling verdant mountains, where the peaks undulate like waves, a forest of trees appears to lay a lush green carpet beneath the sky. A winding path of white meanders through the foliage, resembling a delicate thread of gray. Time ebbs and flows like the changing seasons. Galong furrowed his brow as he observed the crimson characters inscribed upon the white mountain wall to his left. Even from a distance along the path, the meticulous strokes of the characters could be discerned, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. Trailing behind him, Zhao Jun led two robust black steeds, his demeanor one of timorous respect. Is this the valley of Yin and Yang? Galong turned to inquire. Yes, indeed, Zhao Jun affirmed vigorously. This is the external reception area of Balumin, he asserted with certainty. Then why is there not a soul in sight? Galong pressed that it is still morning. I expect someone will arrive shortly. Besides, the threshold of Balumin is extraordinarily high, deterring most from even attempting to enter. Zhao Jun replied without hesitation. In recent nights, he had been plagued by a chilling sensation as his body temperature steadily declined. A harrowing descent into an abyss of darkness that intensified his reverence for Galong. He treated Galong with a deference surpassing that of a biological father. Galong nodded noncommittally and strode into a forest path adjacent to the stone wall. The path was flanked by cool azure bamboo groves, where the dim light cast an air of tranquility, and the atmosphere was refreshingly crisp, almost ethereal. The two men proceeded slowly along the path, leading their horses, until they soon encountered a gray-black wooden mountain gate, above which the name of the valley of Yin and Yang was inscribed. The flight of white stone steps descended into the gate, extending upward toward the mountain, where a veil of mist obscured the summit. To the entrance stood a young man in green attire, gently sweeping the ground. Galong's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the young man, detecting a subtle sign of the blood flow indicative of Bayunmi's secret martial arts from the young man's movements. With his mastery of the northern spear technique and the sinister art of Han, Yin Zhen Shui, he could perceive any liquid movement within a radius of over 200 meters. Thus, he was acutely aware of the young man's circulatory flow. Spare me, my lord, spare me, Sao Yun suddenly shouted, turning softly. Without a glance, Galong flicked his fingers, and with a soft thud, Zhao Jun collapsed, blood and tissue oozing from the back of his head. The young man, previously sweeping, turned pale and screamed, abandoning his broom as he bolted up the mountain. "Help! Help! A murder has occurred!" he cried, scrambling away until he vanished from sight. Galong paid him no mind and continued his ascent up the stone steps. Before long, the sound of bells resonated above, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Galong quickened his pace, easily leaping over several steps at once, until a dark green Taoist temple came into view, shrouded in mist, exuding an air of the otherworldly. The doors were flung open, and several elderly men clad in black robes emerged, flanked by a throng of disciples in green. Upon seeing Galong, the elders paused momentarily, their expressions shifting to one of caution. This esteemed guest. One of the elders began with a chuckle, indeed bears the mark of formidable martial arts. Galong's eyes sparkled with interest. "Summon your leader," he commanded. "What brings you to our humble abode?" The elder inquired, his voice dripping with formality. "I require the assistance of Bai Yunman." Galong replied with a grin. Such audacity. Murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd, the disciples visibly bristling with anticipation. "I am Bai Yuqing, the head of this branch." An elderly man suddenly appeared, his white hair flowing like clouds, a duster in hand, exuding an air of ethereal grace. "Such a profound aura you possess, esteemed guest. Would it not be more agreeable to sit and share a cup of tea while exchanging martial insights?" Bai Yuqing. "Is it?" Galong smiled. "You appear to be the strongest among us." Before the words fully escaped his lips, he vanished from sight. Bai Yuqing's expression shifted to one of alarm as he too vanished. The two figures collided in the courtyard before the temple, a fleeting confrontation that left Galong standing calmly at the temple's entrance, while Bai Yuqing stood at the steps, pale as a ghost, teetering on the brink of collapse. Such astounding agility. He murmured, raising his hand to discover that a section of his sleeve had been severed without his realization. "I believe my mastery of the threefold pavilion technique was unparalleled." Yet, as one of Bai Yunman's elders, Bai Yuqing was a seasoned warrior, his experience far surpassing that of younger fighters. Yet today, he had been bested by an unexpected young intruder, leaving the gathered onlookers in stunned silence. Their faces ashen. The defeat of an esteemed elder signified that no one within the temple could hope to withstand this newcomer. In a world where lives were as expendable as grass, anything was possible. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, all eyes fixated on Galong. "I seek Bai Yunman's aid in locating a few individuals," he declared resolutely, referencing the disciples of the Bai Yunman and those of the South Sky Sacred Fist sect. As his words lingered in the air, a wave of recognition swept through the crowd. "The South Sky Sacred Fist sect, you are a remnant of the South Sky sect." A voice began to rise. But before it could finish, a resounding crack echoed as the speaker's head exploded. "That I am Galong, the master of Bai Yunman and the first divine general of the South Sky Sacred Fist sect. I summon all disciples here, from Bai Yunman to South Sky sect," he proclaimed, his voice reverberating throughout the temple like thunder, causing the weaker-willed to tremble and falter. "The South Sky Sacred Fist sect." Bai Yuqing's complexion twisted in disbelief. The younger generation, unaware of the horrors of that era, could only look on in confusion, while the elders, who had witnessed the catastrophic battle firsthand, felt a chill run down their spines. "Galong? You are Galong, the king of a century." Bai Yuqing's mind reeled as he felt the strength drain from his limbs, staring at Galong as though confronted by a specter. "Relay a message for me." Galong's expression remained unyielding. "Is that agreeable?" With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust erupted from Galong, enveloping the temple in an instant. The sanguine essence seemed to stain the very sky, accompanied by a haunting wail that echoed through the air. Days later, with a resounding crash, a fist clad in black iron gauntlets smashed through a tree, leaving a perfectly round hole as if bored by a high-speed drill. The master of Bai Yunman, a man, breathless and with reddened eyes, stared upward. "Aya!" An enraged roar reverberated through the valley. "He is alive? Alive!" The man laughed uproariously. "Teacher, he truly lives?" Yet, even if he had survived, that man once stood at the pinnacle of power. Did he truly believe he had a chance for vengeance? Suddenly, The man's expression shifted, a sinister smile gracing his lips as his voice morphed into that of a sharp, feminine tone. The teacher is dead. Yet he remains alive. He still lives. The voice abruptly transformed, reverting once more to a masculine tone. The man clutched his head and staggered backward a few steps. If that individual is genuine, you cannot eliminate him. The woman's voice reemerged. You are still one step away from becoming the king of the century. Why do you not inquire about that man's realm? The man's voice suddenly broke into a low chuckle. Indeed, it could merely be false information, couldn't it? The woman's voice let out a light laugh. Alas, the name Galen has long been completely suppressed. Now, only the older generation is aware of it, while the youth remain oblivious to what this name signifies. Even if someone were to impersonate him, a master capable of defeating the elder of the White Deuce sect, who appears youthful and knows this name, and can accurately recite the surname Galen. Should they recklessly step forward to rally the disciples, they might inadvertently attract enemies. It seems this person is no fool. There's a genuine possibility they are a remnant of the Southern Sky sect. A hidden master, you say? The male voice replied coldly. Who knows? The female voice gradually faded into silence, no longer speaking to I in the forest. Only the man remained, standing quietly in the wind, utterly motionless. How is the situation with the immortal lord? In a white pavilion, two men dressed in black were engaged in a quiet conversation while playing chess, unperturbed by the distant roars and howls emanating from the forest, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Fortunately, last time it was merely someone impersonating the king of nightmares. This time, they dare to impersonate the king of the century, Galen, truly fearless. Not necessarily. Someone with such audacity does not need to impersonate any master. It would be far too easy for them to carve out their own reputation. They are declaring war against our immortal palace, or perhaps this is likely a conspiracy from other factions targeting us. Quite intriguing. The two exchanged moves with rapid speed, yet despite the incessant capturing and playing, the large board remained in an eerily balanced state. The most probable scenario is that a true master from the Southern Sky Sacred Fist sect has emerged. There may even be shadows of demonic sects within the dense forest of the eastern continent. A girl clad in a tight black outfit stumbled forward, leaning against a tree trunk as she gasped for breath before pressing on. The midday light was bright, golden rays filtering through the leaves, enveloping the forest in a stifling heat. The girl's vision became somewhat blurred. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and continued to push forward. Sweat had soaked her black attire, clinging to her skin, while the wound on her back throbbed with fiery pain. Suddenly, her foot faltered, and she tripped over something, crashing to the ground with a thud. Xiaoying, a distant, anxious female voice called out. A woman in white with black hair hurriedly leaped several times to reach the girl, quickly helping her up. I am fine. The girl, having briefly lost consciousness, opened her eyes again, pushed the woman away, and stood up independently, leaning against a nearby large tree. Aunt Ruola, what is the situation to the north? I am under fire here. It must be worse up north. She struggled to steady herself against dizziness caused by excessive blood loss, her voice low. The black-haired woman furrowed her brow, worry etched on her face, but she hastened to respond, I in the north, with the support of Ariel and the others. Most people have successfully evacuated. However, 3 have sacrificed themselves. The girl fell silent. Damn the immortal palace. She slammed her fist against the tree trunk, her head lowered, obscuring her expression. This assassination plan was meticulously orchestrated by the young immortal lord. Jixiang. The forces besieging us consist of 15 factions of varying sizes, each led by elite fighters. The black-haired woman, Ruola, cautiously replied. Fortunately, thanks to your message, or else this time would truly. I must hurry back. Otherwise, father and the others will be in danger. The girl murmured, but this time, the information has leaked. You will surely be suspected if you return now and your injuries are discovered. No need to say more. The girl's expression was resolute as she lifted her head, revealing a fair and delicate visage, her eyes an unusual shade of wine red. Her shoulder-length purple-black hair was tied in a ponytail, exuding a sense of competence and vigor. Her figure was curvaceous, yet her age appeared to be merely 15 or 16. Despite her attempt to maintain composure, she still bore an air of youthfulness. If I do not return for long, the young master of the Moonstar sect will surely grow suspicious, which would endanger my father's family. However, if it is discovered that you received information from the young master of the Moonstar sect, I will handle it myself. Do not worry." The girl turned her back to the black-haired woman. "Aunt Rolla, please help me apply some medicine. I cannot reach it myself." Sigh. Upon seeing the gruesome wounds on the girl's back, Ruola felt a pang of sorrow. The fateful burdens of the White Cloud sect and the Southern Sky Sacred Fist sect must be borne by a mere 15-year-old girl. Even though she hails from a prestigious family that once produced a king of the century, possesses exceptional martial talent, and has just recently broken through to the realm of fighters, she is still merely a young girl of 15. Both her parents and siblings have perished at the hands of the Immortal Palace, and she has wandered since childhood, seeking revenge, ultimately being taken in by a kind family, appearing as a wealthy young lady. Yet secretly a formidable fighter with a deep martial lineage, she must also navigate among her suitors to gather intelligence. After hastily dressing the girl's gruesome wounds and applying a special medicinal powder, Ruola finally exhaled a long breath. "Your injuries are severe. You cannot engage in combat for a month, nor can you exert your energy. Otherwise, you risk paralysis." The girl, however, seemed not to hear. "I'm going back." With Ariel and the others from Lanzhou assisting, everyone should refrain from venturing out for the time being. "I will discreetly send daily necessities through the maid to a fixed location. Please be cautious when retrieving them." "Understood." "Very well. Go ahead," the girl said indifferently. "Xiaoing, do take care." The girl watched as Aunt Ruola leaped away, quickly taking the discarded clothes and vanishing into the forest, her heart momentarily easing, truly beset on all sides. "Grandma-ing, if it were you, how would you extricate yourself from this predicament?" she murmured, falling into deep thought. White Dew Mountain, Qingyan Temple. In the central square of the temple, a large cement platform gleamed under the blazing golden sunlight, where over 100 elite fighters surrounded the arena, yet none felt the heat. Each heart was as cold as I see. In the center stood a black-clad, golden-haired man, his demeanor calm, surrounded by 4 elder masters from the sect. Their white beards flowing, clad in green, the 4 were drenched in sweat. To the side, an elderly man in white robes bowed his head, his hand trembling slightly with a feather duster, revealing his extreme unease. The 2 middle-aged men standing behind him clenched their fists tightly, their nails digging into their palms without them noticing, their eyes fixated on the handsome young man with golden hair in the center. "Lord Gallon, we have conveyed your message as you requested. May I inquire if you have any further demands? It would be best to voice them all at once." The elderly man in white spoke in a low voice, his expression serious, yet the hint of submission in his tone was unmistakable. Gallon found it pointless to intimidate these ordinary masters. With his proficiency in dark arts, a mere exertion of power would render them incapable of resistance, instantly turning them into puppets under his control. Though they had practiced martial arts for many years and their vital energies were considerably stabilized, to Gallon, a larger ant remains an ant, easily crushed if one is not careful. Before even releasing his aura, the surrounding elders were already too frightened to move, unwilling to even counterattack. "I intend to make use of the White Dew sect's influence. The people from the Immortal Palace and the demonic sect will inevitably come, and I will need Master Yu to oversee the arrangements." "Are you truly so confident?" Yu Qingdai could not discern Gallon's depth. He felt the aura emanating from the other like an unfathomable ocean. Yet how could a human's vital energy reach such heights? This was evidently an illusion caused by secret martial arts. But he had never heard of such a martial art. He dared not act. He was one of the 3 absolutes of the Eastern continent, the strongest fighter. Winning would be expected, yet losing would deliver a devastating blow to the reputation of the White Dew sect. Confidence? Gallon raised an eyebrow, realizing that this was not merely a matter of confidence, but rather that the 2 parties were not on the same level. Regarding the Southern Sky Sacred Fist sect, "I happen to possess some recent intelligence." An elder with white hair beside Yu Qingdi suddenly spoke up. "Please, go ahead." Gallon directed his gaze towards the elder. The elder glanced at the sect leader, receiving a nod of affirmation before continuing. "The young master of the Immortal Palace is currently gathering experts to besiege the disciples of the Southern Sky sect, with full cooperation from the Lin family's army. I am uncertain of the outcome, as I have only just received this news. Besiege? Galen narrowed his eyes. Location? Unclear. However, we can investigate. In the sweltering heat of midsummer, did Xiaoying have any plans for a summer retreat? In the southern provinces under the jurisdiction of the Lin family, within Wanshur City, the capital of Nanfushi province, on the outskirts of a spacious courtyard, accompanied by several maidens in white skirts, Xiaoying had changed into a Western-style ensemble of a white blouse and black skirt. She strolled leisurely through the small garden, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man. The weather was stifling, with mists of water continuously sprayed about the courtyard to provide some respite from the heat. Xiaoying endured the pain in her back, pretending to leisurely admire the flowers in the corners of the courtyard for a summer retreat. My father mentioned that he has already ordered some square ice from the Zhao family shop, which has been placed in our room to radiate coolness. Even the hottest days won't be too unbearable. Square ice, indeed a fine idea, the young man chuckled. However, I have heard that the Zhao family shop is planning to relocate. Do you know any specifics? Not sure. It is said that recently there have been sightings of demonic martial artists nearby, who are notorious for committing heinous acts, and not only the Zhao family, but many merchants are considering moving further away. Even your Moonstar sect is unable to intervene, Xiaoying inquired, a hint of surprise in her tone. Naturally, we have our methods, but after the last leak which allowed those demonic martial artists to escape, we will not act rashly until we ascertain the source of the information. The young master of the Moonstar sect replied, quietly. He gazed at Xiaoying's profile with longing, given the recent turmoil. It may be prudent for you to temporarily move to my family's estate nearby, where you would have better protection. This, would it not trouble the sect leader? Xiaoying lowered her head, slightly bashful. Not at all. The young master of the Moonstar sect laughed heartily. After all, the previous leak may have compromised your relationship with us, and if you do not relocate, it is only a matter of time before you encounter danger. His voice dropped to a significant tone. Danger? Xiaoying felt a chill run down her spine, realizing she was being coerced. Demonic martial artists? It may well be that if I do not relocate, the experts of the Moonstar sect would not hesitate to play the part of demonic martial artists themselves. I will discuss this with my father, Xiaoying said, twirling a strand of her long hair around her finger. Xiaoying. The young master extended his hand, attempting to lift her chin, but she slightly dodged away. You are aware of my feelings. Please behave yourself. Young master. Xiaoying stepped back, her face flushed. Huh. The young master laughed, turning to leave with several attendants, his voice gradually fading as it drifted past the courtyard gate and into the distant clamor of the street. Xiaoying remained rooted to the spot, taking a deep breath. Only a single maid, Xiaoyu, remained by her side, looking at her mistress with concern. He suspects me. Xiaoying murmured. Surely not. Isn't he preparing to protect you? Xiaoyu gasped. Glancing around nervously, in truth, Xiaoyu was a disciple nurtured from a young age by the Southern Sky Sacred Fist sect. After the sect found Xiaoying and she took over, Xiaoyu had been by her side, tending to her daily needs. This seemingly gentle and courteous individual was, in fact, cunning and malicious, for otherwise, she would not have easily caught the attention of the young master, Jixing. With the recent leak of information, they would undoubtedly conduct thorough investigations, and Xiaoying was certain she had landed on their list of suspects. What should we do? Xiaoyu's face turned pale. The young master of the Moonstar sect was inherently ruthless. He was only suspicious now, not yet certain, else he would have acted decisively to capture her. Xiaoying paused. There is no need to panic at this moment. You must immediately arrange for an escape route for my parents. We won't have much time to deliberate. Understood. I will contact our people right away. Be cautious not to be discovered out of course. Watching Xiaoyu depart, Xiaoying gently twirled her hair, standing before a pot of white, three-petaled flowers. Lost in thought, that fellow undoubtedly harbors suspicions. Once he acts decisively, the Moonstar sect possesses 2 leaders and 3 martial artists. Given my current injuries, I am in no condition to fight, even if I were fully healed. I could not contend with those old fellows that in my present state, I might not even be able to withstand the advances of that lecherous young master. A comprehensive plan must be devised. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps from a dense crowd echoed from outside the courtyard. Bang! The courtyard door was flung open, and Xiaoyu, her upper body exposed, tumbled into the courtyard. She struggled to cover her pale, trembling chest, yet much of her form remained visible. "Miss," Xiaoyu cried out at a small maid, "I wondered who had betrayed our secrets," only to discover it was this little wretch, the voice of the young master of the Moonstar sect. Soft yet sinister, drifted in as he stepped into the courtyard, clutching a piece of Xiaoyu's white garment. "Xiaoyu." Xiao Ying's complexion drained of color as she rushed forward to support her maid. "You Anan, what are you doing?" She glared at the young master in exasperation, positioning her body protectively in front of Xiaoyu. "I am merely clarifying your betrayal." The young master, Yu Anan, smiled lightly. "This girl is an undercover agent planted by the demonic martial artist beside you. How dare she leak confidential information from our sect? And there's a possibility she harbors ulterior motives towards you. I am merely aiding you." "Demonic? I know nothing of any demons. She is my maid." "My closest sister." Xiao Ying's eyes brimmed with tears, half genuine and half feigned. "That I act for your own good. Do not blame me." Yu Anan maintained his composure, though a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. With a swift motion, he unfurled a white paper fan. Instantly, two young women rushed into the courtyard, seizing Xiaoyu and dragging her away. "You! Release her!" Xiao Ying attempted to intervene, but a sharp pain pierced her chest. The injuries from her previous outing were not merely superficial. The most severe damage was internal, inflicted by a forceful impact. In just a few exchanges, she was struck in the back by a master of the heart-crushing palm technique. "Do not blame me, Xiao Ying. Once demonic martial artists are involved, this matter is beyond my control." Yu Anan sighed softly. "Miss." Though merely 14, Xiaoyu had been an orphan raised and trained by the Southern Sky sect. Displaying no signs of weakness, "I am sorry. I kept this from you. Take her away." The courtyard door slammed shut once more, as Yu Anan ordered a cloak to be draped over Xiaoyu, concealing her exposed form. "Bind her and deliver her to my chamber tonight." "Yes." The two female guards responded quietly. Xiaoyu closed her eyes in despair, knowing her fate was sealed. Although Yu Anan appeared refined and cultured, possessing both talent and martial prowess, he was, at heart, a depraved libertine. In these chaotic times, it was rumored that he had once played with the lives of two 13-year-old maidens in a single night. Though the incident was suppressed, his infamy spread like wildfire. As for the leader of the Moonstar sect, he too was a monstrous pervert, reveling in the blood of youth in a misguided attempt to regain his own. Entering such a sect could spell dire consequences for her future. With a steely resolve, she bit down hard. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Ying clutched her heart in anguish, bracing herself against the wall, her body refusing to move. Darkness clouded her vision, as the pain within felt as though it were being ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. In the desolate black wasteland, two elders from the White Dew sect escorted a white horse-drawn carriage at a rapid pace. Surrounded by two squads of lightly armored knights, each wearing white leather gloves, clad in white robes, adorned with the prominent emblem of the Bailu Men in large white characters on their backs. The members of Bailu Men escort Galen in his quest to find the little immortal master. Unlike the atmosphere at headquarters, the expressions of the Bailu Men disciples are now filled with reverence. With even the two elders maintaining calm demeanors, devoid of any discontent. In recent days, Galen's casual guidance has not only elevated numerous disciples, but has also greatly benefited the two seasoned fighters among them. After years of stagnation, they feel the potential for a breakthrough, and Galen's consistently courteous demeanor, exuding grace at all times except when entering the mountain gates, has only deepened their admiration. Inside the carriage, Galen sits in quiet contemplation, his hands naturally forming a triangular seal before him. A faint azure aura swirls gently within, resembling a small blue eye of the storm. After a considerable time, he suddenly opens his eyes, and the aura dissipates into the air. The Chi technique of Bailu Men is indeed intriguing. It approaches the essence of the secret martial arts of life. He feels a sense of satisfaction, knowing that this technique has eluded mastery for centuries. In exchange for agreeing to refine the secret martial arts of the sect, the leader, Yu Qingdi, has granted him unrestricted access to the entire scripture pavilion for his perusal. While other secret martial arts and external combat techniques merely serve to enhance knowledge reserves, Galen finds himself particularly drawn to this technique that has remained unmastered for centuries. This martial art does not possess offensive capabilities, defensive strength, nor is it a formidable internal skill. Its sole purpose is to concentrate one's own vigor and blood essence, thereby unleashing a more refined aura. Galen is particularly interested because his own secret martial art of life has already crystallized into the most concentrated soul seed. Deeply embedded within his spirit, this moment, while cultivating the Chi technique, he discovers that it further refines the soul seed, albeit at a slow pace, yet he can indeed sense its enhancement. The difficulty of this martial art lies in the extremely precise manipulation of the Chi and blood essence, a task that comes effortlessly to Galen, but is akin to scaling the heavens for the martial artists of this world. He had not anticipated that a mere casual exploration would yield such unexpected rewards. As he disperses the hand seal, the carriage comes to a gradual halt, responding to his command even before the driver could rein in the horses, which stop of their own accord. The two accompanying elders are the first to react, scanning the surroundings with caution. The Bailu men experts nearby also grow tense, their energies swirling as they prepare for action. Suddenly, a soft, alluring female voice resonates from all directions. Truly, the hidden master of the South Heaven Sacred Fist sect. I believed I had concealed myself sufficiently, yet someone could discern my presence from 20 meters away. The voice carries an unusual accent from the eastern continent, and before it fades, a striking woman clad in a short black skirt and veiled face appears on the black earth ahead. Her dark hair elegantly tied back, holding a slender sword in hand, blocking the path of the carriage. Her bright, star-like eyes, with the corners slightly uplifted, convey an enigmatic smile. The enchantress Lola. One of the elders cannot help but exclaim in shock. The demonic sect has emerged. The other elder swiftly conjures two silvered daggers into his palms, yet his expression remains grave. The Bailu men experts, having never engaged with the forces of the demonic sect, instantly grasp the gravity of the situation upon witnessing the elders' serious demeanor, their hearts sinking. Might the self-proclaimed master of Baiyu men, a hidden expert, not wish to step down for a meeting? Lola approaches the carriage with a graceful smile. As her toes touch the ground within 10 meters of the carriage, her expression abruptly shifts, and her smile freezes. Suddenly, she leaps into the air, as if propelled by a bowstring. Hurtling backward as if fleeing, the carriage curtain flutters slightly, and a hand reaches out, aiming directly for the enchantress. Lola retreats several dozen meters, her breath escaping her as she lands and swiftly backpedals. That hand, seemingly transcending space, possesses a peculiar magical force that captivates everyone's gaze, yet none notice the identity of its owner. In an instant, the hand traverses the distance, gently grasping her throat beneath her pale, terrified visage. The surroundings flicker momentarily. In a blink, Lola finds herself seated within the carriage, unable to move, her form submissively resting on the lap of the man inside, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall. Ulan, are you well? Galen gently caresses Lola's long hair. The tremors of her previously quaking body cease, and she struggles to lift her head, only to behold the visage of a man as striking as the sun god. The former marshal of the Mo Xiang sect, Ulan, had once orchestrated a scheme that left a profound impression on Galen. Although Lola does not resemble Ulan in appearance, the lively aura she exudes is strikingly similar. It is evident she could not have acquired such a presence without Ulan's influence. The journey resumes. The experts of Bailu men exchange glances, bewildered by the ease with which Lola was captured, rendered utterly defenseless. Perhaps that person is not truly affiliated with the demonic sect, merely an impostor. Someone whispers. The two elders swallow hard, exchanging glances that reveal their mutual astonishment. They had elevated Galen's martial prowess in their minds, yet they had not anticipated it reaching such heights. While others may be oblivious, as fighters, they can sense the profound vitality emanating from Lola upon her arrival. She is indeed a formidable expert, surpassing them without question. Yet under Galen's command, she is as helpless as a chick. Such martial prowess, could it render one invincible? The carriage soon resumes its gentle movement. Inside, Lola's restraints are lifted, yet she remains sprawled across Galen's lap. a delicate fragrance wafting from her, enveloping the carriage in a serene ambience that soothes the spirit. Do you truly know Master Ulan? She inquires softly, her tone fragile, evoking a potent sense of tenderness. Akin to a charming creature that stirs the protective instincts of men, you bear a striking resemblance to her. Galen allows Lola to rest on his knee, his hand weaving through her silky dark hair. Are you truly the legendary master of Bayun Man, the foremost divine general of the South Heaven Sacred Fist sect? Lola gently probes, realizing that resistance is futile and that the other party currently harbors no malice. It would be wise to clarify the situation first. Galen smiles slightly, refraining from answering, instead turning to gaze out of the carriage window. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds erupts from the far distance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. It seems the Hu army is conducting drills. Lola muses, her eyes shifting to, I wonder what the sect master intends to achieve by making an appearance now. The leader of the Hu army, Hu Qingji, has a favorable relationship with my demonic sect. Perhaps I could be of assistance to you. The Hu family army, you say? Galen glances in that direction. My objective is simple. I merely seek to locate the individuals from the Immortal Palace. And once you find them, what intentions does your Mo Xiang sect harbor in seeking me out? Galen smiles, refraining from providing a direct answer, instead posing a counter-question. Upon hearing the mention of the Mo Xiang sect, Lola's heart sinks momentarily. With the fall of our marshal, the Mo sect has declined, and I, Lola, was obliged to seek out a supporter for our sect. Thus, upon learning of the sect master's emergence, I hastened to arrive. She feigns a pitiful expression that if the sect master could agree to become an honorary elder of our sect, Lola, I shall comply with your every command. The gentle fragrance within the carriage suddenly dissipates, replaced by an abrupt gust of cold wind that swiftly vanishes. Sect master. Lola trembles, her voice pleading, I did not intend to. As she pleads, her body subtly channels her vigor, the blade in her hand slightly ajar. Lola raises her face, disbelief evident in her eyes. It is crucial to note that within the Immortal Palace of the Mo sect, aside from the Immortal Master and the Marshal, the strongest are the little Immortal Master and herself, with all other fighters placed beneath them. The two individuals are undoubtedly masters of the solidification of aura. Previously unprepared, their accidental capture could be attributed to a momentary lapse in vigilance. However, at this juncture, their entire being surged with activated vitality, even covertly employing several secret techniques to enhance their explosive power. Yet, to their astonishment, a mere gentle tap from their opponent completely dispersed their accumulated energy without inflicting any harm upon themselves. Such mastery in manipulating various secret arts to gather and channel qi is a feat that, even for those of superior strength, would merely result in the scattering of energy, often at the cost of suffering backlash from their own techniques. Yet this individual effortlessly shattered all their energy consolidation without causing them the slightest injury. This capability, this level of power could only be achieved through a profound understanding of one's own cultivation of secret techniques and a familiarity with the intricacies of qi flow, requiring an opponent's strength to be at least one tier above their own. Yet, this person before them executed it with such nonchalance. The waves of astonishment washed over Lola, one after another. She mused internally that given her current cultivation, even if her master were alive, such a feat would be unattainable. Perhaps only a celestial lord, post-breakthrough in the celestial palace, might possess such potential. A celestial lord? Could it be in a fleeting moment? Both individuals fell silent, enveloped in a gentle stillness within the carriage. Galen reflected slightly, pondering that for others, the path ahead of strength had come to an end, while for him, the road seemed to stretch infinitely. Clang, clang, time passed gradually, when a white western clock hanging inside the carriage suddenly chimed. The two glanced at the clock face. 16:00, sitting on her knees beside a low table. Laura's expression shifted subtly. Lord Galen, if you truly are the century's king who battled against the original celestial lord, then perhaps that young lad in the provincial city is your sister's grandson. Oh, Galen was taken aback. I have met him a few times, Laura murmured softly. That young lad is the current leader of the Southern Celestial Gate. After your disappearance following the Battle of Black Smoke Island, the Southern Celestial Gate experienced a schism. The Heavenly Generals established their own faction, severing ties with the sect. Originally, the Southern Celestial Gate was a product of the amalgamation of the 12 Southern Gates, without a spiritual symbol or unified leader. Such division was inevitable. Some factions joined the Celestial Palace, while others allied with my demonic sect. The remnants of the original faction combined with the White Cloud Gate, forming what is now the prototype of the Southern Celestial Gate. Continue. Galen listened intently, intrigued to hear a complete account of the formation and evolution of the Southern Celestial Gate, surprised to learn it was indeed a product of fusion with the White Cloud Gate. Laura gathered her thoughts. The Southern Sacred Fist Gate lost its sacred fist and could only be named the Southern Celestial Gate. Its leader, Inger, with the backing of the Star Circle Gate and the King of Nightmares, managed to maintain reasonable operations. However, Inger later passed away due to illness, leaving behind 2 adopted sons and daughters, which led to yet another power struggle within the Southern Celestial Gate, with the absence of the old ties. The Star Circle Gate and the King of Nightmares ceased their support, allowing the Celestial Palace to take advantage of the situation. Although my demonic sect endeavored to provide assistance, it was still. She feigned an expression of profound regret, her words imbued with sincerity, making anyone who listened feel that her concern for the Southern Celestial Gate's development was genuine. Galen's eyes flickered with a hint of emotion upon hearing of Inger's demise. So, the martial prohibition order came into existence then? Yes, Laura nodded, and one anticipated that the late Inger would place genuine hope in a young girl of the next generation. That'd be why the time this realization dawned. The Celestial Palace's dominion was established, and my demonic sect sought to lend a hand. But now, we can barely ensure our own survival. Laura displayed a heart-wrenching demeanor, her words laden with emotion. And what is the current situation with the White Cloud Gate? Galen inquired, appearing surprisingly calm. Are you referring to that small sect in Lanzhou? Laura quickly adjusted her posture. That was indeed established by disciples of the White Cloud Gate. However, it has long since lost its lineage and only practices inferior secret arts. She seemed well-informed, befitting her status as the leader of the demonic sect, the foremost figure following the demise of the sect's martial chief. She cast a sidelong glance at Galen. Do you intend to rebuild the sect? Galen smiled faintly without replying. And what of Andrelia and the King of Nightmares? Are they well? The esteemed Andrelia is currently the strongest swordmaster of the Star Circle Gate, presiding over the entire sect, and has not taken action for many years. As for the King of Nightmares, his whereabouts remain unknown, as you are aware. This elder is capricious and unpredictable, and no one can ascertain his location. The only known fact is that he is still among the living, adapting to local customs. Laura spoke fluently in the Eastern dialect, her choice of words precise and appropriate, though Galen's knowledge of the Eastern dialect stemmed merely from exchanges with a soldier named Zhao. He found himself less articulate than her. Andrelia and the King of Nightmares were once close companions, seldom apart. Galen understood that locating one would likely lead to the other being nearby. Please notify the Star Circle Gate. Urging Andrelia to bring the King of Nightmares here post-haste, Galen stated matter-of-factly. Relay the exact message. Laura's heart raced. Both the Star Circle Swordmaster and the King of Nightmares were unparalleled masters, their powers immeasurable after years of inactivity. Even the Celestial Lord had tolerated the Star Circle Gate's repeated interventions on behalf of the Southern Celestial Gate. Rumors suggested that the two, when united, could even rival the Celestial Lord. Of course. Galen turned his gaze outside the carriage, observing the black, desolate grasslands swept by the wind, rippling in deep green waves. Suddenly, a black dove flapped its wings and flew into the carriage, landing lightly in Laura's hand. She exchanged a glance with Galen, then casually grasped one of the dove's legs, removing the black scroll tied to it. After untying the black thread and unfurling the scroll, a fleeting glance at its contents caused her expression to shift slightly. Lord, we may need to hasten our pace. The situation in the provincial city has changed. The Southern Celestial Gate's leader may be in danger. Elaborate, Galen's expression grew serious. The leader of the Southern Celestial Gate, Sakura Inger, has been placed under house arrest. The young Celestial Lord has likely discovered her true identity. Before she could finish her sentence, Laura felt a sudden tightening around her waist, and in an instant, she found herself cradled in Galen's arms as he sprinted away from the carriage, racing across the black wilderness. The wind howled past her ears, accompanied by a faint whistling sound as the surrounding scenery blurred into a haze, moving at such a speed that even her dynamic vision struggled to keep up. Point the way, came Galen's voice beside her. In a state of shock, Laura managed to glance ahead, observing the wilderness. Scattered rocks and the winding gray-white road all blurring past, interspersed with glimpses of a small river on the grassland, moving at a pace that was more than double her own. I can't see clearly, Laura admitted, feeling a sense of embarrassment as the current foremost expert of the demonic sect found herself unable to discern the direction. She had now completely convinced herself of Galen's identity as the Century's king. Although she was unaware of why he differed from the historical accounts, it was not the crux of the matter. The Celestial Palace's rumored eye of all thoughts purportedly contained techniques for preserving one's soul through mental powers. Should one find a suitable vessel to possess, it could lead to a form of rebirth. Galen had to intermittently slow his speed to allow Laura to recognize their direction. In the provincial capital of Nanfu. Within the city of Wanxi, Sakura sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, her expression icy. Her adoptive parents sat opposite her, visibly tense. Her guardians consisted of a middle-aged man with a black goatee, who bore a striking resemblance to the thin, scholarly individuals, and a somewhat plump noblewoman adorned in red, draped in a necklace of large pearls. Two maidservants stood nearby, equally anxious, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the courtyard wall. Sakura, what exactly are the people from the Moonstar Gate doing outside? The man with the goatee inquired softly, his voice trembling slightly. Sakura cast a glance at the courtyard door, where the sound of patrolling footsteps from the Moonstar Gate intermittently reached her ears. I'm not entirely sure, she replied, guilt gnawing at her heart as she recognized her involvement had put her adoptive parents at risk. The young master of the Moonstar Gate will be arriving shortly. Claiming he wishes to invite you to visit their sect, her adoptive mother murmured, There's no need to rush. I will go with them shortly. Rest assured, father and mother, you will not come to harm. Sakura forced a smile, though it was strained. Her foremost concern was to ensure her adoptive parents' safety while also preventing the Southern Celestial Gate from attempting to rescue her. This is a trap. She had been certain of this from the beginning. They might not be aware of her status as the leader of the Southern Celestial Gate, but they undoubtedly knew of her connections, and using her as bait to lure out other sect members was a highly plausible plan. Though young, Sakura possessed an unusually mature mindset. Faced with such peril, she racked her brain for a way to escape danger. Moreover, Xiaoyu had also been captured, and the thought of rescuing her seemed daunting. If all else fails, we could pretend to submit to that person and look for an opportunity to escape later. Her father suggested in a hushed tone. Sakura forced a bitter smile. If it were that easy to escape, she would have welcomed it. She had painstakingly overheard the guards' conversations outside, using her martial artist's heightened senses to realize that the provincial city had become a massive prison, with the young Celestial Lord concentrating all available manpower, including more than 10 martial artist-level experts, far beyond what they could fathom. Bang! The courtyard door was suddenly smashed open. Two burly men from the Moonstar Gate strode in. Miss Sakura, our young master requests your presence, the man on the left announced loudly. Sakura felt a chill run down her spine as she rose to her feet, offering a few soothing words to her parents before following the two men outside. To her surprise, she found Xiaoyu standing at the entrance, her eyes swollen with tears. She had attempted to take her own life, but had failed, as an ordinary person under the scrutiny of numerous experts. Even suicide was impossible. Surrounding them were no fewer than 20 members of the Moonstar Gate, along with a white-clad elder observing coldly from the side. Please, Miss Sakura, the elder said, his tone indifferent. Sakura shot him a glance, her expression icy as she grasped Xiaoyu's hand and stepped into the awaiting moon-white sedan chair. Lift! The bearers raised the sedan chair, moving swiftly as they chose secluded and quiet routes. After approximately 10 minutes, the sedan chair came to a halt, and the curtain was drawn back by the bearers. Dressed in a moon-white gown, Sakura found her attire matching the color of the sedan chair. With a cold expression, she pulled Xiaoyu out, revealing a spacious courtyard that was unmistakably not the Moonstar Gate. She had visited the Moonstar Gate before and was well aware that its courtyard did not resemble this one. The courtyard was adorned with artificial mountains and ponds, where koi fish leisurely glided through the water. Standing by the pond was a young man with blue hair, dressed in a white suit, sprinkling fish food with a smile as he fed the koi. This individual was certainly not affiliated with the Moonstar Gate. Upon seeing him, Xiao Ying's pupils constricted instantly, recognizing his identity. Jiexiong, the celestial prince of the Immortal Palace, the true mastermind behind the recent campaign to eradicate the Southern Heaven Gate. Almost immediately, Xiao Ying sensed something was amiss. The entire courtyard was devoid of any outsiders. Even the sedan bearer who had brought her here had quietly slipped away. With her keen senses, she discerned that within a radius of 100 meters, there was not a single person present. Only the three of them. Jiexiong. He was deliberately granting them an opportunity, a chance for the Southern Heaven Gate to mount a rescue. This was not a trap, nor an ambush. It was a blatant scheme designed to utterly crush them. He intended to confront the full might of the Southern Heaven Gate with nothing but his own strength. He had brazenly removed all personnel, openly providing the Southern Heaven Gate with the opportunity to encircle him and rescue the hostages. Yet instinctively, Xiao Ying felt something was off. Jiexiong was not known for his straightforwardness according to rumors. His ambush must be hidden elsewhere. Did you think I was waiting for you? Jiexiong smiled. You are mistaken. I do not understand what you are saying, Xiao Ying replied coolly. Jiexiong remained unfazed. This venue was prepared for that suddenly appearing individual. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the shadows of the courtyard. Simultaneously, figures clad in black began to emerge from the surrounding darkness. Xiao Ying recognized each of them. Aunt Rolla, the teacher from the Moon Academy who had come from Blue Continent, Uncle Lin Feng, and Sister Alier. All the remaining experts from the Southern Heaven Gate had arrived. However, only Aunt Rolla and the Moon Academy teacher were fighters. The others, her heart plummeted. They were completely unaware that Jiexiong had gathered the entire extermination team. Without any intelligence from her, they were effectively blind. The black-clad members of the Southern Heaven Gate began to advance, encircling Jiexiong. Jiexiong, surrender, Aunt Rolla commanded, gripping her dual daggers, her expression tense. Yet with so many people present, even the legendary prince should be able to be challenged. Both she and the Moon Academy teacher were considered strong among fighters at the liquefied spirit level. The little celestial prince should belong to the solidified spirit level. The disparity was merely a matter of degree, and they should have an opportunity to overwhelm him. She had previously faced off against solidified spirit masters, and there was indeed a significant difference. The little celestial prince, being young, could not possibly have reached an advanced level. Jiexiong smiled slightly. Come at me all at once. Before his words could settle, he abruptly raised his right hand, shielding himself. Bang! A black whip-like leg suddenly appeared, the assailant's legs intertwining like two whips forming an oval, striking towards his temples from either side. With two soft sounds, Jiexiong deftly tapped his fingers, accurately striking the opponent's ankle, executing a spin that sent two silent streaks of cold light to repel Aunt Rolla, as his form instantly generated a series of afterimages retreating swiftly. Swoosh! He flicked his right hand, and a silver line shot forth, exploding with a clang, transforming into a flurry of silver stars that burst throughout the courtyard. In an instant, they rained down like droplets, embedding themselves into walls, the ground, the pond, and the artificial mountains, creating a dense array of silver needles. The members of the Southern Heaven Gate narrowly avoided the projectiles, ready to pursue, only to find that Jiexiong had vanished from his original position. Ugh! A black-clad individual groaned, clutching his shoulder as he staggered back. The Southern Heaven Gate is nothing but this. Jiexiong's figure morphed into a thin shadow, darting through the courtyard with lightning speed. Each flicker of silver light appeared and vanished, striking down a black-clad fighter with every movement. In mere minutes, 4 black-clad individuals had sustained injuries, and Aunt Rolla, while trying to protect Xiao Ying and Xiao Yu, was in a dire state, with needles embedded in her back and shoulder. Fortunately, the needles caused no peculiar sensations, and her injuries were not severe. Amidst the chaos, a large battalion of soldiers in yellow uniforms surrounded the courtyard, with fighters from the extermination team appearing atop the surrounding walls, encircled by martial weapons and firearms. While several mortars were being readied not far off, the yellow-uniformed officer strode into the courtyard accompanied by a fighter. Additionally, the master of the Moonstar Gate, along with two elders and the young master Yuanan, were present. The members of the Southern Heaven Gate were directly forced together, surrounded by dozens of firearms. The little celestial prince is indeed wise. He anticipated that they would come to the rescue. The yellow-uniformed officer laughed heartily in praise. These remnants of the Southern Heaven Gate, roaming and committing heinous acts. Today we can capture them all in one fell swoop. The little celestial prince has truly made a significant contribution to the security of my jurisdiction. You flatter me, Officer Lin, Jiexiang replied, smiling as he gathered a few individuals around him. There were a total of 13 fighters present, including those from the Moonstar Gate, representing nearly the strongest force within the 3 provinces. Attempting to break through such an overwhelming force would be akin to a fool's errand. Had it not been for previous considerations, the Southern Heaven Gate would not have lasted this long. He cast a disdainful glance at the injured black-clad individuals. With a slight maneuver, he had captured them all without the slightest effort. Boom! Suddenly, from outside the encirclement, a black streak shot in like a knife, piercing through the ranks of soldiers, crashing into the courtyard with a loud bang. It's not an emergency if it doesn't arrive at the last moment. A delicate girl's voice echoed amidst the swirling dust. As long as the objective is achieved, a man's voice chimed in. The sound of gun chambers clicking filled the air, with dozens of soldiers appearing tense, aware that top-tier fighters were arriving. The yellow-uniformed officer discreetly stepped back a few paces, allowing the fighters behind him to shield him. The fighters beside the little celestial prince grew solemn, realizing that an extraordinary master had arrived. Although they had been mentally prepared, facing it in reality still stirred anxiety. Demonis Laura, are you going to interfere? Jiexiang's expression shifted. Interfere? Laura giggled. This little girl wouldn't dare disturb a divine general's elegant demeanor. As the dust settled, figures gradually became visible. The Demonis, clad in a black silk skirt, should have drawn all attention. Yet at that moment, it seemed as though all focus was captivated by another golden-haired man. He was a strikingly handsome figure with shoulder-length golden hair, calm demeanor, and wine-red eyes. Surrounded by wisps of ethereal blue mist, the Southern Heaven Gate members, who had been on edge, felt their hearts drop. Aunt Rola's grip on her weapon slackened. Too weak, the man observed, his gaze resting on the members of the Southern Heaven Gate. Indeed, far too weak. Jiexiang began to speak with a smile, but suddenly his expression changed drastically. The golden-haired man's face seemed to materialize before him in an instant. Swoosh. Pain shot through his brow, and he stood frozen as blood gushed from the back of his head, splattering against the wall behind him. A chilling aura emanated from beside them. The eye of all thoughts. How nostalgic. Galen gently retracted his finger, revealing a bloodied eyeball that he had extracted from Jiexiang's forehead. The celestial prince will not let you go, thud. Jiexiang's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The entire scene fell into a profound silence. Bang! A soldier accidentally discharged his weapon. The bullet struck the ground at Galen's feet, creating a small crater in the damp earth of the courtyard. Galen squeezed the eyeball in his hand, the source of his telekinetic power. The eye of all thoughts, seemingly imbued with a peculiar magic, attempting to break free from his grasp. Yet he held it firmly. The vitality of fighters was remarkably resilient. Even a master from the Star Ring who had yet to enter the fighter realm, someone whose name Galen had forgotten, had struggled for a long time before succumbing to his injuries. Now, seeing Jiexiang's head, wounded, yet still capable of movement, Galen was not surprised. But what truly astonished him was that the extracted eyeball seemed to possess its own consciousness, struggling as if it were alive. This was quite peculiar. With a slight shift in his thoughts, a wisp of ethereal blue mist enveloped the eyeball in his hand, freezing it into a glistening orb of ice. He cast his gaze around, settling on the petite figure of Xiao Ying in the center, his expression momentarily stunned. Make your move. With a sudden, thunderous roar, the soldiers encircling everyone simultaneously pulled their triggers. In the distance, mortars erupted with deafening blast. In that fleeting moment, the Lin family army launched a collective assault. Countless bullets and shells rained down upon the courtyard, as if money were of no concern, pouring in with reckless abandon. Boom! The center of the courtyard erupted in a cacophony, leaving everyone's ears ringing, with the acrid smoke of gunpowder and debris swirling chaotically, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Water, the simple voice, gradually resonated through the courtyard. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept outward from the center of the courtyard, a moist and cool zephyr that caressed like a whispering wind. The officers of the Lin family army retreated to a safe distance, watching as the remaining fighters split into several groups. One rushed to retrieve the body of Jexiang, while another had already fled several dozen meters away, leaving only a few foolishly standing their ground. Facing the witch, Laura, at the moment the breeze passed, an eerie scene unfolded. Whoosh! Simultaneously, the sounds of gunfire and explosions ceased, as all soldiers were engulfed in ethereal blue flames, freezing in place, motionless. This flame did not scorch their bodies but formed a crystalline blue layer of ice, swiftly enveloping them, creating numerous blue ice sculptures. Around the courtyard, dozens of soldiers, along with several fighters, were suddenly ignited by blue flames, resembling a multitude of blue torches standing against the walls, casting a ghostly blue light over a vast area. Gulp! The witch, Laura, turned pale, swallowing hard, her skin taking on a bluish hue in the flickering light. She surveyed her surroundings as if time had momentarily stilled. Countless craters, formed by bullets and shells, littered the ground at Galen's feet. Yet he remained untouched. Bang! In an instant, numerous ice sculptures shattered, scattering like shards of crystal across the ground. The sculptures on the walls fell, crashing to the earth, while those in the courtyard collapsed, transforming into blue shards interspersed with blood-red fragments. Unlike ordinary individuals, only the more than 10 fighters retained most of their intact forms after the blue flames and ice shattered, yet they had already lost all vitality in that fleeting moment. Within and beyond the courtyard, only the officer in the yellow military uniform and the group in the center at the South Heaven Gate remained alive. Thud! The officer's legs trembled, and he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, unable to utter a word, merely quivering lips betraying his fear. Galen, disinterested, averted his gaze. He entrusted the handling of this matter to you. The military strength of this region must remain under his control. Laura, along with the 4 from the Moon Interval, shielded Xiaoying, each wearing expressions of tension and gravity. May I inquire who you are? The elder from the Moon Interval stepped forward, his voice grave. Galen smiled, extending his palm, as countless blue ice crystals rapidly melted, coalescing into delicate streams of blue water that gathered in his hand, transforming into a swirling flame of ghostly blue. Whose disciple are you? The 8-armed Dragon King Yoda, or perhaps the 3rd senior brother Garcia? He withdrew his palm, yet the astonishing spectacle he exhibited paled in comparison to the impact of his words. Wait, Master Yoda. The elder stammered, his eyes flickering with excitement, as if he had grasped something profound. Galen, sensing the moment, suddenly chuckled with mild surprise that you've even learned to write under the tutelage of Celine and Sulin. Could you? The elder stepped closer, visibly agitated, for to possess such knowledge, aside from that individual, perhaps no one else could. I am Galen. His gaze traversed the crowd, landing on Xiaoying, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Inger from years past. The moment his words fell, silence enveloped the space. The people of the South Heaven Gate, aside from swallowing hard, were largely incredulous. For a time, they could hardly accept the reality. The legendary Lord of the White Cloud had been missing for 60 years. With no news of his survival following the nuclear strike, everyone presumed him dead. Now, suddenly, a man emerged claiming to be Galen. It was difficult for anyone to accept this truth. Yet, aside from Galen, who else could freeze dozens of soldiers in an instant, rendering over 10 fighters before him as helpless as infants? Such a master would have no need to deceive them. After my battle with Cienfran, peculiar and troublesome events ensued. In short, by a stroke of fate, I survived yet could not return until now. Galen reminisced lightly about that initial battle. He suddenly fixed his gaze upon Xiaoying. Is Inger dead? Xiaoying bit her lip, lowering her head in silence that a wave of melancholy washed over Galen. While he pursued endless power, he had inadvertently overlooked the feelings and existence of those around him. time had flown by. And all that once was had transformed beyond recognition. The opportunity to reclaim it had slipped away. The South Heaven Gate emerged in Dongzhou, with the first divine General Galan appearing, slaying 14 top fighters, including Jexiang, thus bringing the entire Lin family army's control over 3 provinces into the hands of the South Heaven Gate. This news spread like a hurricane, swiftly traversing the airwaves throughout Dongzhou, and crossing oceans to Shiyin, Wuxing, and Lanzhou, as numerous masters, upon receiving this intelligence, were compelled to dispatch individuals to verify the claims, with some fighters even traveling personally. The 3 great nations' governments were rife with undercurrents. Outwardly silent, yet clandestinely deploying vast numbers of spies and masters, collaborating with the forces of the Immortal Palace and the Demon Gate to head towards Dongzhou. The news of the young Immortal Lord Jexiang's death reverberated like a seismic shock, unsettling not only the Immortal Palace but also the Visman Empire, the Star Ring Gate, and the Red Sandsword Gate. The entire martial world was thrown into chaos, with the first to react being the mightiest swordsman of the Star Ring Gate, Andrilia. Meanwhile, Galan, having consolidated the military forces of the 3 provinces, continuously summoned members of the White Cloud Gate and the South Heaven Gate. Over the years, through the Immortal Palace's propaganda, the South Heaven Gate had transformed into a faction of demonic warriors. And with his emergence, the once esteemed first divine general was now distorted into a demon general by this ill repute. After reuniting with Xiaoying and others, he quietly awaited the arrival of Andrilia and her companion in the provincial capital, while also anticipating the assault of the Immortal Palace's Immortal Lord. Atop the black-red tower, the night wind howled fiercely. Galan stood at the pinnacle, gazing down at the nocturnal landscape of the provincial city. On the darkened earth, countless pale yellow lights twinkled like myriad stars, some flickering to life while others dimmed, resembling a river of light, yet devoid of movement. Reclining on the slanted tower's summit, Galan was wrapped in a black cloak edged with gold, billowing in the wind. Xiaoying knelt beside him, gently pouring wine into a delicate white porcelain cup. Since their recognition of one another, Xiaoying had finally liberated herself from the burdensome responsibilities that had weighed her down, seemingly regaining some of the vivacious nature befitting her T.O. Galan. She was reminiscent of Inger, and he took great care of her. The young girl felt a deep affinity towards him as well, despite her youthful appearance making it difficult for her to perceive him as an elder. Thus, an oddly egalitarian rapport was established between them. "Master, what are you contemplating?" Perhaps still regarding grandmother, Xiaoying set down the wine jug, observing Galan's profile, illuminated by the moonlight, casting him in a silvery glow akin to a lunar deity. "Many times, seeing you reminds me of her," Galan mused, taking a gentle sip from his cup, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. "You bear an uncanny resemblance, is that so?" Xiaoying smiled. She had heard her grandmother speak of Master, his elder brother, before. She swept aside the wind-tousled strands of hair and paused. "It feels surreal, as if in a dream, only to blink and find my brother transformed into an unimaginably powerful figure." Those were grandmother's exact words. Upon reflection, perhaps I have been selfish all along, focusing solely on my own strength, oblivious to the changes I brought upon those around me, which may not have solely been beneficial. If Inger were merely an ordinary person, perhaps she would have found greater happiness. Galan's voice softened as he swirled the wine in his glass, his gaze towards Xiaoying tinged with guilt. The burden Xiaoying carries at such a young age might have been much lighter. "Grandmother did not blame you," Xiaoying replied with a smile, "that I do not blame you either. Everyone has the right to choose their own path, be it a mundane life or one where they seize their destiny. I am grateful to you for the initial changes you brought, granting me the freedom to choose. You are still so young." Galan's expression softened. In Dongzhou, there's an ancient saying, "The accomplished take precedence." Regardless of age, Xiaoying's demeanor shifted to seriousness. For a moment, she hesitated. "I have a question that I am quite curious about, though I'm aware it may be impolite. May I ask?" "Go ahead, but I cannot guarantee I will answer all." Jialong blinked his eyes and smiled as he spoke. Sakura hesitated for a moment, then looked up into Jialong's eyes. "Master, is it possible for you to attain immortality?" Jialong chuckled softly, finding humor in her query that if one were to merely consider my physical form, I might indeed be deemed a representation of immortality. However, his smile faded as he recalled the malevolent god-king of the totem world. In this world, true immortality does not exist. Even if the body remains unscathed, the soul will inevitably decay. This is a truth you must grasp. He then remembered his initial encounter with the Phoenix demon. The powerful woman who claimed to be immortal, only to end up sealed away, her mind shattered, perhaps a consequence of her soul's transformation. What in this world can truly be eternal? All things, even rocks, will eventually turn to dust, melted by heat or corroded by acid. Gold may endure for millennia, yet it too cannot withstand extreme temperatures. Life ebbs and flows, an unceasing cycle of birth and death. What may seem enduring is merely a prolonged cycle of existence in the grand tapestry of the universe. What of thoughts? Sakura pondered seriously. When knowledge bears the mark of time, it may perhaps be passed down for over a millennium. Yet it remains within the confines of human reproduction and its cycles, Jialong remarked, gently tousling Sakura's hair and playfully pinching her cheek, watching as her face flushed with embarrassment. Not overthink it. You are at the prime of your youth. It was a sentiment Sakura had never fully embraced, having grown up under Ying's stringent care, devoid of such tender gestures, following a tumultuous upheaval, despite her adoptive parents' kindness. She lived in constant trepidation, the weight of Nan Tianmin's expectations pressing down on her, leaving her no moment of reprieve. She found solace as she inched closer to Jialong, her cheeks growing ever rosier. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed he was gazing down at the spire, seemingly captivated by something intriguing, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. Suddenly, a fleeting white figure appeared nearby, halting beside Jialong. The newcomer bore a long sword at his waist, possessing striking features, with a small patch of grizzled beard adorning his chin and eyes that sparkled like the brightest stars under the moonlight. Sakura had never encountered anyone whose eyes shone with such brilliance, shimmering with threads of silver light. The man's short, graying hair billowed in the wind, yet his gaze remained fixed on the reclining Jialong. 60 years have passed, and you have aged, Jialong murmured. The man's expression was peculiar. You, of all people, should not be the one to say that. Jialong stroked his chin, realizing it felt surprisingly smooth. Indeed, having acquired the sinister power of cold flame true water, his body aged at a pace far slower than that of an ordinary person. And the nightmare? Andalila's expression darkened. Have you heard of genetic collapse? Jialong was taken aback. 3 years after your disappearance. She bled uncontrollably. I tried every means to save her, but to no avail. Andalila spoke calmly, perhaps as a punishment from the heavens for her reckless transformation of identity. Jialong had sensed from the outset that the Nightmare King was inherently flawed. Such frequent alterations at the very essence of life could lead to instability, and now it seemed that had indeed come to pass. Andalila's demeanor remained serene, as if recounting the tale of another. After her demise, I gathered her remaining forces, masquerading as the Nightmare King to preserve the Star Ring and the Sea Witch organization to the greatest extent possible. Alas, I was ultimately uncovered by the Celestial Lord. We clashed thrice. I emerged grievously wounded while he sustained only minor injuries, and this time he even managed to break through. Impressive? Jialong raised an eyebrow. Compared to your previous proximity to victory, now that you have returned, I feel at ease. Andalila finally offered a gentle smile. Beyond the Celestial Lord, I have something of greater significance to discuss with you. Sakura's eyes widened, entirely unaware of the nature of their relationship. They were said to be friends, yet Jialong's demeanor after the loss of the other seemed more contemplative than sorrowful. Jialong pinched Sakura's cheek, chuckling softly. Since we have reunited with an old friend, it is time to expedite certain matters. Especially after witnessing Ying's grave, his urgency heightened. Now that we are here, let us bring forth those who hide in the shadows. Evasion is not the style of Xianfran of yore. He surveyed the surroundings before rising to his feet atop the spire. He felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. At this moment, his strength was such that confronting the pinnacle of power in this world felt akin to an adult striking a child. The disparity even more pronounced. Was his fate truly to weep over the plight of infants? With a series of swift sounds slicing through the air, two figures materialized in the void opposite the spire. In the night sky, Two men clad in silver robes appeared, as if standing on solid ground while suspended in the wind. They stood side by side. The man on the left bore an enigmatic visage. One side male, the other female, robust yet adorned with jewelry typically associated with women. Their nails painted a delicate pink. A gentle breeze carried a potent scent of perfume. The figure on the right was a stark contrast. His face marred by burns, with only one eye open, the other seemingly rendered useless. Yet upon a mere glance, Jialong instantly recognized his identity. Mother of the Fire Sparrow, he exclaimed in astonishment. The disfigured man nodded slightly. I did not expect to see you alive, Jialong. For an elite warrior, that familiar aura could be recalled instantly. Even after so many years, he still clutched the small elven sword, its crimson blade glimmering with a silvery sheen under the moonlight. I never imagined you would survive, Jialong remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Memories of their encounter at the elven grave vivid in his mind. He scanned the darkness surrounding the base of the tower. The concealed presences akin to torches amidst the gloom, remarkably clear to his perception. I offer you a chance. Come at me together. Arrogant, the androgynous figure rebuked sharply. Is this the caliber of the Celestial Lord? Jialong assessed the individual, recognizing him as the strongest presence among them, one who surpassed even the mother of the Fire Sparrow. Rumored to be the Celestial Lord, he couldn't fathom that the once great Xianfran had left behind such a disgrace as his successor. With a swift motion, he summoned countless wisps of azure mist enveloping his form. An ice-blue crystal war spear gradually coalesced from the fog, resting in his grasp. The spear towered over him, adorned with intricate silver-edged runes. As if a blue-black serpent slithered upon it, its slender body covered in countless fine, tough scales reminiscent of a coiling dragon. The Celestial Lord and the Mother of the Fire Sparrow exchanged solemn glances, their expressions turning grave as Jialong's aura expanded like an abyssal sea, akin to the eye of a storm, radiating intense, frigid air. Ancient secret weapon, the Celestial Lord murmured, a frenzied fervor igniting in his gaze. The King of Centuries, truly the King of Centuries, the essence of his spirit materialized, influencing tangible matter, transcending mere living beings. Such mastery embodied the legendary King of Centuries. What Jialong was manifesting was undoubtedly at that level. If they relied on mental energy to hover in the air, Jialong's ability to forge weaponry without any mental force indicated he could only wield his spirit, condensing it into weaponry. Such a remarkable capability. Boom! The Celestial Lord erupted in a silver halo, the Mother of the Fire Sparrow simultaneously emanating a fiery red aura, both enveloped in a shimmering sheen of silver and crimson. The multitude of non-combatant shooters lying in ambush instantly shielded their eyes. The sound of exploding eyeballs echoing amidst their screams and wails. High-ranking officials of the Wiseman Empire pounded their fists against the walls, yet dared not gaze upon the standoff atop the spire. The moment a celestial-level warrior's aura burst forth, the sudden shift in influence would inflict backlash upon any hostile beings in proximity, not even the right to gaze upon them. The officials bit their lips, oblivious to the blood seeping forth. There were no tangible tremors, yet to all observing warriors, it felt as though the very heavens and earth quaked violently. Crack! At the pinnacle of the tower, a colossal, fiery red peacock and a silver double-headed bird materialized in an instant, their monstrous forms shaking their wings as they lunged towards the summit. This formidable apparition, forged from sheer will, bore no actual offensive capability. Yet it could evoke profound neurological responses in living beings. The red peacock and the silver double-headed bird surged towards the spire. A ring of blue flames suddenly illuminated the air ahead. The arc of fire flickered momentarily, colliding countless times with the fiery avian and the sword of the celestial master. There was no hint of suspense. The blue flames from the war spear ignited upon contact. Engulfing the two figures, Galen withdrew his war spear, reflecting on the countless creatures he had eradicated in the totemic realm. He had lost count of how many true monsters he had vanquished. Initially expecting some unforeseen surprise from the Celestial Master, he was met with disappointment as no change occurred. Neither had unleashed even a fraction of their power, and their forces crumbled upon collision. The terrifying fusion power of the life-imbued martial arts seemed almost sentient, instantly igniting the two, treating them as mere fuel barrels to be exploded and consumed by flames. Andrala and Sakura, initially on guard, were taken aback by how swiftly the battle concluded. They stood in stunned silence, as if encountering Galen for the first time, witnessing the flames of blue grow ever more intense, while Galen remained composed, leaving them at a loss for words. Suddenly, a silver ring fell from the celestial master's body. Remarkably, the ring was not frozen by the surrounding flames, but instead fell beyond their reach, plummeting downward. With a flick of his hand, Galen summoned the ring into his grasp. The crisp sound echoed as the celestial master and the fiery avian crystallized into ice within the azure flames, shattering instantaneously into countless azure shards that rained down, carried away by the wind. Together with the once vibrant fiery elven sword, they transformed entirely into blue ice crystals. Simultaneously, the war spear in Galen's hand disintegrated, scattering into numerous ice crystals that vanished from sight. That he glanced at the ring, which bore the engraving of the double-headed bird. It had evidently been in the possession of the celestial master all along. Andrala cast a complex gaze at Galen. "What do you wish to convey?" Galen turned to face him directly. "Though you recall the goal we set together long ago, have you uncovered any leads?" A flicker of interest sparked within Galen. "There's a lead that has left me at a loss. Perhaps now you might possess the means." Andrala offered a wry smile that on April 25th, the Celestial Master was defeated and slain by the demon god Galen in the Eastern Continent, alongside the Wiseman Special Attack Team and the elite fighters of the Celestial Palace. Nearly half of their forces were completely obliterated. 15 days later, the Southern Heaven Gate was renamed back to the Southern Heaven Sacred Fist Gate. Galen summoned all disciples, reconstructed the Mountain Gate, and restored the lineage of the secret martial arts. The White Cloud sect acknowledged its ancestry, returning to the White Dew sect, with Galen becoming the Grand Elder. He forged an alliance with the Star Ring sect, Red Sand Sword, and the Demon sect to jointly uphold the martial arts tournament. Following the announcement, the world of martial arts was shaken as countless martial artists flocked to the Celestial Palace to verify the news. The high-ranking officials of the Wiseman Empire declared Galen a sociopathic terrorist, combining the remaining forces of the Celestial Palace to dispatch a fleet of over 10,000 to assault the Southern Heaven Sacred Fist Gate. A few days later, the sky was clear. Over the boundless azure sea, at the horizon where water met sky, countless white ships gradually emerged, densely packed with a single largest vessel at the forefront. A middle-aged man dressed in noble black attire, wearing a ship-shaped hat, held a telescope and gazed toward Galen. The waves crashed upon the shore, splashing white droplets as Galen stood knee-deep in the water. Motionless as he observed the approaching Wiseman war fleet, he slowly raised his right hand. Without a sound, a thick white mist began to envelop him, expanding in all directions. Within mere seconds, the mist thickened and spread across a vast radius of several hundred meters. Intricately crafted ice crystal war spears silently materialized within the mist, suspended in midair, their tips aimed at the distant white fleet. Suddenly, a multitude of fiery red lights erupted from the warships, illuminating the sky. And an explosive wave surged up from the sea beneath Galen, sending countless white water columns soaring. The relentless barrage of cannon fire rained down upon the waters around him, yet mysteriously within the mist. Each projectile vanished without a sound, as if swallowed by an unfathomable abyss. As the fleet launched a second wave of attacks, Galen effortlessly summoned an ice crystal war spear, lightly directing it toward the distant armada. A swarm of ice crystal war spears began to tremble, emanating streams of ice-blue fluorescence. In an instant, all the war spears disappeared, and the sea erupted in a flurry of fiery red orbs. Galen turned his gaze from the blazing sea to the shore, and on the rocky coastline, disciples of the White Dew sect and the Southern Heaven Sacred Fist sect, alongside elders from the Star Ring sect and representatives from the Red Sand Sword, knelt on one knee, their expressions a blend of fervor, astonishment, and exhilaration. Such mastery of martial prowess had transcended human capability, embodying the ultimate aspiration of all fighters, to overpower any resistance with individual strength. The countless ice crystal war spears resembled mythical sorcery, obliterating the Wiseman fleet in an instant. Galen surveyed the kneeling individuals, feeling no joy from the defeat of the Wiseman fleet. The formidable armada had never even come into view. Obliterated miles away on the sea, for him, it had merely been a matter of activating the secret martial arts, conjuring several war spears to be cast away, and watching the distant sea erupt in fireballs. It felt utterly meaningless. As he returned to shore, he disregarded the excited cheers of the crowd, his gaze settling on Andrala, who stood to his right. Andrala looked at his former friend with a mix of complexity. That unrestrained, terrifying power had far surpassed the realm of martial artists. Reaching an almost mythical level, he pondered that, while he might manage this fleet under normal circumstances, the presence of numerous adept fighters from the Celestial Palace on board posed a different challenge. Not to mention the hidden masters of the Wiseman Empire, equipped with powerful artillery that could unleash devastating force in the hands of specially trained fighters. Even he might struggle to neutralize such a threat. Their eyes met, and they nodded in silent understanding. After exchanging a few brief words, Galen followed Andrala as they vanished from the coast. The five-sect alliance, having witnessed this battle, gained a renewed understanding of Galen's formidable strength. Those who had initially resisted felt their opposition fade entirely. The underlying tension subsided. From the face of absolute power, there was no force capable of shaking Galen's might. All schemes would ultimately be effortlessly dismantled by strength. Several days later, the endless expanse of the azure sea continued to churn, seemingly without end. White seagulls circled and cried out in the sky as golden sunlight splashed across the water, scattering glimmers of gold. Galen and Andrala boarded a blue skiff, trailing a long white wake as they sped toward the direction of the seagulls' descent, seated one behind the other. The wind tousled their hair as they traveled. Unbeknownst to them, the howling sea breeze conveyed an eerie echo reminiscent of a woman's weeping. Ahead lay a small island, known to the locals as Siren Island, perpetually shrouded in an eerie, piercing wind that deterred most from approaching. Andrala piloted the skiff while explaining to Galen, the island features a dense network of honeycomb-like cave formations in the cliffs. When the sea wind blows through, it produces a whistling sound akin to a siren-esque call. Furthermore, due to its unique frequency, this sound can be disorienting and jarring. One must be cautious, lest they lose their sense of direction. Galen's expression grew serious, the resonance of the life-imbued martial arts instilling a sense of gravity within him. Rising to his feet, he peered out toward the sea that a U-shaped green island slowly came into view, teeming with gulls that danced above its desolate, yellow-green sands, devoid of human presence. "That is Siren Island," he announced. Andrala stood alongside him, both men facing the advancing winds as they gazed at the island. "Over a decade ago, I stumbled upon tales of this island. The descriptions of its environment and terrain align perfectly with the secrets I uncovered in a religious text regarding a hidden sanctuary." "A hidden sanctuary?" Galen inquired. Indeed, Andrala briefly recalled that, according to the records, this Isle of Sirens was once one of the waypoints along the ancient Mother River. Mother River? Are you referring to the river that serves as the fabled destination for all? Galen also reminisced about this myth. Legends say that the source of all life in the ancient Induo civilization, including many great sorcerers like the Mother of Earth, would return to the embrace of the Mother River as their lives approached their twilight. Indeed, that very Mother River. Andrala nodded. "After years of searching, can you guess what I have discovered?" There was a glimmer of yearning in his eyes, yet it was overshadowed by resignation. "You cannot possibly mean you have found the Mother River. Have you?" Galen was momentarily taken aback. "Here on this island, in a place surrounded by the sea?" He found it hard to believe. They were deep in the ocean, having been away from the eastern continent for several days. Adrift in uncharted waters. Now, someone was telling him that this island harbored a river, the very Mother River of legend, the source of life. "You will understand when you see the Mother River," Andrala said with a wry smile. The two fell into silence, simply awaiting the boat's approach to the island, drawing ever closer, ever nearer. The yellow and green striped beach became increasingly vivid. After roughly half an hour, the boat came to a gentle halt in a crevice between the rocks on the island. Galen froze a large block of ice to block the crevice, preventing the boat from being swept away by the sea. The two disembarked directly onto the Isle of Sirens, in the shallow waters near the beach. A translucent light blue hue revealed the sandy bottom, rippling with faint blue reflections resembling countless fissures, shells, sea fish, uneven black rocks, semi-transparent sea shrimp, and crabs filled the vibrant coastal area. As Gallon stepped onto the soft beach, he casually picked up a white sea snail covered in seaweed, only to be startled as several white, fleshy tentacles suddenly emerged from its opening, beginning to writhe slowly. The creatures here are rather peculiar. Be cautious, Andrella said softly as he secured the boat's rope. Standing on the sandy beach, ahead lay a dense expanse of verdant trees on the island. The foliage grew increasingly dense as they ventured inland, shifting from light green to deep green and finally to a dark green, showcasing the layered distribution of vegetation on the island. Standing on the beach, the eerie sound of the wind became more pronounced, tinged with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Gallon furrowed his brow, recognizing the effect of some low-frequency sound waves. For the average person, or even a typical fighter, this might be the limit. Venturing further could lead to danger. Yet for him and Andrella, their level of capability meant that even their most fragile eardrums would possess some enhancement, and their internal organs were far more robust than those of ordinary individuals. This level of sound was akin to the soft murmur of music from a distant radio. Tightening their cloaks, both clad in dark attire, they pressed onward into the depths of the island. Andrella led the way, familiar with the terrain, expertly guiding Gallon through a narrow path in the woods, advancing into the dense jungle. The heat in the forest was stifling, with thick vegetation surrounding them on all sides, and some gnarled plant leaves occasionally brushing against them, which they casually snapped off. Small flying insects flitted about in the air, many resembling blood-sucking mosquitoes, buzzing incessantly, that a pungent odor mixed with the fresh scent of plants enveloped the air, creating a strangely oppressive atmosphere. As they meandered through the woods, the terrain gradually dipped, as if they were descending into a vast basin, aside from the calls of birds and unknown wild beasts. The only sound was the rustling of branches and foliage as they moved. After an indeterminate period, a yellow-brown cliff appeared ahead, covered in vine-like plants, beneath which lay a shadowy little cave. Andrella stood at the mouth of the cave. "This is it," he whispered. "Are we going in?" "No, not entirely. Had it not been for an accidental discovery, no one would have suspected the passage within." Andrella smiled mysteriously and stepped into the cave. Gallon hurried to follow. Soon, after traversing a short distance inside, he suddenly halted, standing beside a spring within the cave. "This is it. I'll go first. You follow me." And no sooner had he spoken than he leapt into the spring with a splash. The small spring, barely a meter wide, erupted in a shower of water, soaking the cave floor around them. Gallon felt a twinge of curiosity, but followed suit and jumped into the spring. The moment he entered the water, a gentle warmth enveloped him completely, as if he were immersed in a hot spring. Strangely, the temperature of the water was not particularly high, akin to that of the sea. Bubbles surged upwards, and beneath the somewhat murky light blue water, Gallon spotted Andrella at the bottom. Waving a bright green glow stick at him, he swiftly swam over, gliding effortlessly, his proficiency in water gained from years of training allowing him to follow Andrella with ease. The two swam deeper for over 10 minutes in the spring's depths, descending further into darkness that seemed to stretch infinitely below. Finally, the passage ahead abruptly turned, no longer descending, but moving horizontally. After a short while, another upward passage appeared. The underwater terrain of the spring formed a complete U-shape, mirroring the island's shape. Following the passage upward, they instinctively quickened their pace. Suddenly, in a narrow black stone cave, two heads emerged from a murky oval spring at the corner of the cave. Amid the clear sound of water, two dark figures emerged, leaping up to land securely beside the spring, with a snap of his fingers. A flurry of white frost enveloped Gallon, swirling around their damp cloaks before gradually dissipating. The water clinging to their cloaks instantly crystallized into ice shards, which they shook off with a rustling sound as they fell to the ground. The moisture on their bodies was completely evaporated. "This transcends the realm of mere mysticism," Andrella remarked. Gallon chuckled softly, but remained silent, quietly surveying the entire cave. This was the place where the Mother River flowed. The only point from which one could glimpse the Mother River. Andrella sighed. You could never fathom what the Mother River truly looks like. Right here in this cave, Galen felt a flicker of curiosity. What could the Mother River, as recorded in mythology, possibly be like in reality? Even he found it hard to speculate. Follow me, Andrella beckoned, guiding him to the stone wall at the cave's end as Galen approached. He noticed that the wall was, in fact, a blocked circular opening, cleverly disguised so that no seams were visible, rendering it nearly impossible to discern its true nature. He also observed a heap of white bones on the ground to the left of the wall, resembling the remains of many lizard-like creatures piled together, yet devoid of any foul or decaying odor. I've lived here for 5 years. The spring once housed these lizard-like aquatic creatures, but I've consumed them all. Andrella shrugged, gripping the stone, blocking the entrance with both hands and pulling with all his might. With a rumbling sound, the stone shifted aside, revealing an opening tall enough for a person to pass through. Andrella did not enter, but stood at the threshold, gazing inside with an expression of fascination. His pupils reflected a faint green glow emanating from within the cave. Galen found himself holding his breath, equally astonished by the breathtaking sight within. The opening led to an immense cavern. Inside, a vast river flowed ceaselessly from left to right, utterly silent. No sound of water, no movement of air, and no creatures swimming within. It was a river of luminous green light spanning dozens of meters, not a clear water river, but rather a mysterious liquid of unknown green luminescence, surging forth from a grayish whirlpool on the left and flowing into another misty vortex on the right. The hazy green glow cast a ghastly sheen upon the two figures at the cave's entrance, who found themselves perched high upon the cavern's stone wall, looking down like a tiny wasp's nest. Unremarkable and easily overlooked. This is the Mother River, Andrella murmured. How can you be so certain? Galen finally came to his senses, marveling at the extraordinary spectacle within this mystical realm. Even he, who had witnessed countless grand scenes, found it hard to comprehend. It's not that I'm certain. You'll understand when you get closer. Andrella offered a wry smile. Galen, slightly perplexed, stepped cautiously into the cavern. As he took his first step, a gentle warmth enveloped him, subtly pushing him back. This is an aura. He stared in astonishment at Andrella. Indeed, Andrella nodded, explaining that the aura is a manifestation of a being's essence, known in many ancient civilizations by another term, the power of life. It is said that the Mother River flows from the unknown void into uncharted realms of time, imbued with boundless life force. Thus, even if this river is not the Mother River itself, it must be a tributary of hers. Apart from this explanation, I have found no other records that bear resemblance. Galen felt a stirring in his heart and suddenly adjusted his vision. He closed his eyes and opened them again. The emerald river before him vanished. The cavern was devoid of anything, merely a vast emptiness, as if an inexplicable gentle current swirled within. He had completely suppressed the aura, observing the Mother River through the eyes of an ordinary person. Indeed, the entire Mother River was entirely invisible. The channel where the Mother River once flowed was merely a dry ravine, empty and sealed on both sides. That it is as it is said. Only the chosen can perceive the fabled Mother River, which explains this phenomenon. Galen nodded and released his aura once more, causing the green luminescence to reappear before him. You have noticed it as well, Andrella affirmed. I have verified this through multiple sources and can almost confirm that this is indeed the Mother River. Galen refrained from replying immediately, falling into a brief silence. What are your plans? Andrella chuckled ruefully. I have no plans at all. I cannot even approach it, so what plans could I have? You have resided here for 5 years. Surely you must have gleaned something? Naturally, Andrella nodded. I have perused all available information concerning the Mother River. Myths, legends, folktales, leaving no stone unturned. When pieced together, a hypothesis emerges. He leaned against the cave's entrance and, in a hushed tone, began to explain. The Mother River is also known as the River of Life. It is said to conceal immense secrets. Countless ancient sorcerers entered it at the end of their lives, returning to the Mother River for a significant reason. He produced a silver ring engraved with a two-headed bird that I discovered that all sorcerers wear a particular adornment crafted from a material called stone silver before entering the Mother River. I did not know the reason behind this, that the ring made of stone silver. Galen also retrieved the two-headed bird ring bestowed upon him by the Celestial Lord. Indeed, I wonder who acquired this material to craft the two-headed bird rings. These may very well be the last two stone-silver accessories in existence. Andrella remarked with a tinge of nostalgia that I surmised that the Mother River might represent the final opportunity for sorcerers when they perceive no hope. Wagering everything at once. What opportunity? The chance to ascend to a higher plane. Andrella spoke softly. The myths surrounding sorcerers ultimately culminated in the mythical expedition, where they engaged in war with formidable invaders from another world for reasons unknown, leading to catastrophic losses on both sides and the fall of the gods. And I noticed that whenever sorcerer heroes suffered grievous wounds, they would immerse themselves in the Mother River, where their injuries would be healed, allowing them to rejoin the fray. He paused momentarily. Eventually, the adversaries uncovered this secret. They employed unknown means to render the Mother River incapable of healing, transforming it instead into a force that decomposes all things. Perhaps this was the Mother River's original nature. Thus, while the sorcerers ultimately triumphed in war, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Soon after, both sides were obliterated from history. You have deduced this with remarkable precision. But it hinges upon the assumption that all myths are true. Galen nodded. I have endeavored to eliminate numerous distractions, organizing the remaining data, and I believe this conclusion will not suffer from significant distortion. Andrella shook his head. The Mother River. Galen gazed at the ceaselessly flowing Emerald River, an indescribable sense of unreality swelling within him. The experience of witnessing the tangible remnants of legendary heroes is something beyond the imagination of the average person. Picture it, akin to the first sight of the Egyptian pyramids on Earth. That profound sense of history envelopes the soul, momentarily banishing all other thoughts. Within it undoubtedly lies a colossal secret. Sorcerers, with their godlike powers and lifespans stretching into millennia. What could their next ascent possibly entail? It must be eternity, Andrella asserted solemnly, then wore a bittersweet smile. Alas, I cannot even draw near. He turned to Galen. What I cannot accomplish, perhaps you can. Your strength has reached a level beyond my imagination. His eyes brimmed with hope and anticipation. Galen stared at the Mother River, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Suddenly, he took a bold step forward. Snap. His boot landed firmly on the cavern floor. The tremendous force collided with him, attempting to repel him back. This power was so vast and overwhelming that even the strength of Galen's life essence began to falter. An icy mist rapidly emanated from him as he prepared to resist with all his might. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of his ability, a tribute panel out of the corner of his eye, causing him to halt abruptly. His astonishment, a change he had never encountered before, manifested within the panel. 567 Mother River 3. The entire attribute panel began to blur slightly, as if shrouded in a layer of translucent plastic. This was a phenomenon he had never experienced. Attribute abilities are essentially changes within oneself triggered by certain stimuli. Thus, the essence of attribute abilities originates from within. The occurrence of such a change likely stemmed from an unprecedented stimulus affecting the very foundation of his abilities. What is happening? Andrella's voice drifted from behind him. Galen quickly regained his composure, retreating a step without revealing his inner turmoil. A breath. It felt as though a gentle breeze had brushed his face, and the ambiguity of his abilities regained clarity. Galen narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, but a hint of gravity flickered in his gaze. The ring has undergone a transformation. Andrella's voice rang out once more. Galen turned to see him fervently scrutinizing the stone silver ring. An expression of fervor etched across his face. Apart from the two-headed bird engraving, a circle of mysterious script now appeared on the surface of the ring. It is the ancient tongue. I could decipher it. Galen's innate aptitude for attributes and his formidable intellect endowed him with an extraordinary capacity to learn any language. Initially, he had merely identified a few passages of the ancient tongue, but through comprehensive analysis, he quickly pinpointed the critical elements. That moment, he noticed that the ring bestowed upon him by the Celestial Lord had undergone a similar transformation, revealing a different set of ancient script. The writings on the two rings differed. Take a look. Andrella extended his ring towards Galen. When the two rings were brought together, they formed a complete phrase. The end of all things, the beginning of all things. Galen murmured, reading aloud one segment from the rings. I understand now. Andrella's expression shifted. The Mother River also symbolizes the essence of rebirth. It is the origin of life and the terminus of existence. There is more. The holder of the stone silver, having undergone the baptism of the Mother River, shall ultimately embrace a new life. Galen recited another line from the second ring. Raising his gaze, the two exchanged a look, each reflecting a glimmer of astonishment and exhilaration. This is a genuine ancient sorcerer legacy. To a certain extent, the emergence of the Mother River and the transformation of the rings serve as indirect evidence that the sorcerers of ancient mythology were not mere fabrications, but likely did exist. I once came across a document stating that in the ancient Tongue civilization, there was a ritual that could grant the dying a chance at life, a token from the underworld, and through numerous trials, they might be reborn anew. Andrella spoke softly, and it is clear now that the ancient Tongue civilization is intricately linked to the sorcerers. Galen nodded. So, these two rings represent two potential opportunities for rebirth. It cannot be that simple. Otherwise, those dying sorcerers would not so easily provoke the Mother River. One must understand that the Mother River possesses the ability to decompose all things. Entering it is tantamount to a death sentence. Andalaire shook her head gently. However, Galen sensed that the two rings were slowly emanating a peculiar wave of radiation at that moment, a radiation that, when combined with the power of the Mother River, bore a striking resemblance to the immense force of the black smoke vessel he had encountered before. He began to suspect that the black smoke vessel might have been a colossal teleportation device crafted by the sorcerers utilizing the power of the Mother River. Yet, unlike the singular directional essence of the black smoke vessel he had previously experienced, standing at the mouth of the Mother River, Galen felt that although this combined power was reminiscent of that of the black smoke vessel, its directional sense was perpetually fluctuating, lacking stability. Having undergone the teleportation of the black smoke vessel, he could distinctly perceive that the power of the Mother River seemed to serve as a driving force, while the rings acted as instruments of directional indication. However, the current indication of the rings seemed somewhat incomplete. The two rings pointed towards different directions, incompatible with one another, and the coordinates inscribed upon them appeared to be far from whole. Still in a state of constant fluctuation, Galen remained silent for a moment, waiting for Andelaire's emotions to settle somewhat before he spoke slowly. I surmise that the Mother River serves as a source of power, while the rings act as tools for direction. Perhaps, as the mythological text suggests, they can indeed offer a chance for rebirth. Can you be certain? Andalaire discerned a hint of the unusual in his tone. Previously, I was struck by the eruption of the black smoke vessel and was teleported to a distant location. It was a long and arduous journey to find my way back. The sensation I experienced during that teleportation bears a striking similarity to what I feel now. Galen explained, concealing some details. However, I advise against attempting it lightly. Back then, I barely survived a perilous encounter. Not merely perilous. When I reincarnated into the totem world, there were 3 layers of protection during the traversal. The first layer was the Eternal Night star pendant gifted by Old Go, inscribed with a protective psychic array infused with his life force, which ultimately shattered during the journey through the cosmos. The second layer was my own formidable body as the King of the Century, renowned for its defensive recovery prowess, a powerful fighter who achieved the pinnacle of theoretical martial arts. Yet, this too was obliterated during the cosmic traverse, leaving only my soul. The third layer, the most enigmatic of all, was likely the reason for my initial reincarnation from Earth. This mysterious red light attribute ability, or more precisely, the latent soul talents activated by some force, ultimately shielded me from significant soul damage. However, the return journey was entirely different. I was escorted by the gate of heaven, backed by the entire totem world, and with a body of powers far exceeding my previous state. I sustained only minor injuries upon my return. The black smoke vessel was likely a secure passage discovered and arranged by the sorcerers, yet this safe passage proved to be perilous for Galen and his companions. Now, Entering the Mother River represents an exploration of extreme danger, one that even sorcerers might fall victim to. Such a perilous path is infinitely more treacherous for Galen, not to mention for Andalaire, who is far inferior in strength. Galen speculated that the Black Smoke vessel might also be a product of the sorcerer's explorations of the Mother River, a stable connection to other worlds. Yet, even such stable teleportation had nearly led to his own destruction during his initial traverse. Had it not been for his unique soul, he might have been reduced to mere ashes. In contrast, the exploration of the Mother River. I shall venture inside, Andalaire suddenly declared. The cave fell silent for a moment, and Galen doubted his own hearing, looking once more at Andalaire, seeking any sign of error in his expression, but to his dismay, he found none. Have you lost your senses? Andalaire's face shone with an unprecedented fervor. I am perfectly composed. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the danger involved? Galen's voice dropped to a subdued tone. When I was teleported by the Black Smoke vessel, I narrowly escaped annihilation. I no longer have the opportunity to break through to the realm of the Century King. Andalaire's voice remained calm. Rather than languish in a mundane existence devoid of hope, I would prefer to take one final gamble. Even if there is but a sliver of chance, I refuse to yield. Having personally experienced the perilous nature of the situation, Galen was acutely aware of the immense danger that lay ahead. Were it not for his mutated and exceptional soul, he likely would not have survived the teleportation of the Black Smoke vessel. Let alone this entirely unfamiliar exploration. Perhaps there will be other opportunities. You truly believe that? Andalaire smiled. From the moment we first met until now, so many years have passed. You know my character. I pursue my goals relentlessly, never ceasing. Now that I have glimpsed a glimmer of hope, I am even less inclined to relinquish it. Galen frowned. Ceasing his attempts to dissuade him, he had traversed from Earth due to his mutated soul talents. His second journey into the totem world was primarily due to his unique soul. However, with Andalaire, in truth, Galen himself harbored immense curiosity and anticipation regarding the exploration of the Mother River. Perhaps he would wait until everything was arranged properly, until he had no lingering attachments in this world, before choosing the path of exploration, but not now. Although he had reached an unprecedented level of terror through the secret arts of life, this world similarly lacked the power of totems and means to extend life. At most, he could live for a mere 100 or 200 years longer, perhaps a bit more due to the attributes of the secret arts. Yet ultimately, he could not escape the inevitability of death. In truth, he was already approaching the age of 80 or 90, just as Andalaire had stated, rather than leading a lackluster life until death. It would be better to choose a direction and take a gamble, for there might be a chance to grasp the final hope. What do you intend to do? Galen ceased his attempts to persuade him further. Prepare everything and then venture in to seize the last hope. Andalaire's eyes seemed to blaze with a fervent fire. This time, even Galen felt uncertain. If he were to enter, whether he could withstand the impact of the Mother River was a complete unknown. The recent fluctuations in his attributes still lingered in his memory, indicating that his unique soul talents might also be significantly affected, though 3 successive traversals had granted him a measure of confidence. He did not intend to genuinely enter the Mother River unless absolutely necessary. Let us return. We must prepare thoroughly, he urged. The rewards from this venture are extraordinary. The fervor in Andalaire's eyes intensified. Several years after the Battle of the Eastern Continent, the Southern Celestial Fizz sect was re-established, integrating the White Dew sect, White Cloud sect, Star Ring sect, and Red Sand Sword to form a 5-sect alliance. Dominating the entire martial arts realm of the Eastern Continent, their power spread like a web, encompassing the vast land of the Eastern Continent, with even local warlords bowing to the authority of the 5-sect alliance. The Eastern Continent entered a brief period of peace. Simultaneously, the alliance's leader, the demon god Galen, led the finest martial artists within the alliance on friendly visits to the governments of other continents, establishing a robust diplomatic framework. For the formidable warrior capable of single-handedly annihilating the Wisman fleet, governments worldwide extended their utmost goodwill and friendship. A steady influx of resources and exchange delegations supporting the Eastern Continent alliance poured in, infusing the entire region with fresh vitality. The martial arts tournaments organized by the Five-Sect Alliance became monumental events for the selection of elite talents from various nations. Years passed, and the alliance was entrusted to the stewardship of Galen's protege, Sakura. This young, genius martial artist successfully garnered the support of all alliance members after unveiling the revised secret arts texts. With her remarkable ability to blend gentleness with strength, an increasing number of sects joined the alliance, leading to an ever-growing momentum. At the behest of several member sect leaders, a colossal organization, the Martial Arts Association, was eventually established, encompassing 90% of the martial arts domain, possessing the authority to assess martial artist qualifications and issue certificates recognized globally. A subsequent series of martial artist level certification qualifications became the standard for countries seeking to recruit talents from the martial arts community. Sakura became the first president of the association, and under Galen's guidance, her martial prowess achieved further breakthroughs, making her the second most formidable expert after Andalaire. With her formidable prowess and indomitable will, she has cultivated a loyal cadre of martial artists devoted to her cause, firmly establishing her presence in the world of combat. Meanwhile, Galen and Andrelara have gradually faded from public consciousness. Initially, the legends of their might were still remembered by the older generation of fighters. But as a new wave of talented individuals emerged, their prominence dwindled, relegating them to the shadows. Once, discussions among fighters would naturally invoke the names of Galen and Andrelara alongside that of Sakura. Now, it is only in references to Sakura that the elders might occasionally mention the two that over the years, Galen and Andrelara have concealed their identities, relying on Sakura's unwavering support to amass a wealth of rare treasures and antiquities from across the globe. This has granted Galen an extraordinary accumulation of potential points, totaling in the hundreds, a feat that approaches the limits of possibility. In parallel, Andrelara has mysteriously gathered several powerful artifacts exhibiting telekinetic vibrations, preparing for their entry into the Mother River. They have traversed various ancient ruins and mystical locales, and once Sakura's influence was firmly established, they cast aside all else to seek out vital information and treasures. However, as time marched on, Andrelara's physical condition began to deteriorate. He resolved that the time had come to enter the Mother River. During these years, Galen found himself unburdened by attachments. Sakura was not the pure, innocent Inger he once knew. Her daily ascent to power had ensnared her in a consuming passion for authority. The sweet, innocent essence of Inger had vanished entirely. There was nothing left in this world to which Galen felt any attachment. Of the friends he once knew, only Andrelara remained. Now, he too was poised to enter the Mother River, grasping at the last thread of opportunity. Galen decided to accompany him. If anyone had the greatest chance of surviving the Mother River, it was undoubtedly himself. And one understood the terrifying dangers and crises of time-space traversal better than he did. Nearly a decade had passed, and now, standing once more in the cavernous depths, gazing at the vast expanse of the Mother River, both Galen and Andrelara felt mentally prepared. "You need not accompany me on this perilous journey," Andrelara remarked, glancing back at Galen. "That I am unencumbered, and perhaps my prior experiences could enhance our chances of survival." Galen smiled softly in response. "Besides, have we not already deduced that the two rings point in different directions? Thus, once we enter, we are bound to be separated and must rely on ourselves, with fate dictating our survival." At their level of existence, life had dwindled to a singular pursuit: dreams. Galen was unaware of Andrelara's aspirations, yet he found his thoughts wandering to the ethereal Sanfran and the ominous gate of spirits in the totem world. Dreams served as their sole motivation and objective. In that moment, he felt an uncanny resemblance to the two he remembered. Devoid of attachment to the world, their only hope lay in relentless advancement towards personal dreams. The allure of fine food, exquisite wine, and alluring power, all within reach, often stemmed from humanity's insatiable desires for what remained unattainable. Much like their current predicament, Galen mused, self-deprecatingly. He observed Andrelara ahead, adorned with over a dozen pairs of armlets, each a mysterious artifact from ancient civilizations, the purpose of which eluded him. His visage was painted with intricate patterns of enigmatic ancient runes, clad in a feathered garment woven from vibrant colors. In his lower half donned silver armor. In his hand, he grasped a staff adorned with a skull. Most absurdly, his fingers and toes were encrusted with an array of rings, and he sported 2 nose rings, with a string of bones hanging from a pierced chin, the origins of which were uncertain. This is the most formidable ancient form I have uncovered through exhaustive research. Are you certain you do not wish to prepare similarly? Andrelara inquired, casting a glance at Galen. Shaking his head, Galen found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless by Andrelara's bizarre attire. Very well, should trouble arise, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Andrelara shrugged, steeling himself as he gazed at the cave's entrance, brimming with an overwhelming repulsive force. Let us proceed. Galen, clad simply in a white suit, with a stone-silver double-headed bird ring adorning his right hand, allowed his golden, flowing hair to cascade freely, without any other preparations. In truth, the hundreds of potential points he had absorbed through his abilities served as his greatest asset, a reservoir of energy to aid in his recovery. The cavern still glimmered with a brilliant green light. Andrelara stepped into the depths first. Suddenly, his body trembled, clearly encountering the immense resistance. Unlike the last time, he was prepared. He swiftly retrieved a blue-black key from his pocket and hurled it forward. The metallic clash against the stone wall rang out melodiously. Strangely, the sound resonated continuously, and the overwhelming repulsive force began to wane. "Hurry!" Andrelara exclaimed, rushing to retrieve the key and casting it forward once more. Galen followed closely, hearing the harmonious chime once again as the surging repulsion diminished. This key, unearthed from an abandoned site in the Blue Continent, had an extraordinary power that unexpectedly mitigated the Mother River's resistance. Both were thrilled by this revelation. Utilizing the key, they leapt from the cave's mouth, landing gently at the edge of the Mother River's vast cavern. The key's sound persisted, repeatedly diverting the formidable force of the Mother River, creating a protective cavity around them. Yet with each chime, the power within the key rapidly diminished. As they drew closer to the Mother River, the key's sound grew shorter and more frantic. Quickly, the key cannot hold out much longer. Andrelara urged. Galen nodded, understanding the urgency, and with one final, forceful strike, he slammed the key into the ground. The key immediately fractured with countless cracks, its last resonating sound echoing in the air. With a calm demeanor, Galen leapt toward the Mother River, followed closely by Andrelara, both soaring into the green torrent. Splash! They plunged into the verdant current simultaneously, vanishing without a trace, not even a single bubble marking their descent. In that fleeting moment, Galen felt an unsettling calm wash over him. His spirit sensed no imminent danger, yet his physical strength was rapidly waning. His eyes widened, surrounded by an endless expanse of green waters. It was as if he were submerged in the depths of an ocean, having only just entered the Mother River. Yet he could see no surface above. He seemed to have entered a realm entirely composed of flowing green water. Not far from him, Andrelara stood rigid, his body unyielding, eyes betraying anguish and struggle. The myriad adornments upon his body melted away, and similarly, the flesh beneath his garments dissolved rapidly, as if being corroded by a potent acid. Merging him into the Mother River, Andrelara appeared to catch sight of Galen. He turned his gaze, devoid of regret, only an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Galen watched helplessly as his old friend was wholly consumed by the Mother River, his faint blue spirit form dissolving into the waters, leaving no trace behind. Even the mightiest fighters, like Andrelara, the Sword King of the Star Ring, found themselves mere ants against the overwhelming force of the Mother River, only managing to endure a fleeting moment longer. Galen felt no sorrow. Having witnessed death countless times, he was no longer the ordinary person he had once been upon his arrival. His body remained intact, but the potential points he had stored were depleting rapidly, and it would not be long before his physical form followed suit. The power of the mystic weapon of life held the corrosive force of the Mother River at bay, perhaps due to the similarities in their attributes, allowing him to withstand the disintegration for a time. Yet, such endurance could last no more than 10 minutes before he, too, would meet the same fate as Andrelara. Time slipped by, each second ticking away. Galen felt the rings on his fingers tether him, guiding his body through the Mother River, propelled by its currents toward the unknown, with every potential point expended. He would have to rely solely on the mystic weapon of life to endure. Though the power of the mystic weapon was formidable, it was no match for the Mother River's disintegrative might. The first signs of dissolution manifested in his fingers and toes, as excruciating pain surged through his neural pathways. He remained impassive, yet stripped of the protective power of the secret martial arts. His most vulnerable eyes and eardrums began to disintegrate rapidly. His vision was swiftly engulfed by darkness, and he could no longer perceive sound. Even the sensation of touch was reduced to an endless stream of pain that coursed through him. He was grateful for the generous donations from Wei and the small contribution from Xiao Xiao Shatong, yet lamented his recent lack of vitality, which prevented him from producing more. The scent eluded his nostrils, and as he attempted to close his mouth, he discovered that his lips had vanished, and his tongue was dissolving away. Before long, Galen felt utterly devoid of sensation. His sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste had all faded, leaving even pain behind. Initially, he had intended to assist Andrella, but now found himself in a desperate plight. The power of the Mother River was overwhelming, allowing him to endure only for a fleeting moment. He felt as though he were adrift in an eternal abyss, surrounded by nothingness, devoid of sensation, reminiscent of the space where the Hydra totem once existed, a realm of darkness. Galen understood that this was the cognitive domain of his own soul. He speculated that his body might have completely disintegrated, leaving only his spirit behind. The power of the secret martial arts of life had also been utterly dissolved by the might of the Mother River. Yet, the seed, the soul seed of the Northern Spear warrior's cold flame, true water's malevolent technique, floated before Galen, unharmed, shielded by the essence of his soul, that I in this dark realm of the spirit. The seed appeared as a solitary point of ethereal blue light, quietly hovering at the center, radiating a soft azure glow. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Galen could only pass the monotonous hours by observing the soul seed. Perhaps it was a month, 2 months, a year, or 2 years that he lost count after tallying countless billions of seconds, occasionally forgetting his place and starting anew from round numbers, this disjointed counting continuing endlessly. Yet during this time, he confirmed a crucial fact. His soul indeed possessed the ability to resist the disintegration of the Mother River, or rather, to withstand the immense turbulence of temporal and spatial traversal. His physical form had long since disintegrated, yet his soul showed no signs of damage. Although the physical power of the secret martial arts of life had been completely dismantled, the soul seed remained intact. The elevated limit of his soul, bestowed by the essence of the malevolent god, persisted, and all powers related to the soul were retained. The soul seed not only encapsulated the essence of the secret martial arts of life. After being absorbed by Galen, it gradually transformed into the seed of his own martial path. The power of his physical form from the secret martial arts of life was merely half, while the true essence resided within the seed. Under the disintegration of the Mother River, as his corporeal form vanished entirely, Galen directed the soul seed, controlling the cold flame, true water's malevolent technique, to retract most of its power deep within his soul, establishing layers of defense upon the periphery. Lacking any sealing techniques, he simply enveloped the seed in layers of power as a form of protection. Though temporarily shielded from impact by the soul's guardianship, it was prudent to prepare for what lay ahead. He noticed that the seed of the secret martial arts of life appeared to undergo a gradual transformation over time, becoming increasingly condensed, smaller, and more luminous in contrast to the power of the physical body. The strength of the soul seed was not a tangible energy. It required a corporeal vessel to influence the material world. All aspects capable of directly impacting matter had been washed away by the Mother River. Only this ephemeral essence remained. Galen referred to this aspect of power as soul power. Through analysis and observation, he discovered that while soul power could not directly affect matter, it could influence and modify the body through forces akin to neurons, thereby transforming matter through the corporeal form. Furthermore, the soul seed seemed to possess extraordinary properties, though Galen had yet to uncover deeper secrets. Even with the insights exchanged with the malevolent god, his understanding of the soul remained rudimentary, akin to that of a feeble in truth, without a soul. A being devoid of consciousness is merely a conglomeration of various elements. Soul power resembles a pure amalgamation of consciousness, memory, and spirit, an extraordinary mode of existence. However, as time stretched on, Galen sensed an unsettling weakening of his own soul. Without the support of a physical body, even the strongest spirit becomes as ephemeral as a floating leaf, gradually diminishing in strength. How much time had truly elapsed? His consciousness drifted in the darkness. Surrounded by an impenetrable void, in the heart of this darkness, the soul sea continued to emanate an enchanting azure aura, akin to the most exquisite of crystals and gems. Suddenly, he felt a tremor, a sound, unbeknownst to him in the external world, within the deep green waters of the Mother River. The coordinate stone silver ring, originally of impure quality, had finally cracked under prolonged immersion, its once clear, guiding direction veering sharply toward an unknown path. The crimson light, a manifestation of Galen's soul, was swept along the current toward an entirely uncharted destination. Galen seemed to hear a voice, as if someone were speaking. The sound felt muffled, distant, and somewhat indistinct. The language used unfamiliar, reminiscent of German, yet more buoyant. In a moment of clarity, he suddenly realized that he had regained some semblance of awareness. His hearing returned, his sense of touch was restored. Yet his sight and smell remained dormant. He felt as though he were curled up within a confined space, surrounded by warmth, as if submerged in water, and could sense a powerful heartbeat close at hand. Time flowed steadily onward. His perception sharpened, and he began to notice an intriguing phenomenon. He seemed to have diminished in size, or rather, he had not shrunk, but transformed into a state akin to that of an embryo. His eyes remained tightly shut, yet the oxygen he required flowed in through his navel, allowing him to breathe through his abdomen, a condition that piqued Galen's unusual interest by synthesizing all sensory information. He surmised that this was likely yet another manifestation of his unique soul talent, indicating that he had completely morphed into an infant, one still gestating within his mother's womb. Outside his belly, he could occasionally hear the gentle voices of men and women and the excited exclamations of a young boy. Though he could not comprehend their words, he could sense their exhilaration. Curled up, Galen began to circulate his vital energy within his mother's womb. The infant's energy flowing in accordance with the route of the cold flame, true water's malevolent technique. Guided by the influence of his soul, moving in an intricately precise manner. His once formidable physical form had been entirely dissolved. And now this new body was just beginning to develop, necessitating early reinforcement. The infant's body was exceedingly fragile, yet the secret martial arts of life possessed remarkable restorative capabilities, which in turn enhanced the rate of bodily development. However, Galen found himself puzzled about the true source of energy for the Northern Spear warrior's cold flame, true water's malevolent technique. Typically, martial arts convert food into vital energy, refining it to enhance oneself. Yet the secret martial arts of life appeared to function differently, as if constructing an intricately complex system within the biological entity, resembling a multitude of intricate runes, patterns, or three-dimensional structures. These structures formed through the practitioner's daily accumulation of training, each pattern holding no significance when isolated, yet when amassed in sufficient quantity, they would exert a mysterious influence. During this gestation period, Galen began to observe the formation and transformation process of the secret martial arts of life within his body. Step by step, with remarkable clarity, the body was still relatively simple in structure, with many organs yet to fully develop. Logically, this should have been the optimal time to observe the formation of the secret martial arts of life. Yet, even so, Galen's powerful soul soon found itself fatigued after only half of the observation. The densely packed, intricately complex bloodlines and endocrine influences of the secret martial arts of life became an overwhelming puzzle. Even for him, the initial effects of the secret martial arts of life were subtle, barely perceptible at first, merely offering a slight influence on the circulation of vital energy. However, as time passed, perhaps after a month, Galen sensed a shift. Under the impact of this newfound influence, his body began to exhibit slight changes. These alterations leaned toward the direction of the secret martial arts of life, rendering the flesh more amenable to the manifestation of its capabilities, thereby enhancing that influence. Subsequently, this influence accelerated the body's transformation, and the altered body, in turn, reinforced this burgeoning influence. This reciprocal enhancement grew exponentially, quickening the process, and oh wonder, the secret martial arts of life were referred to as seeds. Indeed, they resembled a seed, initially possessing only a modicum of influence, which then gradually expanded and strengthened. Galen experienced a moment of epiphany. Yet the initial question continued to elude his understanding. From where does the energy of the secret art of life emanate? He observed intently. It appeared as though the infant's body, during the operation of this secret art, conjured a peculiar force seemingly out of thin AI, or IT, was as if someone had taken pen and paper to sketch an array of intricate, non-repeating symbols and patterns, so numerous that they reached a terrifying magnitude. And from this chaos, a delicate yet distinctive power emerged. Initially feeble, this force began to influence the patterns, rendering them capable of generating even greater strength. This seemingly absurd phenomenon was, indeed, a result of Galen's observations. Thus, the secret art of life operates in such a manner, with this influencing power appearing inexplicably, as if it materialized without cause, completely defying the law of conservation of energy. Under such transformations, the infant's body gradually grew stronger, increasingly aligning with the optimal state for the secret art of life. At last, the long-anticipated moment had arrived. Galen suddenly felt a force pressing outward from his body, accompanied by what seemed to be encouraging voices from outside, along with the anguished cries of women. The pressure intensified, growing more potent. It felt as though his entire being was being squeezed through a narrow, elastic passage, moving in a singular direction, but he understood that birth was imminent. A complex array of emotions surged within him. Having lived 3 lifetimes, he was now to be reborn from the womb of a strange woman. This woman once again granting him flesh and a new beginning. This convoluted sensation evoked both nostalgia and joy within him. He was elated to finally escape the abyss of darkness that had shrouded his existence. Yet the source of his nostalgia eluded him. As the pressure escalated, Galen instinctively pushed forward through the passage. With the two forces working in concert, he finally felt a cool breath of air caress his skin. Accompanied by a sharp, stinging sensation, he was lifted into a pair of large hands, which gently rubbed him with a warm, damp cloth, amplifying the sensation of pain. His skin was overly sensitive, rendering even the softest touch excruciating. The umbilical cord was abruptly severed with a snap, prompting a further twinge of discomfort that compelled Galen to cry out. He opened his mouth, and with a surge of effort from his throat, the amniotic fluid erupted forth, seemingly landing in a small basin. The resounding wail of a newborn filled the room. At last, he opened his eyes. After so long, his light blue irises beheld the real world once more. In that fleeting moment, an indescribable wave of emotion washed over Galen. The vibrant world of life unfolded before him. Everything felt so palpable, so intense, as he was suddenly thrust into a kaleidoscopic realm that overwhelmed his senses with profound sensation. After an eternity spent in the stifling darkness of confinement, the instant of re-entering the light ignited a renewed yearning for life within him. He longed to hold onto this feeling of profound connection. Forever and ever. In the pristine hospital room, Galen beheld a nurse clad in a white mask and blue cap cradling him. She possessed dark eyes and pronounced brows, her face dotted with many faint yellow freckles. Not conventionally beautiful, yet her eyes radiated joy and tenderness. The nurse uttered a few words before gently placing him in a small box beside the hospital bed, which emanated warmth, akin to an incubator. The box was surrounded by glass, allowing a view of the bed where lay a young woman, not strikingly beautiful, but exuding warmth, with cascading, slightly golden curls, gazing affectionately at him within the box. This was rebirth. Galen opened his mouth, yet his underdeveloped vocal cords could only produce a feeble cry. He climbed to his feet in the incubator, his palm pressed against the glass, enchanted by its smooth, cool texture. Soon, the nurse's large hands returned, swiftly applying a fragrant white powder to him before wrapping him snugly to maintain warmth, lifting him from the incubator and placing him beside his mother on the bed. She gently touched his face, softly speaking words that enveloped Galen in a cocoon of warmth and affection. Time flew by in a blur. Galen had only been born for a little over a month. The infant's body was still frail, his brain not fully developed, rendering him incapable of sustaining complex conscious thoughts. Thus, his days were consumed with feeding, sleeping, and the occasional diaper change, a cycle of feeding, sleeping, and more feeding. This humiliating existence trampled upon the dignity he once held as the esteemed master of the Cloud Gate and the formidable guardian of the southern sky, Sacred Fist. To endure the indignity of nursing was one thing, but the shame of diaper changes was an unparalleled humiliation. Galen resisted with fervor every time he faced such indignities. Alas, while his body was significantly stronger than that of an average infant due to the secret art of life, its effects began subtly and gradually intensified. Thus, despite the might of his soul and the secret art, he remained an ordinary infant, powerless against his circumstances. The natural law dictated that one's spirit could not influence reality without the medium of material existence. Therefore, he was compelled to endure this humiliating life. Fortunately, apart from this, other aspects showed promising improvement. His body grew increasingly robust. Even exposure to cold drafts did not lead to colds or diarrhea. His features developed rapidly. His brain became more coherent, and his once fragile bones began to harden, gradually allowing him to crawl and even stand. Remarkably, this transformation occurred within just over a month. Galen had initially planned to recommence his training in the malevolent cold flame true water technique. However, he lamented that the wicked arts contained within the seed of his soul seemed limited to merely facilitating physical transformation. Beyond that, no significant progress was made. While practicing the wicked arts yielded some results, it lacked the terrifying, extraordinary abilities he once possessed. Thus, he began to explore various other secret arts and techniques. To his surprise, many methods capable of fostering extraordinary abilities proved ineffective, while some basic, low-level techniques, which merely concerned the circulation of vital energy, yielded commendable results. As for the secret art of life, it wholly functioned to enhance his physical condition, with no other benefits to speak of. In truth, since his birth, Galen had sensed an unsettling peculiarity about the world around him. It was not that the world itself was flawed. Rather, the environment appeared subtly different from Earth, the realm of secret arts, and the world of totems. Especially during his attempts at practicing the secret arts, he recalled an extensive repertoire of techniques, and during testing, he was astonished to discover that, at a micro level, the friction between blood and blood, or between matter and matter, generated less heat than he had previously experienced. In simpler terms, the degree of heat generated through friction was noticeably diminished compared to the previous three worlds. The strongest fighter and a master totemist, he possessed refined control and judgment over even the minutest changes. Yet this anomaly in the world felt distinctly eerie. Friction generating heat is one of the most fundamental laws of physics. Should this law exhibit fluctuations, it could imply issues with the materials or anomalies within his own blood. Thus, 2 months later, Galen had begun to regain some strength, wielding a diaper to vigorously rub against nearby objects, after enduring the repeated attempts of his bearded father to wrap him back in swaddling cloth. He finally corroborated his hypothesis that it was not he who was flawed. Rather, it was this world that was askew. Furthermore, he began to notice subtle deviations in other fundamental laws, prompting him to speculate that he might no longer inhabit his original universe. Even he found humor in this conjecture. Perhaps the changes were the result of planetary environmental shifts, a notion that would require further confirmation in due time. Yet, even if such confirmation were attainable, what would it ultimately signify? At present, I am but an infant, and the most crucial matter at hand is not to ponder the grand concepts of time and space, but rather to swiftly cultivate my physical form and discover a suitable secret technique for practice. During the continual testing of various techniques, Galen simultaneously utilizes his extraordinary abilities to gauge his growth rate while observing the newly formed family and the surrounding environment. As for language, Galen, who is proficient in over 10 foreign tongues, effortlessly discerns the underlying patterns, and even with his still fragile physique, he swiftly masters the local dialect with his infantile intellect. His name was confirmed in the second week, by which time Galen had begun to produce simple syllables. He diligently repeated the sounds of Galen, and after vehemently dismissing numerous alternative names with angry gestures, his parents ultimately recognized his steadfast attachment to the name Galen, and thus it was settled. This world, or rather this planet, possesses a conventional environment akin to Earth, with a similar technological standard and civilizational progression, yet the family itself is rather peculiar. His father, Emma Thomas, is a university professor, gentle and wise. Abhorred by violence, sporting a beard and silver-rimmed glasses with a soft demeanor. For the sake of his ecological research, he has taken his family to live in a secluded town in the countryside, half research and half retreat. His mother, Teresa Jeff, is a psychologist of exceptional skill, adept at applying psychological principles to everyday life. She is empathetic yet fiercely independent, possessing strong opinions, gentle in demeanor, yet intensely serious when provoked. Additionally, Galen has an elder brother, Jason Thomas, who is 4 years old and has been known to poke Galen with a stick while standing by his crib. Jason is quite the mischievous child, often receiving a sound reprimand from their mother, Teresa, every few days. However, with her currently recuperating, he is taken to mischief with renewed vigor. Thankfully, their gentle father's persuasive guidance has proven effective as he spends considerable time educating Jason, leading him, after much distress, to confess his wrongdoings to their parents and promise to behave, thus resolving the issue. The Thomas family resides in a secluded town in the northern United States, isolated amidst a sea of trees. Yet the air is remarkably pure, an ideal locale for living and retirement. There exists a version of America in this world, as Galen has gleaned from his parents' casual conversations, although he is not well versed in the details. It bears a resemblance to Earth, yet he has never heard of any nations akin to China. Their quaint town, named Grandeur, is situated over 1,000 kilometers from the nearest city, a true bastion of seclusion. Having garnered an understanding of his surroundings, Galen directed his full attention to the restoration of his powers. Reflecting upon the upheaval in the totem world, he suspects that environmental changes might have rendered many of the secret techniques inapplicable. It seems that the life techniques he possesses have also been affected by these environmental constraints. Fortunately, the seed of his soul appears unaffected, functioning like a perpetual motion machine, gradually releasing its nourishing influence deep within his being, seemingly enhancing the upper limits of his soul. The upper limit of his soul determines the maximum attribute points his physical genes can attain that in the realm of secret techniques. He can only augment his attributes to several times that of an ordinary individual. While in the totem world, after reconstructing himself and absorbing the will of the Hydra, he was able to increase his attributes by over 10 points. In simpler terms, the upper limit of his soul dictates the heights he can ultimately reach. Initially believing the soul seed to be of little use, Galen was suddenly elated to discover its potential for augmenting his soul's upper limit. If he could elevate his attribute ceiling to over 100 points, it would grant him unfathomable power. Alas, the soul seed associated with the dark arts increases the upper limit at a painfully slow rate by his estimates. It would take at least a year to gain even a single point in his physical attribute ceiling. Furthermore, the stronger the attributes, the more potential points are required, and at present, Galen sees no viable solutions to this dilemma. However, this world seems devoid of any extraordinary powers, filled instead with ordinary people, with no immediate threats. He possesses ample time to deliberate. In the absence of extraordinary powers, the source of potential points becomes a new quandary. In a small bedroom adorned with yellow wooden floors, a blue-eyed infant stands precariously in his cradle, one hand resting on the railing as he gazes out at the swaying branches of a large locust tree outside the window. The tree's branches sway with the wind, while two small sparrows flit about, chirping merrily. With no hair yet to speak of, Galen stares at the little birds, a towel wrapped around his bottom, clutching a small ball, lost in thought as he contemplates his choice of secret techniques. He meticulously sifts through the techniques he has mastered, filtering out those that remain applicable, ultimately narrowing it down to 53 techniques. From this selection, he seeks to integrate and refine them, absorbing the strengths of each to create a technique suited to his constitution. Leaving him with 13 viable options, Galen strokes his chin, a frown creasing his brow. The selection of techniques can be categorized into several types. First, those with special effects, which yield unique results akin to the red jade palm or poison sand palm. Second, those that enhance basic attributes, such as speed, physique, defense, and explosive power. And third, balance techniques that do not lean towards extremes, but rather tap into the body's overall potential, promoting longevity and heightened intellect. The life technique has naturally transitioned from the first category to the third, evolving into a method of wellness. However, the drawback of this approach is its slow progress. The same amount of energy must be distributed across all attributes, resulting in a sluggish pace. Galen reviews the 13 techniques he has compiled. Given the enhancements from the cold and sinister waters of the dark arts, the most suitable techniques for his current physique should lean towards ice and water attributes. Therefore, he opts for those with special effects, as techniques that remain effective across different worlds likely fall within the realm of fundamental physical laws. Among the 13 techniques, only 2 possess special effects: the Claw of Hecatthus and the Andrelina Grapple. The Claw of Hecatthus features 4 tiers and is an attack technique imbued with cold poison, strengthening with each tier. The Andrelina Grapple, while it sounds like a grappling technique, actually cultivates a form of icy needle-like energy, which can be incorporated into grappling moves, proving quite potent. After some deliberation, Galen ultimately chooses the Claw of Hecatthus. Creak. The door swings open, and his mother, Teresa, clad in a white dress, enters, carefully preparing to change Galen's diaper. While 4-year-old Jason stands by, watching with curiosity, his expression unreadable. With a sudden decision, Galen hurls the small ball in his hand, striking Jason squarely in the face. Wah! The little boy cries out and scampers from the room. Jason, stop! Teresa calls after him that, oh my goodness, you little imp, bullying your brother at such a young age. What will become of you when you grow up? Teresa chides, pinching Galen's cheek before hastily changing his diaper and rushing after Jason. Once again, the room is left in silence, with only Galen remaining that he stands in his white cradle, resuming his previous line of thought. The techniques he has chosen are all of at least top-tier caliber. Their full potential should rival that of the divine statue technique. Yet, the Claw of Hecatthus does not wholly align with his own capabilities. Further refinement is necessary. Perhaps I can amalgamate some concepts from other techniques. He falls into contemplation once more that time trickles by. Galen engages in the monotonous rhythm of daily life. His mother, Teresa, peruses the latest international psychology journals on her laptop, while occasionally tending to the contented Galen. Galen typically cries once when he is hungry, twice when he needs to relieve himself, and thrice when something on his body is uncomfortable. Compared to the neighbor's baby, Jelling, who was born just a month earlier, he is remarkably easy to care for. Nonetheless, this tedious existence proves a torment for Galen. Thankfully, several months pass, and his father, Emma, procures a set of early childhood educational materials, intending to commence Galen's early education. Don't you think it's a bit too early? Generally, infants start learning phonics around 2 or 3 years old, Teresa remarks as she folds baby clothes. Have you ever seen an infant who can crawl at 1 month old? Emma counters, flipping through the prepared educational materials. But I consulted a friend who specializes in early childhood development, and she mentioned that formal language and literacy education should begin at a few years old. Otherwise, the memories formed too early may fade with age. Have you ever seen an infant who can crawl at 1 month old? Emma selected a carefully chosen book and began to leaf through its pages. You might inadvertently place a burden on the child by saying such things. He is severely lacking in energy at just 4 months old. Therese stood before Emma, arms crossed. Have you ever seen an infant who can crawl at 1 month old? Emma, the father, set the book down, emphasizing his words that I suspect my son is a genius. He declared earnestly, all right, every parent has believed their child to be a genius, perhaps once, Therese replied, sitting down in resignation. Well then, let's give it a try. Father Emma placed the early education materials in front of Galen, adorned with vibrant illustrations. First, we teach the fundamental phonemes, and then we move on to the letters. That Emma's plan was quite robust. And having had a prior experience with Jason, he appeared confident. Galen widened his eyes, feeling the need to blend in rather than stand out. The first letter, Emma opened his mouth toward Galen, and the two of them, one large and one small, stared at each other in wide-eyed silence. Mother Therese stood up, speechless, and exited the room, only to return shortly with a small baby wrapped in a red cloth, placing her directly into Gallon's crib. "This is our neighbor's little Gielling. Her mother has gone visiting, and Mr. Witt is organizing people for the neighborhood watch, so they've temporarily entrusted us with the child for a couple of days." Little Gelling was more than a month older than Gallon and sat still in the cradle, her bright eyes resembling gems, gazing intently at Gallon. "We'll teach them together," Mother Therese tossed out before rushing outside to check on her papers. "Hey, come repeat after me," Emma persisted, keeping his gaze on Gallon. Come, look at me, look in your father's eyes. You're a genius, you're a genius, you're a genius." Father Emma began to lose his composure. Emma exclaimed with excitement. "No, it's a look at my mouth shape. K." Gallon mimicked his mouth shape, but the sound that emerged oddly transformed into a K. "Oh my goodness. Therese. The father finally cracked, throwing down the book and rushing out of the room to call for his wife. Gallon shook his head in disinterest and turned to glance at little Gielling. This infant, like him, was bald, and her future appearance was completely indiscernible that I should focus on my secret arts. He redirected his attention to his secret arts and attribute abilities. A quick glance at his current attributes revealed: Gallon Thomas, Strength 0.2, Agility 0.2, Constitution 0.3, Intelligence 0.4, Potential 0. Truly, a blank slate. He felt somewhat disheartened. He then looked at the skills section. Soul type: Northern Spearman's Cold Flame, True Water, Evil Art 1. Average attribute limit increases yearly. Innate constitution modification leans towards ice and gold attributes. Secret art: none, and then nothing more. This body possessed no skills, and the potential points had been completely depleted in the River of Origin. Since he had selected the secret art, Gallon began to concentrate earnestly, embarking on the first round of foundational practice. The Claw of Hecathes consisted of 4 layers. The initial layer required specific syllables, postures, and mental focus, completing a precise set of frequency and blood energy mobilization to truly commence. However, Gallon wouldn't require such complications. His soul power was strongest through neurons, influencing the body's blood energy. This was, after all, a unique trait belonging to fighters: spirit. Once the spirit was concentrated, it formed the essence, allowing the soul to influence the body. In other words, the power of the soul needed the essence to be genuinely effective. Otherwise, it could at most control the surface awareness of the soul over the nerves and daily movements, failing to achieve precise control over oneself. The first layer of the Claw of Hecathes aimed to train and enhance the heart, gradually transforming the quality of the blood, necessitating the absorption of coldness at midnight, the coldest time of night, allowing the body to adapt to the chill without harm, while utilizing special blood energy circulation. It could adjust the nature of the blood without damaging the body. Gallon mentally organized the sequence. Originally, many external medicinal materials would be required, but given that his body had been inherently modified through evil arts, this minor chill posed no challenge. As long as he absorbed the coldness at midnight daily, he would be fine. Resolute in his decision, Gallon laid down to rest and no longer paid attention to little Gielling. For the first foundational practice, he needed utmost caution, especially since he was only a few months old and his body was quite fragile. Awakening from a drowsy slumber in the afternoon, he was fed by Mother Therese. The quantity was insufficient, so she added 2 large bottles of imported camel milk, just enough to fill him before he fell back asleep. As evening approached, Father Emma made another visit, presumably intending to attempt early education once more. But upon seeing Gallon sleeping soundly, he retreated to wash diapers in disappointment. Mother Therese stayed in the room, occasionally checking on little Gielling to see if she had wet the bed. Most of the time, she was engrossed in her journal articles. Meanwhile, little Jason sat in the living room, absorbed in cartoons. Night slowly descended. The sky outside transformed from white to grayish-white, then dimmed, finally enveloping everything in darkness, dotted with stars. This room was on the 2nd floor, facing a road in town where cars occasionally passed by, their yellow and white headlights cutting across the ceiling, the distant sounds of children playing and the barks of dogs and meows of cats faintly audible. Mother Therese, using the desk lamp, browsed the internet until late into the night before washing up. Turning off the light, and resting alongside father. Just as the two began to drift off to sleep, Galen suddenly opened his eyes. Awakening in the cradle, he wriggled out of the swaddling cloth and glanced at little Jelling, who was soundly asleep. The wall clock was nearing midnight. Galen, bare-chested and clad only in a white diaper, sat at one end of the cradle, quietly awaiting the time. In the darkness, the only illumination came from the streetlight outside, casting the room in a faint glow as a car drove by, the rhythmic strains of music wafting from it, accompanied by the laughter and teasing of young men and women. Galen sat in the cradle, his hands forming a peculiar and intricate hand seal, resembling an irregular tree branch, somewhat like an L, yet also reminiscent of a larger. His body assumed an upright sitting posture, one eye open and the other closed. Time passed slowly as Galen maintained this position, appearing still, yet subtle changes occurred. His hand seal transformed with each heartbeat into several different seals. Ding, ding, midnight struck. Galen's heart suddenly jolted, pausing momentarily, then rapidly beating at an accelerated pace. He concentrated his essence, adjusting his body to delicately regulate his blood energy. The first layer of the claw of Hecathes, the heart of coldness in the attribute section, the secret art no longer remained completely absent. Instead, a faintly red, intricate symbol began to emerge, resembling the hand seal Galen formed. Somewhat like an L, yet also akin to an A. Secret art. Claw of Hecathes, first layer, heart of coldness 1, of 4 layers. This state lasted but a few fleeting minutes. Galen soon emerged from his practice. Feeling a slight soreness throughout his body, he glanced at the changes in the secret art section, noting a progress of 1 for the first practice. Quite satisfactory. After all, the secret arts that caught his eye, chosen for their memorability, were no trifling matter. They were either unearthed from relics or were the pinnacle of ancient martial arts passed down through prestigious sections. Moreover, these selected secret arts shared a common characteristic. They were beyond Galen's comprehension. With his level of insight, he could easily simulate and deduce the effects of ordinary secret arts. Only those of profound depth or those that ventured into uncharted territory, areas and philosophies he had yet to explore, eluded his understanding. The Claw of Hecathes was one of the few secret arts he could not penetrate, collected unintentionally during his travels with Andrella in search of relics and mysterious items. He made some minor adjustments based on his own experiences to enhance the effectiveness of the technique, and he himself was rather eager to see the specific effects of mastering this secret art. At the very least, the secret art was on par with divine arts, a top-tier secret art, and if it was beyond his comprehension, its power should be formidable. After completing the first foundational practice, Galen dared not be greedy. Even the finest of things, when consumed in excess, could lead to indigestion. Suitability is indeed the essence of perfection. Having tidied up, he reclined once more, swiftly succumbing to the embrace of slumber. As time passed monotonously, each day for Galen comprised of eating, drinking, sleeping, and studying, only to repeat the cycle the following day. Such a life, devoid of excitement, was further compounded by the necessity to masquerade as an infant during his father's early education sessions. Nevertheless, he found solace in the simple joys of teasing the occasionally visiting little Jelling or playfully tormenting his elder brother, Jason Thomas. His mother, Therese, occasionally busied herself publishing a research paper online, which served as a significant source of income. A well-received article would yield a substantial share whenever it was purchased or downloaded. Meanwhile, his father had recently taken on a graduate student, frequently escorting her around town, purportedly for some form of research. Surprisingly, Therese seemed quite at ease with her husband as attractive research assistant, displaying an unusual calmness. Thus, the household remained tranquil. Galen diligently practiced the Claw of Hex, his progress steadily advancing at nearly 1 unit per day. He sensed that this pace was somewhat accelerated, likely due to his enhanced physique being exceptionally compatible with his secret technique. The records within the technique indicated that completing the first tier would typically require a decade. However, at his current rate, he could achieve this foundational level in just over 100 days, a feat that could only be described as the hallmark of a prodigy in this peaceful environment. Devoid of any threats or safety concerns, even Galen found himself somewhat immersed in his studies. 3 months swiftly elapsed. Little Jelling, once cradled in arms, had begun to crawl, babbling incoherent sounds that in contrast. Galen had learned to stand steadily in his cradle and walk on his own two legs. His hair had grown golden, resembling that of his mother, with golden tresses, azure eyes, and skin as fair as milk. Aside from his preference for silence, Galen bore little distinction from an ordinary infant. He adeptly disguised himself by comparing his progress to that of little Jelling, making his behavior seem entirely normal. His mother had procured a set of basic educational animations from an unknown source, which she played incessantly on her laptop by Galen's window. He relished the leisure afforded by her distraction, allowing him to focus inwardly on his own body. Should any irregularities or lethargy arise within, he would swiftly employ his chi to regulate his energy and blood flow, as a top-tier fighter. His exceptional mastery enabled him to maintain precise control over his internal condition. Life remained remarkably tranquil, with occasional visits from his parents' friends and neighbors. Galen was sometimes taken out for a stroll under the sun, affording him a glimpse of the surrounding town. The town itself was a vast circle, lush with verdant trees and shrubs, centered around a plaza where local elders gathered nightly to converse or engage in games. Nestled deep within a forest, the town was said to have originally been inhabited by indigenous tribes, later transformed by outsiders who introduced technology, leading to its expansion into a bustling community of over 10,000 residents. The town boasted a church, with the priest and mayor being the most esteemed figures within the community, mediating local matters. Additionally, a security team was present to maintain order and deter wild animals from encroaching upon the town. Galen discovered that most residents made their living through hunting and logging, many owning their own land to cultivate food and vegetables for personal consumption. Close to the coastline, a modest fishing ground provided a steady supply of seafood for sale, occasionally attracting tourists, which contributed to the local economy in essence. The town resembled a pastoral utopia where its inhabitants lived harmoniously, resisting any attempts by outsiders to exploit the area. The populace comprised locals, settlers from elsewhere, and individuals brought in by local residents, such as women who married into the community. Among them were doctors, lawyers, restaurant owners, and educators, all contributing to a finely woven tapestry of unique professions that characterized the town. Galen's parents, the Thomases, had garnered a degree of notoriety. As a university professor and psychologist, settling in the area was considered significant by the local populace. Many were eager to engage with this family of intellectuals, hoping to bask in their cultural radiance. During the Christmas season, gifts frequently arrived at their home. Galen was perplexed by the existence of not only American Christmas, but also terms like England, leading him to question whether he had somehow returned to Earth. However, on an unexpected whim, he seized the opportunity to explore the laptop while his parents were absent, randomly pressing keys, yet systematically seeking information about world maps. To his astonishment, a world map indeed appeared, reminiscent of Earth's, but exhibiting significant differences. The land masses of the 5 continents were considerably larger, and the oceans vast, nearly double that of Earth. While he gazed at the map in wonder, Therese entered the room. "Don't get too close. Be cautious of radiation," she admonished, swiftly removing the laptop to protect the child's eyes. Galen resumed his position in the cradle, allowing his mother to change his diaper, all the while contemplating his situation. With his days devoid of purpose and the limited energy of an infant, he found himself at a loss for how to occupy his time. Aside from his nightly practice of the first tier of the Claw of Hex, he struggled to find other pursuits. Piecing together the information at hand, it became increasingly evident that this world resembled a parallel universe akin to Earth, albeit with an inexplicable increase in size. Galen found it implausible that 2 such similar Earths could exist within a single universe, especially with variations in fundamental physical principles. His conviction in this theory solidified. This universe, this world, was likely not the original one he had known. Finding his existence increasingly tedious, he resolved to discreetly utilize the laptop to explore various subjects and expand his knowledge, in comparison to the plethora of early education materials his father had gathered. He rapidly self-studied preschool courses online. Kindergarten, elementary, and middle school subjects were swiftly completed, primarily through a cursory review, as his exceptional memory allowed him to absorb information effortlessly. However, when he attempted to search for high school courses, His parents confiscated the laptop, citing concerns that excessive use could adversely affect his eyesight and health. Despite his only having used it more than usual over the past 3 days, days of monotonous existence continued to unfold until Gallon finally reached the age of 2. Transitioning from a crib to running about freely, he began to dress himself, eat independently, and use the toilet. At 2 years old, Gallon exhibited remarkable maturity and self-control, rarely crying or being picky with food. His golden hair seemed to radiate light, and his skin, as creamy as milk, paired with his striking blue eyes, earned him a bit of local fame among the neighbors. Friends of his parents frequently visited. Eager to engage with the charming little Gallon, he had begun to demonstrate his linguistic prowess. Unlike other 2-year-olds who merely babbled, he articulated his thoughts with coherence and clarity, standing just slightly shorter than his 6-year-old brother Jason, who was covered in freckles and brimming with energy. Gallon preferred quiet activities such as reading and listening to music, presenting a stark contrast to his boisterous sibling. It was evident that their parents favored the more composed younger brother, which stirred feelings of imbalance within Jason. In a fit of mischief, Jason stuffed all the lollipops given by a neighbor into his pockets and provocatively glared at Gallon, who was approaching. "The Vitubo lollipops are all mine," he proclaimed loudly. "Fool," Gallon replied nonchalantly as he walked past him. Jason stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, before eventually turning to watch his brother's retreating figure. "Gallon, how dare you insult me? I'm your brother. I'll teach you a lesson," he bellowed. Lunging at Gallon. 2 minutes later, Mom Jason emerged from Gallon's room, tears and snot streaming down his face as he ran toward his parents' room, crying pitifully, "How many times must I endure this?" In his chamber, Jalen shook his head and spoke in a childlike voice. His physical condition now resembled that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. Yet his internal constitution far surpassed that of a mere child. All of his physical attributes had approached a remarkable 0.8, nearing the level of an adult. This was the benefit of having successfully cultivated the heart of Ian Cold. All his internal organs were developing at a peculiar yet stable pace, growing increasingly robust, while simultaneously, the secret art of life was continuously transforming his blood and heart. He was unaware of the duration required for this transformation. But the effects of the heart of Ian Cold had already caused a slight chill to manifest in his heart, which lingered at his chest, occasionally sending tendrils of cold coursing through his veins. Once the transformation of his heart was complete, this initial stage would reach its zenith, signaling the time to proceed to the next level. "Listen, Jalen," his mother, Tress, bent down to address her young son, "that I have decided to enroll you in kindergarten. Lest you continue to bully your brother at home, that he is frightened of you. What do you think of this decision?" Jalen nodded in agreement. "Kindergarten? Is it the one in town?" "Indeed, although you may be a bit young. Both your father and I believe you meet the criteria for enrollment," Tress replied earnestly. "Has Jason started elementary school?" Jalen suddenly shifted the topic. "Yes, he attends a local primary school." "Then I wish to go to elementary school as well." Jalen had no desire to engage in games of make-believe with those younger children. It seemed a complete waste of his time. Elementary school requires a foundational preschool education. Do you understand what preschool education entails? And you must address Jason as older brother. "Is that so? What a pity, but I still wish to attend elementary school," Jalen affirmed confidently. "Haven't I already completed my preschool education? Children age 2 are not permitted to attend elementary school. You are still too young, my dear." Tress found conversing with her son to be quite challenging. "Is there a national law that prohibits 2-year-old from attending elementary school?" Jalen countered. "Where did you learn the term national law?" Tress felt a throbbing headache. "While your speech is now quite fluent, a basic foundation in art, music, mathematics, and language is essential. Like Jason. Just like Jason, but he often cries when I hit him. He is too weak." Tress took a deep breath. "My dear, some matters cannot simply be resolved with brute force. Yet those matters have no bearing on my ability to defeat him," Jalen replied calmly. Goodness, Tress thought she might lose her mind. As a psychologist, she found her son's psychological state utterly perplexing. "Mother, what do you think of my suggestion? You must have confidence in your son." The result of their conversation was Tress fleeing the room. She was at a loss for how to persuade her precocious son. Perhaps she would need to employ some clever tactics to convey that muscles do not determine everything. He hardly seemed like a 2-year-old. but rather a child of 5 or 6. Thomas, I am at my wit's end regarding how to educate our son. The faint sounds of Tress speaking could be heard outside the room. Rest assured. I maintain that our son is a genius, his father, Emma, replied proudly. Jalen shook his head in resignation and approached the bookshelf, casually flipping through a book. Hey, Jalen! Jason unexpectedly dashed in, brandishing a white inflatable stick and looking quite triumphant. This time I will make you cry, Jason shouted boastfully. Jalen glanced at him, set down the book, and approached. Left hook, uppercut to the abdomen. Bang! Mommy! Jason dropped the plastic stick, weeping profusely as he fled the room. Jalen returned to the bookshelf to continue reading. Following this incident, Jalen was once more subjected to his father's lengthy philosophical discussions. Half an hour of non-repetitive dialogue was Emma's specialty and a source of pride in his non-violent educational approach. However, when it came to Jalen, this method proved less effective. While Jalen attentively listened, nodding frequently, the tangible results remained disheartening. After the discussion, it was business as usual. Thus, their tranquil existence continued day by day. Ultimately, Jalen was sent to kindergarten, alongside his neighbor, Jelling, to the local preschool. The rationale was that, as social beings, a lack of interaction with peers would lead to numerous issues. Jalen acquiesced, despite the fact that Jelling was clearly not yet ready for kindergarten. The kindergarten was situated on the western outskirts of town, merely 300 meters from Jalen's home, nestled among numerous gray small buildings. The colorful structure had white walls adorned with vibrant illustrations of red strawberries, apples and yellow bananas and pineapples, surrounded by a small fence. Inside the enclosure were pale yellow slides, swings, and seesaws, all designed for children's play. A spacious classroom featured white walls, a blackboard, and 3 bright square windows on the left side. In the center of the classroom stood 3 long tables, their reddish-brown surfaces coated in smooth tree resin, with sharp edges softened by a layer of rubber. A woman in a red tracksuit, with her hair tied in a ponytail, was raising her arms, mimicking a cat as she sang. Despite being in her 30s, her movements seemed youthful. Every day is the little cat's birthday. Every day she can eat fish. The little cat loves to catch mice, and balls of yarn are her favorite. She can jump, run, and climb trees, and she swims with remarkable skill. Cute and affectionate, meowing away, cats are everyone's best little companions. With each line sung by the teacher, the 10 or so children in the classroom echoed her words, their childish voices creating a delightful cacophony. Indeed, this was music class. Jalen sat at the far end of the long table by the window, somewhat bored, gazing at the rustling leaves outside, in the bright morning sunlight. The sycamore tree in the kindergarten was shedding its yellowed leaves, which had formed a thick layer on the ground, while the cleaning lady swept them away to prevent caterpillars from stinging the children. 2 months had passed since his entrance into kindergarten, and he found it exceedingly dull. He contemplated whether he should showcase his genius to escape the torment of being surrounded by toddlers. Ilian Kerr, the teacher called out again. This scenario unfolded daily, as a little girl named Ilian Kerr was frequently called out by the teacher for dozing off during class. Jalen turned to glance at the double-braided girl standing up. Her large black eyes set against her yellow skin, which was not that of a Caucasian. With a plump baby face, she appeared quite adorable, yet now she stood with a look of distress. On the verge of tears. Teacher, I just accidentally, she whispered an apology. The teacher, though exasperated, could only scold her lightly, understanding that at this age, children could easily be brought to tears, barring certain exceptions. Jalen, a little one beside him, whispered, Do you know why birds can fly? Because they have feathers. That I asked that so? Just having feathers allows them to fly? But my dad has plenty of hair. Why can't he fly? Because his hair isn't in the right places. Is that so? Yes, you can ask your dad when you get home. Jalen replied earnestly, No. The lesson passed swiftly, transitioning to mathematics. Jalen, come demonstrate. What is 2 plus 5? The math teacher was a bespectacled young woman, probably in her 20s, dressed in a white t-shirt and gray knee-length skirt, her long ponytail giving her an innocent appearance. Jalen instantly became the focus of the other children, reluctantly setting aside his drawing tools and walking to the blackboard. Autumn had arrived, and he wore a gray turtleneck sweater, appearing as though he were enveloped in the garment, which added to his cuteness. Grabbing the extended chalk, he confidently wrote the answer, 7, without uttering a word, then turned to step down from the platform. Did everyone see that? 2 plus 5 equals 7. Wonderful. Let us give Jalen a round of applause. The teacher clapped joyfully, and instantly, the sound of enthusiastic applause filled the air. Alas, Galen let out a long sigh. How much longer must he endure such days? He felt an increasing chill in his chest, yet his body showed no signs of discomfort. In fact, it felt quite pleasant. The icy sensation was akin to the relief one experiences from a cool slice of watermelon on a sweltering day. Although he had successfully cultivated the heart of Ian Cold, the process of transformation had left his body temperature slightly lower than that of an average child. Moreover, this transformation seemed to have impacted his facial features and physical development, rendering his small frame increasingly androgynous. At times, it became challenging to discern whether he was a boy or a girl. However, Galen paid this little mind. Children tend to look similar in their early years, with their chubby cheeks making gender distinctions rather trivial. In kindergarten, the subjects included nature, social studies, mathematics, language arts, art, and music. Each class lasted 20 minutes and soon came to a close, followed by an array of playtime activities. Occasionally, the teacher would join in the fun, engaging the children in games such as sliding down the outdoor slide or playing house. During these moments, Galen would quietly sketch in a corner, with his devoted admirer and playmate, Jelling, always by his side, consciously mimicking his actions. Crayons and watercolors flowed effortlessly through Galen's hands. Although he wasn't particularly skilled at drawing and occasionally distorted his creations intentionally to avoid shocking the world with his talent. The resulting artwork, while seemingly complete, bore a certain childish carelessness. He depicted houses, suns on hills, birds, and watchful dogs, among other things, but no one could discern that he was secretly testing the extent of his heart of Ian Cold's transformation. As his mastery of the heart of Ian Cold progressed, Galen found that with mere thought, he could summon strands of cold energy, concentrating it to envelop his fingertips. This chill could lower the temperature of his fingers by about 10 degrees, rendering them merely cold to the touch without any further effect. Yet, Galen viewed this as a means to train his strength and enhance his power distribution, all the while quietly analyzing the essence and origins of this force. Life in kindergarten was rather monotonous, filled with the routine of practicing secret arts, followed by various tedious activities, playing games with peers and teachers while suppressing his own brilliance. Fortunately, Galen had a knack for passing time effectively. Winter soon arrived, blanketing the entire town of grandeur in a thick layer of snow, transforming it into a dazzling winter wonderland. The streets and squares were covered in a thick white layer, crunching satisfyingly underfoot. After Christmas, Galen received a set of high-quality art supplies and a beautifully crafted violin. His mother intended for him to learn this elegant and melodious instrument. However, unexpectedly, Tress soon became pregnant again. The days passed in a dull monotony, and by the following autumn, the third child was born. Faywin Thomas, the name of Galen's little sister. Fortunately, the good news was that his kindergarten days were coming to an end. At 4 years old, he was about to enter elementary school. His older brother, Jason, had grown robust, now 8 years old and consumed by a passion for music and soccer. Having started kindergarten at 5, he was now in the 3rd grade, and due to his rapid growth, he towered over Galen by a head. "Are you really going to elementary school soon?" One day, Jason burst into Galen's room, his voice brimming with excitement. "Yes," Galen replied. There was only one elementary school in town, so the two brothers would soon be attending the same institution, much to Jason's delight. "Yes, there's something you need?" Galen was practicing on his violin. The rosewood instrument nestled comfortably between his neck and shoulder, allowing him to produce pure and even tones with ease. After a month of instruction, Tress had decided to step back, believing that as long as her son maintained the correct posture, he could learn the rest through online tutorials. After all, mastering the violin was largely about self-study once the basics were in place. Nothing, Jason stammered, shivering under Galen's gaze, and retreated from the room, perplexed by his own excitement. Yet he felt a persistent sense of joy. Compared to kindergarten, elementary school felt slightly more normalized. After all, elementary students exhibited a greater degree of intelligence and social interaction. Watching Jason dash out of the room, Galen resumed his violin practice. Single-note exercises, scale variations, and complex arpeggios, With just a fleeting glance at the bowing techniques demonstrated in the videos, he was able to replicate them flawlessly, quickly mastering the fundamental skills thanks to his acute sensitivity to subtle vibrations. Within a month, he had advanced to playing practice pieces. Strangely, the music he produced carried an underlying chill, not in a melodious sense, but rather with an eerie undertone that sent shivers down one's spine. The more refined his control, the more pronounced this unsettling quality became, reminiscent of a deranged killer playing amidst a pool of blood. This peculiar aspect, skillfully concealed by Galen, went this is the teacher's original words. According to Galen's own observations, the northern area indeed has fewer residents, and it appears to be somewhat chaotic, with local ruffians occasionally spotted roaming the streets. Most of these delinquents are familiar faces from the town, often participating in the local carnival activities. They typically dress in a scruffy manner, yet seem to belong to an organized group, displaying a surprising level of discipline. Aside from their occasional disturbances in the Northern District, they are law-abiding citizens in other areas. It seems as though there is someone overseeing their behavior as a whole. Life in elementary school can be rather dull, but soon an exciting event emerged. A picnic organized by the school. 2 second-grade classes joined forces, along with over 10 teachers, to have a picnic in the nearby wooded area to the left of the town. More than 40 elementary students, dressed in vibrant colors, eagerly participated, some accompanied by their parents. The picnic area was within the patrol zone of the security team, where officers pass by daily, rendering it a genuinely safe space. Galen, having just entered the second grade, had no friends his class aside from Xiao Jialing, so he simply walked at the back of the line. The group followed in a single file, soon arriving at the designated wooded area, where they spread out picnic blankets and retrieved their prepared lunches from their small backpacks. For elementary students, it would be quite a challenge to actually forage for food in the wild. Some teachers stationed themselves around the perimeter, while others helped the children set up. The essence of the picnic was merely to enjoy their packed lunches in the woods. Galen found a pleasant shaded spot to lay out his white picnic blanket, with Xiao Jialing, dressed in a white dress, sitting beside him. She had her hair styled with a left side braid, her eyes sparkling, always keen to stay close to Galen. He began to unpack an array of delicious treats from his backpack: grilled meat sandwiches, vegetable salad mixed with corn, canned fish, canned fruit, gummy bears, and jam-filled candies. A fellow student, Ilian, approached and crouched in front of Galen's blanket, glancing at her meager 2 sandwiches and juice, then at Galen's impressive spread, her rosy cheeks nearly dripping with envy. "Can we form a group?" Ilian inquired. "Let us make it the 3 of us." Galen replied nonchalantly. In truth, 2 or 3 didn't matter much, compared to those mischievous troublemakers. Ilian was merely a bit of a sleep enthusiast, while Xiao Jialing maintained her quiet demeanor. Of course, another reason was that both little girls were adorably cute, though it remained uncertain how they would develop as they grew older. For now, they were undeniably charming children. However, in comparison, Xiao Jialing's complexion was somewhat fairer, while Ilian's skin was slightly darker and she appeared a bit thin, possibly due to malnutrition. The abundance of delectable food on the blanket drew the attention of nearby groups of children, who gazed longingly in their direction. In this town, it was rare for children to have such an array of treats, as there was limited interaction with the outside world, making many items difficult to acquire. These snacks and candies were typically brought back by Theres and Emma during their occasional university visits, far exceeding the expectations of most children in the town, many of whom had only seen such items in television commercials. There were 5 different brands of milk candies, each more extravagant than the last. To be honest, Galen was particularly fond of these treats. Yet, being a child meant he should indulge in childlike pleasures, and he had no intention of being an exception. Sitting on the grass, shaded by trees, was quite refreshing. The sun gradually brightened, casting a golden glow on the meadow outside the shade, warming the ground. Galen was typically the type of student who required little oversight from adults, excelling academically and exhibiting an independent disposition. The teachers would occasionally glance his way, satisfied to see him safe and sound, before returning their focus elsewhere. As he sat on the grass, observing the 2 little girls devouring snacks, he leaned back against the tree trunk, unconcerned about whether his white shirt and denim overalls would get dirty. Suddenly, a cold, elongated object brushed against his right arm. Galen looked down to find a small snake, A black snake adorned with yellow checkered patterns, approximately the length of his hand. A nearby boy suddenly screamed, "There's a snake! Teacher, there's a snake!" The boy, in tears, rolled away from his picnic blanket, prompting the other nearby students to flee the scene in panic. Two teachers with prior experience were startled but quickly approached cautiously. Gallon observed the situation from a distance, where, in the shadows of the trees, a deep green, triangular-headed venomous snake was coiled on a branch, over a meter long, blending in so well it was hard to discern. This venomous snake was hissing, flicking its tongue at the crowd. "It's a gaboon viper. How on earth could such a deadly snake be here?" One teacher identified the species. The gaboon viper is highly venomous. An adult bitten by it without any venom would succumb to cardiac paralysis within 10 minutes. Let alone a 7 or 8-year-old child. Being bitten would lead to catastrophic consequences. A few teachers' faces turned pale at the realization. Before long, another gaboon viper appeared on the opposite branch, causing the nearby students to scream again. Soon, a third snake emerged, another species of highly toxic snake. Xiao, yelling beside Gallon, turned pale with fright, while Ilian surprisingly showed little fear, instead fixating her gaze on the venomous snake. Gallon furrowed his brow and suddenly looked up at the tree above him. On a dim branch, another gaboon viper appeared. This one considerably thicker than the others, about the width of his arm. The snake's triangular eyes glimmered ominously as it turned its gaze toward Gallon. This largest snake had yet to be noticed by anyone else. But it was likely only a matter of time. At this point, several venomous snakes had surrounded all the students, and the number of snakes was gradually increasing to dozens. One teacher had already begun to call the security team. Their faces ashen, uncertain of how to proceed. It was not only the students who were in danger, but they too were at risk. Gallon frowned, suddenly shifting his gaze to the largest snake. A chilling aura silently emanated from him, making contact with the largest snake's body. The snake shuddered violently, as though it had encountered a formidable force, and swiftly retreated. In an instant, all the surrounding venomous snakes turned and vanished into the woods as if they had never been there. Gallon was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that a fleeting thought would lead to a breakthrough in his latent abilities, reaching the second tier of his power, the hand of venom. What astonished him the most was that, despite being in second grade, his body was capable of manifesting such power. His aura was a combination of spirit and vitality. He had always been full of spirit, yet lacking in robust physicality, which had prevented him from unleashing his aura. However, this sudden breakthrough allowed him to activate his aura. It was indeed an unexpected delight. Nevertheless, the gathering of venomous snakes struck him as peculiar. Such snakes wouldn't randomly venture into human-populated areas. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, observing that as the largest snake fled, the others began to follow suit. They had not harmed the children, but seemed to have merely intended to frighten them. Feeling a sense of oddity, Gallon began to scrutinize the children and teachers present. Suddenly, he noticed a platinum-haired little girl, her face betraying fear as she stared in the direction of the departing snakes. She stood not far from Gallon, dazed, her white dress stained with green grass juice. This girl was different from the others. Her gaze held not only fear, but also a complex array of emotions. As the other children sighed in relief at the snake's retreat, apart from a few who were still crying, most began to return to their normal state. However, she did not. He seemed to feel an increasing sense of dread as the venomous serpent departed. Gallon etched the image of the little girl into his memory. The picnic was hastily concluded, as the teachers, fearful of any misfortune, promptly escorted all the children back to school. From this outing, Gallon sensed an unsettling strangeness. The world appeared far more complex than he had previously imagined. In the northern district of the town, within a pristine white spire of a grand cathedral, the spacious and luminous interior was occasionally graced by the presence of men and women engaged in fervent prayer upon the rows of long benches. Father Vigard, clad in white robes, stood before the lectern, seemingly attempting to counsel a robust young Caucasian man. "Your activities of late have been rather excessive." It was merely a minor reprimand, capturing a traitor, he remarked. The man smirked, lips pursed, displaying an air of indifference. His muscular physique, with his shirt unbuttoned to reveal a well-defined torso, was accentuated by a metallic belt chain at his waist and a sparkling diamond stud in one ear. His handsome, pale visage exuding an unsettling allure. The mayor has already conveyed a message, urging you to temper your actions. They are quite displeased with your recent undertakings, the priest whispered, making gestures of prayer. Do not concern yourself. The matter has been resolved. Has it not? This was merely a minor incident, the man replied, bowing his head to receive the priest's blessing of holy water. I hope so. The priest nodded solemnly. After the sprinkling of holy water, the man devoutly traced a cross upon his chest and muttered a few prayers before descending from the lectern to occupy a seat among the benches. Before long, someone settled beside him and whispered a few words. The man's brow furrowed instantly. Those troublesome women. He steadied himself, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he patted the shoulder of the man beside him. Are there any outsiders in town recently? The flow of visitors is minimal. Mostly just tourists. Did they merely drive away the serpent? Indeed, it seems they were issuing threats and asserting their stance, came the quiet response. Send someone to warn them. According to the agreement, the first to breach the rules must face consequences, the man stated with gravity. Understood, I do not wish for the peace of grandeur to be tarnished by them. Our annual tourism revenue is a significant income for us, he muttered, shaking his head. However, Chief, those women have been rather radical of late. What if, the subordinate hesitated to ask, then capture a few of their men and deal with them as per the old methods? A cold glimmer flickered in the man's eyes. The classroom was a cacophony of sound, with elementary students darting about, chattering incessantly, while the teacher engrossed herself in her book. The bright afternoon light streamed through the windows, and the temperature was rising. Surrounding Gallon's desk were several classmates, all intently observing the ever-changing Rubik's Cube in his hands. The cube, manipulated by Gallon with an almost magical finesse, transformed into a uniform color in less than a minute, only to be scrambled again before repeating the process. The children erupted into exclamations of astonishment. Most of the students hailed from the town, dressed rather plainly, dominated by shades of gray, red, and black, lacking in any extravagant embellishments or stylish haircuts. Exuding a sense of simplicity that in their eyes, Gallon, with his fair, supple skin and golden hair, resembled a doll, dazzling like a star from the television. Whispers of his prowess with the violin and his ability to navigate the internet spread from Xiao's yelling, instantly elevating Gallon to the status of a campus celebrity. Even the most boisterous and robust boys dared not provoke him. Despite his seemingly delicate appearance, for some inexplicable reason, he exuded an aura of formidable strength. What is that girl's name? Does anyone know? Gallon inquired while fiddling with the cube, casting his gaze toward a platinum-haired girl seated in the corner of the room. She was the same girl who had displayed unusual behavior during the serpent incident. She appeared rather unremarkable, frail and pale, lacking the healthy glow of sun-kissed skin. After a few days of reflection, Gallon suddenly recalled that incident and, amidst the crowd, casually posed a question that I think her name is Silvassa. Came a response from one child. Yes, Silvassa Ladin, I heard her mother passed away recently, apparently drowned. Another voice chimed in this revelation. The surrounding students fell silent, for they were merely children under 10, and discussions of adult matters. Especially death instilled a sense of trepidation. Was it after our picnic? Ilian, seated beside Gallon, suddenly interjected, Oh, a flicker of curiosity crossed Gallon's eyes. Enough. She's already unfortunate enough. Xiao yelling retorted disapprovingly, Don't provoke Silvassa. She's quite odd. A cute girl whispered to Gallon, her unabashed admiration evident, perhaps unaware of the concept of discretion. Odd? Why do you say that? Gallon countered. She doesn't like to play with others and talks back to the teachers. Plus, I heard she was once kidnapped. She's not a good girl, the girl murmured. Stop spreading rumors. Xiao Jialing interjected, rising angrily and glaring at the girl. Startled by Jialing's intensity, the little girl bit her lip, glancing at Gallon, reluctant to lose face before her crush. Despite her fear, she huffed and turned away. The other children gathered around the Rubik's Cube also scattered in surprise. Jialing, why are you so upset? Gallon gently urged her back in her seat. It's nothing. I just think it's wrong to speak ill of others behind their backs. She pouted defiantly. Gallon felt a twinge of strangeness. Jialing had been quite obedient in their childhood, yet as she grew, She developed a stronger sense of self. Ilian, too, had changed, along with several other girls in their class, who had all become remarkably assertive, seemingly maturing in a short span. In contrast, the boys lagged significantly behind. Apart from the two most boisterous boys, the rest seemed meek and often bullied by the girls. This phenomenon struck Galen as peculiar, prompting him to glance once more at the strange platinum-haired girl. Silvassa Latin. After the serpent incident, tranquility returned to the school. Second grade passed in dull monotony, followed by third, fourth, and fifth grades, devoid of any major events or strange occurrences. Galen's violin skills flourished, yet with his deepening practice of the black claw of Hathis, he occasionally found himself unable to control the haunting notes that would occasionally escape his instrument. Galen's younger sister, Faywin, finally commenced her schooling, proudly joining the ranks of elementary students as fifth grade approached the transition to middle school. It was evident that the town had only one junior high, ensuring Galen's inevitable admission there. In truth, it was more accurately referred to as the 6th, 7th, and 8th grades. The school bell rang. Standing at a height of 1.5 meters, Galen gathered his assignments and organized them into his backpack. With the final assessments completed and all A's achieved, the teachers were beaming with As graduation approached, the teachers planned a celebration. With Galen's violin performance as the grand finale, at 12 years of age, Galen's appearance was nearly flawless. Unlike in his previous life, he now possessed a slender, proportionate figure, with golden hair radiating brilliance and purity. His handsome features bore a hint of androgyny, and his immersion in music granted him an inexplicable, delicate charm. His demeanor was courteous and gentle, making him the second most popular boy in his grade. The first was a robust, athletically gifted boy named Jamie, whom Galen had seen from a distance. He exuded a wild yet healthy charisma. His skin bore a slight tan, and he excelled in basketball, soccer, and baseball, serving as the head of the school's athletic department, greatly admired by the girls. "Hey, Galen, shall we walk home together?" Jelling and Ilian approached together, the trio having been inseparable childhood friends. Jelling donned a faded red t-shirt and loose, bleached denim jeans, her height surprisingly comparable to Galen's. Her fair and lovely face had begun to show signs of roughness, with slightly enlarged pores, complemented by a head of short black hair that exuded a boyish charm, giving her a somewhat tomboyish In contrast, Ilian had grown increasingly beautiful. She had dyed her originally black long hair to a subtle reddish hue, which now cascaded down in a sleek and straight manner, shimmering with a glossy sheen in the right light. Ilian embodied the quintessential Asian aesthetic, starkly different from Jieling's Caucasian features. As they matured, Ilian had reached a height of around 1 meter and 40 centimeters. Her complexion vastly improved from the dark, slender appearance of her elementary school days, her skin growing increasingly radiant, and her eyes twinkled like crescent moons when she smiled. Among the girls in their class, she was second only to two other beautiful classmates, being one of the most coveted objects of affection among the boys. However, beneath her striking exterior, Ilian's personality seemed to mirror Jieling's as they both grew more independent and assertive, often resorting to physical confrontations when faced with conflicts. "Aren't you all busy with activities in the pet club today?" Galen inquired, grabbing his backpack as the three exited the classroom. What could be more important than the final graduation party? Jelling scoffed. Just as they were about to descend the staircase from the second floor, a voice called out to Galen. "Galen, could you spare a moment?" A group of older girls appeared behind them. The trio turned to see the leading girl, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing an expression of mild arrogance. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her tall figure curvaceous and striking, suggesting she was a 6th grade student. It was evident that she was confident in her physique, clad in a form-fitting white t-shirt and tight white jeans that accentuated her perfect silhouette. The sound of her brown leather boots echoed crisply against the ground. Students passing by noticed the commotion, some halting to watch with keen interest, eager to see what might unfold. "I am Raphael," the older girl announced, nonchalantly tossing her hair back as she strode toward Galen, her boots clicking with every step. "I've been observing you for quite some time, Galen. Would you consider being my boyfriend? Don't you find it tedious being around two underdeveloped girls all the time?" At the tender age of 14 or 15, she was already adept at flaunting her physical allure. Galen was taken aback. Although he had received love letters from girls in the past, they had not pursued him further after he ignored them. Yet this bold and public declaration was a first for him. Being inherently conservative, especially as an Eastern individual, he found himself momentarily stunned by such a straightforward admission of affection from a girl in a public setting. Just as he prepared to respond, two figures moved swiftly past him, positioning themselves in front of him. "Who are you calling underdeveloped?" Jieling's expression darkened. "Raphael Deckman. I know who you are from Class 2 of 6th grade. Are you here to pick a fight?" The two tomboys exhibited no semblance of femininity. "Oh, you really think Galen would be interested in girls like you?" Raphael scoffed, crossing her arms with a dismissive laugh. Her companions joined in the derisive laughter. "Only our big sister is worthy of Galen. You two are just lowly underclassmen with neither chest nor curves. In the 6th grade and above, our big sister reigns supreme." "How dare you resist? Children, freshly graduated, still think they belong to their own class. That's quite normal. We must be understanding." A group of girls chattered incessantly, their laughter ringing out. Jieling let out a cold laugh. "Do you think you have only words?" She clenched her fists, producing a series of crisp cracks, and noticing Ilian's increasing discomfort. A surge of inexplicable anger welled within her. In truth, both she and Ilian had harbored secret affections for Galen. However, as Ilian blossomed into a more exquisite beauty, Jieling felt herself fading in comparison. This disparity became more pronounced with age, prompting Jieling to bury her feelings and play matchmaker. One of the robust and towering girls spoke in a deep voice, claiming her physique was far more formidable than Galen's from a distance. Galen gazed towards the direction of the woods, but all he could see was an expanse of pitch-black darkness. Soon, the evening's program preparation awaited him, and he shook his head, turning to leave. After all, there were no profound grievances between elementary and middle school students, and it was likely that even if a fight broke out, nothing extraordinary would ensue. The exquisite sound of the violin began to resonate gently on the stage. Clad in a pristine white suit, Galen held the violin. Slightly closing his eyes as he played, he had to exert considerable effort to control the timbre, ensuring the sound remained in a normal state. Otherwise, should he let go and play freely, he would evoke that eerily chilling aura from before. Inside the venue, a sea of dark-clad students and teachers filled the space. With 90% of the school as populace in attendance, Jieling and her companions, including Raphael, were also present. Jieling appeared somewhat subdued, her neck flushed, while Raphael seemed unscathed, the outcome unmistakably clear. Galen gently lowered his violin. Bowing towards the audience, which erupted into thunderous applause, he turned to descend the stage, as the host's voice echoed, but that was no longer his concern. Upon leaving the stage, without changing his attire, he spotted Raphael waiting at the side. "Surrounded by a few onlookers, you've worked hard, Galen. Here, have a drink," Raphael said with a charming smile, offering him a damp towel and a bottle of mineral water. Galen glanced at Jieling, who was also approaching. But upon noticing Raphael, she abruptly halted, gritting her teeth as she waited aside. "What transpired between you two?" he inquired, frowning. "Nothing." Raphael's smile dimmed momentarily before she regained her composure, her expression returning to one of haughty admiration. "Would you accompany me for a stroll?" "Just the two of us." Galen ignored her, striding directly towards Jieling and her companion, Ilian, who bore a scratch mark on her face, silently observing the two. He murmured a few words of concern before asking if they would join him on his way home. Why this time? The students in the venue had begun to disperse. A few classmates approached to call out to the trio. But upon sensing the tense atmosphere, especially with Raphael's group looming nearby, they fell silent, unsure of how to proceed. To Galen's surprise, Jieling and Ilian, having lost, were adamant about not returning with him, their expressions conveying a sense of one must accept defeat gracefully. Watching Jieling and Ilian merge into the crowd and leave, Galen felt a twinge of confusion. Were children today truly so resolute in their opinions? Now that there is no one to disturb us, right? Raphael approached with a triumphant smile, naturally linking her arm through Galen. Galen felt a headache coming on and decided to disregard the antics of these youngsters. Reasoning that it wouldn't be long before everything returned to normal, T glanced at Raphael beside him. Her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, a charming visage, delicate skin, and long, graceful legs, yet there lingered a faint scent of youthful innocence. He sensed that Raphael's action perhaps revealed her own nervousness. The attention of others in the venue began to shift towards them, and the sound of whistles occasionally pierced the air. While I don't mind the allure of readily available affection, you must at least let me know what it is about me that you find appealing, Galen asked, perplexed. He mused to himself that apart from conversations with Jie Ling and Ilian, he had not engaged much with others, like a simply like. Does it require justification? Raphael retorted, I want you to be my man. Galen opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. Even if I cannot win your heart, I shall possess your presence, Raphael declared with a possessive tone. Oh, why does that sound so familiar? I assent that's something typically said by men to women, Galen thought, feeling a bit disoriented. The atmosphere in this town was indeed peculiar. Raphael, pulling Galen along with a sense of bravado, began to boast to her friends, and soon, several girls and classmates from school joined in the commotion. After the gala concluded, Raphael dismissed the others and voluntarily offered to escort Galen home. On their way back, neither spoke, merely walking forward in silence. It was only upon catching sight of Galen's two-story home in the distance that Raphael abruptly halted. I will come to fetch you tomorrow. Stay obediently at home, all right? She stepped closer to Galen. If you behave, I might reward you. I sent this a bit early for young love, Galen queried, somewhat bemused. Well, I don't reject you. Tomorrow I will still be with Jie Ling and Ilian. So you needn't trouble yourself to pick me up. They will not be coming, Raphael replied with a laugh. Our contest has resolved everything. This is a duel between women, bound by ancient oaths that none can break. As she spoke of ancient oaths, a peculiar heaviness glimmered in her eyes, unsettling Galen. It seemed this duel was not merely the innocent skirmish of children he had envisioned. You are already mine, Raphael reiterated. Even if you do not choose me, they cannot defy the oath and approach you, which is why I detest children pretending to be adults. Galen groaned, feeling a headache begin to form. Aren't you also a child? Raphael couldn't help but chuckle, leaning in to caress Galen's neck with her soft hand before swiftly disappearing into the night like a breeze. See you tomorrow, her bright voice echoed from afar. Galen watched Raphael depart, shaking his head, and made his way towards his home. Mom, I'm back, he announced as he entered, changing his shoes and closing the door behind him. There's corn chowder in the microwave. I added some black mushrooms. Heat it up for yourself, his mother, Teresa, called from her study, evidently engrossed in her work. Recently, she had been writing a research paper, spending entire days at her computer. While most chores fell to his father, Emma, who had been taking care of things, with Teresa occasionally making soup for her children, Galen dropped his backpack and violin case. Returning to his room, he noticed that his brother Jason's door was open. Jason was lying on the bed, perusing a book. Jason, do you know Raphael, the upperclassman? Raphael? Jason turned to look. Now in high school, he was almost as tall as their father Emma, his room adorned with posters of boxing champions, each showcasing muscles and sweat. His dream was to become a great boxer, the legendary champion. Perhaps part of this aspiration stemmed from Galen's influence, having been beaten by his younger brother since childhood. Jason had developed an almost obsessive desire for strength, training relentlessly. I know her, Raphael Decker, right? A prominent figure at school, beautiful, confident, proud. She and her entourage dominate the locker rooms, the tennis club, and about a third of the music department. The rules are dictated by her. She's quite a formidable girl, Jason remarked, glancing at his brother. Why do you ask about her? Nothing at all. Just then, their little sister, Faywin, scampered over, leaping into Galen's embrace. Inheriting their mother's genes, she was now in the 3rd grade, appearing as a delicate little girl in a white nightgown, her golden hair cascading down, large, sparkling eyes, and a cherubic mouth that was irresistibly cute. Brother, you look so handsome in that outfit, she exclaimed, giving Galen a big smile and a thumbs up. Did your performance go well? With Faywin's help in rehearsal, it was bound to be a success. Galen pinched his sister's chubby cheeks, relishing the softness of her tender face. His favorite place to pinch. I drew a picture of you in our class today. Do you want to see? Little Faywin asked eagerly. Of course I want to see. Thus, the evening quickly passed amidst his sister's various entreaties, and Galen fell asleep early, oblivious to when his father, who was out researching, returned. After completing his routine martial arts practice, he sank into a deep slumber, feeling as though it was the first time he had ever slept so soundly. The second layer of secret martial arts training was about truly cultivating the essence of poison and applying it against foes. It also involved consolidating all toxins and impurities within the body, forming abilities of dark poison. This had the added effect of greatly enhancing Galen's sleep quality. However, what frustrated Galen was the slow progress of this layer of secret martial arts. It had been quite some time since he had broken through to the second layer, yet he remained stagnant at this level. While it is indeed possible to sense progress, the pace is incredibly slow. If I were to continue studying at this rate, it would take at least several more years to barely reach the third tier. The time required for each level of the Black Sussie's secret weapon increases incrementally. And even with Galen's talent, the time has been significantly shortened. However, even with this reduction, it will still be necessary to wait until he is at least 20 years old to have any possibility of attaining the third tier. As for the fourth tier, the duration remains uncertain. The sole solution to this predicament lies in potential points. 578 anomalies require finding something that can provide potential points for attribute talents. This is the only method to shorten the time. Yet, Galen currently has no inkling of how to proceed. Over the years, he has encountered various antiquities, yet none have shown a trace of potential energy. He has even attempted to secretly hunt wild animals, such as snakes and wolves, but to no avail. This has led him to reconsider his judgments regarding the origins of potential points. If the source of potential points were merely the mysterious powers contained within cursed artifacts, then the subsequent slaughter in the totem world should not contribute to the increase of potential. However, in the totem world, whether it be the slaughter of totem masters or the suitable mutated creatures, there is no shortage of potential points, which presents a puzzling contradiction. Galen concludes that he should explore in the direction of soul power. The force that enhances the upper limits of attributes is indeed soul power, akin to the sinister soul seed dwelling deep within his spirit, which incrementally increases his attribute cap each year. From birth until now, his limits have far surpassed those previous attribute extremes, now reaching a staggering 30 points. With an average cap of 30 points, a truly formidable standard. However, the transformative power of the soul seed is not infinite. After the initial enhancement from 20 to 30 points, it has fallen into complete dormancy. While the influence and transformative power remain, the growth of the soul and its upper limits has ceased. This signifies that the power of the Northern Garrison's cold flame and dark water techniques can only modify this body to a maximum of 30 points. If the force that enhances attribute limits is soul power, then the potential points that augment the next tier of attributes must also be related to the soul, reflecting on the peculiar cursed effects of the artifacts. Along with the unique nature of the totem masters wielding totemic powers, Galen senses that the realm of the soul should indeed be his primary avenue of exploration. Nevertheless, this world remains an enigma. He has yet to encounter any supernatural phenomena, let alone the higher realms of the supernatural pertaining to the soul domain. Waking up feeling refreshed from his slumber, Galen sat up and tossed aside the covers. He grabbed a glass of cooled boiled water from his bedside and gulped it down, as drinking warm water in the morning aids the body in detoxification. After getting out of bed, he strolled to the window and abruptly pulled aside the light yellow curtains. Hey! On the pristine white street below, a beautiful girl on a bicycle was waving at him. It was none other than Raphael. She had changed into a white sleeveless t-shirt, still wearing the same faded white jeans from yesterday, and was smiling as she beckoned to Galen from her bike. Her fair, delicate skin reflected a dazzling light in the sunlight. And coupled with her equally radiant golden hair, it seemed as though Raphael herself was emanating a soft glow. "Galen, hurry up," she called out, her voice loud enough to ensure that those around could hear her. Galen felt a bit awkward as he exited his bedroom, noticing that Jason, across the hall, was also stepping out with his tousled golden hair, evidently perturbed by Raphael's exuberant behavior. "Is this the reason you asked me yesterday?" He glanced at his brother, feeling a surge of imbalance. knowing that the girl had been waiting below for at least half an hour. Galen was at a loss for words. During breakfast, his father encouraged him with a thumbs up and a proud grin, reminiscent of his younger sister, Faye. Surely, such an unattractive gesture must have been learned from her. His mother, Therese, even got up to invite Raphael inside for breakfast, but Galen swiftly declined. He downed his milk and quickly devoured his vegetable and fruit salad, snatched 2 extra slices of toast from the toaster, and hurriedly dashed out the door, spotting Raphael waiting with a bright smile by the roadside, chatting with a neighbor aunt. "Little one, what is your relationship with young Galen?" "You came over so early to wait for him," the aunt inquired. "Did I? I'm his, Raphael's face flushed as she shyly lowered her head at him. "You too, aren't he?" The aunt's imagination ran wild, her surprise evident. "Yes, at such a young age." "You must take care of your health," she advised, seemingly incredulous. "Have you really done that?" Raphael's face grew even redder as she averted her gaze. Galen, feeling speechless, stepped forward, realizing that the misunderstanding could deepen further, as Raphael's intention seemed less than pure. The neighbor aunt cheerfully greeted Galen before hastily departing, claiming she wouldn't disturb the two to "I'll take you." "Hop on." Raphael flashed him a bright smile. Galen glanced around. Usually at this hour, he would expect to see Ilian and Jielling. Yet there was no sign of them that he couldn't help but reassess the impact of that so-called vow. "All right," Galen sighed, settling onto the back seat of the bicycle. "Hold on to my waist. Be careful not to fall off." Raphael instructed. "It's fine. You go ahead. I can sit steadily," Galen replied casually. "Very well," she said, not saying much more, suddenly pedaling fiercely, causing the bicycle to surge forward. Yes, she pedaled with all her might. The speed of the bicycle increased rapidly, a pace that would have terrified an average person, turning their face pale. "Why hasn't he held on my waist yet?" Raphael, with ulterior motives, turned back to glance at Galen, only to find him sound asleep, sitting steadily on the back despite the bumps. This guy, she thought, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. After crossing several streets, they quickly arrived at the school. The bicycle screeched to a halt at the school gate just as Galen awoke. They both dismounted. "By the way, Galen, do you remember the promise from yesterday?" Raphael suddenly spoke up. "Are you referring to the reward?" Galen raised an eyebrow. "This is for you," Raphael said, unexpectedly handing him a small round object, cool to the touch, which she placed into Galen's palm. Galen lifted his hand to take a look. It was an ancient black and silver badge, faintly depicting the image of a stag, with much of the border's patterns worn away, as if it had been handled repeatedly. "What is this? My grandmother gave it to me. It's an old heirloom. Make sure not to lose it," Raphael said with a bright smile before being enveloped by a group of girls surrounding her. Pushing her bicycle away, Galen stood at the school gate, examining the stag badge with a peculiar expression on his face that a faintly cool and familiar aura was seeping from the badge into his arm, a trace of something he had once known intimately. Potential point? Galen's heart raced. And oh, this faint aura could not even form a single potential point. It was merely a trace of energy clinging to the badge. He glanced at the potential point section of his attribute panel, which flickered slightly from 0 to a faint shimmer, but that was all. The earlier trace of energy had merely caused his potential value to flicker momentarily. Is this a cursed artifact? Galen pondered, picking up the stag badge. Throughout the morning classes, he continuously fiddled with the badge, noticing that 2 girls seemed to flicker their gazes at the badge in his hand. Middle schoolers could conceal their reactions better than elementary students. But compared to Galen, an adult, they could not hide their curiosity. Perhaps this item holds some special significance. He stroked the badge, deep in thought. He noticed Jielling and Ilian sitting at the far end of the classroom, occasionally casting glances in his direction before quickly averting their eyes. "Galen, may I ask how to solve this problem?" As the class came to an end, the boy behind Galen patted him on the back and handed him a small notebook filled with math problems. Galen accepted it, explaining the queries to the boy while observing the actions of Jielling and Ilian, that he increasingly sensed that the ancient oath held deeper significance than he had initially perceived. What he thought was merely a minor dispute between the girls had led to unexpectedly profound consequences. I could see that moment. He noticed the elegantly dressed Lafiel standing at the classroom door, cheerfully engaged in hushed conversation with a friend. their voices barely above a whisper, seemingly sharing secrets. Almost everyone was now aware of the romantic relationship between Lafiel and Gallon. Even the male teacher, who was gathering his belongings to leave, cast a knowing glance at Gallon. Lafiel continued her soft conversation with her friend, their laughter filling the air, oblivious to the world around them. As the other students gradually left for lunch, Lafiel gently pushed her friend away and approached Gallon at his desk. "Come on, let's go have lunch together. I prepared some delicious food just for you." Gallon glanced over at Jieling and Ilian, who were engrossed in their own conversation, completely ignoring him. "All right," he replied. Feeling that something was amiss, he resolved to uncover the secrets lurking beneath the surface, especially given the town's peculiar customs of female dominance and male submission, which only piqued his curiosity further. The two stood up and exited the classroom, with Gallon nearly being led forward by Lafiel's hand. "The gift you gave me earlier was wonderful. I truly liked it. I knew you would appreciate it." "Remember, you used to adore these antiques," Lafiel replied with a smile. "Don't think I was just saying that casually. I've genuinely been paying attention to you for quite some time, and my grandmother has already given her blessing regarding us." "Huh, your grandmother?" Gallon felt slightly bewildered. Was this development moving too swiftly, too fast? What part is fast? If you like someone, pursue them. Do whatever you wish. What's the point of comparing speed with others? Lafiel retorted dismissively. "That's the truth my grandmother taught me since childhood. When you encounter something wonderful, you must act swiftly. Delay, and it may slip away. Your grandmother is certainly quite bold." "Huh," Gallon mused, uncertain how to respond. Did she not fear her granddaughter might face harm? In the spacious dining hall, silver metal tables and chairs were neatly arranged upon the floor, while the surrounding white walls were adorned with cheerful drawings of ducklings. Apples and pears. Groups of students sat at the tables, enjoying their meals, while some queued at the cafeteria counter for their trays. Gallon and Lafiel sat opposite each other at the far end of a long table, each indulging in sandwiches from their trays, occasionally dipping into the sesame sauce in the center and sipping tomato, potato, and beef soup. The cafeteria buzzed with a low hum, voices echoing in the vast space, creating a cacophony that was almost intelligible yet remained a blur upon closer inspection. Gallon lifted his gaze to Lafiel across the table. "You still haven't answered my question from last time. What do you like about me?" He took a slice of apple and popped it in his mouth. "That I like everything about you," Lafiel said candidly. "If I had to specify, it would be your looks. I assenti it impressive to take someone attractive out. Then what more do you want?" She shrugged. The two fell into silence for a moment. Gallon sensed that this girl was rather peculiar, despite being female. She possessed a personality akin to that of a boy. "Could you share the nature of the agreement you made with Ilian and the others?" "That I cannot disclose," Lafiel chuckled, "but you need to understand that the power of the oath is undeniable. It involves more than just me and them." "Really?" Gallon squinted, contemplating that he might need to consult his parents about some secrets concerning this town. Having lived here for many years, they should know something about its hidden truths. This secret likely related to matters of potential points. After finishing their meal, Lafiel suggested, "Let's play basketball. That I have a friend waiting for me at the court. You should come cheer for me," she stated matter-of-factly. Gallon, eager to learn more about her and uncover hidden secrets, nodded in agreement. After lunch, they played basketball for a while. Following their afternoon classes, Gallon returned home under Lafiel's protective escort, who insisted on walking him to his front door. Much like a boy would for his girlfriend, inside the house, he indulged in the playful antics of his younger sister, Fei One, who sweetly called out to him. Finally, he awaited his parents, who arrived home one after the other. In the study during the evening, Gallon dismissed his brother and sister, sitting across from his mother, who wore a puzzled expression. "That I asked, there's something on your mind? You look so serious, like a little adult." His mother, Tress, remarked with a smile, playfully pinching his cheek. "All right, have you been bullied at school?" she gently inquired. Shaking his head, Gallon evaded her playful hand. "Mom, I want to ask if this town has any ancient traditional oaths that, once made, must be upheld." "Oaths?" Tress pondered for a moment. "We have lived here for many years, and indeed, there's a sort of ritual that the locals adhere to very strictly. We, as outsiders, have only heard about it, but have never witnessed it. They call it the ancestral oath. A ritual?" "Yes, something like that. The locals regard it as highly formal and serious. This is a place where even joking requires careful language. If someone were to curse or speak ill of their ancestors, it could lead to dire consequences. Tress warned gravely. By the way, I've heard a girl is pursuing you. They say she's quite beautiful, right? Seeing her mother's face light up with mischief, Galen realized he probably wouldn't extract more information from her. After all that was said, it felt as if he had learned nothing. His mother seemed genuinely unaware of further details, so he let it go. After a bit of casual conversation with her, Galen left the room. He retrieved his laptop, a birthday gift from his father last year, that he began typing on the keyboard, inputting queries into the search engine. There was an abundance of information regarding oaths. Narrowing the range, he added America and Glandertown after a space. With a decisive press of the enter key, the screen displayed only 5 results. All pertained to religious ceremonies, 4 of which were public oath-taking events, while one was a video of students pledging allegiance to the spirit of freedom in America. Upon reviewing the religious ceremonies, he found them to be public events requiring extensive preparation, primarily related to spring farming, fishing, or festive customs, rendering them of little value. Shutting down the computer, Galen sat on the edge of his bed, deep in thought. It appeared that many women in this town, particularly the local ones, shared a peculiar secret, one that was ancient, solemn, and adhered to with unwavering conviction. That it seemed that the best avenue for exploration lay in his relationship with Lafiel. As their bond deepened, many secrets would inevitably unravel. In the following days, life remained largely unchanged, save for the fact that the girls accompanying Galen had transitioned from Jieling and Ilian to solely Lafiel. She consistently arrived on time to escort him and occasionally surprised him with small gifts, often delightful antiques. Galen attempted to engage Jieling and Ilian in conversation several times, but they deliberately avoided him, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Days turned into weeks, and he gradually acclimated to Lafiel's presence. He occasionally reciprocated with small gifts, further warming their relationship, which had evolved into a blend of deep friendship and budding romance. For a child, life moved swiftly in its unchanging routine. Gradually, Ilian and Jieling faded from Galen's perception. While his rapport with Lafiel flourished, he was never one to approach others proactively, driven by personal ambitions that left little time for socializing. However, Lafiel's assertive approach made her an exception in his life. Middle school life differed little from elementary school, except that students matured more quickly in their thoughts and actions. Galen diligently practiced his secret arts daily, yet his progress stagnated at the second tier. Advancing at a painfully slow pace, he subtly inquired about the stag emblem from Lafiel several times. But the information remained vague, with her claiming that only her grandmother possessed deeper knowledge of the matter. This piqued Galen's curiosity, as his progress seemed to stagnate. On the azure surface of the sea, waves of golden-red light from the setting sun rippled continuously. Over 100 kilometers away from Grandeur, on the pale yellow beach, a golden-haired boy in his early teens was slowly approaching the water, clad only in black swim trunks, his clothes discarded some distance away on the dark rocks. The boy's face was strikingly handsome, with an air of androgyny that exuded a delicate fragility. Though undeniably male, he possessed a tender aesthetic that evoked a sense of protectiveness. He ambled toward the water, step by step, as the waves submerged his feet. Then his calves, followed by his knees, thighs, abdomen, and chest. In an instant, a wisp of inky black mist began to emanate from him, spreading through the water around him. The mist, akin to ink, rapidly darkened the sea surrounding the boy. Oblivious, he continued his descent into the depths. Strangely, the water, now at his chest, remained at that level as he ventured deeper, showing no sign of change. Suddenly, splashes erupted nearby, as 2 triangular fins raced toward him through the cerulean depths. Beneath the surface, 2 enormous blue-black sharks surged toward the boy, their fins slicing through the water like speedboats, leaving behind arcs of white foam. Just as the fins entered the boy's vicinity, shrouded in black water, his previously delicate demeanor transformed abruptly. His hands shot down into the water like 2 sharp blades. With a resounding splash, the 2 colossal sharks exploded into gory red masses, their blood rapidly merging into the dark waters surrounding the boy. The crimson hue quickly swallowed by the blackness, restoring the scene to its initial tranquility. Galen furrowed his brow, raising his hands. The progress was far too slow. He sighed. The power of the claw of Hecatthus had reached the level of a martial artist. And with his physical condition barely able to release his aura, his strength had somewhat returned. However, the rules of this world were different. He seemed unable to completely manifest his aura, even with his level of mastery. He could only infuse his aura into matter, influencing external entities, no longer capable of releasing it directly to suppress his opponents as he once did. This way, the aura, merging with the water and air, became something visible even to ordinary people, rather than being exclusive to martial artists. Yet, this consumed a considerable amount of energy. Galen could now maintain the release of his aura for only about 10 minutes, covering a radius of roughly 10 meters around him. Within that space, any creature entering would suffer from terrifying mental hallucinations, while the tangible venomous power of Hecatthus would quietly seep into the enemy's body, gradually weakening their physical strength and speed. The current aura, rather than being a fusion of spirit and energy, resembled a pure toxic gas emanating from Galen's body. This gas possessed strong hallucinogenic effects and could diminish an opponent's physical capabilities. It was even soluble in water. "Galen, you're going back into the sea again," a lithe, golden-haired girl waved energetically from the distant beach. "Come ashore quickly. I have something to discuss with you." Galen glanced back to see it was Raphael. He had taken to exercising, riding his motorcycle to the beach for a swim after school each day, essentially training in the use of Hecatthus's venomous power. This secret technique seemed to be his standard form of dark art, possessing the ability to absorb and dissolve the flesh of other creatures, with foreign blood enhancing his power. Hunting in the forest might attract unwanted attention, so he opted to practice in the ocean, where he remained undetected as a dark art. Hecatthus's characteristics, aside from its venomous nature, included strong concealment. Even martial artists of the same level would struggle to sense Galen's exertion of this secret technique. This was something Galen found immensely satisfactory. Galen swiftly retracted the toxic mist merging with the surrounding waters and turned to swim back to shore. His movements were fluid and natural, his body gliding gracefully through the water. Each stroke propelled him forward with the swiftness of a fish. Upon reaching the shore, he quickly took the dry towel handed to him by Raphael. Since their acquaintance, their relationship had grown so intimate over the past 2 years that they shared nearly everything. Of course, both harbored deep secrets from one another. Galen sensed Raphael did as well. Now, Raphael had shed the innocence of her youth. Over the past 2 years, she seemed to have undergone some special education, growing increasingly mature and isolated. Aside from Galen, her circle of friends had dwindled, replaced by admirers and subordinates. Unbeknownst to her, her prestige among her peers had risen significantly. Now a high school freshman, she had become the most formidable figure in the entire school. Dressed in a white swimsuit, her pristine arms and fair, elongated legs were the most striking features of her appearance. Her skin, unlike that of other girls, had not grown coarse with age. Rather, it had become increasingly delicate. "There's something at school I need to handle. I think I'll head back now." A hint of weariness flickered across Raphael's face. "You can ride back alone. I won't accompany you to... No problem." Galen nodded, noticing the fatigue etched on Raphael's face. This was the only time she revealed such a genuine side to him. "That you're too exhausted. Whatever that organization is, why not leave it to someone else? We're just students. There's no need to invite trouble." "It's fine. I can handle it." Raphael waved her hand dismissively. Ever the strong-willed woman she was, "It's just a minor issue. I'll resolve it quickly." She resembled a fierce lioness, powerful and fierce, yet possessing an air of proud beauty. As she matured, this unique aura became more pronounced. She consistently made wise choices, earning the unspoken respect of her peers and even older individuals. In simple terms, she was a natural leader. Yet, Galen could not fathom the purpose of Raphael establishing a blood oath society at school, especially when its core members were shrouded in secrecy and rarely seen. While a considerable number of capable students, regardless of gender, had joined the outer circle, as he watched Raphael turn to leave, Galen suddenly grasped her arm. "Wait, let me show you a magic trick before you go." Raphael smiled and turned back to him, her expression filled with anticipation. Occasionally, Galen would perform seemingly miraculous tricks for her. which she found amusing and delightful. With a smile, he extended his hands, palms facing up before her. I have nothing in my hands right now, do I? He slowly closed his hands, as if grasping something invisible. Abruptly, he opened his fist. In his palms lay a small red pebble, perfectly shaped, with a faintly etched, blurry visage of a girl. Close-up magic. How impressive! A spark of astonishment flickered in Raphael's eyes, and her mood seemed to brighten. One for each of us. She carefully picked up one of the pebbles, cradling it in her palm, while beaming at Galen. All right, one for each. Galen chuckled as well. Raphael's thoughts had always been mature, albeit somewhat peculiar. She seemed to possess a certain stubbornness, a challenging goal and ideal, which was a key reason Galen gradually accepted her. Although Raphael's growth could not be compared to his, she was certainly more relatable than the surrounding immature students. Over the course of 2 years, they had evolved into a pair resembling friends and lovers. As he pocketed the red pebble, Galen suddenly felt a warmth on his right wrist, only to find Raphael grasping it. This is a reward, she said, turning and jogging away, leaving behind a trail of melodic laughter. Watching her dress and mount her white motorcycle, she waved farewell before speeding off down the road. The motorcycle gained speed, her golden hair billowing behind her in the wind, in a place unseen by Galen. Raphael's once cheerful face beneath her helmet grew increasingly cold as she distanced herself from the beach. Since warnings have gone unheeded, it seems I must prepare for war, she murmured softly, her eyes seemingly reflecting the image of a strong white man adorned with ear studs. Galen stood rooted in place, gently lifting his right hand to his nose, still lingering with the fragrance of the girl. Who would have thought? He shook his head with a smile, astonished that a creature, such as himself, who had lived for so many years, could genuinely develop feelings for a tender girl. That moment, he felt as if he saw the shadow of his cousin, Heather, in Raphael, continuing to turn and wade into the sea. His exceptional swimming skills allowed him to tread water in the depths without sinking, which was why his family gradually became accustomed to his behavior, having initially been concerned. Returning to his previous position, Galen immersed himself once more in the practice of his secret techniques, occasionally using himself as bait to lure predatory sharks, which he would swiftly consume to enhance the sinister power of his black satyrs. Recalling Raphael's hurried departure earlier, a thought suddenly struck Galen. Should he quietly follow and see? All along, Raphael had been shrouded in mystery, her activities unknown to him. He had investigated once before, but found no results. However, it seemed something significant was unfolding this time, piquing his curiosity. Glancing at the sky, he noted the sun was nearing the horizon, its circular outline barely visible above the sea. Galen practiced for a while longer, and as darkness began to descend, he turned to swim back to shore. Just then, he thought he caught a glimpse of a shadow passing before him, a dark silhouette. Galen furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Barefoot on the sandy beach, he abruptly turned around. Behind him stood a man with hair dyed in a striking red and white. The man wore flashy, shimmering clothing, hands tucked into his pockets, tilting his head with an expression of displeasure as he stared at Galen. "Who are you?" Galen asked, bewildered. For some reason, the sight of a man as perfect as you irritates me. The man replied with a flippant demeanor. "You don't seem like an ordinary person?" Galen inquired, slightly surprised. "Clever. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals." "Now, look into my eyes," the man commanded, his gaze locking onto Galen's, his voice suddenly dropping to a whisper. Galen felt a wave of disorientation, as if the man's eyes possessed a strange gravitational pull, compelling him to gaze back. Just as he was about to resist, an impulse surged within him. Yet he suppressed the urge to recoil. When Raphael returns tonight, you will find a moment to send a blank text message to this number using your phone. Then, you will do your utmost to keep her close. Perhaps making her truly yours would be a wise move. The man's voice seemed to drift from afar. He presented a slip of paper with a number for Galen to see clearly. Galen relaxed, savoring the sudden haze enveloping him, a novel sensation, as if his own body were responding autonomously. The man before him felt like an adversary of sorts, capable of influencing most of his instincts with merely a glance. Uncontrollably, he realized that should he yield to his instincts, he would likely follow the man's instructions. This peculiar sense of being controlled was exhilaratingly novel to him. Regrettably, while this feeling of control might be overwhelmingly potent for an ordinary person, rendering them helpless, for him, the force he had developed could easily shatter this sensation with a mere flicker of will. It was akin to binding a colossal elephant with a thread as fine as hair, or covering a powerful time bomb with a paper lantern. When the sensation faded, the man was no longer in sight. The terrifying speed, almost instantaneous, left Galen astonished. It was as if his body had no weight, moving like a true shadow, able to start and stop on command, rendering inertia inconsequential as a gentle evening breeze swept by. Galen stood alone on the beach, gazing at the emptiness before him, the previous encounter seeming like a mere illusion, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. This world was finally beginning to lose its monotony. A faint smile graced his lips as he turned to retrieve his clothes from the rocks. Moments later, amidst the roar of a motorcycle engine, a white motorbike wove its way along the winding path towards Grander Town. Shortly after the motorcycle departed, a brown-haired girl emerged slowly from behind a rock. Quietly observing Galen's departing figure, she pulled out a black phone and quickly dialed a number. "The target is left. The plan was successful," she murmured. Be careful not to let that woman discover your actions." A magnetic male voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Rest assured, I merely distracted the protector for less than a minute, and it was just a subtle, psychological suggestion, nothing extraneous that could be detected." She assured, "That's good to hear. I'll come looking for you tonight. Wait for me." The girl's eyes ignited with fervent passion. "Yes, I'll be waiting for you." She hung up the phone and disappeared into the crevices between the rocks. 581 Secrets 3 Virum. The white motorcycle came to a gentle stop in front of Galen's home. Clad in black, form-fitting riding gear, Galen dismounted the bike. In the dim light of night, he noticed several suspicious figures intermingled with passers-by. Quietly surrounding his home, Galen scanned the area discreetly, recognizing that these individuals shared a common trait, resembling a group of small-time thugs. They appeared to be casually chewing gum and sauntering about, yet their eyes frequently darted toward his home. Surveillance, Galen mused as he pushed his bike into the yard, sensing that as he returned home, the watchers began to withdraw one by one. Brother. Upon opening the door, his sister, Faywin, leaped excitedly toward him. This little one was now in the 3rd grade. Dressed in a dark red silk skirt and white children's tights, her hair in playful pigtails complemented by her rosy cheeks, making her a quintessential, adorable little girl. However, she continued to idolize Galen, persistently clinging to him. "How do I look?" Faywin twirled in front of Galen, her red skirt fluttering slightly, evoking a sense of lightness and purity. "You look beautiful. Our one is the cutest. She will undoubtedly grow into a beloved beauty." Galen chuckled as he scooped up Faywin and closed the door behind him. "Did you bring any gifts for Winwin?" "Of course I did." Garen deftly retrieved a small, red pebble resembling the one from earlier. Intricately engraved with the image of a little duck, he tossed it to the small creature, and instantly, little Faywin bounced away, clutching the stone to boast to Jason. Soon, the room erupted in a cacophony of Jason's irritable shouts and the child's joyful laughter, clearly indicating that the mischievous imp was causing chaos for Jason once again. This was a stark contrast to the treatment Garen received. Sighing, he returned to his bedroom, pulled out his laptop, powered it on, and connected to the internet. He typed in the words Grander Town with a flurry of keystrokes. Pressing enter, a list of recent news articles about the town unfurled before him. The latest dated merely a day prior. 2 forest rangers from the Grander Forestry Bureau were attacked by wolves. The scene was gruesome. Upon catching sight of this headline, Garen moved the mouse cursor and gently clicked on the news. With a soft click, the page opened in the darkness, illuminated by the soft glow of the computer screen. Garen meticulously read through the succinct text devoid of images. The victims exhibited canine bite marks on both sides of their necks, and their innards were largely devoured by the wolves. He noted such phrases within the news. Ever since he sensed something amiss, Garen had kept a vigilant eye on the various news emerging from Grander Town. Over the years, he had amassed an extensive collection of news articles, numbering no less than 100. Yet again, closing the web page, Garen found himself lost in thought. In the span of a year, There had been at least a dozen reports of individuals being killed by wolves, alongside a handful of tourists mysteriously disappearing in the forest, and drownings at the seaside with no bodies recovered. How artfully concealed. He released the mouse, interlacing his fingers and resting his arms on the desk. Wolves? Having lived here for so many years, the density of wolves in this area is remarkably low. One could traverse deep into the woods for half an hour without encountering a single one, as they have largely been hunted to extinction. Over a dozen wolf-related fatalities in a year. Truly a fabrication. Shutting down the laptop, Garen stood and approached the window, pulling back the curtains slightly to peer outside. Indeed, there were still watchers, though the number had dwindled from several to just one. It seemed that Raphael's troubles were to unfold this very night. Pondering this, Garen took a moment to think, then opened his wardrobe and retrieved a large black raincoat, a style commonly worn throughout the town. Suitable for adults, he slipped it on, instantly enveloping himself in its shadowy depths, resembling a grand black cloak from a totemic realm. Pulling up the hood and lowering his head, he transformed into an indistinguishable stranger. Standing before the wardrobe mirror, Garen inhaled deeply. Crack, crack. A series of sharp sounds emanated from his body as he subtly altered his form. His shoulders broadened slightly, and his presence became completely subdued, standing before the mirror as if he were merely a mannequin dressed in a raincoat, devoid of any semblance of life. After all this time spent observing, it was finally time to comprehend the truth. He secured the raincoat and approached the window, gently opening it. The watcher on the street below continued to smoke while casting glances this way. Garen circumvented to the side window of the house. The small building nestled against the forest, its rear side eerily quiet and devoid of human presence. He quietly opened the window, a gust of wind whooshing through as he slipped silently out, landing softly on the wall below and seamlessly vanishing into the shadowy depths of the forest. Without a moment's pause, Garen, cloaked in a raincoat, walked at a normal pace deeper into the woods. Thoroughly acquainted with the terrain surrounding him, capable of navigating through the trees to reach Raphael's home. The forest was enveloped in darkness, visibility limited to a few beams of moonlight filtering through the canopy. The only reference points amidst the shadows. After a short distance, Garen suddenly halted. "Who are you?" A shadow had stealthily materialized before him. The very watcher he had seen smoking, clad in black. With hair dyed white, he leaned against a large tree, his inquiry cutting through the silence. "Speak." The watcher's tone was cold and somewhat impatient. Garen remained silent, standing still, refusing to answer. "Could it be that you are Raphael?" The white-haired figure's expression shifted abruptly. Whoosh, in an instant, he vanished from sight. A sharp wind surged from behind Garen, as pale, claw-like fingers lunged towards his back. Crack! Garen's arm intercepted the attack, the watcher's face betraying surprise as he swiftly reappeared beside Garen, both hands reaching out to grasp him fiercely. Simultaneously, his mouth opened wide. Screech! A piercing sound wave erupted, assaulting Garen's mind. Bang! The two collided with a forceful impact, both retreating several steps, their chests heaving with exertion. "You!" The white-haired man began to speak, but upon witnessing Garen's sudden movement, he realized the peril he was in. Hastily crossing his arms defensively over his chest, in that instant, a deafening roar reverberated in his head. His arms, meant to shield him, encountered nothing as Garen's strike, moving at high speed, altered course, to live with a resounding thud. Galen crushed the white-haired figure underfoot, causing its head to explode, revealing nothing but a cloud of black ash within, devoid of flesh or blood. Casting a sweeping glance around, Galen's chest heaved slightly. Perhaps he had come to comprehend the nature of the world he inhabited. He quickly rummaged through the clothing of the fallen figure before rising and hastily departing. Weaving through the woods, he soon discarded the black raincoat and stealthily made his way back home, retracing his steps through the same window in the wall from which he had descended. Unnoticed by anyone, once back in his bedroom, Galen swiftly drew the curtains shut. In the darkness, he refrained from turning on the lights and lifted his foot to inspect the wound inflicted upon him. He had never anticipated that, despite his body being in such disarray, the white-haired entity could still move and even manage to scratch his skin. Such a terrifying vitality surpassed even that of seasoned fighters. Noticing no signs of infection or pus around the wound, he finally felt a sense of relief. Upon checking his attributes, he lamented the absence of any potential points gained from killing the vampire. Gathering his thoughts, he began to ponder the matters concerning Raphael and the vampire. Numerous clues suggested that both the vampire and the thug from the beach were likely monitoring and attempting to control him due to Raphael. As someone of significance to the vampire, it seemed that Raphael and her Blood Oath Society were no ordinary organization. Raphael herself undoubtedly possessed some power that could rival that of vampires. A force that, when considering the peculiar phenomena and customs of the town, appeared to be a power exclusive to women. Galen suddenly recalled the age-old legends of witches that circulated both on Earth and in the mystical world. Could it be that they were witches? Combining the fragments of information he had previously gathered, along with rituals involving ancestors, it became increasingly probable that they were indeed witches. That he formulated two hypotheses and promptly opened his laptop. Perhaps it was time to delve deeper into computer technology and develop software specifically designed to collect information. He searched for legends of vampires and witches, only to discover an alarming scarcity of relevant information online, with the majority comprising novels, films, and television shows. There were also mythological tales which he had already perused countless times, rendering them devoid of value. Connecting to the website of the National Security Agency, Galen speculated that government departments might possess records of such events. However, such confidential information was unlikely to be accessible via the internet. It was far more probable that it resided within the confines of an internal network, impervious to even the most skilled hackers, as it lacked any connection to the outside world through cables or fiber optics. Unlike before, this time he began to gather information on various cases nationwide, particularly homicides and disappearances, leading to new discoveries. Government reports seemed to have undergone a selective filtration. The handling of certain murder cases appeared flawless, yet there lingered an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Additionally, the testimonies of bystanders seemed to contain contradictions. A web of clues began to coalesce in Galen's mind, growing increasingly clear and certain. The bloodline, vampires, and witches were not merely distinct entities, but at least analogous in nature. Closing his laptop, he sat alone in the darkness, quietly organizing his thoughts. The faint sound of his parents returning home and the voices of his younger sister and mother, Tress, reached him. Galen recalled the encounter with the white-haired vampire. The ordeal had been effortlessly manageable. Although his physical prowess had not yet returned to the level it had reached in the totem world, he had surpassed an average ability threshold of 2. Coupled with his skills in the mystical arts, he found himself more than capable of dealing with a white-haired foe. Their speed and strength were comparable, if not slightly superior to his own. And that grotesque vitality and regenerative ability. Galen rubbed the skin on his hands. Their techniques were rather crude, or perhaps entirely devoid of technique, merely comprising the basic moves of an average brawl, executed at a speed that rendered even him unable to control it. Such vampires posed little threat. Yet, that vitality, the thought of a severed hand continuing to assault an opponent, deepened Galen's understanding of vampires. Merely a lowly scout, and yet possessing strength and speed akin to his own. Indeed, the advantages of the bloodline were overwhelmingly formidable compared to ordinary humans. That Galen's concern did not lie with this typical vampire. In terms of hierarchy, the white-haired figure was clearly a lesser vampire. If such a lowly member exhibited such strength, speed, vitality, and regenerative ability, what of the stronger, higher-ranking members? Furthermore, it was said that the bloodline constituted beings capable of true immortality. This notion captivated Galen. Could the bloodline truly confer eternal life? He found himself intensely intrigued. Nevertheless, he decided to remain patient, to take his time. That he sensed that his progress with the slow-advancing mystical art. Black Sass's claw, while formidable compared to the average individual, felt insufficient against the bloodline. Should all vampires be on par with the white-haired one, then facing a few more would pose no issue. However, the prospect of encountering an even stronger bloodline entity filled him with trepidation, for the legendary bloodline was said to be an overwhelmingly powerful, immortal being. It is worth noting that even in the mystical world and the totem world, no truly immortal beings existed. At best, there were long-lived species, such as the phoenix of magic, which could live for up to 1,000 years. Yet vampires were different. According to the legends, some could exist not just for thousands but potentially tens of thousands of years. This world was far from the simplicity it initially appeared to be. What? One scout is missing. Inside the church in the North District, a burly white man with ear piercings narrowed his eyes at the subordinate reporting before him. As night fell, the church was filled with gangsters, all stained with blood, many nursing injuries, some missing arms or legs entirely, while others bore gruesome, penetrating wounds, one even having a steel bar protruding from their chest, rendering the church reminiscent of a horror film's makeup room. Yes, it's time for the shift change. When I went to find Carl, the guy was nowhere to be found. I searched everywhere and couldn't locate him. He's likely just left, spoke a bald black man, one of his eyes bandaged with blood seeping through. It seemed that Raphael had taken action. She must have discovered something, the white leader remarked coolly. This one is far more troublesome than her grandmother. Now that our connection has been exposed, what plans do you have next? The priest stepped forward, frowning at the white leader. For the time being, we'll leave it as is. We've suffered considerable losses, and those damned witches are not much better off. I suspect that both sides will need to recuperate for a while after this. The white man hesitated. I can't shake the feeling that Raphael is plotting something. She has been hailed as the strongest witch in Glando's history, and her actions tonight are undoubtedly more than just a mere warning. That Blood-O Society, aside from the elder witches, has only a few dozen core members, as long as you do not disrupt the ancestral agreements and recklessly break the balance. There is no need for her to violate the rules. No matter how powerful she may be, the priest shook his head. Moreover, there are still some passing vampires outside. How do you intend to deal with them? Why should I concern myself with those outsiders? The white man scoffed. Let the witches take care of them. Before we entered, I'd already sent word. Those who do not adhere to my rules, Jane's rules, deserve to die. Thump, thump, thump. My heart is always on for you. Clearly yet under the same sky. Inside the bar, the DJ played a rhythmic beat, accompanied by foreign lyrics belted out in song. The crowd in the dance floor swayed and moved, some screaming and others clapping loudly. Two burly white men each held a shapely lady as they gyrated to the rhythm. Suddenly, a voice, seemingly from nowhere, echoed in their ears. Their pupils dilated, exchanging glances before pushing the women away and parting the crowd as they made their exit. Ignoring the inquiries and calls of the women behind them, they left the bar, turning several corners until they entered a secluded alley. In the stillness of the night, the alley lay deserted. Bang! Two robust women abruptly seized the collars of the two men, forcefully pinning them against the wall. You have violated the rules. The entrance of the alley. A beautiful girl with flowing blonde hair appeared, her demeanor cold as she fixed her gaze on the two burly men. A witch? What rules? We haven't done anything. One of the men growled in a low voice. We just arrived here this morning. With a swift motion, one of the women delivered a knee strike, silencing him with a painful thud. It is forbidden to feed upon blood in public. This is the rule of Grandora. Nonsense, the other man interrupted. Humans are mere livestock. We shall feast upon them whenever we desire. If it weren't for you damned women. And that group of traitors from a Ming party, bang. This impact was even more forceful than the last. The man's eyes turned white, his words once again driven back into his stomach. The Ming party, the blonde girl frowned. Eliminate them. Grandora does not welcome the Ming party. She turned and departed the alley, the strange murmurs of women and the fierce sounds of conflict echoing behind her. After a restful slumber, Gallon slowly lifted himself from the pillow. Taking a deep breath, he turned to glance out the window, where sunlight filtered through the curtains, revealing specks of dust dancing in the air. He threw back the covers and examined his injured ankle from yesterday. Now merely a red scratch, barely distinguishable from former wound. It was the weekend, so there was no rush to rise for school. He quickly dressed and approached the window, pulling back the curtain. Hey. Raphael was waiting below on her bike. As usual, what activities do we have today? Gallon called out. How about going to the beach? We could have a seafood barbecue. Raphael suggested after a moment's thought. Sounds good. Gallon didn't invite her inside. On previous occasions, Raphael had seemed awkward in his home, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Coming down now, Gallon replied loudly as he exited his bedroom. He found Jason and his sister Faywin already enjoying breakfast in the kitchen. Their mother was still in her study, while their father, Emma, sat in the living room discussing the day's tasks with a new graduate student. Going out again? Jason inquired, nibbling on a slice of bread. Yeah. Faye is waiting outside. Gallon casually grabbed 2 slices of bread, slathered ketchup in between, drank a glass of milk in a few gulps, and turned towards the door. You haven't brushed your teeth yet. Faywin shouted. Don't worry, Gallon remembered, setting down the bread and hastily brushing his teeth. He could tea that moment. The bathroom door swung open, and a red-haired girl in a black dress emerged. Upon seeing him, she paused for a moment before politely greeting him. Hello, Gallon brother. Hello, you are? She is Alicia, a guest at my house. She is my good friend visiting here for tourism. Faywin interjected loudly. Alicia, this is my brother Gallon. The girl appeared to be around 10 years old, exuding an air of shyness befitting a young lady, her cheeks flushing under Gallon's gaze. I am Alicia. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gallon brother. Likewise, but I apologize as I have friends waiting outside, so you'll have to play with my sister for now. Gallon set down the mouthwash, nodding as he wiped the foam from his lips. For some reason, he felt that Alicia was different from others, prompting him to steal a few more glances. Alicia came here with her sister. The hotel is fully booked, so I invited her to stay at my house after meeting her at the square. Faywin responded earnestly. Her sister is staying at our neighbor Jelling's house. How wonderful to travel and explore at such a young age, Gallon said, gently ruffling Alicia's hair, making her face turn an even deeper shade of red. She clasped her hands behind her back, her fingers nervously twisting. Well, I must be going now. Enjoy your time. Grandora is a quiet and beautiful place. I hope you have fun. Gallon smiled widely as he headed toward the door. No worries. I'll take care of them, Jason boasted, thumping his chest, his eyes sparkling with intentions beyond mere guidance. With a click, Gallon opened the door to find a tall woman with long red hair standing by the iron gate. Clad in a fitted black trench coat and carrying a small handbag, her oval face and fair skin radiated a chilling and aloof aura, and she stared off into the distance, lost in thought. Even while daydreaming, this beautiful, cool woman exuded an air that seemed to ward off strangers. Gallon, dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, stepped out, pushing his white motorcycle, the sound startling the red-haired woman from her reverie. She frowned and looked his way. Hello, I am Alicia's sister, here to pick up my sister. Thank you for your care yesterday. The red-haired woman slightly bowed, performing a proper formal greeting. You needn't be so courteous. Gallon felt her demeanor was overly formal. It is only right, she replied with unwavering seriousness. Pleased to meet you. My name is Kaisha Luo. I hope to be in your good graces. Nice to meet you. Gallon nodded, quickly opening the iron gate and pushing his motorcycle outside. Alicia and my sister are inside. You can go in yourself. I haven't locked the door. I apologize for the inconvenience. Kaisha Luo nodded. Gallon quickly sized up the woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s, exuding a cool demeanor and refined upbringing, yet she seemed somewhat stiff and overly serious, making her difficult to approach. The name Kaisha Luo inexplicably evoked memories of the dark world of the Ming, the similarity in sound stirring a sense of familiarity within him. Grandora is a beautiful and tranquil place. I hope you enjoy your time here. Kaisha Luo nodded earnestly. Thank you. Gallon turned back to see Jason hastily opening the door, his face as red as a beet, clearly too shy to look towards Kaisha Luo. Making Gallon realize the source of his earlier eagerness. Pushing his motorcycle, he waved at Raphael in the distance, mounted his bike, and the two sped away. Kaisha Luo cast a fleeting glance at the direction in which Gallon and Raphael departed, her brow slightly furrowing. They were not here merely for tourism. Although she was uncertain why the original people had lost track of them, this place was undoubtedly quiet and safe, allowing her to stay with her sister for a couple more years. With this thought, she let out a soft sigh. Alicia was still so young, having to endure such pressure, living a life on the run. She hoped their stay here could last a while, preferably until the original people could never find them again. The vengeance of the past held no hope for retribution. Her only desire now was to live a simple life and raise her sister. 2 white motorcycles raced swiftly through the woods, the engines roaring and scattering leaves, dirt, and stones. Gallon, clad in a black helmet, closely followed Raphael, yet his mind pondered the peculiar sensation he experienced upon seeing Alicia and Kaisha Luo. that feeling was akin to. An indescribable essence, strange and intense, yet he couldn't quite grasp it. What are you thinking about? Raphael's voice broke through from the side, having slowed down to ride alongside Galen. Nothing much, just a bad dream last night that I haven't quite shaken off. Galen dared not mention that he was contemplating another woman. Raphael was very kind to him, but she was rather sensitive in that regard, and one misstep could lead to unnecessary conflict. Such trivial disputes were best avoided. You aren't thinking about another woman, are you? Raphael asked suspiciously. Of course not. Isn't having you enough? Galen chuckled. Humph. Raphael sped ahead. With her interruption, Galen seemed to catch a glimpse of that fleeting sensation once more. He might have finally understood what that feeling was. The sensation he experienced upon seeing the Alicia sisters was eerily reminiscent of the feeling he had when witnessing the history of the totem world. Although he hadn't seen any specific images or information, that peculiar, awkward feeling mirrored what he felt when observing the planet's history outside the totem world. This feeling, he lowered his head in contemplation. Though her gaze remained fixed upon the road ahead, her thoughts inevitably drifted back to the Alicia sisters. Ikati must stem from the soul seed. He finally discerned the origin of his feelings. The soul seed, concealed deep within the recesses of his spirit, was now ceaselessly emanating a peculiar and inexplicable wave, affecting his mental state. In an almost mystical manner, he sensed that many intriguing events might unfold around the Alicia sisters. Suddenly, two motorcycles screeched to a halt on the roadside at the beach, pivoting sharply. The riders dismounted and removed their helmets. You seem distracted. Are you smitten with that woman from earlier? Raphael exclaimed, hands on her hips. Facing Galen with a huff. How could that be? Galen replied, at a loss for words. It was merely a dream I had last night. Don't deceive me. Your eyes were clearly fixated on that woman. Raphael interrupted him. All right. I concede. It's just that something about her felt unusual, evoking an unsettling sensation. Galen finally admitted, she's just an ordinary tourist. What's so peculiar about her? You're my man, so refrain from flirting around. Otherwise, Raphael threatened, shaking her tiny fist in a mock display of defiance, her adorable demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Galen. Unable to resist, he reached out to pinch her puffed-up cheek. The two immediately began playfully tussling, chasing each other along the beach until they accidentally tumbled into the water, soaking themselves thoroughly. Upon returning to their motorcycles, while changing clothes, Galen seized the opportunity to send a blank text to the vampire who had provided him with a number the previous day. He then deleted the record and quickly tucked his phone away, glancing over at Raphael, who had just changed into her swimsuit. What would you like to eat? I can go catch something for you. I might need to leave early due to some matters. He mentioned that can't we enjoy the weekend a little longer? Raphael replied, her fair skin glowing radiantly under the sun, remarkably untouched by tanning over the years. I do have some business to attend to. As you know, my parents are perpetually preoccupied with their own affairs. Now that we are older, they hardly oversee us anymore, so it falls upon me to manage things. Galen shrugged in response. That's true. Raphael leaned closer, her height slightly shorter than Galen's, gazing up at him that if you encounter any troubles, remember to share them with me. Don't shoulder everything alone, all right? Of course, I would never forget that I have a strong and capable girlfriend. Galen gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Raphael immediately burst into a playful giggle, spinning away from his embrace. Well then, since you have matters to attend to, when will you return? Surely we can play here for a couple more hours. Galen reluctantly withdrew his hand. That might suffice, Raphael said, pulling him along, relishing the sight of his exasperation. Speaking of which, I've been swamped with numerous issues lately. It feels as though they all piled up at once, leaving me utterly overwhelmed. If it weren't for my sister returning from university, I might have lost track of my own time. Recently, it seems many outsiders have come to town, she added. Indeed, the inns are fully booked, forcing many tourists to stay with the locals, but at least it supplements some income for everyone. Raphael nodded, likely a consequence of the previous incident's exposure. What incident? Galen inquired, not having paid attention. The Mika bear, the largest bear species in the world, which has surpassed the previous brown bear record, averaging about a third larger than them, Raphael whispered, explaining that many tourists came to study and observe the Mika bear. Though its population was quite scarce, despite living here all my life, I've only seen it twice. Is it truly that enormous? Galen asked, intrigued. Indeed, when it stands, it reaches nearly 4 meters, but possesses a gentle temperament and generally doesn't attack humans. Raphael elaborated, the 2 times I saw it were while it was fishing. Despite discussing a formidable beast, there was not a hint of fear in Raphael's eyes. Galen noted this and shifted the topic. By the way, I really like the deer badge you gifted me. Could you take me to see other similar antiques? Well, that requires my grandmother's permission. Raphael hesitated. I only wish to admire them. You know of my profound interest in antiques. Galen earnestly implored. Raphael was well aware of Galen's passion for antiques, which had reached a level comparable to that of professional experts in her eyes, the more she understood Galen's exceptional qualities. The deeper her admiration for this extraordinary man grew, though she was renowned as the most powerful witch in Grandur's history, commanding the witchcraft of over a dozen towns and many other aspects. She felt she could not compare to Galen's versatility. I'll ask my grandmother. You know how much these antiques mean to the older generation, and they are quite cherished, since they are not mine. I cannot decide unilaterally. She stated that I understand. Galen nodded, aware that his potential points had not seen even the slightest increase over the years. Recently, his secret arts had stagnated. Without potential points, he could only endure the passage of time. The progress was excruciatingly slow, and to fully restore his strength would likely take considerable time. Potential points could significantly shorten the accumulation time, which represented his greatest advantage and needed to be utilized swiftly. Since he had directly slain a vampire and tested his current abilities, Galen felt an urgency to elevate and restore his power. Otherwise, should he encounter a more formidable bloodline, he would be at a loss in the face of unknown forces. With his current abilities, he was undoubtedly courting death. While boundaries and skills could compensate for a portion of strength, this applied only in situations where the gap was not too vast. Encountering a significant disparity would lead to genuine trouble. Additionally, he harbored a keen interest in whether bloodlines could indeed achieve eternal life, that I will provide you with an answer by the day after tomorrow at the latest. You know my grandmother is rather stern, and I must wait for an opportune moment to request her favor. Raphael spoke apologetically. Thank you. Galen gently kissed her right cheek and pulled her back into his embrace. His feelings for Raphael were complex. Outwardly, he accepted her as she was in this world. Yet deep within, the true Galen remained hidden, viewing it all as merely a game. Perhaps Raphael sensed this as well, which is why she hesitated to fully surrender her first experience to him. Having traversed 2 worlds, Galen had buried his emotions deep within, and compared to Raphael's formidable age, he was unlikely to easily accept her wholly. He had already resolved that should Raphael's grandmother refuse, he would discreetly employ more intricate methods, potentially yielding some rewards. After idling on the beach for a while, they gathered some seashells and roasted them over a fire to eat. Once they felt time slipping away, Galen stood up, mounted his motorcycle, and bid farewell to Raphael. Raphael watched Galen's departing figure. She stood on the beach, tidying her wind-tousled hair. A girl clad in gray emerged from the nearby rocks and stood beside her. Observing the infatuated expression on her leader's face, the girl shook her head in resignation. In the eyes of outsiders, whether they were bloodlines or witches, the leader was perceived as an aloof, cold, powerful, and beautiful witch. Since middle school, Raphael had shone brightly, and now she commanded all the witches in the Alice Forest region, earning the respect of witches from other regions, who referred to her as the sun's will, an indomitable will as radiant and powerful as the sun. Compelling obedience, particularly after her recent discussions with a Northern American witch leader, known as the Dark Moon. Raphael had implicitly been acknowledged as the 3rd most powerful witch in America. Her terrifying talent and resilient spirit left a profound impression on the bloodlines and witches from other nations who witnessed her prowess. Yet this illustrious forest witch queen was infatuated with an utterly ordinary boy. What is it? Raphael glanced at her devoted sister. Nothing much, just a bit envious of the pure bond you share with Galen. The girl responded softly. Perhaps I should follow your example, concealing my identity to seek a remarkable boy who does not approach me for my status. That kind of relationship should be pure, right? Raphael smiled gently, revealing a warmth she had never shown before in front of others. Sister, can we truly stay here for a while? Alicia's eyes widened with excitement as she gazed at Aishiro. The two sisters walked side by side behind the square, with Jason and his sister Faywin leading the way, oblivious to their conversation. Aishiro cautiously glanced around. This place was beyond the reach of the original color. They had not detected our presence, that if we remain well concealed, we could potentially reside here for an extended period. How wonderful! Alicia's little face lit up with joy, and she couldn't help but bounce with excitement. Rest assured, as long as we plan meticulously, perhaps they will never find us in our lifetime. Aishiro tenderly stroked her sister's hair. The original color, the most formidable shadow organization in Asia, is intricately connected to the government, with tendrils extending into the dark underbelly of Asia. Its leader, Embarking, is the chairman of the world's third-ranked financial group, overseeing countless banks, energy companies, arms dealings, and illicit trades. The entirety of the original color resembles a colossal, grotesque beast, wielding immense influence across military, political, and commercial spheres, shrouded in shades of gray and darkness. Yet her sister and she were merely an ordinary pair of sisters from Europe, born into affluence. Their lives were shattered by the original color's enhancement experiments, and they narrowly escaped during the trials, eventually fleeing to the quaint town of Grandeur. Recalling the elite mercenaries dispatched by the original color and the harrowing assassinations and kidnappings, Aishiro felt a pang of sorrow as she gently caressed the faint scar on her sister's neck. No one could have imagined that this scar was once a horrific knife wound that nearly severed her trachea, had it not been for the extraordinary regenerative abilities bestowed by the experiments. Her sister Alicia might have never awakened from that ordeal. Initially, she had contemplated revenge, but against an entity as terrifying and vast as the original color, which nearly dominates all of Asia. The mere mercenaries pursuing them were but the lowest tier of a formidable hierarchy. Rumors spoke of even more secretive forces within the organization, and whispers of inhuman entities, killing machines, sent chills down her spine. The group's grip on the entire Asian underworld was profound, and what lay before the sisters was merely the tip of the iceberg. Aishiro no longer wished for her sister to endure further suffering. She was so young and had already faced death many times. The thought of revenge seemed futile when confronted with layers upon layers of terrifying adversaries. And the omnipresent power of the original color, alongside the dreadful figure of Embarking, whom she had glimpsed in the laboratory, he bore the moniker Titan. The oppressive aura he exuded instilled an involuntary tremor in them. The successful subjects of the experiment. The sensation was akin to standing at the abyss of a boundless ocean, facing a ferocious lion as an infant. Perhaps revenge was better left unconsidered, as long as Alicia found happiness. That was enough for Aishiro. She gently nudged her sister forward, encouraging her to join little Faywin. The two children chattered and laughed joyously together. Jason occasionally stole glances at her, provoking a smile from Aishiro. This family, residing peacefully in Grandeur, left a profound impression on her. After a casual conversation with Jason, she absorbed a wealth of information about his family. Both parents were quintessential intellectuals, kind-hearted yet often engrossed in their work. The eldest son, Jason, was muscular and boisterous, with a passion for sports and boxing, embodying the innocence of a typical high school boy. The second son, Galen, was mature and composed, seemingly holding a higher status in the household than Jason. He was strikingly handsome, exuding a serene aura and a talent for the violin, earning him a reputation at school, with rumors of girls dueling for his affection. The youngest daughter, Faywin, was still quite young. Cheerful and lively, occasionally mischievous, adoring her brother Galen and playfully teasing Jason. The warmth of this family stirred a twinge of envy in Aishiro's heart, while Alicia was completely immersed, swiftly becoming best friends with Faywin, sharing everything equally, which even made Aishiro feel a hint of jealousy. You know why snails move so slowly? Jason suddenly turned his head to ask Aishiro. She paused, slightly taken aback, and shook her head. Because snails are the smallest cows. Huh. Jason burst into laughter. Aishiro stared at him, speechless, as did the other two children. Only Jason's laughter echoed among them. Huh. Don't you find it funny? He finally faltered, noticing the blank expressions on the faces of the three around him. All right, I'll change my joke. As the motorcycle gradually rolled into the yard, Galen pushed it, Noticing the absence of everyone else at IT was evident that Tress and Emma were engrossed in their respective research projects. After securing the motorcycle, he entered the small building, changed his shoes, and quietly closed the door behind him. For some reason, he felt an insistent unease regarding the peculiar reactions of the Alicia sisters. The soul seeds would not react without reason. That familiar sensation was reminiscent of the peculiar feelings experienced while observing the history of planets in the totem world. He swiftly returned to his room, retrieved his notebook, and connected to the internet. Scanning through recent news related to grandeur, the first story that caught his eye was about Mika bears, the largest bear species in the world, which had become the hottest topic in the forest. Not only in grandeur, but many distant towns had also seen a surge of visitors. Apart from that, there were reports of wolf attacks on humans, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury. Other than that, he found nothing of notable interest. Closing his computer, Galen fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed from downstairs to others. This might have been dismissed as the creaking of wooden beams, but Galen snapped to attention. Silently rising to his feet, he gently pulled the door, which opened soundlessly. Peering cautiously over the banister from the second floor, he glanced down. A bald man clad in black leather was moving stealthily through the room below, scanning for something. The man's leather jacket bore a white phoenix emblem, an odd sight for a robust individual. Yet he seemed unfazed, his expression blank, his skin devoid of color, resembling someone wearing a mask. Galen observed silently as the man wandered on the first floor, not venturing into any other rooms, but heading straight for Faywin's bedroom. The man lightly touched the door, then abruptly looked up. The second floor was empty, devoid of any presence. Frowning, he lowered his gaze and pushed open Faywin's bedroom door, but did not enter, merely leaning in to sniff the air. There was no trace of Aishiro's scent. He murmured something in a low, guttural voice in ancient Asian language. Galen had spent 6 months mastering several major world languages, enabling him to comprehend the man's words. He then noticed the bald man wearing a black earpiece, pressed against his cheek. This must be her scent residue. A faint female voice crackled from the earpiece. It seems she has temporarily stepped out for some leisure. This assignment is rather uncomplicated. The bald man chuckled quietly. Don't be careless. So many D-class operatives have failed. It won't be without reason, the woman cautioned. Rest assured, we are not those D-class imbeciles, the bald man replied lazily. He swiftly closed the door behind him, retracing his steps with precision, erasing every footprint with a long rod that had a plush circular pad at its end. Soon, he eliminated all traces and gently closed the bedroom door before turning to leave. Throughout the encounter, he had no intention of ascending to the second floor, clearly aware that someone was present there. Once the door clicked shut, Galen's figure emerged from behind it. Peering through the peephole at the bald man's retreating silhouette, a faint smile finally gracing his face, the aura of potential. He delicately touched the spot where the bald man had reached, the familiar essence lifting his previously troubled spirits. This man must be affiliated with some organization, specifically searching for the Alicia sisters, and he bore traces of residual potential energy. It seemed that the world held a wealth of potential latent entities. This is indeed delightful news. Galen smiled faintly. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar sensation emanating from the Alicia sisters. It bore a resemblance to the initial feelings he had experienced with the beaker stone eyes and God. It was a unique resonance of the soul, linked to an indescribable reason that, if it were to be articulated, this sensation could be described as the ebb and flow of fate, just like the beaker stone eyes and God. The Alicia sisters must also be individuals who influence the currents of fate, akin to the first domino in a cascading effect. More accurately, they could be considered the very source of the world's transformations. Reminiscent of the initial butterfly in the butterfly effect, each flutter of its wings creates ripples of influence, which, when accumulated, amplify into a tremendous storm. Taking out his phone, Galen swiftly sent a text to Raphael. A prompt reply came. I've arrived home. Don't worry. I'll take care of myself. That was reassuring. Galen was reluctant to cause Raphael any trouble or distress due to his own actions, so, although he had indeed followed the vampire's hypnotic suggestion, he had significantly shortened his return time. Gently opening the door, Galen scanned his surroundings, finding no sign of Raphael's protective presence. nor any trace of the bald man. He sniffed the air, feeling at ease as he exited the courtyard and made his way towards the side road on the left. No one paid heed to the movements of a young child. During the noon hour, most were home for lunch, leaving the road sparsely populated with vehicles and almost devoid of pedestrians, save for the occasional voices drifting from houses. The sun blazed fiercely, casting a stifling heat upon the ground. Galen walked across the lush green grass. The forest of grandeur was unlike any other, with particularly tall grass that reached above his calves, only revealing paths above his knees. While most would need to be cautious of venomous snakes and insects lurking in the underbrush, Galen paid them no mind, striding confidently through the thickets, following the scent of the bald man. Gradually, the trees around him grew denser, transforming from sparse to a thick canopy that obscured the sunlight. Soon, between the trees and within the grass, he discerned the silhouettes of two figures clad in black leather. One was unmistakably the bald man who had departed not long ago, while the other was a striking woman with dark hair. Wearing black leather on such a sweltering day, was there something amiss with their judgment? Galen chuckled as he approached. "Who goes there?" the bald man bellowed, turning to face him. Under the wary gazes of the two, Galen slowly stepped out from the underbrush, stepping onto a few protruding roots. "Why, just two guests who have recently arrived at my abode. How is it that you no longer recognize your host?" he said, his hands casually tucked into his pockets as he smiled. The bald man wore an expression of disbelief, casting a puzzled glance at the woman beside him, who merely shook her head in response, indicating her confusion. "Who are you?" he inquired, his hand stealthily reaching for a silenced pistol at his lower back. "What organization do you belong to? Why are you sneaking around my home?" Galen disregarded the man's furtive movements, his language suddenly shifting to fluent ancient Asian, causing the man's pupils to contract slightly. "Make your move." The bald man rolled to the left in a sudden motion, producing a black handgun, firing 3 shots in rapid succession. Without even glancing back at the outcome, he sprang up and took cover behind a large tree. The woman mirrored his actions, rolling to the right in a similar maneuver. .6 bullets instantly enveloped all directions in which Galen might evade, each shot precise. Even if he remained stationary, 2 bullets would find their mark in his forehead and heart. Yet at the moment the two fired, Galen arched his body and lunged forward like a striking serpent, diving into the grass towards the bald man. All 6 bullets struck the grass behind him. None finding their target, he extended his right arm, and with a fluid motion, it bent like a noodle, circumventing the wide trunk of a tree, swiftly pinning the bald man against it, his sharp black claws, akin to metallic talons, pressed menacingly against the bald man's throat. In stark contrast, Galen floated lightly before the bald man, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Shall we now discuss my inquiries?" "Of course." The bald man gulped, raising a hand to signal the woman to lower her weapon. His complexion had drained of color, his heart racing violently. Having been ensnared so easily, he understood that he had likely encountered an insurmountable obstacle. "What is it you wish to know? We would never dream of concealing anything," he replied readily, devoid of any hint of defiance. "Who are you? What brings you here?" "We are peripheral members of the Asian White Phoenix, temporary mercenaries tasked with capturing an experimental subject that has escaped." Asian White Phoenix. What sort of organization is that? "It is one of the military branches of the Primal Color Group. You can find information about it online." The bald man hastily explained. "And what does the term experimental subject refer to?" "I cannot say. We are merely the outermost mercenaries. The past of our target is of no concern to you, you know. Sometimes knowing too much can be perilous." The bald man answered candidly that the experimental subject referring to the Alicia sisters. "Indeed. Our primary objective is to capture them alive. Only if that proves impossible would we resort to lethal means." Galen glanced at the woman beside him. It seemed they were likely a couple. The woman's expression was tense as she fixated on the black claws resting on the bald man's neck, not daring to move. These two were merely well-trained elite mercenaries. Their proficiency with firearms was indeed commendable, and their reflexes were sharp, yet they would be no match for a true fighter. Not to mention the non-human entities that might inhabit this quaint town. They were simply 2 ordinary individuals, just as the bald man himself had described, being part of the outermost layer of mercenaries. However, Galen's intentions were far from simplistic. He carefully searched the bald man's clothing and pockets, swiftly extracting a black wooden cross pendant from his chest. The moment he grasped it, a refreshing aura began to flow into his arm, igniting a spark of interest in his eyes. "Where did you acquire this?" The bald man's face contorted with pain. "It was a keepsake from a dear friend of mine. He insisted I carry it with me at all times. Indeed, it is quite a remarkable memento," Galen remarked, satisfaction evident on his face. This cross was genuinely imbued with potential energy, not merely a one-time use, but rather a continuous source. Moreover, it appeared to be enveloped in an invisible force, ready to unleash its power at a moment's notice. Galen speculated that this might be a protective artifact specifically designed to counter some form of extraordinary power. Clearly, the bald man's friend had gifted him this pendant out of concern for his safety. "It seems your friend possesses commendable foresight," Galen mused, removing the pendant and allowing his earlier intentions of dispatching the two to fade. He began contemplating ways to manipulate these two for his own purposes. After all, his current channels of information were alarmingly limited. Having two mercenaries of different identities as informants would undoubtedly facilitate a quicker understanding and infiltration of this world. There are myriad ways to control one's enemies. But amidst the unknown methods of this world, it becomes challenging to ensure they remain unbreakable. This world teems with vampires and potentially witches, along with other extraordinary forces. While it may seem ordinary and straightforward, the depths are profound. After rummaging through his memories of elite secret techniques, Galen ultimately settled on a relatively obscure method. Simple punishment would only serve as the most basic form of control. To ensure the other party would hesitate to betray him was the key. With a meaningful smile directed at the bald man, Galen loosened his grip on his neck. "I sincerely appreciate your forthrightness. As you can see, the depths of this small town are beyond your reach. I have developed a profound admiration for the genuine bond shared between you two from our earlier conversation." He paused. "Since you're mercenaries, I have a task for you, and I wonder if you would be willing to accept it." "You aren't going to kill us?" the bald man queried, though his expression had clearly relaxed. "I am not one to slay without reason. Why would I wish to end your lives?" Galen opened his hands. "If you assist me in completing this task, I might consider taking you both on." As the bald man's eyes instantly gleamed. And it wasn't just him. The dark-haired woman beside him unconsciously swallowed hard. Only those who navigate the perilous world of mercenaries understand the terrifying potency that a formidable martial art can wield in the midst of a mission. In the throes of combat, the boy before them, with his alarming prowess that completely disregarded firearms, represented a lethal technique that was undeniably the most formidable of killing arts. The opportunity to learn such a skill was an irresistible temptation for the couple. "Is it true? You truly wish to take us as your disciples and impart to us your powerful combat techniques?" The bald man's voice trembled slightly, though the figure standing before them was merely a typical teenage boy. He showed no sign of underestimating his youth. The woman beside him appeared equally agitated, opening her mouth to speak yet remaining silent, directing her gaze toward her partner to let him take the lead. "Indeed, it is true," Galen smiled. His mastery over lethal skills was not merely in the dozens, but likely in the hundreds. Moreover, as a master of human anatomy and a peak combatant, his understanding of martial techniques enabled him to create a simple killing technique at will. What he considered simple techniques were undoubtedly treasures of the highest order for others. "Then, what is your task?" the bald man inquired cautiously. Such a generous reward naturally implied that the task would be rather troublesome. "It's quite simple," Galen replied, raising the cross in his hand. "I have a keen interest in ancient artifacts, especially this one. I need you to investigate its origins and determine if there are similar items. If you can find more, that would be even better." Under their puzzled gazes, he tossed the cross lightly. Preliminary appraisals suggested that this artifact should be at least 80 years old. You could consider this aspect. "If it's about finding this cross, perhaps I have a way." The bald man's eyes sparkled. "Are you certain?" Galen felt a surge of excitement. "Absolutely, 100%. The bald man affirmed confidently that I once saw information about such items within our organization. There aren't many of these crosses, and they aren't particularly expensive. Most are auctioned off by their owners." Galen patted his shoulder vigorously. "It's an advance for your task. I will impart a bit of knowledge to you, and you'll soon discern whether this task is worth your while." The couple's eyes glimmered with increasing eagerness. 2 hours later, Galen sauntered out of the desolate woods and back onto the road, hands still tucked in his pockets as he leisurely made his way home. The cross rested snugly in his pants pocket, firmly grasped by his right hand. A subtle chill emanated from it, seeping into his palm, flowing up his forearm, into his shoulder, and finally to his brain. After reviewing the changes in his attributes and assessing the total energy contained within the cross, Galen estimated that it could provide him with at least 3 attribute points, equating to a potential value increase of 300%. This was a conservative estimate. Having not received any potential points for some time, the sudden influx of this new resource lifted his spirits immensely. He had developed a favorable impression of the Alicia sisters. The moment they arrived, he had managed to secure someone who could offer potential points, perhaps if that by Huang Yuan's individual returned a few more times. His potential points would multiply. Recalling the moment when the bald couple learned the secret technique, Galen's lips curled into a slight smile. These were the 2 tendrils he had sent out. From this day forth, he would no longer be blissfully ignorant of the dark world beyond. The techniques the bald couple learned were not complete secret arts. Without the impetus of a secret weapon, they could not be powerful spells. Instead, it was a newly crafted technique by Galen, aptly named shadow projection, which bridged the gap between secret arts and techniques that had a low barrier to entry, allowing anyone to learn it, albeit at the cost of inflicting some degree of harm to the body, an enhancement of combat prowess achieved through self-harm. Although it could only temporarily boost their abilities, for the bald couple, it represented an invaluable path. Galen's newly devised technique, shadow projection, was specifically designed as a shooting assist technique for them, capable of doubling their visual acuity, hearing, and neural reflexes for half an hour after stimulating specific acupoints and meridians. For the couple, this was akin to a trump card for a desperate counterattack. This was merely the first layer of shadow projection. There were additional layers to explore, each one more potent than the last. Each layer required the same cost, or even less, while the enhancements grew more substantial and pronounced. The 6th layer could potentially amplify vision, hearing, and neural responses by as much as 6 times. This prospect left the couple utterly captivated. With Galen's guidance, they swiftly mastered the simplest form of the 1st layer, and after experiencing that powerful and perfect state, they were thoroughly devoted to serving Galen. Despite the significant side effects associated with this technique, each use would inevitably inflict internal damage to the user's overall constitution, requiring a minimum of 3 months of rest to recover. This was a small price to pay for the couple. If they attempted to use the technique again within a short span without adequate recovery, they could suffer permanent damage, such as blindness or the irreversible loss of hearing. The fundamental difference between secret techniques and spells lay in this very aspect. Secret techniques demanded immense self-harm as a prerequisite for use and could not be employed in quick succession, whereas spells bore minimal side effects and could be utilized repeatedly in quick succession, much like the renowned 99 Essence Pores technique that had cemented Palo Shah's terrifying reputation. The reason shadow projection wielded such formidable power was that Galen infused a portion of his own aura into the process of guiding them, stimulating a degree of transformation within their bodies to ultimately master this powerful technique. Unbeknownst to them, however, to continue honing and strengthening this technique, they would need to seek Galen each time they wished to advance to a new layer, requiring his guidance to activate the transformation once more. In essence, their future path to strength lay firmly in Galen's hands. Moreover, the technique possessed one significant flaw. It could only be pursued, never abandoned. Once learned, it was akin to entering a dead end, compelling the practitioner to persist in their studies, should they fail to reach the pinnacle of mastery and their progress stagnate for a period. They would endure excruciating pain, their constitution withering away until death ensued. Galen intended to refine this weakness further, for the technique was a hasty creation that required time for correction. After returning home and organizing his thoughts, evening approached, and his parents returned. The Alicia sisters, having spent the day wandering, joined Galen for dinner at the enthusiastic invitation of Jason and Faywin. Galen sent a text to Raphael, receiving a reassuring reply that all was well, indicating that the other party's scheme had not succeeded. With 2 tendrils now released, he merely awaited their retrieval. Having secured the world's first batch of potential points, Galen felt buoyant, his gaze towards the Alicia sisters growing increasingly favorable. If all went smoothly, he might even discover additional crosses to enhance his physical attributes. Everything seemed to be falling into place. With a swift boost in strength, he would gradually uncover the secrets hidden within the vampire world. After all, time was still on his side. He was merely a high school freshman, still young, and as time flowed swiftly by, life progressed in a routine manner devoid of surprises or significant changes that Raphael's grandmother ultimately declined Galen's request. Leaving Raphael feeling quite sorry in compensation, she gifted him a collection of assorted old trinkets. High school life bore little difference from middle school, save for slightly heavier academic burdens, which Galen could easily overlook. After absorbing the black wooden cross, he found it challenging to connect with his peers due to his psychological maturity. So when Raphael was not around, he often spent time alone. He practiced piano in the music room or sought out secluded spots to review his past combat techniques. He retrained his martial skills in a slow and deliberate manner. On the surface, it appeared as though he was merely engaging in gentle exercise, yet in an instant his seemingly innocuous movements could unleash terrifying lethality. Galen had no friends aside from Raphael, while Raphael, in contrast, was surrounded by numerous friends, or perhaps subordinates. Both individuals, in truth, share a commonality that subtly enhances their relationship, and that is loneliness, even though they are romantically intertwined. Neither has ever truly unveiled all of their secrets to the other. This is true for both Galen and Raphael. Yet, in this peculiar solitude, they sense that the distance between them is far less than that which exists with others. Over the course of several years, life has unfolded in a rather uneventful manner. The town has witnessed no significant happenings, save for the departure of a Mika bear, which was invited to leave by the National Zoo. Leaving behind a facade of tranquility in the afternoon, as warm air envelopes the surroundings and the sun casts a soft reddish hue upon the ground, dried yellow leaves scatter about, outside the music room behind the school. A tall young man stands at the podium, gently drawing forth a melodious and graceful tune. It is soft and serene, reminiscent of a solitary walk across tranquil, boundless fields, where the moonlight gently cascades down at night, illuminating his form while accompanied by a cool evening breeze, fostering a profound stillness in his heart. The young man possesses skin as white and delicate as crystal, a beautifully androgynous visage, and short golden hair that shines like shimmering tassels. His black shirt and tailored trousers perfectly accentuate his well-proportioned figure. The side of the music room, a row of unfamiliar trees casts its shade, beneath which a girl with flowing golden hair sits gracefully on the windowsill. Quietly listening to the boys' piano melodies, the sunlight dapples her white dress, dividing it into patches of gold and white. Is this Michael's wish? She casually inquires as the music fades into silence. You guessed it right again, Galen replies as he sets down his violin and begins to tend to it with care. This instrument was a special acquisition by his mother, purchased from an old friend of hers for 200,000 gallons, equivalent to over $20,000 on Earth in terms of purchasing power, though its primary value lies in its collectability. And no need to guess. I've heard it so many times, Raphael remarks, tucking her fingers through her hair. Which school are you planning to attend? Your SIT score exceeds 2,300. You should have no trouble getting into any school you desire, right? Galen approaches the windowsill, resting his hands on a ledge. Not too shabby. I plan to go to Gallaville, and my family is supportive of my decision. I can't keep up, Raphael confesses, twirling the ends of her golden hair with her fingers. I've taken the exam 5 times. And my highest score is only 2,000 My family suggests I consider a state university. Staying in the state, then? Yes. Galen falls into silence, for their time spent together has fostered genuine feelings. He recalls the time Raphael arranged candles into a heart shape, inciting a raucous cheer from the students at night. For years, she has consistently come to pick him up each morning and has occasionally gifted him with an array of flowers, totaling 99 blooms, a gesture that appears exceedingly romantic to anyone observing. Raphael is undeniably sentimental. Perhaps she longs for someone to truly penetrate her inner sanctum, becoming a sanctuary for her weary soul. Gallaville, that's the finest school in the nation. It's for the best. Really, your family shouldn't have to live in this remote little town? Raphael muses, her enthusiasm waning. I'll likely return, Galen chuckles. Why family isn't team moving away? So what is there to worry about? The world outside is quite splendid. Raphael seems to be in a mood. Don't you think it sounds impressive when someone mentions that your boyfriend is a top student from Gallaville? Doesn't that sound rather charming? Galen wraps his arm around her shoulder. Who knows if you'll still look at us ordinary country girls after you get there? Raphael retorts, a hint of jealousy in her voice in truth. Upon learning of Galen's family background, she recognized the vast chasm that lay between them. On the surface, his father is a university professor and his mother a psychologist with international renown. Galen himself is exceptionally gifted, strikingly handsome, and possesses remarkable violin skills, far surpassing the students of their town. Truly a different echelon altogether. This was a significant reason why she was drawn to him initially. As for herself, stripped of her identity as a witch, she is merely an ordinary country girl, slightly more attractive and a bit more unruly. The disparity between her and the city girls, who are adept at adornments, is glaringly apparent. Even revealing her identity as a witch may not help. It might even frighten Galen, backfiring entirely. Perhaps youthful first love should truly come to an end. Raphael contemplates, gazing up into Galen's eyes. You will remember me. One to you. Don't make this sound like a tragic farewell, as if we were in a melodramatic show. Galen teases, playfully pinching her cheek. It's not as if I'm planning to disappear. Gallaville University is akin to the top-tier institutions on Earth, like Harvard or Yale, and is among the finest schools in this world, boasting a consistent presence within the top 3 rankings globally. Admission to such establishments is not solely based on SIT scores. Other factors are considered as well, including the credentials of Galen's parents, which hold significant weight in his acceptance. The SIT functions similarly to the SAT and ACT in the United States, comprising 2 assessments that yield a composite score. All American universities regard this score as a standard for admission. Students can choose to take the exam multiple times, opting for a single attempt if they are satisfied with their score. Upon understanding this system, Galen promptly applied and registered, taking the exam slightly ahead of schedule. He effortlessly achieved a score of 2345, even with some intentional mistakes. His total score was merely 2400. Raphael also registered alongside him. But unfortunately, her focus has primarily been on witchcraft studies, resulting in less than ideal scores, with her highest being just 2000. If you leave, who will talk to me? Raphael playfully retaliates, trying to pinch Galen's cheek, only for him to evade her grasp, prompting a spirited chase. You'll make new friends at your new school, Galen chuckles. Worrying so much at your age? Be careful, or you'll end up bald. You're the one who go bald, Raphael retorts, her temper flaring as she attempts to tug at Galen's hair once more, only to have him dodge again. The two engage in a playful exchange across the windowsill. Beep, beep. Raphael's phone rings, emitting a simple beep without any accompanying melody. She halts her antics. Next time, I'll get you, she declares with mock severity before retrieving her phone and striding off to a distance to take the call. Galen leans against the windowsill, watching as she answers the call and waves goodbye to him. I'm heading back now. I have some matters to attend to. All right, go on. I should head back as well. Galen nods in acknowledgement. As he observes Raphael ride away on her motorcycle, he smiles, having withheld the information that he will be departing for Fenton City tonight to catch a train. This enigmatic little town, he has come to learn, is governed by both witches and vampires, with the witches seemingly guarding something significant, while the vampires maintain a certain level of understanding with them, exhibiting a strong wariness towards outsiders. Together, they uphold a seemingly fragile yet fundamentally robust alliance. Glander Town, while perhaps lacking fame in the eyes of ordinary folk, holds considerable renown within the realms of witches and vampires. Over the years, Galen has occasionally captured stray vampires and interrogated them for information. He possesses a basic understanding of these fundamental truths that in this world, vampires, or bloodkin, are subject to a strict hierarchical classification, determined by their level of control. Higher-class bloodkin exert absolute control over their lower counterparts, unless special means are employed to evade such dominance. Though Galen is not entirely clear on the nuances of the higher echelons, he is well aware of the general classifications. The first rank, the Dead Apostle, is recognized as the highest tier known to Galen. Next comes the upper bloodkin, followed by the middle tier, then the lower bloodkin, and finally, The mere vampires. Vampires are regarded as mere cannon fodder by bloodkin, not even recognized as part of their ranks, and no means can avert their fate of being subjugated by higher bloodkin. Simply put, any vampire encountering a true bloodkin will unconditionally succumb to the other's control over their consciousness. However, while vampires may be mere fodder to bloodkin, they possess a hypnotic control over ordinary humans. A power they term enchanting humans. The classifications of dead apostle, upper bloodkin, middle bloodkin, lower bloodkin, and vampire represent the straightforward information Galen gleaned from general vampires. Lower bloodkin can freely transform into vampires. Middle bloodkin can convert lower bloodkin, and so forth, with dead apostles capable of converting upper bloodkin. This is the root of the source of absolute status. However, unlike the bloodkin on Earth, the bloodkin here, even the most lowly of vampires, do not fear the sun. They only fear silver. The categorization of witches is actually based on the hierarchy of vampires. Death-level witches, upper-level witches, mid-level witches, lower-level witches, and spirit awakener. This classification is determined by strength. Galen has yet to witness these witches in action, so the specifics of their combat capabilities remain somewhat unclear. However, given the circumstances in the small town, it is highly likely that they possess extraordinary power. Galen pays close attention to the stance of the bloodkin. The entire bloodkin seems to be broadly divided into two factions, or two tendencies, the open party and the secret party. The open party believes that since the bloodkin originated from mutated humans, most of them consider themselves evolved beings, the New Age's elite. Belonging to a superior humanity, they believe they are the elite of the world, the leaders. This faction maintains order and exerts significant influence over vast regions of the world. The secret party, on the other hand, is extreme and bloodthirsty, viewing themselves as a superior species, regarding humans merely as their food and livestock, akin to domesticated cattle and sheep, to be consumed at will. They see themselves as a new species above humanity and do not consider themselves part of the human race. This faction aligns with terrorism, frequently disrupting social order and clashing with the open party. Nonetheless, these ideological divisions are akin to trends rather than true factions, as some bloodkin may shift their beliefs over time, transitioning from the open party to the secret party, or vice versa, perhaps due to a fondness for human life, fully integrating into humanity. This is unpredictable as long as there are no overtly sharp incidents. Disputes between the two sides are unlikely to arise. Overall, it seems that aside from the bloodkin and witches, there are no other groups of extraordinary powers in this world. It appears that the entire realm is jointly governed by the bloodkin and witches. This peculiar situation leads Galen to understand why the status of women in the town is so much higher than that of men, clearly due to the witches' mastery of mystical powers. Excluding witches and bloodkin, the remaining human populace, despite advancing technology, remains utterly defenseless against the vampires. It is as if they're natural enemies. Even the most basic vampire can easily dominate humans, compelling them to commit suicide without resistance. The ability to enchant humans, combined with terrifying speed and strength, as well as regenerative capabilities, renders even the finest fighters at a disadvantage against vampires. However, aside from a few areas, the number of bloodkin vampires is ultimately limited. They have restrictions on the number of progeny they can produce. Even vampires cannot develop at will. After meticulously studying the blood and bodily components of vampires, Galen reaches a tentative conclusion. Their core is the blood core. This entity, despite its name, cannot be located unless the blood is completely drained. It embodies the essence of the bloodkin and only manifests when the blood is fully exsanguinated. Situated in the heart region, the blood core must be shared by a higher-level developer, who must sacrifice a portion of their own blood core as a foundational root, injecting it into a progeny drained of blood to facilitate their ascension to the next level of bloodkin. This process of blood core differentiation depletes the bloodkin's own blood core. The blood core is the origin of all their existence, the source of life. As long as the blood core persists, barring severe head trauma, they can regenerate from severed limbs and fully recover from injuries. With a general understanding of the bloodkin situation, Galen begins to collect items such as black wooden crosses. With the assistance of the two mercenaries, the bald-headed Kadun and his wife Hera, he has managed to gather 2 wooden crosses over the past 2 years, in addition to the one he initially acquired. Totaling 3. From these 3 crosses, he has absorbed 10 potential points, a considerable boon in this world. These 10 potential points remain unallocated in the attribute bar, and Galen contemplates how best to distribute them. For the time being, he has no immediate use for secret weapons. Safety is ensured by Lafiel, and to outsiders, he merely appears as an ordinary high school student, unlikely to encounter situations beyond his current capabilities. Initially, he sought to enhance his strength due to concerns about potential bloodkin incursions, but upon learning of Lafiel's powers and influence, he has become considerably less anxious. Not to mention the subtle understanding between the witches and bloodkin in the small town. Half sitting on the windowsill, Galen casts another glance at his attribute bar. Galen Thomas, Strength 2.4, Agility 2.5, Constitution 2.4, Intelligence 2.1, Potential 1058, Soul Limit 30, Soul Seed. Northern Spear Warrior Cold Flame True Water Evil Skill. Below, the extensive list of previous skills has been reduced to just 2. Claw of Black Horses, 2nd level Poisonous Hand. Total of 4 levels. Violin Mastery, 2nd Proficient level. Total of 3 levels. As for other learning-related abilities, Galen surmises that perhaps his subconscious does not regard them as particularly difficult skills, thus omitting them entirely. His gaze shifts to the 2 skills, each displaying the required number of potential points for advancement. Claw of Black Horses requires 5 points to elevate 1 level, while Violin Mastery necessitates only 1. The disparity is significant. After some contemplation, Galen ultimately refocuses on the secret weapon of Claw of Black Horses. This skill, of unknown origin, appears exceptionally challenging to advance from the 2nd to the 3rd level. He initially believed he would break through within a few years, yet to date, he has seen no signs of progress, leading him to question whether he lacks some essential external stimulus. Fortunately, the power of the 2nd level Poisonous Hand is already comparable to the lethality of the peak power of the giant elephant secret weapon in the secret weapon realm. With an impressive coverage radius exceeding 10 meters that he ultimately relies on external force to forcibly break through. Galen sighs as he watches his potential points instantly diminish by 5, after which Claw of Black Horses momentarily blurs before rapidly clarifying. The symbol representing the claw of the secret weapon faintly emanating a trace of black mist. Hand of Slaughter. 3rd level, Bloodthirsty. Total of 4 levels, capable of further evolution to higher tiers. This terrifying killing technique, originating from the King of Slaughter, Black Horses, only fully reveals its sole information upon reaching the 3rd level point. One of the 42 Demon Kings of the ancient Induo, Black Horses possesses an indescribable killing talent. His gaze can extinguish souls, and his hands are said to bring all to a deathly silence, whether living or inanimate. Galen cannot help but exclaim in awe. He knew this was no ordinary item. His spirits lift immensely, as this marks the first time he has heard of the ancient Induo's 42 Demon Kings. Claw of Black Horses was originally unearthed from a relic. This perspective suggests that the secret weapons collected in the realm of secret weapons, particularly those aspects that Galen cannot fathom, likely originate from powerful ancient entities of varying levels. Shortly after the secret weapons enhancement, Galen experiences a surge of cool energy flowing from his brain, swiftly permeating his entire being. In an instant, his hands warm, followed by a faint, furious roar echoing in his ears. In a daze, Galen seems to see a humanoid shadow emerge before him. I will come. I will come. The humanoid shadow's eyes blaze with endless white light, roaring in fury, before, under Galen's gaze, it shatters into countless wisps of black smoke that seep into his nostrils, mouth, and ears. Ancient Induo language. Galen sits on the windowsill, his expression dazed. To an outsider, he appears to be quietly seated without any movement. However, anyone observing closely would notice that his pupils, the whites of his eyes, are swirling with countless wisps of black smoke. These black tendrils flow swiftly toward the center of Galen's pupils, disappearing in an instant. He could not comprehend the words of the humanoid shadow that it seemed to indeed be in the ancient Induo language. But the combination of those few terms rendered him utterly perplexed regarding their meaning. If the humanoid shadow is indeed Black Horses, one of the demon kings of ancient Induo, why was it so enraged? There appears to be a hidden truth regarding the mysterious disappearance of the ancient Induo civilization. The ancient Induo civilization is inextricably linked to immensely powerful sorcerers who revered and yearned for death. As one of the 42 demon kings, Black Harses is positioned at the pinnacle of this hierarchy. What could provoke such an extraordinarily powerful entity to such a degree of fury? Galen regained his senses, feeling a strange shift in the attributes panel, and quickly turned his gaze towards it. The sight that met him was startling. The previously humanoid shadow had now transformed into a shadowy figure adorned with two white eyes. Rapidly lunging towards the name Galen Thomas in the attributes panel, an involuntary chill coursed through Galen as the shadow approached, as if a tremendous crisis was about to threaten his safety. Was this akin to the legendary body snatching? His expression hardened in an instant. The soul seed deep within him erupted with power, manifesting as a brilliant blue figure that charged at the shadow. The blue figure wielded a crystal ice war spear, its face nearly identical to that of Galen in his previous life. With an icy glare, he swung the spear, engaging in fierce combat with the shadow. The two diminutive figures clashed violently in the attributes panel, appearing as merely a pocket-sized battle. Yet Galen understood that this was a fight concerning the very safety of his existence. The shadow was immensely powerful, initially overpowering Blue Galen, forcing him into a retreat. However, as time progressed and the soul seed provided continuous support, Galen gradually turned the tide, pushing the shadow back. Ultimately, with a reluctant roar, the humanoid shadow completely disintegrated into countless wisps of black smoke. Absorbed by the hand of slaughter in the skills panel, all fell silent. Galen snapped back to reality, realizing that he had plunged his consciousness into the soul seed, fighting desperately against the shadow. Despite the formidable power of the Northern Spearman's Cold Flame True Water Evil technique, he had still found himself retreating. The shadow, though evidently lacking in strength, had managed to suppress the evil technique using some peculiar, uncanny skills. It was easy to imagine the danger he would face if the opponent were at full strength. The soul seed was the crystallization of all the power from his totemic world, and when unleashed, it represented a state of peak power at the soul level, akin to his full potential in the previous world. Yet, even so, it had struggled to suppress that shadow, the ancient demon lord. Truly formidable, he exhaled deeply, hopping down from the windowsill. This sudden peril made Galen comprehend one of the functions of the soul seed. It served as a defense for the soul. The power accumulated from the previous world was integrated into the soul seed, essentially providing him with the assistance of his peak self from that world to resist threats. Intuitively, Galen sensed that the soul seed likely possessed even more functions, with defensive capability being merely a fundamental aspect. After inspecting his body and finding no abnormalities, Galen felt reassured enough to pick up his guitar case and leave the classroom. Heading towards the parking shed, he started his motorcycle. His mind lingered on the matter of that shadowy figure. He vaguely suspected that this humanoid shadow was likely not the complete entity of Hyces, but rather a probable avatar of his. Originally, the two fragments of Hyces' claw, one in his possession and the other with Andrella, had been identical, sealed within metal boxes. Although Hyces' claw belonged to Galen, a mysterious weapon he could not fully comprehend, it seemed that the manuals for this weapon had appeared in other ruins as well. Perhaps Hyces intended to cast a wide net, harboring a slim hope that if someone could break through the third tier, they could seize the opportunity for rebirth. Alas, Galen shook his head. With his current level of cultivation, combined with the modifications from his soul seed, he had yet to break through the third tier despite years of practice. It was unlikely that others could achieve even the first tier. A miracle would be for someone to reach the second tier in a few decades. Setting aside those thoughts, he felt a diminishing sense of impending danger from the hand of slaughter, evidently indicating that Hyces' avatar had been vanquished by the soul seed. Galen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He needed to return and gather his belongings. Later that evening, his father, Ima, would drive him to the city to catch a train, followed by a flight to the provincial capital. Brother, remember to come back often to see me. His younger sister, Faywin, had always possessed a talent for cuteness. And even in her teenage years, she still pouted her round cheeks, reaching out for Galen to hug her. He scooped her up without hesitation, of course. He would not forget their adorable little one. At the doorway to the living room, their mother, Tress, clad in a white shirt and long pants, leaned against the door frame with her arms crossed. All right. It's not like once you leave, you won't come back. You'll still have the holidays to see each other. His father, Ima, passed Galant's duffel bag to him. It was a brown bag containing simple clothes, shoes, and other essentials. It's getting late. Better head out early. You can always come back whenever you have the chance, Ima mumbled, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Hey bro, remember to bring me a signed poster. Jason stood at his room's doorway, unable to suppress his smile. Clearly, without his younger brother around, he was feeling particularly joyous. Got it, Gallon waved back. It's a bit troublesome in the first year, but once the second year rolls around, I might have time to visit. Stepping outside with his belongings, he spotted the Alicia sisters waiting in the yard. Due to their connections with Jason and Faywin, the sisters had become quite familiar with Gallant's family, in recent years. They had purchased a second-hand house nearby, becoming excellent neighbors. Upon seeing Gallant emerge, Alicia excitedly approached, chattering away with little Faywin while occasionally stealing glances at Gallant. The children, a top student from a prestigious university, held considerable weight. Much like a celebrity idol on television, Aisha, on the other hand, politely engaged with her mother, Tress, sharing a few words with Gallant and offering insights on navigating life outside. Over the years, Gallant had grown quite close to Aisha, primarily due to Jason's influence, often having to invite her out. Unfortunately for Jason, that connection had led to their families growing closer instead. Aisha had subtly become like an older sister to Gallant. Their parents, sympathizing with the sisters who had lost their parents at a young age, warmly accepted them, even helping Aisha secure a job as a librarian at a local bookstore, as they all helped Gallant into their mother's white SUV. Placing his belongings inside, he waved goodbye to the people outside. Jason, remember the task I entrusted to you. Gallant signaled Jason with a knowing glance. No problem. Leave it to me. Jason patted his chest confidently. Gallant ultimately informed Raphael of his departure time. Although she did not come to see him off, he knew she was likely watching from some corner. Quietly observing, he asked Jason to pass on a childhood practice guitar to Raphael as a parting gift. As their mother drove, she waved at the people behind them, gradually accelerating. Soon, the figures in the rearview mirror faded from view, leaving only the bright highway lights behind. The vehicle sped away from the small town along the winding black road. Swiftly navigating through the sea of trees, the streetlights soon dimmed, leaving only the car's headlights illuminating the pavement, casting faint reflections, while darkness enveloped both sides. Gallant gazed ahead, watching the road recede behind him, with only a single white line visible in the center. Looking back, the town had vanished completely from sight. Occasionally, a passing vehicle would whiz by, its headlights flickering in an instant, leaving its model unrecognizable. Gas stations and brightly lit motels sporadically appeared along the roadside. Aside from the sound of the engine, no other noise could be heard. As their mother, Tress, drove, she cast subtle glances at her son. What's wrong? Feeling reluctant. After all, you grew up here and have never truly ventured out. Now that you're finally leaving, are you feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement? It's all right, although I've done some research online beforehand. Experiencing in person is indeed a little thrilling, Gallant replied with a nod. Make sure to remember this route. When you come back, you can transfer from Bika City to Feinen by train. And then either hire a car or call for me to pick you up. Good IT at AT school. Remember to build good relationships. The students there are all exceptional, and forming connections will benefit your future development. Understood. Also, if you encounter trouble at school and find it hard to cope, you can call this number. Tress hesitated for a moment before finally reciting a string of numbers. You should reach out to Uncle Hank. Be polite. He should be a professor at your school now. Gallant cast a glance at the expression on Tress's face. It was evident that her relationship with Uncle Hank was rather special. Perhaps a suitor from her past. Subsequently, the two fell into a silence, with Tress concentrating intently on driving, only occasionally recalling something to remind Gallant. He responded absently, while gazing out at the swiftly passing road and forest. After a span of more than 10 minutes devoid of conversation, Tress pressed the radio button. I know you will miss me. Does paradise have a window overlooking the earth? A melodious, raspy male voice filled the car. The gentle, lilting melody prompted Tress to hum softly along. Time slipped away, and Gallon, feeling bored, decided to close his eyes and inadvertently fell asleep. He awoke from his slumber as the car slowed down. Surrounded by a cacophony of lively voices and the hum of vehicles, outside, a myriad of bright lights flickered past, with shops and street vendors lining the way, and cars passing by in a continuous stream. "We are nearly there," Tress's voice came from the side. "What time is it?" "It's 10:30, dear." "Have I been asleep for over 2 hours?" "About that," she replied. Gallon observed the unfamiliar streets and city beyond the window, with yellow and white lights whizzing by, leading to a dense flow of traffic ahead. That a white convertible sped past on his right, its driver, a dark-skinned man adorned with earrings, loudly whistling at Tress. "Hey, beautiful!" Gallon shot him a middle finger, eliciting a hearty laugh from the man. With a swift jerk of the steering wheel, Tress veered the SUV towards the man's car, nearly colliding. The man, startled, hastily accelerated away, muttering curses under his breath, no longer daring to provoke them. When you're out, never allow others to perceive you as an easy target, nor should you deliberately conceal your strength until someone crosses the line. You must project an aura that conveys, even if you cannot overpower them, you can certainly inflict a wound. Most people will think twice before provoking you to do you understand. Tress smiled as she took the opportunity to impart some wisdom to Gallon. "Of course, I understand it's not about overpowering others, but ensuring that those who target you are aware that there will be consequences. As long as the cost is significant enough, you can safeguard yourself." Gallon nodded. "Naturally, this is applicable in desperate situations. For unique circumstances, if things escalate severely, then seek legal counsel. I've already arranged for a private lawyer for you. You can consult her about any issues you encounter at school." "Is she attractive?" "Absolutely." Tress beamed. "She's a graduate student, your senior." Gallon shrugged. "She'll reach out to you when the time comes. Her name is Kelly. Don't forget." "Got it, Mom. You really have everything covered." The vehicle came to a gentle halt at the train station's entrance, and after a brief exchange with the attendant, Tress took Gallon by the hand and guided him towards the station hall. Amid the bustling crowd, they navigated through security checks and ticket validation. Making their way to the platform, Tress remained silent, repeatedly checking Gallon's belongings, his wallet, ID, acceptance letter, and any necessary medications. All right, Mom, it's time to go back," Gallon called out loudly as he approached the train compartment door. "Go back now," Tress waved at him, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Make sure to bring home a grandson before you graduate," she suddenly exclaimed boisterously. Gallon froze momentarily, and the surrounding passengers erupted into laughter. One particularly rotund man guffawing while patting his belly, clutching a can of beer. "Your mom is something else," he remarked, patting Gallon on the shoulder. Gallon shot him an exasperated glare, hoisting his luggage as he made his way to his compartment. Inside the train, it was spacious and devoid of the usual crowding, the air conditioning making it somewhat chilly. The cool breeze swept past his ankles, mingling with a faint odor that was less than pleasant. Gallon quickly located his seat according to the ticket, only to find a balding, middle-aged man sprawled across it, shoes off and snoring loudly. He placed his luggage on the opposite rack and glanced at the man, whose bulk was evident with arms like tree trunks. He tapped the man's trousers, but there was no response. "Could you sit over here?" he suggested, noticing a father and daughter seated across from him. The daughter appeared to be around 18 or 19, timid, while the father donned a blue work uniform, his hair sprinkled with gray, exuding a friendly demeanor. He smiled at Gallon and nudged his daughter closer. "Why not take my seat? Just wait until he wakes up. No need," Gallon replied with a friendly smile. He reached out again, this time with more force, and tapped the balding man's calf. "What do you want?" The man squinted, finally rousing from his slumber to glance at Gallon. "You're in my seat. Could you please get up?" Gallon asked amiably. "Can't you sit across from me?" The bald man retorted defensively. "Someone's already sitting there." Gallon shook his head. "Would you mind moving for a moment? Let me sleep a bit longer. I'll get up later," he grumbled. "Youngster, you should learn to be considerate of us adults." Gallon was speechless, noticing now that two of the bald man's companions were seated behind him, clad in tight black tank tops, their muscular arms adorned with dark, snake-like tattoos. The two men, one bald and the other with a buzz cut, were sizing him up. Come, just sit here for a bit." Sensing the tension, the father with his daughter quickly ushered Gallon toward his seat. "When out and about, let us all be understanding of one another." he said kindly to the sleeping bald man, while the two muscular men turned back to continue their conversation. Thanks, but I prefer my own seat, Galen suddenly chuckled, breaking free from the man's grasp. He reached for the bald man's collar. Dare to lay a hand on me. The two muscular men instantly sprang to their feet, one raising an eyebrow, his large hand reaching for Galen's shoulder. Thud, thud! With two swift kicks, the two men barely comprehended what was happening before doubling over in pain, groaning as they collapsed. Why can't you just listen? Only when it hurts do you regret it. Galen seized the bald man's collar, landing a punch to his gut with such speed that he had no time to react before being thrown beside his companions. The three of them huddled on the floor, groaning in agony, reminiscent of shrimp just pulled from the water, unable to straighten their backs. For such small fry, Galen couldn't be bothered to exert much energy. Noticing the father and daughter beside him swallowing nervously, he flashed them a bright smile, instantly diffusing the earlier tension. Soon, two train officers arrived, inquiring briefly before Galen discreetly slipped a few bills to the lead officer. Consequently, the three groaning men were swiftly escorted away. The train car, which had been relatively quiet, now found the attention of most passengers drawn to Galen, a seemingly delicate youth who had effortlessly subdued three burly men, rendering the atmosphere even quieter. The father and daughter across from him were particularly intrigued. Kid, those three might have accomplices. Be sure to watch your back when you disembark, the graying man warned with concern. It's all right. I've dealt with such matters many times before. Galen flashed a grin, revealing a set of stark white teeth. In his two previous lifetimes, the number of living beings who had perished at his hands numbered no less than 8,000, if not 10,000, particularly during his time in the totemic world, where he collected potential points. His hands were stained with blood. As for the three insignificant characters, they were hardly worth his concern. Strangely, both the father and daughter shivered involuntarily upon seeing his gleaming teeth, choosing to refrain from discussing those three individuals any further. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Galen settled into the window seat, a position he favored, which had originally belonged to a balding man who could no longer occupy it, and had thus relinquished it to him. There was no possibility of those three burly men returning to trouble him. He had casually induced enough pain in their injuries to ensure they would suffer for at least another 2 hours, until their strength waned and their agony subsided, a lesson sufficiently harsh to deter them. The train rattled along its tracks. Galen propped one hand on the windowsill, while the other retrieved his CD player, inserting a disc for a continuous loop of melodies. A gentle female voice floated softly in his ears, the song seeming to serenade him from nearby. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, maintaining a quiet rhythm, merely a subtle drumming with his fingertips. The girl opposite him glanced over curiously, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness as she averted her gaze. Yet her intrigue was palpable. The girl was unremarkable in appearance, with short black hair, clad in a dark blue shirt and black trousers. Devoid of any adornments, and sporting a pair of glasses, Galen offered her a smile, causing her cheeks to flush as she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Time on the train passed swiftly. In the absence of anything to occupy his mind, Galen retrieved a novel from his backpack and began to read leisurely. He had initially intended to purchase a sleeper ticket, but regrettably, they had long since sold out due to the influx of students traveling to universities during the peak season. Not one to indulge in the luxuries of life, Galen opted for a standard seat instead. The journey from Fenton to Baika City would take approximately 8 hours, arriving in the early hours of the morning. After calculating the time, he realized he would arrive just in time to head straight to the airport for his flight, so he chose not to sleep. During the ride, he attentively observed the ebb and flow of passengers boarding and alighting. To his astonishment, after watching over 100 individuals, he found not a single one possessing any supernatural abilities akin to vampires. They were all ordinary people. This revelation underscored just how rare the bloodline was in the human realm. As for witches, he was utterly incapable of discerning their identities. When they refrained from using their powers, they appeared to be indistinguishable from the average populace, engaged in their daily lives, work, and studies, with no noteworthy individuals to capture his attention. Galen immersed himself in his novel, relishing this rare moment of leisure. In both the secret weapon world and the totem world, he was perpetually confronted with challenges, never allowing himself a moment's respite. Here, however, the practice of secret weaponry was constrained, leaving him ample time to pursue any interest he fancied. In moments of boredom, he pondered the conflict between the Alicia sisters and the original color group. Ever since the bald mercenary's visit, he was uncertain what methods he had employed, but somehow he had managed to obscure the sisters' identities, resulting in the absence of new mercenaries or assassins for several years. Yet, as the younger sister Alicia matured, Jalen sensed an increasingly peculiar aura emanating from her, one reminiscent of planetary history. He had a premonition that perhaps Alicia was the true key figure in this unfolding narrative. Nevertheless, these matters were of no immediate concern to him. His current objective was to attend university and gather more artifacts akin to the Black Wooden Cross. The bald couple had distanced themselves from the original color group and had established their own mercenary company, comprising elite members who had all received Jalen's approval to practice the shadowing technique. Originally elite, they had become even more formidable with the acquisition of this technique, rivaling those of a higher echelon of special talents. Recently, they had begun to make their mark within the realm of exceptional talents, earning the resounding moniker of Night Hawk that a collection of elite snipers, augmented by the technique, they had transformed into the most elite assassins. Their remarkable achievements on the African battlefield last year had secured them the third rank among headhunting mercenary groups, marking their initial entry into the upper echelons of the mercenary world. Jalen gradually improved the effectiveness of the shadowing technique, significantly reducing its side effects. However, the enhanced version remained solely in his possession and had not been disseminated, while it was merely a trivial endeavor for him. To others, it represented the pinnacle of lethal prowess. Its creator, he understood the necessity of recognizing the value of his resources in the eyes of others, striving to derive the greatest benefit at the least cost, a principle he consistently adhered to. After all, one is not always in a position of abundance, and cultivating such habits would eventually yield opportunities to capitalize on. As he organized his thoughts during the journey, Jalen continued to observe the flow of passengers, ultimately failing to spot even a single hidden vampire among the humans. Clearly, their presence was exceedingly sparse. Time swiftly elapsed, and within 8 hours, they arrived at Baika City Station. The father and daughter across from him were still engrossed in their MP4. And upon arrival, Jalen removed his earphones and stowed away his nearly depleted CD player, offering the pair a friendly smile. He collected his backpack from the overhead rack and proceeded smoothly to Baika City. In the early hours, as he disembarked from the train, a chill breeze greeted him. The station was nearly deserted, with only a handful of recently arrived passengers meandering towards the underground passage with their luggage. In the distance, the faint sound of another train could be heard. Jalen exhaled, watching his breath manifest as a visible mist. He ambled towards the underground passage, his large bag in tow. The pristine white concrete floor and illuminated advertising billboards adorned the walls, while a gentle female voice announced the train schedules. Everything felt strikingly ordinary, as if upon leaving Grando, he had stepped into a world devoid of any peculiarities, and vampires, no witches, no extraordinary powers, just an unremarkable, mundane existence. With his bag in hand, Jalen strolled leisurely along with the crowd, exiting the ticketing area. Outside, a bustling throng awaited those arriving, alongside numerous unlicensed taxis and women seeking to lure guests to small lodgings. They resembled wolves hunting in the early morning, their keen eyes honing in on every traveler who emerged without a welcoming companion. As Jalen stepped outside, he was immediately approached by 3 or 4 middle-aged individuals. Looking for accommodation? Need a ride? It's close. Hop in with me, they urged. Jalen brushed past them, making his way to the designated taxi area, joining the queue behind the fenced-off line. Though Baika City was the provincial capital and the largest city in Faya province, being the most remote province in America, it lacked the development and order found in other states. Jalen accepted a complimentary tourist map and was pleasantly surprised to find an introduction to Grando Town featured prominently. A smile crept across his face. Throughout his journey, he had encountered no vampires or supernatural entities, and the world outside was astoundingly mundane. Ultimately, this world belonged to ordinary people, and unless one were particularly unfortunate, The average individual might never encounter a bloodline or a witch in their lifetime, perhaps even failing to recognize them if they did. Upon departing from the designated areas, the rest of the realm mirrored Earth, indistinguishable from any other. Soon, it was Jalen's turn to board the taxi. After inquiring about the fare, he opened the door and took a seat. Two young individuals, a boy and a girl, also heading to the airport, decided to share the ride with him after asking for his approval. Dressed in matching couples' t-shirts emblazoned with large cartoon bear heads, they appear to be quite ordinary, suggesting their family might not be particularly affluent. They settled in behind Jalen, appearing blissfully enamored. Observing them, Jalen couldn't help but reminisce about his own modest life on Earth, where his first love had mirrored their simplicity and sweetness, perhaps oblivious to the extraordinary secrets of the world. Yet finding happiness in their little universe. Beep! Beep! The sound of a text message interrupted his thoughts. Jalen retrieved his phone and pressed a button. "Boss, where are you?" It was the bald man, now riding high on success as the vice captain of the Nighthawk team. With his growing fame and accomplishments, his income had skyrocketed, and he had become a bona fide millionaire, even purchasing a villa on the renowned Kloss vacation island. "I'm in Bika City. No need to send anyone to pick me up. I have someone else meeting me," Jalen replied casually. "That won't do, boss. That it's rare for you to be out. All right, if you need to mobilize funds, use that account. Just let me know if you're short on cash." The driver beside him, upon hearing the sound, glanced at him with a flicker of a different expression in his eyes, seemingly imbued with a hint of reverence. The phrase "whose person is this?" clearly suggested a person of considerable background. Galen found himself both amused and at a loss, quickly realizing he should be cautious with such terms. After exchanging a few words with the bald man, the call ended, and the atmosphere in the car became markedly quieter. Evidently, the bald man's booming voice had reached the two little ones in the back seat, and for a moment, Galen appeared to transform into a formidable gang leader, his presence silencing the three passengers that, "My friend has watched too many movies. You know, the one about rebirth and fire," Galen clarified, shrugging as he explained that Rebirth and Fire is the recently popular classic gangster film, boasting a production cost in the millions and a box office exceeding $100 million, sparking a fervent discussion. The two little ones seemed relieved, feeling a bit more at ease, yet the driver was evidently not so easily swayed. Remaining silent as he drove, the vehicle traveled at a moderate pace, covering a considerable distance from the train station to the airport. Galen glanced at his watch, noting the time was 6:42. He still had over an hour before his flight. "Are you also a student going out for school?" suddenly inquired the male half of the couple in the back seat. "Me?" Galen turned around, pointing to himself. "Yes, I'm heading to Nottingham. I just took the SIT this year." "Are you going there too?" Galen casually asked. "Indeed, we're also headed to Nottingham," the boy exclaimed with excitement. "I'm Mike, and this is my girlfriend, Jella. We just received our acceptance letter from Scott." "Which school are you from?" "Nottingham has 5 universities." Galen smiled. "And I'm from Gallivard." "Oh." The boy elongated his tone, expressing surprise, while the girl covered her mouth in astonishment. "You re-impressive." Jella couldn't help but interject. "I thought you were from the Birmingham Conservatory of Music. That place is filled with charming men like you." Before she could finish her sentence, Mike playfully pinched her thigh, and the two began to banter. The driver glanced back at them, shaking his head in silence, seemingly reminded of his own children at home. "I'm Galen. Since we'll all be in the same city, we should get together sometime." Before Galen could finish, Jella eagerly replied, "You better keep your word. Hurry up and give me your number, so I can find you without excuses later." They exchanged phone numbers, and the atmosphere became noticeably warmer. The two began inquiring about life in Nottingham, and upon discovering that Galen was somewhat inexperienced in venturing out, they eagerly shared various information they had gathered online and through other channels. Time flew by amidst their lively discussion. Before long, they arrived at the airport. Galen promptly paid the fare, and as the three exited the vehicle, the couple felt at ease, stating that Mike's aunt would pick him up after they landed, and they would all head to her house for dinner. Galen smiled politely, declining, suggesting that once they arrived at school, they could all gather and explore Nottingham together. The couple readily agreed, both appearing rather innocent and straightforward. Freshly emerged from their homes to the terminal, they presented their identification to collect their electronic tickets, and upon confirming their flight details, they realized they were indeed on the same flight. They decided to sit together finding adjacent seats and engaging in quiet conversation as they waited for their boarding call. What's your major? The renowned Wolf Business School of Gallagher, the Birmingham Medical School, or perhaps archaeology? Mike was quite talkative, always bubbling with topics, in stark contrast to Gallon's more reserved demeanor. Why only those three? Gallon placed his music case beside him and set his bag on the adjacent seat. These are the most prestigious ones. It is said that the Wolf Business School has a powerful alumni network, filled with many accomplished global business geniuses, like Mustana from Hengi Group, who is my idol. Mike spoke with an enthusiasm that seemed to eclipse Gallon's composed nature. Don T. The other two majors also represent the pinnacle of Gallagher. Mike continued, the Wolf Business School has ranked first for 3 consecutive years in the Labras World Rankings, making it the premier business school among all universities. As for the medical school, Gallagher hosts world-class academic conferences every few years, covering various themes with renowned scholars attending. How could that not be obvious? In archaeology, your library's collection alone is sufficient for the archaeology department, with many books buried deep in the library that likely haven't seen the light of day in ages. Not to mention the exhibitions. Impressive. Jella clapped enthusiastically. You make it sound as if you were the top student at Gallagher yourself. Our Scott is no less impressive. Mike chuckled sheepishly. Well, there is plenty of time in the first year to explore. There's no rush, Gallon remarked. For him, university was merely a facet of life. His true intent was to delve into the world beyond his small town, as only by venturing out could he gain a deeper understanding of the realities outside. True, the first year allows for many club activities, and foundational courses shouldn't be too challenging, Mike mused, appearing somewhat wistful. But it seems like you prestigious students have to undergo interviews and assessment upon arrival. Aren't you nervous? Gallon laughed lightly. What is there to be nervous about? What was your SIT score? Gallon's smile faded, his expression turning serious. I wouldn't want to discourage you. Mike immediately covered his face. I knew it. Oh, please, I beg for comfort. I warn you not to call me that. It evokes unpleasant associations. Jella gently patted Mike's back as he feigned despair. Suddenly, Mike noticed the music case at Gallon's feet. What's this? He asked, his familiarity growing as he sensed Gallon's calm demeanor. My hobby. Gallon handed over the case. Mike quickly unzipped it, revealing a long, sleek shape that suggested a musical instrument, though its contents remained a mystery. Upon opening it, a beautifully crafted, dark red antique violin lay nestled inside. Oh, beautiful. Mike whistled. Clearly, it's not a cheap item. It has something we, the children of poor families, could never compare to. It's just an instrument. Gallon looked at Mike, bemused by his exaggerated lament. Just an instrument. Indeed. Mike clutched his chest in mock agony. That's my living expenses for 10 years. No, perhaps 100 years. My heart is breaking. All right, enough with the theatrics. Be careful not to damage it. Jella interjected, clearly more cautious, quickly reclaiming the violin to admire its exquisite craftsmanship before carefully returning it to Gallon. As the three engaged in light-hearted conversation, the bustling airport drew the attention of several young onlookers nearby, who couldn't help but steal glances at Gallon's striking features, his flawless complexion eliciting a mix of admiration and envy, even from some girls who discreetly stole second looks as they passed by. Time passed swiftly, and soon the announcement for their flight echoed through the terminal. They proceeded through security without incident. Though Mike's hidden lighter was discovered, prompting a humorous display of melodrama as he emerged looking as if he had lost a loved one, clinging to Jella in mock despair, leaving the young security officer feeling somewhat guilty. Gallon observed the antics with a bemused expression. After a brief wait, they proceeded to the boarding gate, entering the aircraft, where they found their assigned seats, completely separate from one another, a seat apart in different rows. However, it was long before Mike managed to convince Jella to switch seats, quickly moving to sit next to Gallon, a triumphant grin on his face. What a coincidence, we're together again, he exclaimed as he settled in across from Gallon, who had no choice but to adopt a resigned expression. The plane was a small one, with a 3-seat configuration on one side and a 2-seat configuration on the other. They were situated in the 3-seat section, with Mike and Jella across from Gallon, while the seat beside them had been occupied by a quiet young girl of Eastern descent, her demeanor demure and composed, draped in a black puff-sleeve shirt and a deep crimson knee-length skirt. She surprisingly donned a pair of sophisticated black stockings that exuded a sense of maturity. The right of Gallon. Two elderly individuals, both with wispy white hair, appeared to be in their 60s. Yet they were embarking on a flight at such an age. It is worth noting that Gallon once upheld the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. But in the presence of these two seniors, who were significantly older, he found a curious absence of reverence. The realization that he was considerably younger than them only fostered a sense of affection for the youth rather than any respect for the elderly. He could not help but feel contemplative. Every time he witnessed the frailty of the elderly, it only served to strengthen his resolve to advance. Aging in body was inconsequential, but the true horror lay in an aging heart. Should the heart grow old, then one truly becomes old, filled with despondency, devoid of hope, merely existing day by day, without motivation, ambition, or vitality. That a weary heart would inevitably accelerate the aging of the body. Thus, Gallon never considered himself old. Speaking of which, there were a plethora of students aboard this flight. Mike, unable to remain idle, frequently rose to survey his surroundings. All were students headed to Nottingham. Perhaps many were our alumni. "Are you also going to school in Nottingham?" suddenly inquired the girl in black stockings, an Oriental beauty. Her American English lacked naturalness, sounding overly formal, each word articulated with precision, akin to a scenario where someone unexpectedly converses with you in the polished Mandarin of a central television host. Rather awkward. Despite the impeccable accent. "Indeed. Are you an international student from the East?" Mike responded with enthusiasm, elated to engage in conversation, for the greatest joy of a chatterbox lies in the presence of someone willing to converse. "Your spoken English is quite standard. Yes, it. Thank you very much for the compliment," the girl replied, her eyes crinkling into a smile. "My English name is Kelly. What is yours?" "Mike, and this is my wife." "Jera." "Ouch, don't hit me. I misspoke," Mike exclaimed after receiving a playful jab, finally gesturing toward Gallon. "That is Gallon. He has pursued my wife for many years, but alas, he was ultimately bested by me. Ha ha ha." After another playful strike to his thigh, Mike finally settled down. The four exchanged names, and a sense of familiarity swiftly blossomed. Gallon reclined languidly against the window, gazing out at the airport ground through the rounded pane, seemingly disinterested and engaging in conversation. Meanwhile, Mike and Kelly conversed animatedly. Kelly was a student at the music academy Mike had previously mentioned, the Bloomington School of Music. She specialized in piano, and to Gallon's delight, Mike, the incessant talker, finally had someone to temper his verbosity. The girl from the East, Kelly, evidently regarded him as a practice partner for her spoken English, eagerly chatting away. Even after the plane took off, she continued to engage Mike in conversation. Half an hour later, Kelly's energy surged as she probed into the minutiae of Mike's family life, showing a keen interest not in Mike himself, but rather in experimenting with the pronunciation of words from various fields. Another half hour passed, and Mike was utterly defeated. He felt as though he could never love again, that if their conversation revolved around topics he found intriguing, it would have been manageable. However, Kelly had a tendency to interrupt his most animated moments with, "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." And thus, the atmosphere would plunge into silence. Despite Kelly's standard English, she was entirely inexperienced with colloquialisms, which severely impeded Mike's natural inclination to chat. After several appeals to Jera for assistance, his girlfriend decisively took over the conversation with Kelly. Gallon, seated nearby, habitually stood to scan his surroundings, yet found no traces of vampires or supernatural beings. It seemed that Grander Town was merely a mythical locale confined to the realms of film and television. Outside, the world appeared to consist solely of ordinary individuals. In such an environment, he began to question whether he had returned to the earth of his origins, devoid of any extraordinary powers, as if he had regressed to a life where he possessed no special abilities whatsoever. He no longer paid heed to his attributes or the status of his secret weapons. Instead, he earnestly embraced his identity as an ordinary person, merely a typical passenger, a common student aboard a flight to school. This sensation nearly engulfed him in disorientation. After over an hour of conversation, the discussion finally drew to a close as the plane began its descent. The four had grown quite familiar with one another. The seemingly first-time traveler from the East, Kelly, enthusiastically exchanged phone numbers and online contacts with the trio, arranging to call each other upon disembarking. Mike, now somewhat lackluster, appeared to harbor a mild apprehension towards Kelly, while Jera engaged in delightful conversation with her. Although Gallon remained relatively silent, he seemed to garner Kelly's favor. Evidently, his reserved demeanor resonated with Eastern aesthetic sensibilities, despite his androgynous, attractive features playing a significant role. As a slight pressure built in his ears, the plane shuddered gently and finally landed. After taxiing for a while, it gradually came to a halt. The connecting corridor opened, and passengers began to rise. Those once unfamiliar young faces had become somewhat acquainted, many of whom, like Kelly and Gallon, had engaged in light conversation during the flight. Clusters of students, all headed to Nottingham for their studies, mingled together. Exiting the cabin and descending to retrieve their checked luggage, the four proceeded towards the arrivals hall. Within the airport's arrivals area, numerous individuals held various signs in anticipation of their guests. Gallon sent a text to the person he had arranged with his mother, instructing them not to pick him up. A casual glance revealed a welcoming party for Gallivant University. A young woman of African descent, likely an upperclassman. She stood not in the most conspicuous location, but rather in a corner to the right, holding her sign, while a young white male approached her. After bidding farewell to Mike and the others, Gallon moved toward her. "Welcome, new students, new handsome and beautiful faces," the young woman called out to Gallon. "This is the Gallivant University arrivals area. All newcomers, please follow me. Don't get lost. We have transportation arranged." Following Gallon, a few boys and girls trailed behind him. Unfortunately, aside from Gallon, he noticed that the rest were not particularly attractive. Of the 10 or so individuals, 8 wore glasses, clearly the type who did not concern themselves with appearances, while the remaining few bore serious expressions, each radiating an air of studiousness. "First years are like this. There must be at least one gem among them," remarked the young white male, who appeared to be part of the welcoming committee, sympathetically patting the shoulder of the young woman. Following a brief team assembly. They waited for a short while before a few more individuals joined, all sharing a similar bookish appearance. Only when the crowd had fully dispersed did the young woman lead them out of the airport. Along the way, no one engaged in conversation. The new students remained taciturn, and even those who might have wished to speak were quelled by the pervasive silence. Gallivant University is a world-renowned institution for medical and business studies. Home to the top-ranked business school globally and a medical school ranked among the top 10 at Naturally, the scores required for admission are exceptionally high. This applies not only to domestic students, but also to international students, many of whom must undergo rigorous assessments in their home countries before earning the opportunity to attend this prestigious university, a journey laden with countless hours of toil and sleepless nights. It can be said that none among this group are to be trifled with. Any one of them could be classified as a top-tier scholar, some even boasting an impressive array of national and international awards. Gallon's relatively smooth entry into this esteemed institution can be attributed not only to his own exceptional scores, but also to a slight advantage from his parental background. Among this crowd, his credentials were rather unremarkable. The evaluator from Gallivant had merely listened to him play a piece on the violin and glanced at his grades before making their decision, subsequently heading off to share drinks with his father. Emma. In essence, he epitomized the archetype of a high-achieving, affluent individual, not in the sense of wealth, but rather in terms of intellectual lineage. Upon boarding the white bus, an air of silence enveloped the interior. More than a dozen pairs of glasses glinted as they fixated on the young woman of African descent, rendering her initial intent to speak futile, compelling her to sit down in resignation. The journey was accompanied solely by the hum of the engine. Not every newcomer relished this silence, yet it appeared that this particular group was predisposed to it. Gallon cast a sidelong glance at the boy seated to his left, who sported a scraggly mustache and hollow eyes. Reminiscent of someone in the late stages of an illness, he was utterly engrossed in manipulating the small Rubik's Cube in his hands, a 4x4 variant with a single face composed of 16 squares. In mere moments, the cube would return to a solid color, only to be scrambled once more into a kaleidoscope of hues. "Oh, you fancy Rubik's Cubes. Care to give it a try?" The boy cast a sidelong glance at Giallo, his eyes seemingly laced with disdain. In his view, those who tended to their appearance were mostly superficial, and even if they managed to enter prestigious institutions, their potential would remain limited. After all, dedicating time and energy to grooming and aesthetics invariably meant sacrificing focus elsewhere. One could not excel in every domain. Such individuals might be hailed as polymaths due to their innate talent, yet at a higher echelon, they would merely be regarded as mediocrities, possessing only a superficial understanding that barely surpassed the ordinary. "I have never played with this before," Jialong admitted as he accepted the cube from the boy's hands. The already chaotic cube was twisted and turned in his grip, only to be met with a sharp crack. Jialong said, presenting the now fractured cube back to the boy, "that I might have applied too much force. My apologies." The boy blinked, glancing between Jialong and the broken cube. Swallowing hard, he had initially anticipated either a rapid solution or a complete inability to resolve the cube. Never expecting such an outcome, Jialong had merely been careless. He had just begun to grasp a method when his subconscious exertion led to the cube's demise. They both fell into a silence. Uncertain of what to say, "It's all right. Perhaps the cube was worn out from prolonged use. I'll get you a similar one after we disembark." "And no need. I have plenty like this one," the boy replied, securing the damaged cube in his possession. Once again, silence enveloped them, as neither knew how to continue the conversation. As the school bus meandered along its route, Jialong gazed out the window. Surrounding him was a realm devoid of any extraordinary powers, just ordinary people in an unremarkable environment under commonplace weather. Everything was mundane and unexceptional. The scenery shifted from expansive openness to towering buildings, eventually revealing quaint green pastures of a small estate. The sky darkened slightly, with ominous clouds swirling in the distance. The bus traveled at a moderate pace along the gently curving road, passing by various manor-style homes with black-red walls and pure white facades, interspersed with patches of black locust trees. "Almost there. Everyone prepare to disembark," called the leader with dark skin. Just as he finished speaking, a girl in the back of the bus succumbed to nausea, retching into a plastic bag, her face pale and contorted in discomfort. "Oh," groaned the slender boy beside Jialong, pinching his nose against the unbearable stench. Jialong frowned as he too covered his nose. "We're nearly there. Just hang on," the leader urged. Finally, the vehicle slowed, rounded a bend, and came to a stop. A throng of freshmen hurried to exit. Jialong squeezed through the crowd, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Galloway University is not situated within the nearby city of Nottingdon, but rather in the outskirts, forming its own substantial campus town. This enclave houses a congregation of students, mentors, and professors, along with an array of essential services. Over time, these services attracted a number of external residents, leading to a burgeoning of local businesses and eventually giving rise to Galloway Town. A robust girl clad in a yellow t-shirt led a group of similarly attired students towards the newcomers, enthusiastically announcing, "Welcome to this year's freshmen. Welcome to Galloway." She smiled broadly. "We are the upperclassmen reception team. Please follow me with your luggage." The new students obediently trailed behind the cheerful yellow-clad group, who eagerly assisted them with their belongings while providing insights about the university. The one helping Jialong was a tall and attractive upperclasswoman. However, her beauty should not deceive. She readily swatted away another sturdy girl who attempted to assist Jialong, stepping forward to assume the role of his temporary guide. Through this upperclasswoman, named Selena, Jialong gleaned a general understanding of Galloway. The campus is a vast square divided into 3 major areas, with numerous smaller sectors to be explored gradually. However, the most pressing matter for newcomers is the choice of accommodation. That on-campus housing tends to be pricier, but offers security, while off-campus options require personal investigation of nearby residential buildings and small commercial properties available for rent. Freshmen at Galloway face a demanding workload, necessitating careful management of their schedules that a lively group pass through the university's Oakerstone archway and into the expansive, unbounded campus. Lush green trees flourished everywhere, alongside meticulously manicured lawns that on the sloping grass beside some buildings, couples nestled together, immersed in their own worlds. While discussing the differences between student apartments and dormitories, Selena abruptly shifted the topic, asking, "Where are you from, Jialong?" "Where am I from? I come from Baika City, so I suppose I could be considered a resident of Ghana State," Jialong replied, finally catching on. Like those reserved Eastern International students. Selena remarked, puffing her chest slightly, her gaze teasing. She was strikingly beautiful, her long dark brown hair cascading over her shoulders, her piercing black eyes bright and alluring, with a graceful yet mischievous slant. Her nose was straight, and her small, pink lips curved with a hint of nonchalance. Particularly striking were her eyebrows, which arched provocatively to the sides, exuding an untamed charm. Clad snugly in black jeans, she continued, "If you're from Ghana State, be mindful that there are occasions where cliques form. Students from each state band together. There aren't many from Ghana State, so you might want to consider joining a more dominant group. Thank you for the advice." Xiaolong replied. As they conversed, Selena requested his phone number, and after escorting him to the dormitory entrance, she handed him a key and a number tag before departing. The dormitory, situated amidst a vibrant green lawn, was a striking red building resembling a hill, with around 7 or 8 stories. In front of the building lay public exercise facilities, including swings, parallel bars, and stationary bikes. As students came and went, Xiaolong felt the weight of many curious gazes upon him as he entered the dormitory. He ascended the pristine, disinfectant-scented white tiles to the 3rd floor, locating his temporary room corresponding to his number tag. Upon opening the door, he found a room empty and vacant. The bustling corridor outside, however, was alive with students, some clad only in their undergarments, while others traipsed barefoot across the tiles, chattering excitedly. The dormitory was a 4-person arrangement, featuring standard bedrooms with a shared living area. Xiaolong selected a room, unpacked his belongings, and arranged them neatly. On the communal table in the living area lay 4 copies of the Galloware Freshman Handbook, bound in red. He picked one up, flipping through its stiff cover and soft, cloth-like pages. After closing the door behind him, he took the book onto the balcony, where he ran his fingers over the cool, smooth tiles, which bore no trace of dust. From the balcony, he gazed out at the sprawling greenery, catching sight of a distant gray spire adorned with a large clock. Between the spire and the dormitory lay undulating lawns, crisscrossed by winding gray-white paths. Many students congregated on the grass, chatting or reading. The previously gloomy sky had brightened considerably, and warm sunlight bathed the entire lawn in vibrant green hues. Instinctively scanning the area, Xiaolong noted that every individual present was entirely ordinary. Without exception, he inhaled deeply, sensing that he was the only one out of place. The secret arts, clandestine techniques, and extraordinary abilities he possessed felt utterly irrelevant in this environment, as if they belonged solely to a world of vampires and fantasy. In this realm of commonplace individuals, he, like the majority of students, was obliged to adhere to the regulations of the campus and dutifully participate in the activities of new life. Taking out his phone, he dialed home. Beep, beep. "Hello, have you arrived at school?" His mother, Teresa, inquired immediately. "I've made it. I'm in my dorm now," he responded. Everything proceeded smoothly. This afternoon, the freshman handbook indicated that we were to gather at the auditorium. Galen casually remarked, "Mom, I'm off. Has Raphael come by yet?" "Yes, she did, and she was in tears, having taken what Jason offered her before running off," replied Therese, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. "It's a pity she is so far removed from you. Perhaps you two could have had a chance together." "Maybe," he mused. "What about Dad? What is Faywin and Jason up to?" "Your father is busy flirting with a new, attractive graduate student, while little Faywin is painting alongside Alicia. Jason has gone to his usual spot to read. Well, all I can do is wish him success. To be honest, I feel Jason is entirely mismatched with Aishiro. Unless he adjusts his dream of being a boxer, his aspirations might be in vain," Galen replied, rendered speechless. "I suspect so as well. The moment you left, things in town became a bit chaotic. There have been several incidents of fights, with multiple thugs from a North District severely injured and hospitalized." Galen frowned, contemplating the possibility that Raphael might have vented her emotions by causing trouble with the vampire clan. He had come to recognize that the world outside, aside from the absence of any extraordinary powers, lacked the unique aura that the Alicia sisters possessed. In every other place, life appeared ordinary and normal, as if Granthor were the singular hub of extraordinary powers in the world. Everything seemed to converge there, not only in Gallaville, but also in the various reports he had gathered through Night Hawk over the years. Even on the battlefield, the presence of vampires or similar entities was virtually non-existent. The Night Hawk members, when tested, had each failed to encounter anything resembling such beings. It felt as though the world of the vampire witches was entirely separate from that of ordinary people. With a profound barrier and isolation between the two, standing in Nottington, Galen felt as if he were distanced from the vortex of chaos. He sensed that the place where Granthor, or rather the Alicia sisters, resided would soon become embroiled in a myriad of troublesome and complex events, akin to the tumultuous era of the mystical world of Sinfran and the totem world of Bakshian. They were the harbingers of their times, the central figures of their respective eras. Why distancing himself from these protagonists, he naturally enjoyed a tranquil life. Mom, if anything unusual arises regarding the Alicia sisters, please give me a call, all right? Galen suggested, lowering his voice. Oh, do you have an interest in both sisters? Hoping to have your cake and eat it too. Truly, you are my most exceptional son, Therese exclaimed with excitement. I have always thought both sisters were quite remarkable. If Alicia grows a bit more, she will be an absolute beauty, and her sister is a graduate student at Shadingshire University, perfectly suited for you. No need to worry about marriage. Just swap your nationality in some small foreign country. And it's all smooth sailing. In the evenings, find a large bed and enjoy some delightful games. Haha, twin sisters. Son, you truly are a ray of sunshine. Especially Aishiro. Your mother is a psychologist, and her type is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Once she sets her sights on someone, she will wholeheartedly dedicate herself without wavering. That is simply top-notch. Galen, rendered speechless, decisively hung up the phone. Once Therese became excited, she could talk endlessly, and it would take her half an hour before she paused for breath. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still early. They would head to the freshman ceremony after dinner, so he decided to explore the campus a bit in the meantime. Just as he was about to step out, the dormitory door swung open, and three tall, bespectacled boys entered, dragging their suitcases and chatting cheerfully among themselves. The leader, sporting a buzz cut, immediately spotted Galen in the dorm and halted, seemingly dazzled momentarily by the aura of his good looks. Well, it seems the dormitory social event is potential, he muttered, though Galen could hardly decipher the words that it's not merely potential. Perhaps we might even find Gianna as dormitory. A second boy chimed in. Who would dare say our dorm is poor and shabby now? Huh, the last boy exclaimed with a playful laugh. Galen extended his hand, greeting each of the three in turn. Macy, Alexander, and Jatlin, they introduced themselves, their distinct American accents making it a bit challenging for Galen to follow. After exchanging pleasantries and sharing a few jokes, Alexander, who had relatives in the area, hurried out to find them. Jatlin had a girlfriend and followed suit. Both having perceived Galen's somewhat aloof demeanor, he appeared warm and polite but maintained a clear boundary with everyone, which made him seem friendly yet difficult to engage with. While both boys enjoyed cracking jokes and sharing dry humor, Galen found himself at a loss for how to respond to their attempts at humor, whether to smile, chuckle, or simply smile. Before long, the outcome of his smiling was evident. An awkward silence ensued. When one person is telling jokes, yet no one responds with laughter, it creates a rather uncomfortable atmosphere. Consequently, the two boys decided to leave. However, Macy, with a rather straightforward personality, showed no concern and struck up a casual conversation with Galen. Upon learning that he intended to explore the campus, she eagerly insisted on joining him. After a quick tidy-up, they stepped out together. Both donned t-shirts, jeans, and sneakers, and rather than taking the main path, they wandered freely across the lawns. They visited various nearby campus landmarks, including the Wayshear Tower, of which there were 3, one in each major district, with selected students responsible for chiming the bells daily. The ancient chimes added a sense of timeless elegance to the entire campus. Isn't it cool? It feels just like an ancient monastery, and we are the elite and mysterious monks within, Macy exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she reached out to grasp the leaves of passing trees. It does feel nice, Galen agreed. That my brother mentioned that at Gallaville, freshmen can choose from numerous clubs, but it's best not to join too many, as the workload for first-year students can be quite heavy. If you don't manage your energy well, you might be rejected by many of the programs you want to apply for. What major are you considering? Macy inquired. That I'm still undecided. Isn't there a whole year to figure it out? "I'll take my time," Gallon replied with a smile, "that I plan to major in computer science. I'm quite adept with computers. Once you get the hang of it, you can find anything inside." Although Gallaville's computer program isn't the best, it's still far superior to what's out there. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly squeezed a pimple on his face. The two continued their leisurely chat as they strolled across the campus lawns. Flanked by a mix of grand and ancient buildings adorned with rounded and triangular patterns, their walls giving off a shattered glass effect from a distance. Scattered along the grass, easels displayed various artworks, creating a small exhibition where students wandered, admiring the diverse styles. Occasionally, they encountered students or professors passionately playing the cello, accordion, flute, or trumpet, lost in their music. Aside from these, many ordinary students could be seen reciting medical terminology from their textbooks. From a distant building, the faint sound of melodious singing wafted through the air, likely from a club hosting a concert. Among the clusters of students, Gallon and Macy blended in seamlessly, casually walking across the grassy expanse. They meandered about until lunch, where they grabbed a bite at the school cafeteria, using their freshman ID to pay in cash, and then proceeded to the auditorium for the freshman ceremony. The vice president spoke, followed by the heads of the three major districts, with applause echoing from the crowd. Afterward, they distributed student IDs, cafeteria cards, library cards, and other essential items, including a medical card that bore a number. Each student was assigned a specific doctor responsible for their health treatment, with the card detailing the doctor's name, department, working hours, and appointment phone number. Should one feel unwell, they would need to schedule an appointment with their designated doctor, who would establish a personal medical file. However, it seems that Gallon will find no use for this. After the ceremony concluded, the hall prepared to commence a special orientation lecture for the freshmen, aimed at familiarizing them with the essential considerations for their enrollment. Gallon, however, paid no heed to it, as he was pulled out of the hall by Messi. Outside, a large crowd was already gathered on the grass, with various clubs setting up recruitment tables, essentially a simple table with a person seated behind it, and a wooden sign displaying the name of the respective club. The senior students responsible for recruitment were at least pleasant to behold, while the larger clubs showcased handsome young men and beautiful women, employing various methods and abundant perks to entice the naive freshmen like tea that moment. Several freshmen succumbed to the allure of the charming senior girls, barely bothering to inquire about the names of the clubs before eagerly rushing over to sign up. Messi, on the other hand, had a clear objective. She excitedly maneuvered through the crowd, pulling Gallon towards a secluded corner, but a white wooden sign reading Beauty Appreciation Club was prominently displayed. The senior seated at the table wore a gentle expression, possessing seemingly handsome features, yet exuding an unmistakable air of sleaziness that I think I'll pass, Gallon thought, as he noticed the senior's eyes lighting up upon seeing him, causing him to instinctively feel a chill. Glancing around, he spotted a section of the recruitment area that seemed to be quite substantial. "I'll go check that out." He quickly freed himself from Messi's grip and strode towards that direction, ignoring Messi's loud protests behind him. As soon as Gallon entered the area, several beautiful and gentle senior girls approached him. Each began to showcase the advantages of their respective clubs. Typically, handsome young men and beautiful women were their favorites. Such valuable resources could effortlessly serve as eye-catching figures within the club, providing a significant allure for newcomers. Gallon clearly fell into this category of desirable resources, and soon enough, 4 or 5 lovely seniors of varying styles gathered around him. Although in Gallon's eyes, their beauty paled in comparison to Raphael's, they were still quite remarkable amidst the sea of academic elites at Gallaville. This section of clubs primarily focused on martial arts, combat, and boxing, with a variety of styles represented, including some that were even inspired by combat video games. Here, one could easily pay a modest fee to establish a club, rent a venue, and gather a few members to start a new club. As long as it did not promote antisocial or inhumane ideologies, the school was supportive and encouraging of such endeavors. The cacophony of introductions around him began to irritate Gallon, causing him to frown. "Gallon, the freshman, how about joining our combat club?" A somewhat familiar female voice suddenly cut through the noise, clear and articulate. Following the sound, Gallon was surprised to see Selena, the senior who had guided him, now clad in a form-fitting black dress, the kind that was exceedingly short, yet paired with tight white jeans and brown ankle boots. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and a muscular man accompanied her. What do you think? Join us. And if anyone bullies you, just mention my name. Whether you learn combat or not is entirely up to you. Selena clearly had her sights set on selecting her target among the newcomers, which explained why the robust female student initially leading the charge had been too intimidated to resist her. The combat club? The largest one? Gallon noted that this particular area had the most tables and the highest number of attendees. Yes, all right then, Gallon readily agreed, as Selena was the first truly stunning girl he had encountered at the school. Combat was also one of his areas of expertise. Having secured his commitment, Selena seized Gallon and led him toward the club's direction, fending off several smaller clubs attempting to persuade them along the way. Next, he registered his student ID number, dormitory, and basic class information, under the friendly gaze of several muscular men and beautiful women. Gallon proudly joined the combat club. Officially becoming one of its members, he was promptly seated at the table behind which Selena had positioned him, with his first task being to serve as a mascot and figurehead. In return, all the essential matters that new students needed to address would be taken care of for him. The girls sitting beside Gallon expressed keen interest in his personal information, bombarding him with questions and playful teasing. The recruitment event continued until dusk, with club members finally packing up to conclude the day. The combat club, in fact, did not have overly strenuous activities. They occasionally organized training sessions and provided guidance, with internal sparring events held in the rented space to establish roles and positions within the club. Whenever someone needed assistance, they would step in. Many enthusiasts of combat sports also sought guidance from skilled practitioners. So the club would periodically hold instructional sessions, charging a modest fee based on the position within the club. While not exorbitant, it could accumulate into a substantial income with a larger number of participants. Naturally, there were also free guidance sessions provided by experienced enthusiasts who were not necessarily experts. Occasionally, the club would send members to participate in external competitions, with substantial prizes awarded by the school for achieving high rankings. The Combat Club had previously secured third place in the National Collegiate Combat Competition, NBL, and frequently participated in international freestyle combat events, RAB. Consequently, the club held a significant voice within the school board. As a result, elite members of the club enjoyed certain privileges at school. This was a key reason for the club's increasing popularity. From the accounts of several senior girls, it was revealed that the club had recently hired Casebo, a former world champion in the combat circuit, as a coach, along with several other renowned experts in unrestricted combat. This year's competitions were bound to be more promising. Such a lineup and structure undoubtedly presented a tremendous temptation for enthusiasts of combat sports. In just half an hour of sitting there, the club had already recruited over 10 new members, a stark contrast to the other club's performance. The recruitment event continued until nightfall, and after setting the activity schedule, Gallon returned to the dormitory with Messi. The following day marked the second assessment for the new students. A mere review. Really, as long as there were no major issues, everyone would pass. Gallon mingled among the crowd, completed a set of questionnaires, and answered a few questions from the interviewers, breezing through the assessment process. Next came the mundane tasks. Students were responsible for procuring their own textbooks, and he spent several thousand purchasing a brand new set. He also contacted the legal consultant arranged by his mother, Tress, to acquire daily necessities. School life was relatively relaxed. Although his schedule was packed with classes, for Gallon, as long as he remained quiet, even dozing off would go unnoticed. After being called upon to answer a few questions, he handled them flawlessly, and the professors and instructors paid him no further mind. This university was quite comparable to Earth, with little disparity, though the academic rigor was somewhat elevated. Periodically, students were required to submit papers and reports, necessitating extensive research and reading, involving numerous trips to the library. Meanwhile, the other three in the dormitory quickly found themselves overwhelmed, their heads buried in hefty tomes, unable to sleep until the early hours of the morning. Over the course of a few months, the thin grew thinner, and the plump significantly lost weight. They were only getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep each night. Even though these were not specialized courses, the foundational classes demanded high standards and depth, placing a heavy burden on them all. Have you heard that Professor Elvin is holding a lecture in the medical district? Are you going? Messi called out from the living room sofa, clutching a takeout box, surrounded by a mountain of reference materials, seemingly intending to study while eating. I plan to go. Last time, Professor Elvin explained the classroom issues in great detail. And I might gain some valuable insights, Alexander remarked, highlighting key points with a pencil. I have club activities, Gallon shrugged, sitting on the balcony with a cup of hot coffee on the windowsill beside him, perusing the Nottingham Morning News while sipping his drink. Messi shot him an exasperated glance. Gallon, don't you think your current demeanor is too conspicuous while your roommates are struggling with their papers? The other two shot him envious looks, as while they were buried in their studies, Gallon was sipping coffee and reading the newspaper. When they were preparing to attend the lecture, Gallon was off to enjoy club activities. Not really, Gallon replied, setting down his coffee cup. I've done my paper too. I just finished it a bit quicker. Messi exclaimed dramatically. Sometimes I seriously want to strangle you. Gallon looked at him with pity. Don't give me that look. Messi continued to shout. Who do you think is like you, possessing the exact materials needed from the books read? Who can blame me for my good fortune? Gallon shrugged. For some reason, the sight of your smiling face ignites an impulse within me to strike. During this period of companionship, Messi and Gallon have grown increasingly closer due to their compatibility. All right, enough noise, my hand trembled, and the curve has once again turned into a straight line. Gallon, who was meticulously sketching, complained. The three continued to immerse themselves in their studies, while Gallon shook his head, lowered his gaze back to the newspaper. Occasionally sipping his hot coffee, he retrieved a CD player, inserted a music disc, and donned his earphones to enjoy the melodies. When a particularly moving tune played, he closed his eyes and hummed along. Casting a glance at the three who were still diligently working, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. You are so weak that don't stop me. I'm going to throttle this bastard. Messi could no longer contain himself and leaped towards Gallon. Go for it. Don't hold back. Beat him up. The other two shouted exuberantly from behind. Gallon laughed heartily, prancing around the balcony, evading Messi's grasp. Such playful antics had become a frequent occurrence between the two, though it was evident that the three had their reasons for disliking Gallon. Primarily, while they were buried in their work, he was simply having fun, leading to the professor showering him with praise instead of themselves. Consequently, Messi, feeling indignant, returned to his seat, suddenly realizing that his time had been squandered by Gallon once again, and exclaimed that he would skip lunch to focus on his work. Checking the time, Gallon meandered out of the dormitory, promising to bring lunch back for the other two, and strolled towards the nearby cafeteria on campus. In the mornings, he attended classes. When there were none, he would delve into research and assignments, occasionally attending concerts, visiting exhibitions, playing basketball, and observing training sessions at the combat club. This had been Gallon's university life for the past few months. The academic workload at Gallivre was exceedingly demanding, with professors maintaining high standards for their students. Unlike the universities back on Earth, where reports could be cobbled together, even the routine papers required extensive reading and a significant level of personal insight to earn a satisfactory evaluation. The assessment of a course was largely dictated by the professor. If he deemed a paper satisfactory, then credits were awarded, but if he found it lacking, even perfect attendance might not prevent failure. After procuring 3 standard meals from the cafeteria, Gallon encountered Senior Selina, who had just finished class, clutching her books. This afternoon's event is quite significant. You must attend, Selina stated earnestly. Somewhat significant? What is happening? Gallon inquired, taken aback. The club president is stepping down, and we need to elect a new one. There will be an exciting combat exhibition, Selina replied, her enthusiasm palpable. Are you participating? Gallon asked, scrutinizing her. Or is it someone related to you? Otherwise, why are you so excited? You guessed correctly. My sister is running for president. Please cheer for her when the time comes, Selina chuckled. All right, Gallon nodded. The monotony of his recent life had bored him to the brink, and this intriguing event provided a welcome diversion. Upon returning to the dormitory, he delivered lunch to the other two and then retreated to his room, lying back on his bed and opening his laptop to check his messages on KL. He found notes from Mike Gella, whom he met on the way, as well as from a girl named Kelly. After responding to each, he checked in on his family. Raphael had sent him a brief message, accompanied by a recent photo of herself at the beach during sunset, dressed in a black dress, squatting on the sand to build a sandcastle. Don't forget to bring me a gift when you return, Raphael wrote. Gallon pondered. Are you still in Grander? He was surprised to receive a prompt reply. Yes, I have no plans to attend university. I don't believe there is much to learn there. Raphael responded. I asked that your grandmother's decision. Does she agree? Gallon probed. Yes, Raphael replied. Gallon found himself a loss for words. He was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the witching community, yet he understood that formal university credentials held little importance for Raphael, merely a waste of time. After inquiring about her recent circumstances, he closed KL. The afternoon passed as uneventfully as usual, and Gallon felt he had fully embraced the role of a regular student during this time, that he attended 2 classes, had dinner, and then made his way to the venue of the combat club. It was located in a former dance studio in the old campus. By the time Gallon arrived, the classroom was already bustling with people. The expansive space in the center was covered with a thick layer of foam mats, with veteran members seated on one side and newcomers on the other, clearly delineated that a few seasoned members were meticulously introducing the club's activities to the new recruits. In another corner, 2 muscular, dark-skinned men with buzz cuts were training. One was on a butterfly machine, while the other was doing sit-ups. They were external coaches for the club. You're here. Selena, surrounded by a group of members, noticed Gallon entering from a distance and greeted him. Gallon nodded, as he was only familiar with Selena in the club. He changed into a black training outfit in the adjacent changing room and sat cross-legged on the floor with the newcomers. The new coach, a senior member of the club, began loudly explaining the club's rules. After covering the regulations, he moved on to the scope of daily training activities. Now, please stand up if you have practiced combat before. After a lengthy discourse, the coach took a sip of water and suddenly declared this. Among the dozens of newcomers, 5 or 6 stood up, while a few hesitated. Does self-talk count? One asked out of course not. The senior shook his head. Gallon stood up alongside the others, moving to one side. Selena glanced over, surprised to see that Gallon had previously practiced combat. Among the 5 or 6, 2 were girls. One had impressively muscular arms, exuding strength, while the other, petite and sporting a ponytail, seemed to be there merely to learn self-defense. Among the large group of newcomers, she stood out with her delicate features and fair skin, appearing quite earnest, which drew whistles from the male members of the club. You, step forward, whistling aloud. Those who are unwilling can leave the club, the senior coach stated firmly. The other 3 boys had nondescript faces, typical of ordinary combat enthusiasts who had been watching the training for a while and now appeared excited to finally join in. While Gallon observed the others, he was unaware that they were also watching him. To both veterans and newcomers, this new member seemed somewhat different from the typical recruits over the past few months. Previously, he had merely spectated, but now he was officially joining the training, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of excitement or fear, as if it were merely a routine exercise. Noticing his fair, delicate skin on his hands and neck, it was clear he was not someone accustomed to frequent workouts. You are not required to participate in the training. Selena approached Gallon and whispered, "It's fine. I'm just bored." Gallon replied with a smile, as one of the exceedingly rare handsome members of the club. Gallon's original role was merely ornamental. However, with the recent lack of news regarding the Blackwood Cross and similar matters, he found himself feeling quite idle, prompting him to join in for some fun. Through this period of understanding, he developed a genuine interest in the combat club. There were indeed some skilled individuals among them, albeit they were merely the best among ordinary people, unable to withstand even the weakest vampire. Nonetheless, this did not diminish Gallon's enthusiasm. The combat club offered numerous privileges. Due to their achievements, many elite members could legitimately skip classes during competitions, even core subjects, which piqued Gallon's interest the most. The newcomers were then divided into 2 groups, with one senior guiding those who had never trained before to the other side to teach them the basics. Another senior took Gallon and the others to a different area to assess their individual strengths. After chatting with a few core members, Selena approached this side, accompanied by a tall, robust male student with a small mustache, dressed in a black tank top and camouflage pants. Last year, there was a Seaton, who could be considered competition level. I wonder what caliber we have this year, the boy remarked quietly, surveying the 7 newcomers that I've already spoken to Biden, asking him to go easy on Gallon. The club desperately needs quality members like him to attract more girls. We can't scare him off, he added. Selena replied softly. Do you speak as if I am not a handsome guy? A robust young man grumbled in discontent, TC, as the two conversed, the testing commenced over there. Among the participants, the delicate girl with a ponytail and black hair, alongside the radiantly golden-haired Gallon, captured the most attention. Their striking appearances inevitably garnered the highest focus. Biden, acting as the testing coach, first called forth a disgruntled young man. The two faced off before beginning the test. One lunged forward, sidestepping to evade a punch from the other, delivering a blow to the opponent's ribs. Not bad. Next, although Biden wore a smile, he subtly shook his head internally. The performance was standard, merely indicative of a novice with some basic training. The young man, resigned, exited the arena, replaced by another girl, her torso and arms brimming with muscle. They exchanged names and took their positions. With a swift step, the girl lunged at Biden, attempting to grapple him. Unfortunately, her embrace failed, but she managed to block his elbow strike just in time. This one is good, solid fundamentals, Selena nodded, observing from the sidelines. She deemed her a potential elite member for daily reserves. The robust young man also nodded in agreement. The match continued with Biden and the muscular girl exchanging several rounds until she was finally toppled by a leg sweep, landing on ground. Undeterred, she expressed her exhilaration, exclaiming that she had finally found her place before exiting. Next came another young man, with Biden intentionally placing Gallon and the pretty girl at the end of the lineup. Especially Gallon, with his delicate and fair skin, made Biden hesitant to engage. Such flawless skin must require immense care to maintain. The other participants were merely weaklings, lacking substantial experience, just casual enthusiasts with only basic training. Finally, it was Gallon's turn as he stepped forward, introducing himself. Gallon Thomas, pleased to meet you. Feel free to come at me. Biden nodded. I might be a bit stronger than the previous ones, so be cautious. Gallon smiled faintly. Offering a gentle warning that, Biden scrutinized Gallon's expression, failing to detect any hint of jest, causing his demeanor to grow serious. Observing the shift in focus, Gallon positioned himself directly opposite, both standing 3 meters apart. Be careful. Yes, soon as the words fell, Gallon moved, shifting positions in an instant, appearing behind Biden in a flash. His arms glided gracefully over Biden, his shoulders like the wings of a bird, producing a light clap as Biden stumbled forward. Losing his balance and nearly collapsing, he turned back, bewildered, to face Gallon. Not only Biden, but the surrounding newcomers, as well as Selena and the robust young man, wore expressions of shock. Selena, with a lollipop halfway to her mouth, paused, while the young man froze mid-reach for his scalp, unsure of how to proceed. The newcomers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for words. Silence enveloped the corner where they stood, with no one daring to break it. After a prolonged moment, Biden exclaimed, "Wow, a master." But it was just okay, Gallon shrugged. What was that footwork you just used? It left me dizzy. Biden's initial astonishment quickly transformed into a hint of excitement. As an avid martial arts enthusiast, he found the previously unseen combat technique captivating. That was simply a basic application of footwork, utilizing the opponent's blind spots, combined with a touch of specialized technique to create a visual distraction. Gallon explained that he did not embellish. It was indeed an exceedingly ordinary maneuver, one that any average martial artist could execute with proficiency in the world of martial arts. It was a common technique, effective only against ordinary individuals, as seasoned martial artists possess the ability to perceive combat through their senses, easily compensating for any visual disruption with their hearing. Gallon had merely chosen to apply the most basic technique from his memory, considering it suitable for dealing with ordinary opponents. However, in this world, such a technique appeared somewhat advanced. IKT has a lovely name, called dual-phase assassination. Gallon casually elaborated, describing how, when paired with footwork, his arms could glide gently over the opponent's carotid artery like a bird in flight. Dual-phase assassination was an entire set of non-mainstream martial arts, lacking in practical application, which is why Gallon chose to use it in his first encounter with ordinary people in this world. Yet, even so, witnessing the expressions of those around him who had observed the earlier scene, Gallon recognized that this martial art still seemed somewhat extraordinary. Dual-phase assassination. Biden's eyes glimmered with fervor, and he was not alone. Others nearby shared a similar itch of curiosity. Gallen's simple footwork and gentle, gliding motion bore a resemblance to a bird soaring gracefully, elegant and poised, and no one had ever considered that combat could be showcased in such an exquisite manner while maintaining its practicality, as if a new realm had been unveiled before them. "Let me give it a try." The robust young man, unable to contain his eagerness, stepped down, declaring, "Biden, take a break. I'll take over. Vice President, be careful." "I'm still unsure how I got caught," Biden replied, nodding as he stepped aside, offering a quiet reminder. The robust young man smiled, puffing out his chest as he stretched his arms, beginning to sway slightly from side to side. "I practice boxing, so watch out," he announced loudly to Gallen. The vice president's entry immediately attracted the attention of the senior members nearby, causing them, along with the coach, to converge towards the scene. Even the other newcomers paused their training to gather and witness the spectacle. Selena approached Gallen from behind, providing an introduction. "Be cautious. That guy is Jamie, one of the leaders of the elite group in our club. Besides the president, he and his 4 companions are the strongest. My sister aims to run for president and must face them all in turn." Gallen nodded, acknowledging her words. "Gallen Thomas," he introduced himself. Jamie Bardo, the young man in the black tank top, flashed a charming smile. Selena's timely voice chimed in from behind Gallen. "Jamie specializes in uppercuts and knee strikes. His knee strike is known as the military stab. It's quite powerful. Don't assume he is just a boxer who relies solely on his fists." Hey, don't divulge all my secrets just because you're facing a pretty boy," Jamie protested, feeling indignant. "As for me, I don't have anything particularly specialized," Gallen nodded, indicating his understanding as he reciprocated the introduction. "Let us get started." Selena positioned herself as a temporary referee. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. The vice president, leader of the elite group, faced off against a newcomer, clearly indicating that a remarkable newcomer had arrived. Prompting a crowd to gather in anticipation, the two stood in the center of the circle, facing each other. "Since you're a master too, I want to hold back," Jamie said in a low voice. "That's fine," Gallen replied, nodding that as soon as the words left his lips, Jamie surged forward, transforming into a shadow as he bowed low, charging toward Gallen's right side. The 3-meter distance evaporated in an instant as he unleashed a sweeping punch aimed at Gallen's neck. The fist slicing through the air with a piercing sound, resembling a high-speed drill. This strike employed half of Jamie's strength. Under normal circumstances, it could easily shatter 3 or 4 bricks and would likely fracture the bones of an ordinary person. Even then, this was a restrained effort, as Jamie intended to gauge his opponent's capabilities. Should the opponent possess skill but lack strength, inflicting serious injury would be undesirable. Habitually attacking from the side, Jamie relied on his explosive speed to target weaknesses. This was his fighting style. As for the stinger, that was his trump card, reserved for rare occasions due to the significant strain it placed on his knees. As his fist spun toward Gallen's neck, a sudden whoosh sliced through the air, and Jamie found himself startled to discover that Gallen had vanished from his sight. Alarmed, he quickly pivoted, executing a spinning punch aimed at the area behind him. Still, no one was there. A chill crept into Jamie's heart. He finally grasped the sensation Biden had experienced earlier, watching his opponent suddenly disappear, left only with the sounds of movement and the rush of air. At this rate, he would certainly lose. In a moment of urgency, he unleashed all his strength, doubling his speed in an instant. With a rapid succession of punches, a left hook followed by a right hook, he delivered a forward elbow strike with a swift upward motion. Following the sound of the wind, he poured all his energy into maximizing his speed, intent on keeping pace with Gallen's rapid movements. Alas, each time, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the opponent's clothing. He couldn't even grasp the silhouette of his adversary, let alone engage in a direct confrontation. As for techniques like the venomous strike, such tactics were only effective in a head-on battle. And under these circumstances, they were utterly unfeasible. Suddenly, a finger lightly tapped the back of his neck. I concede. I concede," Jamie exclaimed in resignation, raising both fists in surrender that a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No one anticipated that the vice president would lose to a newcomer. Another newcomer stronger than Poseidon has arrived this year. It was utterly bizarre. The vice president couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. His movements were exceptionally graceful. That it seemed as if Selena, who had recently brought in a new member, was about to witness an enthralling spectacle that a chorus of voices erupted among the members. Selena beamed with pride. With the imminent duel for the presidency approaching, she had managed to recruit a formidable fighter. It appeared her sister's position might be secured. "What do you think?" she asked softly, glancing at Jamie, who remained unresponsive. "Yes, incredibly strong," he replied solemnly. "Our chances have increased significantly." Selena chuckled. "He might even surpass your sister." Selena's smile faltered. "Remember, the society requires the strongest in combat to assume the presidency. Don't forget that." Jamie reminded her that, "That's so?" Selena swallowed hard. "Doesn't that make it even better?" Suddenly, a voice interjected into their conversation. The crowd parted to reveal a tall, slender girl with red hair, a narrow scar marking her left cheek. Clad in a black, form-fitting leather outfit, her long hair cascaded down her back. "Sister!" Selena exclaimed joyfully, rushing to the girl's side. In major competitions, such aesthetically pleasing fighters were favored. Appearances could attract a crowd. And if this newcomer truly managed to defeat her, the presidency would surely be his by sophomore year. The girl in black leather appeared indifferent. Meanwhile, Gallon descended from the arena, showing no signs of fatigue. With a smile amidst the accolades, he seemed as though he had merely engaged in a light warm-up. This only deepened the intrigue among the gathered newcomers and seasoned members. Gallon surveyed the surroundings, shaking his head slightly. The ordinary individuals in this world were exceedingly weak. Every person around him, including the newly arrived girl in black leather, exuded a pitifully feeble aura. They remained mired in the phase of determining victory through brute strength and speed, where muscle power and resilience dictated success. Such combat, no matter how rigorously trained, could never reach a level where one could disregard a mere pistol without cultivating one's mind and body for evolution. This realization left him somewhat disappointed. His original intention was to seek out noteworthy strength among ordinary individuals, yet he found only mediocrity. Even those labeled as combat experts fell far short of true martial artists. A sense of boredom crept into his mind as a top-tier fighter, showcasing his prowess among a crowd that barely reached the level of martial artists felt akin to stepping on ants in the street. "Are you feeling bored?" A voice suddenly whispered in Gallon's ear. He glanced over in surprise to find it was the new girl, her long black hair tied in a ponytail, her skin as fair as snow, almond-shaped eyes and rosy lips exuding a refreshing grace. She was the epitome of an Eastern beauty. "Are you disappointed with the martial arts here? Is that why you feel bored?" Her tone was cool, though soft enough for everyone nearby to hear, instantly silencing the previously noisy crowd. "Don't speak nonsense." Gallon clearly isn't the kind of person, someone protested, yet the girl merely continued to gaze at Gallon in silence. He too withdrew his smile, returning her gaze. With Gallon's lack of denial, the surrounding crowd fell silent, as the silence seemed to affirm her observation that the combat society bored him. Jamie, the vice president, wore a sullen expression as he scrutinized Gallon, then glanced at the girl, his face shifting as if contemplating something. Selena and her sister also directed their attention towards Gallon, creating a tense atmosphere. The remaining members in the arena sensed the shift, gravitating towards the source of the disturbance. Gallon surveyed the crowd. Since his feelings had been laid bare, he felt no need for further pretense. It was truly tedious to feign interest among a swarm of ants. Indeed, it has become rather dull. "You are correct," he remarked, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He found it exceedingly rare that someone could keenly perceive even the slightest shift in his expression and accurately interpret its meaning. Moreover, he sensed no extraordinary power emanating from this girl, which was the most critical point. His admission sparked murmurs among the crowd, with several seasoned members displaying anger. "Don't hold me back. I want to go up and take him down." Quinton's voice rang out. "Let us finish him off before the president arrives." Some were eager, while others remained composed. Out on the field, a few members contemplated confronting Gallon, but their companions restrained them. Others cursed as they pulled out their phones, evidently calling for reinforcements. The newcomers are quite formidable. The girl in black leather strode onto the field, positioning herself opposite Gallon. Her face bore a striking resemblance to Selena's, but radiated a distinctly different aura, making her identity evident. She was Selena's sister, one of the vice presidents, Quentin. Would you care to spar with me? Quentin squinted at Galen, her long legs lightly bouncing in anticipation, her entire being resembling a tightly coiled spring. While I feel somewhat guilty towards Sister Selena, the combat proficiency here is indeed lacking. Galen disregarded her gaze, realizing why the bloodline families held ordinary humans in such disdain. If average individuals possessed the kind of power found in the secret martial world, even bloodlines would struggle to completely dismiss them. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. However, the unfortunate truth was that the ordinary people here were nowhere near the caliber of martial artists from the secret world. A sudden spark of inspiration struck Galen. Are you planning to leave? The same voice from before, the newcomer girl, interjected once more, her gaze fixed on Galen. Do you regard even the vice president as insignificant? Her brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased with Galen's arrogance. Galen ignored the rising tension among the crowd and focused intently on the girl. If the first time I can attribute your insight to mere intuition or luck, then the second time cannot simply be explained as coincidence. The girl's eyes flickered with uncertainty as she averted her gaze from Galen. I simply disapprove of your attitude. You feign cordiality while your pride is boundless, she retorted. Indeed, she possessed an exceptionally keen intuition from a young age, easily deciphering the meanings behind others' gazes, rendering any attempts at concealment futile. This was a rare and sensitive talent, particularly after she delved into psychology. Her ability to interpret others' thoughts became even more refined. Galen found this aspect intriguing. If such talent could be applied to combat, allowing one to predict an opponent's intentions and strategies, it would indeed constitute an exceptional combat skill. It appeared that not all humans in this world were devoid of potential. With this thought, Galen regarded the girl with renewed interest. He suddenly envisioned a promising idea. Unlike the Night Eagles, whose members were mostly set in their ways, the students here exhibited considerable potential, especially this girl before him, who seemed to possess remarkable aptitude and a solid physical foundation. If they were to be granted secret techniques and subsequently taught a particular martial art, as long as their perseverance was sufficiently robust, they could certainly achieve a commendable level of expertise. While they may not reach the heights of a fighter, becoming a martial artist is certainly within reach. Galen's own martial prowess is steadily ascending day by day, complemented by sporadic bursts of latent potential. Several years ago, he might have felt threatened by an ordinary vampire, yet now he can effortlessly dispatch a double-digit number of them with one hand. Such a crude and straightforward fighting style. Relying solely on biting, punching, and kicking is utterly beneath him. From the time he entered high school until now in college, his potential points have not seen much increase. However, Galen has rapidly advanced through 3 tiers of the killing hand technique. This magical skill possesses a terrifying ability to siphon the life force from living beings, and its potency in the 3rd tier lies not in mere enhancements, but in the accumulation of power. As the pinnacle technique of the demon lord Hecus, the true horror of the killing hand is its capacity to absorb life energy and store it within his hands, ready to unleash at a moment's notice. The life force accumulated at the 3rd tier can amplify his lethality nearly 3-fold, and combined with Galen's current base strength, its might approaches that of his peak capabilities in the totem world. Albeit with a limited range, in other words, it is not long before he might fully regain his strength, potentially reaching the 6th phase of the totem world. Merely mastering the magical skill to the 3rd tier brings him close to a godlike power within that realm, which leaves Galen somewhat perplexed. Upon closer examination, he suspects that the presence of a soul seed plays a significant role in this enhancement. The soul seed appears to confer a certain amplification effect, greatly increasing the potency of his strikes while practicing these secret techniques. Upon regaining his focus, Galen contemplates that achieving his ambitions in this world may be rather inconvenient alone, necessitating the assistance of capable allies. Perhaps he could scout for promising candidates among ordinary people to aid him in his endeavors. However, while an increase in strength is one matter, loyalty is another, and both are critical factors to consider. He must guard against imparting his secret techniques only to find them turned against him later. What is your name? Galen snapped back to attention, directing his gaze toward the girl. Suddenly, a shadow whipped toward his right cheek like a lash. It was Quentin, her expression icy, her right leg lifted high, executing a side sweep. Simultaneously, her other leg viciously thrust forward, aiming directly at Gallen's lower region. The force was such that one could hear the wind slicing through the air. And should it connect with another, the outcome would be the worst nightmare for any man. With a swift motion, Gallen seized her leg with one hand while wrapping his other arm around it, forcefully flinging her to the left. Whoosh! A shadow flew past as Quentin was hurled through the venue's door, followed by a cacophony of gasps from outside, soon accompanied by the sound of her body skidding along the ground. Inside the venue, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with Selena letting out a sharp scream as she dashed outside, that a throng of ONL, according to the regulations. Only the most formidable individual within the society can assume the position of president. However, at this moment, the implication of his unspoken words was unmistakable. The two coaches present were, in fact, exceptionally powerful professionals, surpassing the capabilities of the trainees. That it was not merely a matter of ordinary members. Even he, as president, would likely find it challenging to best the two coaches. Let the coaches take a break, he suggested. From behind the African-American male, a refined-looking Caucasian youth emerged, adorned in a meticulously tailored white leisure outfit that accentuated his physique. This young man exuded an air of subtle nobility, clearly hailing from a distinguished background. Let him take the position of president. He concurred with the proposal put forth by the African-American. There should be no objections from the four of us, the leaders of the elite group and the vice president. As long as the individual possesses the greatest strength, it matters not whether they are a newcomer or a seasoned member. Selena nodded slightly, appreciating that Gallen had shown mercy toward her sister, which instilled in her a modicum of admiration for him. Although it appeared that Quentin had suffered a grave fall, it was, in reality, merely a case of windedness, and he sustained no significant injuries. The backbone of the combat society comprised these 5 elite group leaders. Initially, they lacked strength, yet their passion for combat, coupled with their affluent backgrounds, led them to collectively fund the establishment of this combat society. Otherwise, the scant fund from the school and meager competition prizes would be insufficient to cover the extensive expenses of such a large organization. The costs associated with various equipment, activities, ongoing training sessions, and recreational outings represented a considerable financial burden for the numerous members of the combat society. Now, emboldened by their newfound confidence, they aspired to contend for the presidency, only to be confronted by the emergence of an extraordinary newcomer. With Gallen's intervention, the previously eager contenders for the presidential duel found their spirits dampened when the 2 additional group leaders arrived and heard about the situation. They were initially skeptical, but they too decided to temporarily set aside thoughts of engaging in a struggle for the presidency. Each of the 5 leaders hailed from well-off families and shared a fervent passion for combat. Otherwise, they would not be willing to spend such substantial sums of money on the society each year. Once they were all gathered, discussions concerning the newcomer, Gallen, began to unfold. As time swiftly passed, over 2 weeks had elapsed. The freshmen began to acclimate to the demanding academic rhythm and gradually carved out some free time for leisure activities, prompting a surge in enthusiasm for various club events. Some societies held soirees. Others organized dances, while some hosted underground gatherings of names previously unheard, and role-playing games emerged, leading to a delightful chaos in their lives that a few students even moved out of the dormitories to rent apartments openly with their girlfriends. However, this was only a small fraction. The majority of freshmen were still striving to adjust their schedules. The overwhelming volume of assignments and papers was repeatedly returned by professors for revision. Some students found themselves burning the midnight oil, often going to bed at 2 or 3 in the morning, only to rise again at 5 or 6. Gallen's roommate, Alexander, fell into this predicament. Having received failing grades on 2 papers, he was tormented by the realization that he had not managed to sleep more than 5 hours over the past 3 days. Failing to pass papers jeopardized his cumulative scores, and he risked failing courses altogether, which would only compound the stress of making up for lost credits later on. Moreover, a critical stipulation existed. Any student at Gallaville who failed more than 2 subjects would be sent home. It was needless to say that, as a former top student, every incoming student carried a sense of pride and self-respect. While Gallen lounged on the balcony, basking in the sunlight and sipping coffee while perusing the newspaper. He glanced at the exhausted Alexander and shook his head with a sigh. This was the lamentable reality for students at prestigious institutions. There were numerous freshmen like Alexander, many of whom struggled not due to an inability to comprehend their professor's handwriting, but for various reasons related to adapting to their courses, consistently encountering such challenges. The pressure was undeniably immense. Witnessing his roommates complete their assignments while he remained bogged down in his own work created a profound sense of disparity. It was a stark blow to the self-esteem of freshmen, who had previously assumed an equal standing among their peers. Was it truly the case that his intellect paled in comparison to theirs? If not, why was it that they could finish their tasks while he lagged behind? Such doubts could easily shatter one's confidence. This was merely the routine coursework. The thought of facing the more substantial final papers or projects was daunting. Are you not participating in practical investigations or attending the dance, Galen? Alexander queried, lifting his head from the thick stack of materials, his voice raspy. The practical investigations have long been completed, and I have no interest in the dance. What about you? Do you require assistance? Galen inquired, setting down his coffee cup with concern. And oh, worries. I'll finish it soon, Alexander replied, having repeated this phrase for the fourth time that day. Suddenly, Galen's phone buzzed. Interrupting Alexander's ongoing discourse, he offered a brief smile before returning to his labor. Hello? Galen answered, responding to an unfamiliar number. This Galen. This is Selena. Oh, it's you, Senior. What can I do for you? Galen reclined on his side in the chaise lounge, seeking comfort while allowing the sunlight to warm his left side. I'm using the society's public phone to call you to... Oh, you have time this afternoon? Selena hesitated slightly. I'm relatively free. I've had some spare time lately, he replied, glancing at Alexander, who looked at him with a mix of envy and longing. Did you know, since your last display of prowess, everyone in the society has started calling you the Golden Lion Galen? Isn't that cool? Many say that when you fight, your hair flows like a lioness mane, fierce and wild. Selena chuckled. It is indeed quite cool, but the society lacks excitement. Those individuals are rather weak. Galen remarked candidly, scratching an itchy spot on his face. The faint sound of clenched fists cracking could be heard from the other end of the line, indicating that Selena might have accidentally activated the speakerphone. Galen smirked, finding amusement in teasing these youngsters as part of his leisure. If one cannot defeat you, they can always team up against you, Selena replied playfully, using a tone that suggested disbelief in her own words. Just come by. I have a mysterious reward waiting for you, she added, clearly intent on luring Galen to the society. This fellow was excessively arrogant, almost to an absurd degree. As she spoke sweetly, Selena could hear her own teeth chattering from the nervousness of her demeanor. I haven't even been this coy with my father. All right, at 6 this evening after dinner, I shall make my way over. You are absolutely adorable, Senior. Galen laughed heartily before disconnecting the call that a visit would be worthwhile. That intuitively remarkable girl was indeed a promising prospect, and he had yet to inquire about her name. Galen pondered as he stroked his chin, eyeing the status of his unique ability, the Hand of Slaughter, which was no ordinary technique. Its inherent power might not seem formidable, but it had the capacity to absorb vitality, accumulating to a terrifying extent. When unleashed, it could equate to the life force of dozens or even hundreds of individuals. However, at present, he had not amassed a significant amount of vitality. After a moment's contemplation, Galen retrieved his phone and sent a text message to the bald individuals he knew, requesting information regarding non-human entities. Those individuals were now entrenched in the elite mercenary circles and had gathered some knowledge about Blood Clan witches, along with their own channels of information. He had yet to fully unleash the supreme power of this technique. While practicing, he had discovered that under the enhancement of the soul seed, the technique's potency became extraordinarily formidable, carrying an added icy attribute. Although it remained uncertain whether it was a life-based secret technique, it was clear that it was not a death-based one. That how intriguing, Galen mused, thoroughly reviewing the status of his unique abilities before rising to change into fresh attire. He gathered his dirty laundry into a basket, preparing to head to the laundromat. Mind if I join you? Alexander called out, his voice rising with eagerness. Sure, Galen replied, lifting both baskets of clothes as he strolled out the door down the dormitory corridor. Most of the freshmen had ventured out for activities, leaving the dormitory eerily quiet. with only the occasional footstep echoing from a few rooms. The white dormitory building appeared somewhat desolate, as the distant clock tower chimed. Galen exited the dormitory, turning right onto the lawn, where a small row of shops stood alone amidst the grass, with several students intermittently carrying their clothes in and out. This area was home to laundromats. Although each floor of the dormitory had washing machines, they were rather outdated, often resulting in damp, half-finished laundry after a lengthy wait. Certain garments cannot be indiscriminately tossed into the washing machine. Items such as fabric softeners and brighteners are seldom acquired individually. It's far more convenient to take them to a laundromat. Students residing in dormitories are either on scholarships or come from affluent backgrounds, and thus, they are unconcerned about the expense that a simple bulletin board is affixed to the wall of the laundromat, where Galen approached, standing beside a few students to glance at it. The notices included information about off-campus housing, with some listings having their numbers torn away, indicating they had been rented. That off-campus accommodations are generally more affordable than those within a university, though they come with the inconvenience of safety concerns and greater distances. The further the rental, the cheaper the price. However, with increased distance from the school, various complications inevitably arise. After casually surveying the prices on the bulletin, Galen turned around and checked the time on his phone. 1:32. There was still ample time. He had no classes that afternoon and could explore the vicinity with a thought and an intention. Galen commenced ambling around the dormitory, wandering haphazardly in all directions. The area surrounding the dormitory comprises numerous student residences, and to the right, crossing a cluster of shops, lies the student apartment complex, which is significantly pricier than the dorms and home to many graduate students. Further along is the faculty housing area, complete with a bus stop that operates on an hourly schedule, always punctual. Galen strolled along the roadway encircling the campus, observing clusters of students and professors waiting at the bus stop. During the midday hours, the sun grew increasingly intense, and some individuals clutched ice creams or various homemade beverages. Most students hurried along, while others, like Galen, took a leisurely pace, shuffling in flip-flops and half-dressed in pajamas. Upon reaching the spire of the clock tower, he noticed a group of people setting up cameras and tripods, seemingly engaged in a photo shoot for wedding attire or perhaps a television drama. As a director loudly urged passing students to be mindful of the camera, that a couple, resembling newlyweds, took a brief respite for refreshments. After observing for a while, Galen continued his leisurely stroll along the campus pathways. As he passed a large white building reminiscent of a church, he noticed a sign at the entrance. Upcoming lecture by Professor Niconia. Our lives at T3:00, a theater troupe would present a play titled The Black Swan Velvet. Students were already trickling into the building, chatting and laughing. Nearby, a couple quarreled, but their argument quickly dissolved into an impassioned embrace. Students passing by whistled. Such overt displays of affection at the entrance of an impending lecture required considerable audacity. Galen found himself intrigued, watching for a while before moving on. Beyond a small grove of red trees stood a few deep brown tea houses and cafes, where students could be seen animatedly conversing through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Some gesticulating excitedly, though Galen could not discern the reason. That a group of young cyclists, helmets donned, zipped past him, earbuds firmly in place. "Pedal forward, pedal forward, pedal forward," shouted the lead cyclist. Riding bicycles at high speeds on campus was against the rules. Yet this group seemed unperturbed. Galen and a few other students stepped aside to allow the cyclist to pass until they quickly vanished from view, allowing him to resume his leisurely exploration. The Gallaville campus is steeped in history, purportedly established over a millennium ago, having endured several devastating fires and subsequent reconstructions, predating even the history of the United States. Galen admired the campus's pristine natural scenery. He unknowingly followed the path that led him out of his dormitory area, passing through a grand stone archway adorned in alternating white and red hues. Ahead lay a horizontal white road. To the left stood the library district, while to the right rose a gentle slope with a signpost indicating the location of the Animal Rehabilitation Center. After a moment contemplation, Galen decided to turn left and followed the sparse flow of students towards the library district. Before long, a dark red building towering over 30 meters appeared before him, resembling a turtle resting on the ground. The library's entrance was located on the side of the turtle, connected to the road by a simple cobblestone path. Curved cobblestone paths flanked the library on either side, some leading to the rear, while others meandered off into the distance. As Gallon approached within 100 meters of the library, he paused to glance at the directional signs nearby. Library 13 to 17 to the right, Library 18 to 22 to the left, Library 4 straight. Ahead, 3 arrows pointed in different directions at the intersection. Beneath them, a white stone sculpture resembling an open book detailed information about the Gallaville Library District. Comprising a total of 22 libraries, Gallaville boasts the largest collection in the United States, connected to the Nottingham City Library Network, allowing for the retrieval of necessary materials at any time. Behind it lay the establishment dates, years of operation, and notable anecdotes about famous individuals who had once frequented the libraries. After a cursory glance, Gallon chose not to enter, instead meandering through the grassy areas and pathways between the libraries, which appeared as dark red stones embedded in the green expanse. Librarians could frequently be seen pushing carts of books, diligently managing the returns, and ensuring students received the materials they needed. Aside from Gallon, several international students were also roaming the grassy areas, some capturing photographs and striking cheerful poses. While wandering through the open spaces, his phone suddenly chimed. He took it out to discover a message from Mike, the garrulous acquaintance he had met earlier on the road. "Hey, handsome. Where are you? At school?" "Yes, just wandering around school, feeling a bit bored," Gallon replied, pausing to observe a senior nearby, rehearsing for a mock interview. "You're quite the high achiever. Want to grab a drink? I have several lovely ladies here." "Drinking? No, thanks. That sounds dull." Since starting school, Gallon had maintained a fair amount of contact with Mike, who was quite the extrovert, frequently bombarding him with messages or calls to vent about his school-related woes, treating Gallon as his personal sounding board. "Are the ladies all bored? What clubs have you joined? I've heard the music club at your school is quite good." "That's even more tedious." Gallon leaned against the library wall, noticing the senior practicing for interview appeared somewhat disheartened as she scrutinized her notebook again. "Why is everything so dull for you?" "Handsome, a life like that lacks excitement. Oh, you know Kelly, that Eastern girl? Last time, if I hadn't helped her, she might have been tricked into bed by some lecher. This time, she's come out specifically to express her gratitude." The message abruptly ended, likely due to someone else snatching the phone away. "Please disregard what I just said." That a moment later, another message arrived. "Kelly is pure, still pure. I assure you." It seemed Mike was becoming somewhat flustered. Gallon chuckled silently, envisioning the commotion Mike was likely facing from his wife, Geraldine. How about going out shopping together soon to buy some essentials in the city? Gallon pondered, realizing he, too, needed to acquire some clothing. The weather in Nottingham exhibited significant temperature fluctuations, sometimes starting the morning at a balmy 30 degrees, only to plummet to near freezing after a midday downpour. Although he possessed a robust constitution and did not require much consideration for warmth, suitable seasonal attire was still necessary. He ought not to appear excessively out of place. Deep down, Gallon retained an Eastern mindset, despite having experienced 2 stints of Western life. "Sure, we're planning to buy some household necessities, including paper goods, a microwave, and a small freezer. How about next week? Michael's concert tickets go on sale then, and I need to snag some." "Sounds good." After completing the exchange, Gallon waited briefly for a response that did not come before putting away his phone. As he bypassed the still practicing senior and traversed the library district, a winding, crystal-clear stream came into view ahead. Approximately 7 or 8 meters wide, the river flows gracefully from left to right. The surface of the water subtly reflects fragmented golden sunlight, while several elderly men and women sit quietly by the river, fishing and listening to the radio. On both sides of the riverbank, there are gently sloping green lawns, with white stone benches installed in some areas, where students can be seen sitting in the distance, engrossed in their studies. Gallon approaches the riverbank, crouching down, and gently stirs the water with one hand. Nearby, a few strands of aquatic plants sway slightly with the ripples he creates, and a faint humid warmth wafts towards him. A fisherman to his right, squinting slightly, glances at Gallon before turning back to his half-asleep state, seemingly awaiting a nibble from the fish crouching at the water's edge. Gallon stirs the water with his left hand, attracting a few shimmering silver fish that swim over to gently peck at his fingertips. At the very moment, the little silver fish touches his finger. It abruptly stiffens, its body straightening and becoming immobile, its once lively form instantly rendered lifeless, sinking bizarrely to the riverbed. Galen narrows his eyes slightly, noticing a black crab boldly emerging from a crevice in the riverbank. Brandishing its claw, which is the size of a nail clipper, and snapping at his finger. Strangely, as soon as the crab's claw makes contact with his fingertip, it too freezes in place, its body tilting awkwardly before sinking into the depths of the water. Observing this scene, Galen falls into contemplation. As his killing hand technique progresses to the third level, the terrifying nature of this secret martial art begins to reveal itself. Generally, any smaller living creature that makes contact will have its life force siphoned away, while slightly larger and stronger beings require the activation of the technique's energy pathways. The killing hand is an extraordinarily peculiar martial art. It possesses no special power or energy, resembling the unique energy of the fusion of life from the 6 forms of the totemic world. The killing hand itself merely adjusts the body's muscles, bioelectricity, and neural hormones, generating countless forces, both visible and invisible, reminiscent of a spider's web. These forces form a complex and inexplicable pattern, ultimately creating a strange attraction to life force. A hand imbued with magical power. This is how Galen describes his own hands. Recently, as he has spent more time in the third level, his hand had begun to exude an inexplicable magical aura, a peculiar and alluring charm, such that even he, upon gazing at his hands, becomes unconsciously captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. This is quite bizarre. Galen glances at his attribute panel. Galen Thomas, Strength 2.8, Agility 2. 7. Constitution 2.9. Intelligence 2.4. Potential 558. Soul Limit 30. Soul Seed. Northern Halberd Soldier's Cold Flame True Water Evil Technique. Violin Mastery. 2nd level Proficient. 3 levels in total. Killing Hand. 3rd level Bloody. 4 levels in total, capable of further evolutionary advancement. He then reviews the information regarding the Dark Sas's Demon King, one of the 42 ancient Demon Kings. Dark Sas's possesses an unfathomable talent for slaughter. His gaze can extinguish souls, and his hands are said to bring everything to a state of deathly silence, regardless of whether it is a living being or an inanimate object. His gaze can extinguish souls. His hands can bring everything to silence. The implication of this statement is that the essence of this secret martial art lies fundamentally in the eyes and hands. Galen muses. Now, his hands have begun to exhibit a strange transformation, leading him to unconsciously speculate in this direction. He carefully examines his hands. His fingers are long and proportionate, without any awkward angular marks of the joints. The transitions are soft and smooth. His hands appear as if sculpted from high-quality white jade, warm and lustrous, devoid of any imperfections. Suddenly, the skin of his palms begins to slowly sink inward, forming 2 indentations of equal size. As if the flesh of his palms is being drawn into the depths, the indentations deepen and expand, and within mere seconds, they nearly penetrate through to the back of his hands. With a startling sound, the depressions suddenly rupture, revealing 2 holes, with one in the center of his palm, exposing a view of the water beneath. Yet, Galen feels no pain in his palms whatsoever, in a state of mild astonishment. Before he can react, he observes further changes in his hands. The backs of his hands gradually reveal numerous white spots, reminiscent of age spots. The skin begins to wrinkle rapidly, dehydrating and aging. His nails turn slightly black, and the skin between his fingers starts to decay, displaying minute holes through which stark white bones can be faintly seen. At a sound akin to thick mud being stirred faintly emanates. Chunks of putrid flesh fall from Galen's hands into the water below, producing a splashing sound. Beep, beep, beep. A series of crisp text message alerts suddenly ring out. In a daze. Galen regains his senses, his hands appearing once more in their original flawless state, as if the earlier decay had merely been an illusion. He flexes his hands, suppressing his confusion and shock, and pulls out his phone to check. It is a service recommendation message from his cellular provider. After tucking his phone away, Galen inspects his hands again. Finding no signs of damage, it seems these hands may harbor some danger. He becomes increasingly wary, realizing that even his own mind was almost drawn in by his hands. let alone an ordinary person. Most importantly, this strange magical aura appears utterly impossible to contain. It is a characteristic that emanates naturally from his hands that he vaguely senses that the principle behind the killing hand seems to involve continuously diluting or directly siphoning away the life force of his hands, forming a void of life force in the world, or perhaps a vacuum. Consequently, the life force surrounding his palms will naturally flow towards the area of extremely low density, much like the continual extraction of air from a place. Once that area approaches a vacuum, a small opening can be created, allowing the sound of air rushing in to be heard. The external air will naturally fill this space as it is pressed into the void. In an environment where the same substance exists, areas with higher density will naturally diffuse towards areas with lower density until a chaotic equilibrium is reached. Galen ponders, coming to an understanding of the simplest principle of diffusion. However, he remains uncertain about how the killing hand creates a zone of thin life force. Nevertheless, it appears that as he continues to study this magical technique, his hands will increasingly approach a true vacuum of life force. Perhaps he needs to find something to conceal it. Galen slips his hands into his pockets to keep them out of sight. Rising to his feet, he strolls leisurely along the riverbank to the left. After walking for a while, he ascends onto the lawn and browses through a row of small shops by the roadside. Upon exiting, he finds himself wearing a pair of black gloves that snugly cover his hands, extending even to his wrists and halfway up his forearms. The gloves, discovered in a cosplay shop, feature intricate dark golden patterns that appear quite mysterious, reminiscent of some character's gear, yet undeniably stylish. Galen puts on the gloves, concealing his hands beneath his white long sleeves, rendering them rather inconspicuous. Checking the time, he realizes that he has unknowingly dawdled for over 2 hours, and it is now nearly 4 o'clock. He decides to turn towards the direction of the Combat Club's activity venue. He recalls that there's an Eastern restaurant nearby, its menu showcasing various dishes from the East, making it the perfect opportunity to indulge. As he walks, Galen reflects on his recent shifts in mindset. In this ordinary world, where no threats exist around him, he relishes an unparalleled sense of complete relaxation and leisure. This world lacks any special drifting energy akin to totemic power. Thus, practitioners of extraordinary abilities can only rely on their own strength to exert influence and cause destruction, a capacity that is exceedingly limited and incapable of widespread impact. After living here for some time, Galen has come to grasp the situation. Although the world's density appears normal on the surface, it is actually quite high. Whether it be the density of the air, the soil, or the bodies of living creatures, the effects of high density imply that compared to the previous worlds, it is challenging to witness exaggerated individual destructive power. The various material environments are difficult to damage. To disrupt matter, or the cohesion between particles, requires an immense amount of energy, far beyond what the previous 2 worlds could compare to. The result is that the same level of strength is effectively diminished in this realm. However, there is a positive aspect to this. Such a world is more likely to give rise to stronger and higher forms of life. Galen speculates that the high-ranking vampires within the Bloodkin or the Dead Apostles might be such entities, capable of enduring for millennia without decay, a phenomenon rarely observed in the worlds of secret martial arts or totems, in comparison to the totemic world. The threshold for the longevity species here is evidently much lower. The high density of the world's material concentration naturally facilitates a transformation from quantitative to qualitative change, allowing for the attainment of higher levels. Suddenly, Galen found himself increasingly intrigued by the mysteries of this world. Thus far, he had only encountered vampires, mere cannon fodder, and had yet to come into contact with true bloodlines. As he made his way to the Fighting Society arena, he reminisced about the vampires he had captured in grandeur and their descriptions of the bloodline. Perhaps one truly does attract what one contemplates. The incessant beeping of a text message broke his reverie. It was from the bald man. "Captain, I have come across a piece of information, or rather a rumor." Galen's heart skipped a beat, and he halted his steps, swiftly replying under the streetlight, "Go on." Before long, another message arrived. According to the informant, it appeared that an internal conflict was brewing among the bloodlines. Internal conflict? Galen was taken aback. "You mean the open party and the secret party?" "Yes, that's the one. It is said that the secret party has rallied a significant number of foreign forces, preparing to seize control from the Open Party in America. The influence of the Open Party seems to be waning, though I suspect it could just be the ramblings of that old man. The bald man was clearly skeptical, yet Galen found himself deep in thought. The Open Party represents a faction of the bloodlines that leans toward humanity, generally displaying a degree of friendliness toward humans, viewing themselves as an evolved species. However, the Secret Party is quite different. These bloodlines regard humans as mere livestock. Should they gain a foothold, it might disrupt the lives of ordinary Americans. Additionally, there seems to be a lead regarding something akin to a cross. The bald man continued texting. It is rumored that a batch of antiques has been discovered in a cemetery in South Africa, known as the Lucky Stone Bell, which is said to bring good fortune. Send someone to attempt an auction for one at IS the funding sufficient. Galen replied that, no problem, there are plenty, and our team has ample funds. The bald man responded readily. Every time the Night Eagles undertook a mission, 30 of the funds earned would flow into Galen's account as his advisory fee, and should any tricky issues arise, Galen would naturally step in to resolve them. For the Night Eagles, bound to Galen by secret techniques, this arrangement was exceedingly generous, especially with such a formidable leader as their support, coupled with the powerful techniques they had acquired. No one voiced complaints. Even if there were grievances, they would likely remain unspoken, bound by their dependence on those techniques. Furthermore, it was time to begin recruiting external organizations. After a moment's contemplation, Galen typed his response. Understood. The core members of the Night Eagles had nearly formed, and it was only natural to establish an external mercenary organization to expand their influence and territory. However, this process would undoubtedly encounter resistance from established factions, and it would then depend on the methods employed by both sides. Galen set his phone down, standing still for a moment in thought. The internal strife between the two factions of bloodlines was not unprecedented. Yet each occurrence resulted in the loss of many innocent lives. The Open Party, while relatively more humane than the Secret Party, did not necessarily regard the lives of unrelated individuals with great concern. However, these matters were still distant from him. His focus should remain on enhancing his own strength. Galen stroked his chin. The only way to accelerate his power growth was to seek potential points, the Lucky Stone Bell. After a brief contemplation, he decided to temporarily set this aside and let the bald man and his team scout the path ahead. Continuing onward towards the Fighting Society arena, he strolled leisurely for over half an hour until he arrived at the entrance of a somewhat aged, hamburger-shaped, gray building where a sparse gathering of people clad in black Fighting Society attire stood, displaying a notice board. Galen lingered at a street corner beneath a school bus stop, observing the commotion at the Fighting Society without immediately approaching. After a brief wait, when the time seemed right, he sauntered toward the Eastern restaurant to the right of the Fighting Society. The restaurant, entirely white and resembling a rounded teacup, exuded brightness within, populated by several yellow-skinned Eastern students alongside a handful of Caucasian and black students. Business appeared to be thriving. Galen chose a corner seat, ordering a cup of green tea and a portion of fried rice. As he gazed out the floor-to-ceiling windows towards the entrance of the Fighting Society, he revisited his earlier plans. However, it seemed clear that his strategy would only be implementable once his strength reached a considerably higher level, or rather, once he had fully recovered. Otherwise, he doubted he could withstand the enigmatic bloodlines and witches in his current state. Having more personnel was primarily to ensure the safety of his own. Sometimes, in moments of being stretched too thin, having certain forces could offer considerable convenience, alleviating the need for him to be hands-on at all times. The fried rice arrived promptly, golden fried eggs adorned with spicy pepper and fennel, yielding an unusual flavor. Nevertheless, paired with green tea, Galen swiftly polished off a large plate. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he rose to settle the bill and headed towards the Fighting Society. A few individuals at the entrance seemed to recognize him at once, with one hurriedly turning to rush inside, evidently to summon others. The remaining two members displayed a mixture of envy, trepidation, and disbelief in their gazes as they stood by, watching him approach. Paying them no mind, Galen strode past the notice board and into the old dance hall. The wooden floor that had been damaged previously had been repaired, now covered with a layer of soft, foam-like material that lent the entire dance hall a blackened appearance, and a group of individuals was gathered in the center of the arena, surrounding a black male student like stars encircling the moon. Among them stood the Vice President Jamie, Quentin, and Selena, along with 3 individuals Galen had not encountered before. In total, there were 6 or 7 people, with a contingent of black-clad members adorned with white spots behind them. Numbering approximately 30, the assembly exhibited a well-defined hierarchy, with strict levels of authority. The moment Galen entered, dozens of gazes converged upon him. Some scrutinizing, others doubtful, but most merely sizing him up. "That you've arrived," Selena said, stepping forward at Quentin's behest. "The president has heard of your recent achievements and decided to come see you in person." "I have come to resign from the Fighting Society." Galen abruptly interrupted her. "What?" Selena's expression turned to one of shock, as did the faces of Quentin and others, including the surprised and puzzled black president. "I find myself utterly disinterested in a fighting society composed of weaklings." Galen spread his hands, feigning a look of helplessness. "You are all so weak that I can hardly bear to strike you down excessively." "You!" A member nearby exclaimed in indignation, but was quickly restrained by someone. The arena fell silent, and some members' eyes grew cold, with others beginning to stretch and crack their knuckles. The president and the 5 leaders of the elite group wore grim expressions. "Every day is just spent idly, like playing house with pathetic training." TK. Galen scoffed derisively. "I initially held high hopes for this place, yet here I am." The youthful temperaments were easily provoked, and indeed, after a few of his words, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Yet, due to the original authority of the president and elite leaders, they refrained from immediate outbursts, though it was clear that dissatisfaction simmered beneath the surface. "If you were to become president, how would you train us?" the black president suddenly inquired, his eyes aflame with anger, though his self-control evidently prevailed. "Me." Galen had not anticipated such a response. After all, a multitude of chicks could not hope to rival an eagle, and only a fierce rooster might prove useful, as he had intended to provoke the younger members, seeking out any promising talents. But it seemed the president possessed commendable restraint, managing to hold back despite the taunts. This provocation perhaps mingled with his own mischievous inclinations, yet he found the outcome somewhat lacking. "Galen, you are intentionally saying these things. What is your purpose?" Selena spoke up, being the one who understood his true nature best. Galen glanced at her. "I merely spoke out of boredom. Believe it or not." Selena opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words at that moment. The black male student stepped forward. "I am about to leave the school to put my skills to the test. According to the rules, the position of president can only be held by the strongest in the society. That if you are dissatisfied with the current state of the fighting society, you are welcome to step up and reshape it as you see fit." "What do you say?" Seeing such provocation without eliciting anger from the president surprised Galen. "Your restraint is commendable." He reined in his earlier tone of disdain, casting a sweeping glance over all the members of the elite group. This assembly exhibited commendable qualities. Despite their struggle to suppress their rising tempers, none dared to interrupt the president's discourse. 602C2. I retract some of my earlier statements. Your discipline is indeed commendable. He strode directly to the vacant area of the arena. As per our earlier conversation, which among you intends to engage? Step forward. He boldly stood in the center of the arena, casually surveying the surroundings. "I will." "Me." 2 members of the elite group stepped forward, both sharp-featured young men with closely cropped hair, one clad in black leather pants, a spirited grin illuminating his face. "Sidong, Candace, these 2 are the strongest newcomers in the society. Often practicing together, demonstrating remarkable synergy. They might just stand a chance," whispered Selena to her sister Quentin. Quentin merely shook her head. "The disparity is vast." Selena cast a puzzled look at her sister. This moment. The 2 had approached Galen, exchanging knowing glances. With a sudden motion, they lunged forward simultaneously, delivering powerful punches from either side. The sound of their shoes scraping against the floor pierced the air. Bang! Their fists were effortlessly intercepted by Galen, who appeared utterly unperturbed, as expected. The 2 advanced from either flank, unleashing a fierce barrage of strikes. Hooks, jabs, knee thrusts, each blow capable of fracturing an ordinary bone, yet all met with ease by Galen. The 3 figures danced amidst a flurry of punches, with Galen remaining immobile at the center, while the 2 circled around him. Everyone's astonishment, Galen made no effort to turn. Instead, he relied solely on his gloved hands to deftly catch the onslaught of fists and feet from all directions. Raptor strike! Sidong could no longer restrain himself, taking a small leap backward before pivoting, his right leg sweeping in a powerful arc whoosh. The sidekick sliced through the air with a whip-like crack, imbued with tremendous force. Aimed directly at Galen with the pointed tip of Sidong's shoes leading the charge. This lethal technique, the Raptor strike, represented Sidong's fierce counteroffensive, hinged on an explosive burst of speed and power. Double lock. Candace joined the fray from the opposite side, his elbows arcing towards Galen's right arm like a massive clamp, while simultaneously attempting to trip him by thrusting a leg between Galen's. Interesting, Galen elegantly stepped back, his form shifting in an instant to a position behind the two, his arms extending gracefully, reminiscent of a bird in flight. Here it comes, dual phase assassination. Quentin's expression tightened as she quickly glanced at Jamie. He had fallen prey to this very move last time, and she watched intently, acutely aware of its danger. Not just her, but even the president and several other season members who had not witnessed Galen's previous display were now gazing with grave expressions at the unfolding scene. A pair of soft thuds echoed as Galen's hands lightly tapped the back of each boy's head. The arena fell silent. Though some had seen this technique before, witnessing it again was equally astonishing and bewildering. How could such an uncanny rhythm and pivot yield such formidable strength from a position seemingly disadvantageous for exertion? Thud, thud. Sidong and Candace staggered forward a few steps, unable to suppress themselves, one collapsing to his knees while the other braced himself against the wall to avoid toppling over. Both wore pallid expressions, as if struggling to regain their composure, rendered speechless. Galen slipped his hands into his pockets, quietly observing the others. None dared to meet his gaze, instinctively looking away or lowering their heads. Such a disappointment. Galen regarded the members who lacked the courage even to make eye contact with him, a flicker of disappointment swelling within him. Weakness in strength was one thing, but weakness of spirit was another. He turned to leave, contemplating seeking alternative means to pursue his plans if this combat society boasted only such inadequate members. Wait. A feeble voice emerged from the cornered IT was Sidong. He propped himself against the wall, shoving aside a fellow member who had tried to assist him, his eyes glistening with determination as he fixed his gaze on Galen. I haven't lost yet, he managed to utter, straining to support his own weight. This newcomer, who had only joined the combat society last year, was now drenched in sweat, his black combat shirt clinging to his torso, his complexion ashen, clearly on the brink of exhaustion. That I haven't lost yet, he reiterated, his eyes locked onto Galen. Galen turned to face the young man, who was clearly spent and nursing a minor concussion. This was his first moment of truly confronting an ordinary individual devoid of extraordinary powers. The once frivolous demeanor had vanished, replaced by an almost frenzied, unyielding spirit. IT was the spirit of one prepared to fight to the death. Sidong. Someone called his name, their voice trembling. Blood. You're bleeding. A girl rushed forward, intent on supporting Sidong, only to be resolutely pushed away by him. His right fist, strained from exertion, had split the skin, droplets of blood falling onto the floor. I haven't lost yet. Sidong's eyes reddened, as if recalling something from the past. His gaze seemed to blur, perhaps rendering him unable to discern Galen's features. This is a boy with a story. Galen observed the complex expressions of the group, particularly the president, who displayed no genuine concern. Save for a well-dressed young man with glasses who slowly stepped forward from the crowd, he approached Candace, still seated on the ground, and helped him to his feet. Sidong, you have lost. He adjusted his glasses. However, though you may have lost, we have not. A glint of cold light flickered beneath his gaze. Attack. The black president bellowed suddenly. The floor screeched in protest as 6 figures surged towards Galen. The 5 leaders of the elite group, alongside the president, launched a coordinated assault on Galen. Bang! In an instant, a series of explosive sounds erupted around Galen, the cacophony of impacts merging into a singular, thunderous crash. Galen was besieged from all sides by fists. Palms, knees, and Galen gazed intently at the 6 individuals sprawled on the ground. Alongside Sidong, at that moment, The impressive Eastern girl from before stepped forward, quietly aiding Quentin to his feet, despite her attempts to appear composed. Her body trembled slightly under Galen's scrutinizing gaze. Indeed, his formidable presence had been somewhat terrifying, and although he endeavored to temper his aura, a subtle essence of power still seeped out, instilling a primal fear akin to that of a natural predator among these ordinary students. This was the essence of a fighter, the embodiment of nature's adversaries, the true strength of humanity's mightiest. "Let us conclude for today," Galen declared, gently opening his right palm before suddenly clenching it. Bang! A dull explosive sound erupted from his hand, startling everyone into a shudder. The students present were no ordinary individuals, at least not devoid of intellect. Witnessing a human produce an air blast with a mere hand caused their eyes to widen and their bodies to chill, as if they were beholding an extraterrestrial being. It was then that the president and the other five comprehended the vast chasm that existed between them and Galen, and a wave of despair washed over them. But it was swiftly drowned by an even greater fervor for combat and the pursuit of excellence. They were awakening to a new understanding of humanity's limits, a notion previously inconceivable until Galen's arrival. This was hope. Galen observed the glimmer of determination in their eyes, knowing that the seeds of ambition had been sown. Indeed, no one among humanity could match the martial prowess he had just exhibited. However, the bloodline was a different matter entirely. Such feats were merely child's play for them. The students simply had not yet encountered this level of mastery. Welcome to the true world of combat. He cast a meaningful glance at Sidong and the Eastern girl, Shishi, before sweeping his gaze over the 6 strongest individuals on the floor. With that, he turned and strode out of the training grounds. The visit to the Combat Society left Galen somewhat satisfied. Sidong was a promising prospect, albeit with a heavy disposition that required refinement. On the other hand, Shishi demonstrated commendable courage, despite the pressure and aura he exuded. She had the audacity to step forward and assist Quentin. Such bravery was precisely what combat demanded. In the realm of fighting, the most critical aspect was one's mindset. Those with a strong disposition acted without hesitation, their power yielding tenfold in effectiveness. Conversely, those plagued by uncertainty and fear could only muster a fraction of their potential. Hesitation and trepidation were grave taboos in the heat of battle. A moment's delay could render one's actions sluggish and ineffectual. Galen had no time to cultivate others' mindsets. He prioritized those with innate talent. Apart from Sidong and Shishi, the other 6 members of the Combat Society were decent prospects. Although some had already developed certain patterns that would require time to alter, they still possessed latent potential, amenable to guidance, allowing them to serve as extensions of his will. Overall, this endeavor yielded commendable results. Upon returning to his dormitory, it was unsurprising that after a few days of silence, a message from Serena finally arrived. The Eastern girl, the ponytailed Shishi, wished to seek him out but lacked his address. Serena inquired whether she should provide it. "Yes, do inform her," Galen replied, reclining on his bed with his phone in hand. "Anyone from the society wishing to meet me may come on their OWNIS that wise. It may attract quite a crowd," Serena softly questioned, a hint of excitement evident in her demeanor. "Has word spread? If so, perhaps you should find a more discreet location, somewhere less crowded." "The rest is inconsequential," Galen pondered briefly before responding casually. "Very well. We will ensure everything is arranged accordingly," Serena affirmed confidently, as Galen hung up. A faint smile graced his lips. Although he felt a twinge of guilt towards them, their utility was undeniable. He was already preparing to implement his plans with the 6 leaders of the society, as well as Sidong and Shishi. After considerable contemplation, he had restructured a unique martial technique akin to the shadowy skills of individuals like Night Eagle, the dual-phase Waterbird Fist. This special technique drew inspiration from the White Bird Sacred Fist, designed to unleash a powerful internal shockwave through skilled application of techniques and stances. Activating it allowed his hands to generate an extraordinary level of internal damage in a short span. Just as he had effortlessly defeated the 6 elite fighters of the Combat Society with a mere flick of his hands, the true potency of this technique lay within. Once activated, his hands transformed into lethal weapons beyond his control, capable of inflicting grievous harm upon those unprepared. The movements were graceful and exquisite, striking opponents as lightly as a water bird gliding across the surface. This technique's power even surpassed that of Night Eagle's shadow skills. Upon activation, speed, strength, and neuroresponsiveness would double, while the arms would harbor the devastating internal force of the waterbird fist. A mere touch could potentially lead to fatal consequences. With adept application, one could even induce cerebral hemorrhaging from the slightest contact. Of course, the repercussions were equally daunting. This method provided a shortcut to immense power, but the price was steep. Mastery of the dual-phase waterbird fist rendered cessation impossible. Any attempt to withdraw would trigger an agonizing backlash, leading to unbearable itching and pain throughout the body. This sensation far exceeded that of common skin ailments, directly targeting the body's internal nerve endings with a fierce punishment, should the practitioner persist in halting their training. The internal force cultivated would turn against them, resulting in ruptured blood vessels and rapid decline of vital organ functions, ultimately leading to accelerated aging and depletion of life force, like the shadow techniques. This martial art required Galen's essence. Periodically, he would need to provide a catalyst to suppress the impending surge of internal force within the practitioners. The acquisition of such formidable power necessitated external restraint, as their bodies lacked the fortitude to withstand it. This technique was a terrifying offshoot of Galen's slaughtering hand, and while its potency might pale in comparison to more formidable techniques within the realm of hidden arts, it far exceeded the comprehension of ordinary individuals in this world. Given that it was a derivative of the slaughtering hand, only Galen, as a supreme being with a unified system, could issue the catalyst, blending his soul's essence to effectively control the internal force. Thus, this technique was meticulously tailored for him to govern the strength of his subordinates. 1 week later, within a villa on the outskirts of a town, Galen sat with his fingers interlaced on a red leather sofa, his legs crossed as if in a state of tranquil meditation. The president, Quentin, Jamie, and a bespectacled young nobleman stood awkwardly before him, while Shishi and Sidong occupied another side. Shishi's expression was calm, her eyes betraying a hint of excitement and yearning, whereas Sidong fidgeted nervously, unable to meet Galen's gaze. Serena sat on a nearby sofa, equally anxious as she observed the dynamics between them, alternating her attention between Galen and the 6 individuals. "Please, guide us." Your parting words were meant to usher us into this discipline, were they not? Quentin, being a beautiful girl, took the initiative to speak up. "We understand that it is quite presumptuous to request the importation of your secret techniques," remarked the bespectacled boy, "that we are willing to offer compensation in exchange. I propose a salary of 500,000 per month for you as our personal coach. If that is insufficient, you may set your own terms." "Money?" Galen opened his eyes, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Do I strike you as someone in need of funds?" Indeed, he lacked for nothing in that regard. What he truly sought was something that money could scarcely procure. Otherwise, he would have long since utilized various hypnotic techniques within the hidden arts to amass wealth. Rules for someone of his caliber were merely instruments to be dismantled. "What conditions would you require to agree to teach us combat techniques?" Another vice president spoke up, a girl with chestnut, short hair clad in a tailored white shirt and black slacks, exuding an air of subtle nobility, albeit lacking in conventional beauty. "State your conditions plainly. Those who have come here are all determined elites eager to learn from you." "Why the hesitation?" A boy with brightly dyed hair crossed his arms and coldly remarked, "Isn't Galen sitting here, striking this pose merely to await a price?" Boom! In an instant, Galen's gaze shifted, and the very air in the villa's grand hall seemed to tremble with a resounding force, as an immense, suffocating pressure descended upon the boy. Bang, bang, bang. This previously carefree vice president staggered back 3 steps, his face flushing crimson, his pupils contracting as if he had encountered a specter, fixating on Galen with wide-eyed terror. His chest heaved violently, akin to a frantic bellows, and in that fleeting moment, beads of cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. "You!" The vice president's voice trembled, yet the surrounding onlookers were oblivious to any irregularity. They merely witnessed Galen casting a glance his way, which sent him retreating in fright. Quentin shot him a disdainful look. She had never held much regard for this particular vice president, only appreciating his modicum of charisma and strength. but she was astounded that he had been so easily intimidated by a mere glance. Among the 5 vice presidents in their society, there were Quentin, Jamie, the bespectacled Hashiman, and the red-haired girl Lalan, all hailing from affluent family backgrounds engaged in large-scale business enterprises. In contrast, the green-haired boy Dom and Lalan had familial ties to the political realm, truly embodying the essence of American privilege. Lalan was relatively reserved, having opened a bar outside of school, maintaining a low profile. Dom, however, was a different story, exhibiting a brash and arrogant demeanor, with a scandalous personal life, frequently changing partners and indulging in drugs and gambling. Just last year, he had even killed a fellow student, a defenseless young girl. Yet shockingly, he was acquitted on grounds of excessive self-defense, claiming she attempted to rob him. The public sentiment had been suppressed by his powerful father, and the matter concluded with a mere monetary settlement. This incident only deepened Quentin's contempt for him, yet due to his formidable family background, being an only child born to older parents, she refrained from severing ties over such matters. During this time, Gallon had acquired detailed background information on these 6 individuals through Baldy from the black market, a top-tier elite from a prestigious university. Each of them was considered a rising star within their families. And obtaining their information was a straightforward endeavor, bolstered by their family connections and the prestige of their educational institutions. Unlike the Earth he was familiar with, the media here was predominantly controlled by the authorities. And Gallon had read about Dom's illustrious exploits, with the incident involving the girl merely one among many misdeeds, many of which remained undisclosed in this world. America was similarly under the dominion of major conglomerates, and the influence of public opinion was far less potent than that on Earth. Of course, perhaps Earth faced similar circumstances, but he had never encountered such layers before. Nonetheless, power was ultimately a valuable asset. Gazing at the green-haired boy, a flicker of amusement crossed Gallon's eyes. There's an old saying in the East, do not lightly impart the law. You seek my expertise, yet without demonstrating your sincerity and resolve, I cannot simply bestow it upon you. That which is easily acquired is often undervalued. Would you not agree? At last he spoke. Casting a glance at the group, he continued, I am not lacking in funds, so such matters need not be broached. As for how to demonstrate sincerity, that is contingent upon your own determination. What each of you values most dearly varies. I do not require you to offer your utmost sincerity. But there must at least be a sacrifice that stings. His words left the group in contemplation. Only Dom, having been startled moments before, now harbored a flicker of malice in his eyes, although he remained silent. The humiliation he'd just endured clearly festered within him. Sincerity? The black president furrowed his brow. I apologize, but my enthusiasm for combat has yet to reach the level where I would exchange something I cherish. He paused. I apologize. Combat is merely a fleeting hobby for me. I regard it as a means of physical exercise, and at this juncture, I feel it has escalated beyond my original intent, that I will not be participating further. Gallon was not surprised, nor were the others. The black president had been drawn in by the 5 elite leaders to lend support. Unlike the others, he did not possess a wealthy background and had to consider his future prospects. For him, combat was merely a pastime, and elevating it to this level strayed too far from his initial purpose. Thus, while it was regrettable that he could not learn the legendary techniques of top-tier combat, it was not his ultimate aspiration. Shaking his head, he offered the remaining individuals an apologetic glance before turning to leave the hall, soon hearing the sound of the door closing behind him. Gallon paid it no mind. He had long recognized that the black president's enthusiasm paled in comparison to the other 5. Even if the remaining 5 chose not to learn, he would not force them. He was genuinely focused on 2 individuals, Si-Dong and the Eastern girl, Cece. Their formidable aptitude made them well-suited for the dual-phase waterfowl fist, and their strong will could lead them to achieve a remarkable standard of power in a short period. Naturally, if the other 5 vice presidents could also succeed, it would be even better, as it would indirectly influence the vast networks of power backing them. How about this? Gallon pondered. Cece, you come forth first. My expectations of you are quite simple. What? Cece, appearing aloof, suddenly exhibited a hint of nervousness. Go run outside. Circle the villa's lawn. Do not stop until I tell you to. Cece's eyes widened, biting her lip in determination as she nodded fervently. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and dashed toward the door, and after a sound of the door opening, she immediately began to run. The others exchanged glances, astonished by Cece's seriousness. Quentin approached the window to gaze outside. And indeed, Cece was already running laps, her focus unwavering on the verdant grass. Galen chuckled softly. He surveyed the 6 individuals present, 5 vice presidents and Sidong. All 6 regarded Galen, and since witnessing his fearsome eruption of power, none doubted the capabilities of this seemingly delicate boy in his tranquil state. He may appear exceptionally graceful and gentle, yet once unleashed, his golden hair flowing, he embodied a terrifying force capable of obliterating anything in his path. The extreme aggression of his onslaught was reminiscent of facing a genuine golden lion, ready to strike at any moment, instilling an involuntary sense of apprehension among the group. Actually, I do not wish to impose undue pressure upon you. Let us do this. You may run alongside Cece. Do not stop until I call it. How does that sound? Is this challenge not simple enough? Galen inquired with a smile. Absolutely, I excel at running. Jamie grinned widely. The coach I hired at home initially trained me in running, but he took the lead, stepping out the door to join Cece in her pace. Quentin and Selena nodded in agreement. Following suit, then came the red-haired girl Alun, the bespectacled Hashiman, and Sidong. Finally, Selena gritted her teeth and joined them in their run. Only Dom hesitated, clenching his jaw as he gazed at Galen, who remained unfazed on the sofa. Suddenly, he changed his mind, turning to join the others in their run. The earlier terror had undoubtedly ignited an insatiable yearning within him for such power. If only I could possess that kind of strength. A fire ignited within him. How exhilarating! He pursued martial arts not only for self-defense, but also because it was undeniably cool. Indeed, it was purely for that reason. He had always been a prodigy, mastering everything swiftly. Yet upon encountering combat, he was thrilled to discover its complexity far surpassed that of ordinary pursuits. Coupled with the exhilarating movements, it molded his physique into perfection, and he found himself utterly captivated. Once I have mastered your techniques, I shall make you pay. Dom harbored malicious thoughts as he joined in the run. The villa's grand hall was left empty. With only Galen remaining, he rose from his seat and stepped to the entrance. Gazing at the 8 individuals running steadily across the lawn, how nostalgic! A flicker of reminiscence crossed his mind. Had he not once been weak, filled with longing and dedication towards the powerful? Regrettably, the 8 individuals before him appeared to him as lambs awaiting slaughter. They remained blissfully unaware that the combat techniques they so ardently desired were, in fact, imbued with the terrifying repercussions of forbidden arts. Perhaps such esoteric weapons had never before existed in this world, rendering them oblivious to the potent after-effects of such techniques. Unlike the shadowing technique, the dual-phase waterfowl fist required that the deeper one delved into its practice, the more frequently Galen himself must bestow a catalyst, suppressing the increasingly formidable internal force of the waterfowl fist. Otherwise, they risked internal hemorrhaging, excruciating agony, and ultimately, a death of exhaustion that in essence, once initiated into this secret technique, one could not cease practice, for pausing could trigger debilitating aftereffects, necessitating continuous training in accordance with the technique's method, regardless of any progress made. Even a naturally gifted individual, upon deepening their training, would find themselves increasingly reliant on Galen as catalyst, their mastery and control becoming more profound. Leaning against the doorframe, Galen silently observed the 8 figures as they circled around the lawn, running incessantly as anticipated. After 20 laps, Galen announced that Cece had passed. Following 30 laps, then 40, and finally 50, all had successfully completed the challenge. The lawn was vast, with an estimated circumference of 600 meters. 20 laps amounted to 12,000 meters. By the time Cece finished, she was drenched in sweat, and upon hearing Galen's declaration of her success, she collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, her martial arts background afforded her some stamina. Otherwise, she would have truly faltered. Even so, she was on the brink of her limits. The others, possessing a solid foundation, completed 30 laps, 18,000 meters, 40 laps, 24,000 meters, and 50 laps, 30,000 meters. Ultimately, it was Jamie who called for a stop. proving to be the most enduring runner by the time they had all finished. Over 5 hours had elapsed. Given that they were not professional long-distance runners, achieving such records was commendable, especially without any hydration breaks. Galen regarded the exhausted 8 before him as 2 servants from the nearby villa handed out water, which was a mild saline solution. With that completed, the real training was about to commence. Now, Jamie panted, bending over with his hands on his knees, sweat dripping from his chin of course, before he could finish. Galen instantly appeared at Jamie's side, his right hand moving with the finesse of a pianist, rapidly tapping a series of acupoints on Jamie's back. The swift, precise taps resonated with 3 sharp sounds. Snap, snap, snap. No one could discern Galen's movements. They merely observed a blur as he maneuvered around Jamie's back. Close your eyes and feel. Galen's voice thundered, echoing in the ears of the 8. The 2 servants stood frozen, unable to comprehend, as they could only see Galen darting among the 8, obliviously unaware of his actions on their backs. Galen deliberately evaded the surveillance cameras and the servant's gaze, swiftly infusing a fragment of his catalyst energy into each individual, guiding their internal energies to flow along the path of the dual-phase waterfowl fist. His energy was now potent enough to influence physical matter, unlike the fighters of the forbidden arts world who could only affect the spirit. Thus, he could effectively stimulate the bodies of the 8 and guide their energies into motion. Carefully perceive the flow of energy within you. Do not forget, after a round of movement, Galen returned to his original position, observing as the 8 collapsed to the ground, their bodies stiff, eyes closed as they attentively sensed the changes within themselves. High noon, under the blazing sun, the 8, drenched in sweat, remained silent, eyes closed, expressions cautious, fearful that the subtle internal energies might suddenly dissipate. It was fully 10 minutes before several of them gradually opened their eyes, vitality shining forth as if all their earlier fatigue had been wholly restored. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Jamie murmured, clenching his fists and then gently relaxing them. I feel as though my stamina has completely returned. Thinks such a brief period could yield such results. Is this the true secret of the dual-phase killing? Quentin exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. He had never envisioned that combat could possess such dimensions. The sensation of closing his eyes and being guided by that icy breath, endlessly swirling, was utterly exhilarating. Galen gestured for the servants to leave. What I am about to impart to you is an exceedingly potent secret technique that I have mastered, but a secret technique, by its very definition, is a powerful skill shrouded in secrecy. The reason for its obscurity and the fact that it cannot be employed frequently lies in its immense power and lethal potential, historically deemed as an evil art, a terrifying martial practice purely designed for the purpose of killing. However, in this modern era, the circumstances have changed. With the evolution of time, this technique has gradually diminished its lethal aspects and incorporated elements for physical cultivation, resulting in the supreme technique I now present to you. Killing martial arts? I relish it. The bespectacled Haziman's eyes gleamed with a morbid fervor. Isn't the essence of martial arts combat crafted for the purpose of killing? Indeed, Galen nodded. I share this history merely to help you understand its roots. The true strength of this technique lies in its ability to maximize the latent potential within the human body, transforming it into lethal force. Gazing at the lambs before him, Galen felt a fleeting pang of pity. Their passion had been ignited by his words. When he designed this technique, he had intentionally sacrificed a degree of agility in favor of that intense exhilaration. It seemed that this decision was indeed worthwhile, as even the weakest-willed Demu had instantly cast aside all reservations, becoming an ardent devotee of the technique. Noticing a hint of hesitation in Cece's eyes, as if she were wavering regarding the notion of evil arts, Galen continued, in today's society, the true power lies in firearms. The environment for martial arts is diminishing. As a custodian of ancient martial arts, I cannot bear to witness their demise and the severance of their lineage. He spoke in a tone of profound compassion. Thus, I have decided to break the tradition of exclusive transmission, passing this art on to you, ensuring that this extraordinary technique does not vanish with me. He sighed deeply, and his radiant demeanor inspired a sense of reverence among the group. Now, I shall formally teach you the foundational movements of this martial art. Remember, you must cultivate that internal energy while practicing the movements, constantly nurturing and strengthening it. Additionally, there's a complementary breathing method that you must commit to memory. So, what is the name of this secret technique we are to learn? Quentin inquired. The dual phase killing is merely one of its techniques. Galen replied with a mysterious smile. Its true name is the dual phase waterfowl fist. Waterfowl, dual phase waterfowl fist. Galen suddenly raised his hand. With two sharp sounds, the two nearby servants collapsed. The others were startled, casting bewildered glances at Galen. Realizing that the servants had merely fainted, they will not be concerned. They're simply taking a brief rest. That Galen's eyes curved slightly, akin to two crescent moons, seemingly radiating a peculiar charm to the eight. He spoke in a hoarse, magnetic voice. Observe closely. This is the fundamental core of the dual-phase waterfowl fist. He slowly raised his arms, tracing two straight lines from above downwards before suddenly spreading his forearms outward at his abdomen, resembling an embrace or a delicate gesture of a woman draped in light silk. In an instant, although his arms moved neither quickly nor slowly, they seemed to conjure a series of afterimages, dazzling the onlookers and inducing a sense of extreme dizziness. Illusory transformation of white jade. The voice of Jialong seemed to emanate from a distant realm, ethereal and hazy. The eight individuals, their gazes clouded, fixated intently on his movements. In that fleeting moment, it appeared as though Jialong's entire being radiated a luminous white glow. They were acutely aware that this was merely an illusion conjured by their minds. Yet involuntary visions danced before their eyes. That instant, time seemed to slow, their sensory perceptions dulled, as if they were ensnared in a dream on the verdant grass, beside a small, mirror-like private lake. A cluster of grayish-white rock formations dotted the landscape, interspersed with tufts of grass and sparse clusters of deep green and brownish-yellow saplings. Huaximan, clad in a white leisure outfit, stood quietly by the lake, gazing at the tranquil, ripple-less surface. More than half a month had passed since Jialong imparted the dual-phase waterfowl fist, and during this interval, the eight had received no further guidance from him, left only to incessantly recall the memories of that moment. The dual-phase waterfowl fist was a fundamental secret technique, containing an element of peculiar and sinister lethality. Yet it was not a complete martial arts system. Individuals could seamlessly integrate their own insights and combat frameworks into their unique rendition of the dual-phase waterfowl fist. Huaximan adjusted his glasses, squinting as he endeavored to recollect the core of the standard posture demonstrated by Jialong. Huanzhuan Bai Yu, he murmured softly. Strangely, no matter how he tried to recall it, the clarity of that posture eluded him. Similarly, regardless of his efforts to disregard it, the memory showed no signs of fading. That it was as though a seed, shrouded in white gauze, had deeply embedded itself in his heart. For some inexplicable reason, this posture resonated within him with a singular impression. Danger, a perilous and otherworldly danger. How intriguing, truly fascinating, he chuckled softly to himself. Before him lay what appeared to be an entirely new world. The sense of novelty, the anticipation, and the exhilarating thrill evoked by that initial guidance ensnared him in a spellbinding enchantment. Unconsciously, he began to stand by the lake, mimicking the posture Jialong had assumed that day. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not summon the inner energy within him to circulate. The essence of Huanzhuan Bai Yu lies in the ability to sense one's internal energy beginning to flow. Yet it feels akin to an illusion, ambiguous and indistinct. After successfully guiding this energy, the skin would take on a faint, misty jade hue. Time and again, Huaximan stood by the lake, recalling and imitating, gradually morphing his stance into something increasingly resembling Jialong's. Yet his own lacked the enchanting mystique, infused instead with a hint of dominance. Cece, why do you seem so distracted lately? In a large classroom, Cece sat in the back row, her gaze somewhat unfocused, suddenly roused by her friend's gentle shake. Observing the professor fervently scribbling at the podium, the blackboard had been moved back and forth multiple times, wiped and rewritten. Yet her notebook lay empty, a stark whiteness. What is wrong, Cece? Have you been feeling unwell? Is it that time again? Her friend Tianjing inquired softly, and no, it's nothing, I just haven't been sleeping well lately. Perhaps I've been overthinking, Cece replied with a forced smile. Since that day, she frequently dreamt of that beautiful yet dangerous and otherworldly posture, in her dreams. Jialong's face became indistinct, merely a blurred in her hazy consciousness. Huan Zhuan Baiyu transformed into a woman draped in white gauze, or a lovely white bird gracefully unfurling its wings. Sometimes, upon awakening, Cece found it challenging to distinguish between the dreamscape and reality. I've noticed your skin appears to have become fairer and smoother, Tianjing suddenly exclaimed. Really? Cece, puzzled, extended her hand to inspect her own skin. And indeed, it had visibly become fairer and more delicate, a faintly familiar sensation, as if she had witnessed it somewhere before. Baiyu, Cece murmured, her expression drifting into a trance. Indeed, her skin now resembled white jade, exuding a soft, delicate, and warm luster. Unbeknownst to her, as she delved deeper into the understanding of Huan Zhuan Baiyu, her overall demeanor subtly began to transform. I envy you. Even with poor rest, your skin just keeps improving. Her friend's voice floated from beside her, yet it seemed distant, as if from the far reaches of the horizon. Cece's aura began to shift imperceptibly, becoming cooler, softer, and purer. Suddenly, she sensed the gaze of someone upon her. Whirling around, she found the doorway empty, devoid of any figure. A late-arriving boy, clutching his books, caught her eye, perplexed as he glanced around, scrutinizing whether something about him appeared amiss. "What's wrong?" her friend inquired. "Nothing, just felt like someone was watching me a moment ago." "You overthinking. With a beauty like me sitting beside you, it would be strange if no one were watching us." Tianjing laughed heartily. Cece smiled faintly. She knew she couldn't compare to her friend's beauty. Yet her quiet, refined demeanor was rare. "Enough of that. Can I borrow your notes after class?" "Use your own." Jialong stood outside the classroom, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, quietly listening to the professor's animated lecture and the occasional questions and doubts from the students. Progressing remarkably fast. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Over the past few days, he had been observing Cece's advancement with keen interest. He was gratified to discover that although her aptitude was not quite on par with his, it was not far behind just half a month. She was nearing the threshold of the first true layer of the dual-phase waterfowl fist. This simple yet formidable secret technique was divided into 4 layers, with Huan Zhuan Baiyu serving as an extension, arranged in the order of jade, white, transition, and illusion, corresponding to the 1st through 4th layers. Cece was on the verge of entering the 1st layer. Jade, an ordinary person who had never practiced secret martial techniques. Her progress was remarkable, achieved without any instruction apart from Jialong's demonstration and explanation. What a genius! Straightening up, Jialong gradually departed the classroom, making his way down the spacious mahogany corridor. Among the 8, Cece, with her innocence and Eastern background, elicited an inexplicable sense of affinity in him, prompting him to pay her a bit more attention. Relative to the others, this girl might warrant further cultivation. Jialong began contemplating whether to unveil the subsequent secret techniques he had developed, aiming to nurture Cece. The Martial Arts Society had reached a point where no one contested the leadership position. The 8 leaders unanimously acknowledged Jialong as the sole president, the de facto leader. Exiting the academic building, Jialong seated himself on a bench in a small circular garden, centered around a black sculpture of a small boy raising a finger towards the distance. Seated behind the sculpture, Jialong took out his phone and sent a text message to the bald-headed one that after a brief wait of over 10 minutes, a reply arrived. "Boss, the auction item for the lucky stone bell is broken. It will be sold by fragments. Shall I continue bidding? I'm attending the auction tomorrow." Jialong pondered briefly. "Proceed, and have it delivered to me once secured." "Understood." After a brief respite, the moment the school bell signaled the end of class, Galen rose leisurely and made his way back to his original campus. In the ensuing days, Cece and the others were completely cast aside in Galen's mind. Mastering success was not an overnight endeavor, and even upon achieving it, the onset of side effects would require nearly a year to manifest. There was no need for haste. Galen seamlessly returned to the rhythm of his once ordinary life. He was drawn into several soirees hosted by various clubs, where he met an array of individuals, exceeding dozens in just a few short days. Each interaction was merely a brief exchange. Perhaps they would never cross paths again, yet no one pondered this notion that Galen's reputation for joining the combat club gradually spread, attracting many boys seeking to emulate him, while numerous girls at the dances eagerly sought to invite him for a waltz. Notably, 3 girls, either overtly or subtly, expressed their willingness to become his casual companions. For many students, there was a palpable skepticism regarding the exaggerated tales of Galen's prowess. Their interest lay primarily in his striking appearance and eloquent discourse, though some girls were less than enamored. Among them was the captain of the freshman basketball cheerleading squad, a stunning girl with cascading golden curls, who exhibited a distinct disdain toward Galen, often wearing a displeased expression whenever she encountered him. Thus, life as a freshman unfolded much like that of any ordinary university student, albeit with a heavier academic load and greater pressure, and a scarcity of students indulging in narcotics. Perhaps it was merely that Galen had not encountered such individuals. He had no inclination toward drug use, for even the most potent substances could not rival the intense exhilaration derived from his own mastery over his spirit and stimulation of his nerves. To his knowledge, the notorious libertine of the combat club, Darm, had completely overcome his addiction, spending his days shrouded in secrecy, engaged in mysterious pursuits, and no one knew for certain what he was studying. Only his dubious companions occasionally remarked upon the air of enigma that seemed to envelop him. Galen surmised that Darm had likely begun his journey into the realm of mastery. The reason he deemed the bipolar waterbird fist as a nefarious art was due to its rapid initiation. While it yielded swift results, each practice session was accompanied by an overwhelmingly intense pleasure, a direct consequence of stimulating the unique internal nerves. This characteristic rendered practitioners susceptible to obsession, compelling them to incessantly train and refine their skills. Such is the nature of demonic arts. They manifest rapid effectiveness in the early stages, only to unleash unimaginable repercussions and arduous progress in the later phases. This was a facet of the practice that even Galen could not alter. It is an inevitable law of the natural universe that every endeavor possesses elements of varying ease and complexity. The secret technique of the bipolar waterbird fist is no exception. His role was merely to present the simplest aspects first while reserving the more challenging elements for later consideration. The law of nature dictates that to achieve a certain height of power, one must invest considerable effort and inherent talent. While demonic arts may appear to offer shortcuts, the true distinction from righteous paths lies solely in the order of progression, much like choosing between enduring hardship before savoring sweetness or vice versa. Building a structure, for instance, necessitates a solid foundation if one aspires to reach significant heights. One may either diligently establish a robust base and gradually ascend, or hastily erect a structure with a flimsy foundation. The former results in a stable edifice, resilient against calamities, while the latter, though initially swift in construction, poses significant risks as the height increases and the pressure on the foundation intensifies. Any misstep could lead to collapse. Especially in the face of disasters, the pursuit of any lofty ambition is governed by this principle. To attain greater accomplishments, the foundation must be sufficiently solid, a hallmark of the righteous path. Conversely, the pursuit of demonic arts entails an inherent danger. The higher one climbs, the greater the risk of collapse due to insufficient foundational support. This is the most fundamental law of physics, impervious even to Galen's influence. Nonetheless, the extensive modifications he implemented were not without merit. They significantly augmented the potency of the bipolar waterbird fist by harnessing the essence of his own soul seed, blending it with the formidable force of the demonic art's killing hands.